Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 1670 to Chapter 1753. All the powerful beings of the skeleton race went crazy at that moment. Blazing light shot out from their eyes, and the aura around them became extremely terrifying. They let out angry roars and charged into the river of forgetfulness as if they had gone mad. It was as if the hurricane lily had a fatal attraction to them. The hurricane lily is mine. Xianxia's eyes were blazing. He exuded a terrifying aura as he charged towards the red spider lily. Now that the divine firmament king was trapped, the fish demon had been killed, and Xianxia had fallen into the river of forgetfulness, no one could compete with Xianxia for the hurricane lily. He neared the hurricane lily and saw that mysterious flower emitting nine-colored light. It was almost within his reach. Xianxia's eyes shone with a hint of intoxication as he reached out to grab the hurricane lily. Buzz, but at that moment, the hurricane lily trembled slightly. Xianxia saw a purple palm reach out from the river of forgetfulness, grab the hurricane lily, and pull it into the river of forgetfulness. No! Xianxia roared, his eyes filled with madness and terrifying killing intent. He slammed his palm into the river of forgetfulness. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled as the river of forgetfulness exploded. Huge waves surged into the sky, but the hurricane lily was nowhere to be seen. Long Out Yen. I know it's you. I will not let you off. I will make you beg for death. Ah. Xianxia's voice was filled with endless killing intent and indignation. He was about to go crazy. His voice was like thunder, causing the river water to explode. Crack, at that moment, the divine firmament king's terrifying sage aura exploded. He broke free from the blazing halo, his eyes filled with cold killing intent as he charged toward Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. He could feel the divine firmament king's insane killing intent and instantly felt that something was amiss. He could not be bothered to find trouble with Xianxia. Instead, he instantly transformed into a stream of light and flew into the distance. I want to see who dares to snatch my hurricane lily. The divine firmament king did not chase after Xianxia. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he plunged into the river of forgetfulness, searching for the hurricane lily's aura. Just now. Was it Long Out Yen who snatched the hurricane lily? Li Qingyun, Pang Gafeng, and Mu Yuanqing looked at each other. Previously, when Xianxia had been kicked into the river of forgetfulness by the divine firmament king, they had all been extremely anxious. After all, the river of forgetfulness contained the power of the samsara of life and death. Only the 9 titled skeleton kings could enter it safely. Even a 9-star purple gold skeleton king would be reduced to nothingness after entering it. That was why Xianxia was so mad and indignant when the red spider lily disappeared. Even he didn't dare to rush into the river of forgetfulness. He could only watch as the red spider lily was snatched away before his eyes. Pang Gafeng was shocked and worried. The divine firmament king was extremely powerful, and he was the leader of the 9 titled skeleton kings. It was only because he was nearing the end of his lifespan that he came today to fight for the hurricane lily. He would definitely not watch as the hurricane lily fell into Xiao's hands. Let's hope Long Out Yen will be blessed. Mu Yuanqing said with a wry smile. Long Out Yen is someone with great luck and fortuitous opportunities. He will not die so easily. We should not stay here for long. Let's return to Fengshui village first. Li Qingyun said slowly. With the disappearance of the hurricane lily, the skeleton race elites seemed to be on the verge of going berserk. It was easy to imagine that a huge battle was about to break out. And if they, the humans, stayed here, they would most likely become the target of public criticism. Li Qingyun, Pang Gafeng, and Mu Yuanqing led the elites of the 3 races and quickly retreated from the river of forgetfulness, heading for Fengshui village. Rumble, sure enough, not long after they left, the experts of the skeleton clan started a fierce and chaotic battle. In the river of forgetfulness, Xiao's entire body was enveloped by a layer of mysterious light. His purple bones had already recovered to their original state. The Permetha flower was held in his hand, and it contained a power that was fluctuating between life and death and the cycle of reincarnation. Is this the hurricane lily? I finally got it. Xiao sighed softly, a trace of excitement in his eyes. He and Xianxia had been scheming against each other previously. He knew that Zhang Tianqing wanted him to fight for 10 breaths of time so that he and the Divine Firmament King would both be injured. Or rather, he wanted him to die at the hands of the Divine Firmament King. Ling Xiao had played along. After revealing some of his trump cards, he had pretended to be exhausted and injured, allowing the Divine Firmament King to beat him into the River of Forgetfulness. The River of Forgetfulness's water could corrode everything, but Ling Xiao could use the power of the wordless heavenly book to temporarily protect his bones so that he would not melt into the River of Forgetfulness. When the red spider lily was in full bloom, Ling Xiao silently snatched the red spider lily away and fled, leaving behind Zhang Tianqing, who was about to go crazy. It could be said that Ling Xiao had tricked Zhang Tianqing. The hurricane lily involves the secret of breaking through to the titled Skeleton King. I'm already halfway there. I have to refine the hurricane lily as soon as possible, then find the 9 titled Skeleton Kings and obtain the secret of controlling the cyclic sky seal from them, Ling Xiao thought to himself as he held the hurricane lily. Swoosh, but at that moment, the River of Forgetfulness's water surged violently. An extremely terrifying aura rapidly approached, exuding a vast sage aura. Oh no! Looks like Zhang Tianqing did not kill the Divine Firmament King. Ling Xiao's body trembled. He grabbed the hurricane lily and sneaked into the depths of the River of Forgetfulness. Inheritor, hand over the hurricane lily in your hand. Not only will I spare your life, but I will also bestow upon you a great fortuitous opportunity. If you dare to disobey my orders, you will die a terrible death. The Divine Firmament King's voice came from behind. It was cold and murderous. Ling Xiao did not reply at all and continued forward. Rumble, however, the Divine Firmament King's speed was extremely fast. He was like a fish in water in the River of Forgetfulness. The water on both sides quickly parted, and he quickly arrived behind Ling Xiao. Then, he slammed his palm toward Ling Xiao. Blazing lightning flashed. The purple heaven divine lightning contained the power to destroy everything. In the Divine Firmament King's hand, the Divine Firmament destructive lightning Dao exploded with an extremely powerful force, enveloping Ling Xiao in front. Whoosh, the heavenly Dao chaotic tablet was taken out by Ling Xiao. In an instant, it split into 9 pieces, shining with unparalleled light. It protected Ling Xiao's body and blocked the Divine Firmament King's palm. Those lightning flashes were blocked by the heavenly Dao chaotic tablet, but the unparalleled force of the palm still sent Ling Xiao flying. What a powerful force! Rumble, Ling Xiao borrowed the power of the Divine Firmament King's palm strike and flew a distance away. However, the Divine Firmament King's speed was too fast. He had the battle prowess of a sage and could suppress Ling Xiao in all aspects. If this continued, Ling Xiao would be doomed. Divine Firmament King, if you dare to attack me again, do you believe that I will swallow the hurricane lily? Ling Xiao said coldly as he grabbed the hurricane lily. Swallow the hurricane lily? With your current cultivation level, you're courting death if you dare to swallow the hurricane lily. Besides, if you dare to swallow the hurricane lily, I'll just refine you. The hurricane lily's medicinal power won't be lost much. Kid, if you don't want to die, hand it over obediently. The Divine Firmament King said coldly as his aura became more and more terrifying. Although he said that he was not afraid of Ling Xiao swallowing the hurricane lily, Ling Xiao could tell that the Divine Firmament King did not want to force him too much. He probably did not want him to swallow the hurricane lily. Is that so? Ling Xiao smiled coldly as he grabbed the hurricane lily. His glabella shone brightly as he activated the sky-devouring mystic technique. It turned into a blazing vortex and swallowed the hurricane lily in an instant. Rumble, a vast and terrifying force surged into Ling Xiao's body like a tsunami. It was terrifying beyond compare, as if it was going to burst Ling Xiao. Even his bones were making crackling sounds. You! How dare you swallow the hurricane lily? Damn it! I'll definitely kill you. The Divine Firmament King's eyes were filled with disbelief. He did not expect Ling Xiao to swallow the hurricane lily right in front of him. Moreover, he could feel the vast medicinal power of the hurricane lily exploding in Ling Xiao's body, causing Ling Xiao's aura to skyrocket. Rumble, 8-star purple gold skeleton king. In just a moment, Ling Xiao's cultivation level rose from 7 stars to 8 stars, and it was still rising. The Divine Firmament King was completely enraged. Lightning flashed around his body, and an ancient purple sword appeared in his hand. It was blazing and vast. In an instant, it moved horizontally and horizontally, slashing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could feel that the ancient purple sword in the Divine Firmament King's hand was also a flawless sage treasure. Clearly, the Divine Firmament King was completely enraged. He did not hesitate to use a flawless sage treasure to kill Ling Xiao. Rumble, Ling Xiao felt a fatal danger and did not hesitate to send the 9 primal chaos tablets out. The tablets shown Divine Firmament King formed the Divine Firmament Primal Chaos King Xiao. They formed a mysterious connection with each other as they clashed with the ancient purple gold Firmament King. However, the Divine Firmament King's strength was too terrifying. Every collision caused Ling Xiao's body to tremble violently. Unparalleled divine power assaulted him, almost causing his entire body to shatter. However, as the power of the red spider lily bloomed in Ling Xiao's body, Ling Xiao's cultivation level began to rise rapidly. Very quickly, he broke through to the limit of 8 stars. 9-star purple gold skeleton king, 1 red spider lily had caused Ling Xiao's strength to soar. He had reached the 9-star purple gold skeleton king realm, and it was still rising. Ling Xiao could feel that the red spider lily contained the power of the Tao of Death. It formed a mysterious fluctuation with the vast vitality in his body. It was like the aura of the cycle of life and death. Gotcha, in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, there seemed to be some kind of energy blooming. A mysterious and ethereal rune floated up, containing a profound and mysterious light, completely absorbing the vast amount of energy from the Permetha flower. This is the art of reversing fate? Ling Xiao's body shook. He couldn't believe it. He didn't think that the fate-reversing art would break out at this time. The obscure and mysterious scripture fused with his sea of knowledge and even his body. A mysterious aura of fate and reincarnation reverberated from Ling Xiao's body. The 4th move of the art of reversing fate, reversing reincarnation. In Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, there seemed to be the sound of a great bell ringing. It was also like the brilliant sound of the Heavenly Emperor. Suddenly, a mysterious scripture appeared, and Ling Xiao was able to master it in an instant. Ling Xiao had only learned 3 moves of the art of reversing fate: shatter fate, burn life, and defy fate, but he did not expect that after Ling Xiao devoured and refined the red spider lily, he would learn the 4th move of the art of reversing fate, reverse reincarnation. This move was mysterious. It was as if it could reverse life and death, break the cycle of reincarnation, and cause billions of lives in the world to reincarnate under this move. It was terrifying. Buzz, mysterious runes flashed in Ling Xiao's palms, and his body exuded an ethereal and mysterious aura. Then, he pushed his palms forward, and a mysterious and vast world of 3,000 Daos appeared behind him. The cycle of life and death turned into a mysterious light, enveloping King Divine Firmament. This is Master's aura? Who are you? The Divine Firmament King was completely shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The dazzling light enveloped him, causing the Divine Firmament King's soul to leave his body. A mysterious mark appeared between his eyebrows. At that moment, it became dazzling and intertwined with the light, forming a mysterious millstone. The Divine Firmament King's scalp went numb. He felt as if as long as the millstone spun, he would be completely destroyed. There was no way he could resist at all. Master's aura? You mean Scarlet Dragon War God? Ling Xiao looked at the Divine Firmament King indifferently. The aura around him became even more mysterious and unfathomable. That's right. It's the Great Heavenly Venerable. He is the master of the cyclic sky seal and the master of the 9 of us. Why do you have Master's aura? Seeing Ling Xiao stop, the Divine Firmament King heaved a sigh of relief. Scarlet Dragon War God is my master. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The Divine Firmament King's body trembled. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As expected. 1,000,000 years have passed. Although Master has not returned, his successor has. Greetings, young Master. The Divine Firmament King kowtowed deeply to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could see that there was a dragon-shaped mark between the Divine Firmament King's eyebrows. Ling Xiao could control the Divine Firmament King's mark with the 4th move of the fate-reversing art and control his life and death. As long as Ling Xiao willed it, the Divine Firmament King would be completely destroyed. I see. The 4th move of the fate-reversing art is the key to controlling the 9 titled skeleton kings? Ling Xiao thought to himself. It turned out that the fate-reversing art he had obtained was not complete. There was still a fourth move hidden in the Hurricane Lily. Only by obtaining the Hurricane Lily could the fate-reversing art be complete and control the Divine Firmament King's life and death. The Divine Firmament King was probably unwilling to accept it, but now that the situation had reversed and his life was in Ling Zhao's hands, he could only bow his head and obey. Ling Zhao's primordial spirit and the wordless book had been sealed in the Tribulation Seed. When Ling Xiao broke through to the Purple Gold Skeleton King realm, he had broken the seal. That was why he could use the power of the wordless book and the Heavenly Tao Chaotic Tablet. And now, after fusing with the Hurricane Lily, the vast Death Tao origin had fused with Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. At the same time, Ling Xiao had completely obtained the fate-reversing technique sealed in the Hurricane Lily. Originally, Ling Xiao had felt that the fate-reversing technique was difficult to understand and extremely difficult to cultivate. He also had to pay a huge price to use it. But with the completion of the fourth move, Reverse Samsara, the four moves of the fate-reversing technique seemed to have formed a complete and balanced state. This allowed Ling Zhao's understanding of the fate-reversing technique to increase by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao now realized how vast and profound the fate-reversing technique was. What he had previously comprehended was only the tip of the iceberg. That was why he had to pay such a huge price to forcefully activate the fate-reversing technique. And the dragon mark between the Divine Firmament King's brows was left behind by the Scarlet Dragon War God. Using the fate-reversing technique, he could control the Divine Firmament King's life and death. If Ling Xiao guessed correctly, the other 8 kings probably also had the mark left behind by the Scarlet Dragon War God. So my greatest advantage is actually the fate-reversing technique. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The Scarlet Dragon War God had not mentioned controlling the cyclic sky seal because he had not obtained the fourth move of the fate-reversing technique. The fourth move of the fate-reversing technique could kill sages. After all, even sages could not escape the cycle of life and death. They were still under the Heavenly Tao and could not transcend. Young Master, you entered the cyclic sky seal this time to control it, right? Asked the Divine Firmament King. That's right. Do you know how to control the cyclic sky seal? Asked Ling Xiao calmly. Young Master, the cyclic sky seal's artifact spirit is Second Heavenly Venerable. Now that Second Heavenly Venerable has disappeared, the 9 titled skeleton kings can also control part of the cyclic sky seal's power. As long as the 9 titled skeleton kings submit and open the fate-reversing palace, you will naturally be able to control of the cyclic sky seal. However, I'm afraid the other 8 kings will not be willing to submit to you just like that. Said the Divine Firmament King. Why is that? Don't tell me they don't have the dragon mark? Ling Xiao asked. The red dragon mark was the dragon-shaped mark on the Divine Firmament King's forehead. The Divine Firmament King laughed bitterly and said, Young Master, there's something you don't know. Although the Crimson Dragon mark is very powerful, we 9 great kings possess the power of saints. It's only because my lifespan is nearing its end that I am unable to suppress the Crimson Dragon mark. However, the other 8 great kings don't have a lifespan limit. They can suppress the Crimson Dragon mark. If Young Master wants to rely on the Crimson Dragon mark to control their life and death, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. It turned out that the 9 titled skeleton kings only had the strength of a 9th revolution half-sage a million years ago. However, the flipping sky seal was not controlled by anyone in the past million years. Moreover, it was devouring the endless energy of heaven and earth on its own, causing the 9 titled skeleton king's strength to increase continuously. Although they were not in the sage realm, their strength was not weaker than a sage's. As a result, the suppression of the Crimson Dragon mark on them was naturally very weak. However, the Divine Firmament King was just too unlucky. He was already at the end of his lifespan and had been severely injured by Zhan Tianxing. Thus, when Ling Xiao awakened the fourth move of the fate-reversing art, he was unable to resist at all. I see. I didn't expect that after a million years, the 9 titled skeleton kings would have such a huge change. Ling Zhao's heart trembled slightly. These 9 titled skeleton kings were comparable to sages. If the Divine Firmament King had not been restrained by the fate-reversing art, he would not have been so willing to submit to Ling Xiao. After all, they were used to being tyrannical in this world. Why would they want another master to appear above them? However, since they were artifact spirits, there were ways to restrain them. Especially now that Ling Xiao had obtained the Hurricane Lily. He could comprehend the death Tao within it. Young master, although everyone knows that you have obtained the Hurricane Lily, they don't know that I have already submitted to you. We can defeat them one by one. Young master, if I can devour all 8 of them, then I can become the new artifact spirit of the Flipping Sky Seal. At that time I will definitely be able to help master control the Flipping Sky Seal," said the Divine Firmament King respectfully. "Very good. Divine Firmament King, as long as you are loyal to me, after killing the 8 of them, you will be the new artifact spirit of the Flipping Sky Seal." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Master, don't worry. I will be loyal to you. I will not hesitate to die." The Divine Firmament King quickly knelt down to show his loyalty. "Master, this Divine Firmament King is dishonest. I don't think he wants to submit to you. He wants to devour the other 8 titled Skeleton Kings and control the Flipping Sky Seal." At that moment, the Thunder Spirit King's voice rang in Ling Zhao's mind. "How can I not think of that? However, let's ignore him for now. Let's capture the other 8 titled Skeleton Kings first. Thunder Spirit King, you are an artifact spirit. Even if you possess a physical body, it will be extremely difficult for you to become a sage. Even if you are lucky enough to succeed, I'm afraid you will not be able to improve for the rest of your life. There is a very good opportunity now. Perhaps you can become a dragon in the sea and have a limitless future. Are you willing to give it a try?" Ling Xiao said to the Thunder Spirit King secretly. "Master is saying to become an artifact spirit?" The Thunder Spirit King's eyes lit up, and he instantly became excited. "That's right. You also know that it is very difficult to become an artifact spirit as it has a very high requirement for the material of the weapon and the talent of the artifact spirit. However, your talent is strong enough and your future is limitless. I'm afraid you have seen the Flipping Sky Seal. It can form its own world and its own rules of Tao. This is not something that an ordinary holy treasure can possess. If you become the artifact spirit of the Flipping Sky Seal, your divine path will be smooth. Even becoming an extreme emperor in the future will not be impossible." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Thank you, Master. I am willing to become an artifact spirit." The Thunder Spirit King immediately said excitedly. He was indeed tempted. The Flipping Sky Seal was an ancient treasure. It was at least at the level of a supreme holy treasure. There was even a chance for it to become an extreme emperor weapon. As the artifact spirit of the Flipping Sky Seal, the Thunder Spirit King would definitely be able to advance by leaps and bounds with the Flipping Sky Seal. If he could become the artifact spirit of an extreme emperor weapon, his power would not be inferior to a real great emperor. It could be said that this was a smooth path, even a smooth path to becoming an emperor. One day, if the Thunder Spirit King could break the destiny of being an artifact spirit and reverse the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao, he could even get rid of the restraint of the weapon and become a real peerless great emperor. In the ancient times, there were examples of weapons becoming great emperors. Great! Now, let's go and capture the 8 titled Skeleton Kings and gather their power to open the Fate-Reversing Palace. As long as the Fate-Reversing Palace is opened, you will be able to devour their power and become the artifact spirit of the Flipping Sky Seal. The Thunder Spirit King was different from the Divine Firmament King. The Divine Firmament King had to obey Ling Zhao's orders because of the red dragon mark between his brows. However, the Thunder Spirit King was completely under Ling Zhao's control. He even left a trace of his true spirit in the wordless book. Even if the Thunder Spirit King became a sage one day, he would not betray Ling Xiao. Thus, letting the Thunder Spirit King become the Cyclic Sky Seal's artifact spirit was the best choice. Ling Xiao did not choose to leave immediately. Instead, he cultivated in seclusion in the River of Forgetfulness. The red spider lilies contained the power of the Death Tao origin. However, this world was only the internal space of the Cyclic Sky Seal. The heavenly Tao laws were not complete. It was basically impossible to attain the Tao and become a sage and condense a Tao fruit here. However, Ling Xiao could possess the combat strength of a sage like the 9 titled Skeleton Kings. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled. The vast power of reincarnation rose from the River of Forgetfulness. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the River of Forgetfulness. Mysterious auras intertwined around him, forming mysterious halos behind him. Life, death, withering, and glory. A mysterious concept was emitted from his body. Ling Xiao's aura became more and more terrifying. It had far exceeded the power of the 9-star purple gold skeleton kings. It became more and more unfathomable. Damn it. That Long Out Yan dared to snatch my hurricane lily. He really deserves to die. However, the divine firmament king has already chased him into the river of forgetfulness. He will not be able to escape from the divine firmament king. He will definitely die. Without the hurricane lily, with my current strength, there is no way I can open the core area. In the majestic and ancient palace, Zhang Tianqing sat on a huge throne. His eyes were filled with indignation and anger. He had painstakingly planned to obtain the hurricane lily and then open the core area to find a way to control the cyclic sky seal. However, now that he had lost the hurricane lily, everything was for naught. Whether it was Ling Xiao or the divine firmament king who had obtained the hurricane lily, it was not good news to him. Zhang Tianqing indeed had the bloodline of the battle tribe. The drop of rainbow blood in his heart was the bloodline of the battle tribe. Zhang Tianqing had learned about the secret of the flipping sky seal from his inherited memories. Especially after coming to this world, he understood the mystery and power of the flipping sky seal even more. The heaven flipping seal was not as simple as a holy treasure. Zhang Tianqing wanted to revive the war race and even take revenge on the culprit who had caused the war race's destruction. He had to get the sky flipping seal. The red spider lily has already been lost. The 9 great kings were fighting their own battles, and it was impossible for them to work together to open the core area. Right now, the only thing we can do is to sacrifice the 7 of them. Then, we will exhaust our battle clan bloodline and see if we can open that place. Zhang Tianqing thought to himself with a deep gaze. Fortunately, during the chaotic battle at the Wangchuan River, his 7 subordinates had caught Geng Long and Geng Hu when the people of Fengshui Village, Panga Village, and Tongqing Village were unprepared. Now, apart from Ling Xiao, 7 of the 9 great inheritors had been captured by Zhang Tianqing. There's no time to lose. We need to act quickly. Zhang Tianqing thought to himself as a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Taishao Sacred Mountain. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet tall and connected the heavens and the earth. Its aura was majestic and unparalleled, and it was filled with a thick aura of death. It was the cave abode of the Taishao King, one of the 9 great titled skeleton kings. A huge palace was built at the top of Taishao Sacred Mountain. The guards outside the palace were all purple gold skeleton kings. Each of them was hundreds of feet tall and had an extremely powerful aura. Their bones were sparkling and radiant, and they exuded a monstrous aura of death. Powerful skeleton race elites were everywhere on Taishao Sacred Mountain. The black iron skeletons, bronze skeletons, and silver skeletons were not qualified to set foot on Taishao Sacred Mountain. They could only wander around. The gold skeletons and platinum skeletons were just small soldiers guarding Taishao Sacred Mountain. Only the purple gold skeleton kings were considered generals. The Taishao King had been in seclusion for many years, and his subordinates were still guarding outside loyally. The entire Taishao Sacred Mountain was heavily guarded, and no one dared to barge in. Is this Taishao Sacred Mountain? It is indeed extraordinary. Ling Xiao and the Divine Firmament King stood together in the clouds, looking at the majestic Taishao Sacred Mountain in front of them. That's right. This is the Grand Firmament Sacred Mountain. The Grand Firmament King has been in seclusion for many years. Even the appearance of the red spider lily did not make him come out. Master, this time, we will pretend to be here for a visit. Follow me, and we will catch the Grand Firmament King by surprise. The Divine Firmament King said with a hint of excitement in his eyes. The 9 titled skeleton kings guarded the world of death, but it could be said that they did not trust each other. Moreover, they all wanted to devour each other and become the only ruler of this world. It was only because the 9 of them were equally powerful that no one could do anything about it. That was why they had maintained this state for so many years. All right. I'll leave it to you. Ling Xiao said calmly. The aura around him became faint, and his bones still emitted a purple light. However, the star between his eyebrows had become a single star. The sky-shrouding secret technique perfectly concealed Ling Xiao's aura. Even the Divine Firmament King could not sense Ling Zhao's true cultivation level and strength. Brother Taishao, the Divine Firmament King is here. Are you still planning to stay in seclusion? The Divine Firmament King's figure appeared in the sky above Taishao Sacred Mountain. His voice exploded like thunder, causing all the skeleton race experts on Taishao Sacred Mountain to tremble involuntarily. They immediately stared at the Divine Firmament King with great vigilance. Rumble, however, when the Divine Firmament King exuded a vast and unparalleled aura as if he was an invincible king, even the purple gold skeleton king could not help but tremble. It was so frightened that it knelt down. They all knew that one of the 9 greatest rulers of this world had arrived. On Taishao Sacred Mountain, all the skeleton race experts knelt down. This was the suppression of the skeleton race's level. Even the purple gold skeleton king was trembling all over at this moment, exuding waves of fear. Ling Xiao followed behind the Divine Firmament King with a strange look in his eyes. Fortunately, he was a successor and a human, so the so-called level suppression of the skeleton race did not have much effect on him. Otherwise, he would probably be forced to kneel down and submit to the Divine Firmament King without even fighting him. Rumble, on Taishao Sacred Mountain, the huge palace suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man in a yellow Taoist robe walked out. He looked tall and handsome, and a mysterious light flickered in his eyes. It was like the black-yellow qi, mysterious and unfathomable. This was the Divine Firmament King. He cultivated the black-yellow sacred path? Looks like it's really one of the 9 peerless sacred techniques of the War God Temple. So it's Brother Divine Firmament. I heard that you went to the River of Forgetfulness to fight for the Hurricane Lily. What brings you to my Grand Firmament Sacred Mountain? The Grand Firmament King smiled faintly as a strange light flashed in his eyes. I came to the Grand Firmament Sacred Mountain because I have something to discuss with Brother Divine Firmament. This time I did not manage to obtain the Hurricane Lily in the River of Forgetfulness. It was taken by an inheritor. The Divine Firmament King stared at the Grand Firmament King as he spoke slowly. What? An inheritor? What's going on? The Grand Firmament King's expression became serious, and he could not hide the shock in his eyes. It's a long story, but our great calamity is coming. The Divine Firmament King laughed bitterly. Then, he landed on the peak of the Grand Firmament Sacred Mountain with the Divine Firmament King. Ling Xiao followed behind the Divine Firmament King. However, he had used the sky-shrouding secret technique, so he was only a 1-star purple gold skeleton king. Even his aura as an inheritor had been concealed, so the Divine Firmament King only looked at him in confusion. What is the great calamity? Brother Divine Firmament, please enlighten me. The Grand Firmament King was indeed attracted by the Divine Firmament King's words. Buzz, the dragon-shaped mark on the Grand Firmament King's forehead emitted a bright light. It was mysterious and unfathomable, causing the Grand Firmament King's expression to change drastically as if he had seen a ghost. You're right. This time, I met an inheritor in the River of Forgetfulness. He took the Hurricane Lily because he is not an ordinary inheritor. He is a true disciple of a great heavenly venerate. In other words, he is our young master. I managed to escape from him with great difficulty, so I immediately rushed to the Grand Firmament Sacred Mountain to discuss this matter with you. The Divine Firmament King said solemnly. A true disciple of a great heavenly venerate? How is this possible? The great heavenly venerate has been missing for millions of years. Over the years, countless inheritors have been wiped out by us. How could a young master appear at this time? Brother Divine Firmament, how strong is that inheritor? Why don't we gather the 9 of you and kill him together? The Grand Firmament King's eyes revealed a cold killing intent. That young master's strength is extremely terrifying. I'm not his match. Most importantly, he can control our Scarlet Dragon mark. Although our strength has greatly improved and we can temporarily suppress the Scarlet Dragon mark, when we face that young master, we will inevitably be greatly restrained. We must think of a foolproof plan. The Divine Firmament King said seriously. What foolproof plan? Fellow Taoist Divine Firmament, you are the oldest and most knowledgeable. We will listen to you. The Great Firmament King said fearfully. When he mentioned the young master, his mind was in a mess. I killed a successor and obtained a treasure from him. Perhaps it can help us kill that young master. Take a look. the divine firmament king smiled. His palm glowed brightly, and an ancient stone tablet floated in the air, exuding an ancient, profound, and mysterious aura. What treasure is this? High Firmament King's eyes were attracted to the stone tablet. He reached out his hand to touch it. Rumble, but at that moment, the stone tablet suddenly trembled and emitted a vast chaotic light. At an extremely fast speed, it directly smashed into the Great Firmament King's body. The Great Firmament King's body was covered in a vast yellow light that contained an unparalleled defensive power. When he sensed danger, he instantly activated it. Divine Firmament, what are you trying to do? The Great Firmament King was shocked and angry as he immediately roared. But the Heavenly Tao Chaotic Tablet was too fast, and it was very close to the Great Firmament King. It directly smashed into his body and shattered the yellow light on his body. Then, the Great Firmament King was smashed to the ground. Buzz, the Heavenly Tao Chaotic Tablet instantly split into 9. The 9 Heavenly Tao Chaotic Tablets intertwined with each other, forming a mysterious and vast array formation that enveloped the Great Firmament King. Rumble, the Divine Firmament King's eyes flashed. He grabbed the ancient purple sword, and lightning crackled around him. Without a word, he launched a thunderous attack toward the Great Firmament King. At the same time, Ling Xiao also made his move. The Chaotic 8 Styles was completely activated by Ling Xiao, and his strength exploded 16 times. Ling Xiao's body exuded a destructive aura as he directly smashed a chaotic fist toward the Great Firmament King. The two of them attacked as fast as lightning, and they were extremely well coordinated. At that moment, the Great Firmament King was smashed to the ground by the Heavenly Tao Chaotic Tablet. The Heavenly Tao Chaotic barrier on his body was broken, and he was trapped by the Heavenly Tao Chaotic Tablet. Under the joint attack of Ling Xiao and the Divine Firmament King, he instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. Boom, dazzling lightning flashed, and a thick yellow saber appeared in the Great Firmament King's palm. It suddenly collided with the ancient sword in the Divine Firmament King's hand, and at the same time, it released a dazzling divine light. Ling Xiao's fist enveloped the Great Firmament King, and he had no way to block it. He could only use his physical body to withstand it. Crack, a crisp sound rang out as Ling Xiao's fist landed on the Great Firmament King's chest. Instantly, his chest caved in, and his flesh and blood exploded, forming a huge bloody hole. After refining the Hurricane Lily, Ling Xiao's terrifying strength was comparable to the 9 titled Skeleton Kings. At that moment, he used the Chaotic 8 Styles, which pursued the ultimate physical strength, and was incomparably terrifying. Even the Great Firmament King was unable to withstand it. You are that so-called young master? Fellow Divine Firmament, you actually submitted to him? Ha 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 ha. I really didn't expect it. The Great Firmament King laughed in anger and roared. Great Firmament, submit. As long as you submit to Master, Master will spare your life. Otherwise, if you continue to resist, only death awaits you. The Divine Firmament King said coldly, but his attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. The reason why he and Ling Xiao had chosen to attack the Great Firmament King first was that the Great Firmament King had the strongest defense among the 9 titled Skeleton Kings. However, his battle prowess was also the weakest. Furthermore, he had a good relationship with the Divine Firmament King, so he could lower his guard to the greatest extent. Therefore, they used the power of the Heavenly Tao Chaotic Tablet to launch a surprise attack on the Great Firmament King. The Divine Firmament King and Ling Xiao followed closely behind, instantly causing the Great Firmament King to be severely injured. Don't even think about it. I won't submit to anyone. The Great Firmament King roared. You don't know what's good for you. Killing intent flashed in the Divine Firmament King's eyes as he activated his terrifying sage aura. Bolts of lightning intertwined, causing the ancient purple sword in his hand to become even sharper as he continuously attacked the Great Firmament King. Rumble, at that moment, a mysterious and vast aura was emitted from Ling Xiao's body. He had activated the 4th style of the heaven-defying art. In an instant, 3,000 worlds appeared behind him, as if there was a cycle of life and death. An indeterminate aura was released, enveloping the Great Firmament King. Roar, it was a crimson divine dragon. It looked lifelike and exuded a powerful dragon's might. A powerful dragon's roar rang out, forming a powerful sealing force that lingered between the Grand Firmament King's eyebrows and extended into his body. The vitality and death aura in his body began to boil violently, becoming extremely chaotic as if his entire body was about to explode. The Grand Firmament King's expression changed drastically, and a trace of unconcealable fear appeared in his eyes. Originally, the Grand Firmament King could seal the red dragon mark with his strength. However, after being severely injured by Ling Xiao and the Divine Firmament King, Ling Xiao used the fourth move of the fate-reversing art. The Grand Firmament King could no longer seal the red dragon mark and was directly controlled by Ling Xiao. The Grand Firmament King could feel that the red dragon mark had been completely activated. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, it would only take an instant. I am willing to submit. The Grand Firmament King's eyes were filled with unwillingness, but in the face of the threat of death, he finally chose to submit. Wouldn't it have been better if you had submitted earlier? Then you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. The Divine Firmament King sneered. Buzz, Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he activated the fate-reversing art. A vast amount of energy directly merged with the red dragon mark. After the red dragon mark was completely activated, the Grand Firmament King could no longer seal it. His life and death were completely in Ling Xiao's hands. Of the 9 titled Skeleton Kings, Ling Xiao had already subdued the Divine Firmament King and the Grand Firmament King. Congratulations, young master, congratulations, young master. The 9 titled Skeleton Kings will fight their own battles. As long as the news is not leaked, we can defeat them one by one and subdue them all. The Divine Firmament King and the Grand Firmament King knelt before Ling Xiao and flattered him. Let's go. Next. Ling Xiao's eyes also revealed a trace of anticipation. Only by gathering the power of the 9 titled Skeleton Kings could they open the fate-reversing palace. Even the 9 titled Skeleton Kings did not know where the fate-reversing palace was. They only knew that it was the center of this world and also the core of the cyclic sky seal. The third place was the Azure Firmament King of the Azure Firmament Sacred Mountain. With the Divine Firmament King and the Grand Firmament King, as well as Ling Xiao, the 3 of them subdued the Azure Firmament King without any effort. Next was the Jade Heaven King. When they were at Jade Firmament Sacred Mountain, there was an accident. They did not expect King Jing Xiao to be there. Although Ling Xiao and the others tried their best to capture King Jing Xiao, King Jing Xiao escaped from Jade Firmament Sacred Mountain in desperation. The news was still exposed. The last 5 kings, Bright Sky King, Crimson Sky King, Jade Sky King, Clear Sky King, and Purple Sky King were all completely shocked. They never thought that 4 of the 9 kings would be captured without anyone noticing. In the end, the 5 great kings gathered on top of the Violet Firmament Sacred Mountain. Countless cultivators of the Skeleton Clan gathered together and prepared to fight Ling Xiao and the 4 great kings to the death. Man proposes, God disposes. I didn't think that the news would still leak out. Young master, what should we do next? The Divine Firmament King said helplessly. Let's go back to Feng Shui village first. A divine light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he said indifferently. Since the news had already been leaked, Ling Xiao wasn't worried about anything. At most, he would just kill all 5 kings in one fell swoop. After going through a few battles, Ling Xiao didn't care about the remaining 5 kings. However, before the final battle, he still had to make some preparations. When he returned to Feng Shui village, Li Qingyun, Pang Gafeng, and Mu Yuanxing had already gathered the experts of the 3 clans in Feng Shui village. The elites of the 3 clans were all extremely excited and exuded a strong fighting spirit. The news that Ling Xiao had subdued the 4 great kings shocked the entire world of death. Naturally, Li Qingyun and the others also knew about it. Little friend Long, I really didn't expect you to subdue the 4 great kings. It seems that you are the destined master of the flipping sky seal. Li Qingyun sighed softly. Although they had a certain degree of hope for Ling Xiao before, they did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to snatch the red spider lilies from the river of forgetfulness and subdue the Divine Firmament King, Grand Firmament King, Azure Firmament King, and Jade Firmament King in such a short time. When the news came, they were all in disbelief. It was only when Ling Xiao stood in front of them with the 4 great kings that they felt as if they were in a dream. That's right. Little friend Long, we also heard that the remaining 5 great kings have gathered at the Purple Firmament Sacred Mountain and are preparing to resist. We have all decided to go to the Purple Firmament Sacred Mountain with you and capture all the 5 great kings. Pangafeng also laughed out loud. Many thanks to the 3 elders. This time, I also want to ask the 3 elders to lend me a hand. As for the remaining 5 kings, they can't die. As long as I can severely injure them, I will be able to subdue them all. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. I'm afraid it won't be an easy task to severely injure all of them. It's not enough to rely on just us, but we can borrow the power of the formation. Li Qingyun pondered for a moment and said slowly. The power of the formation? Elderly, are you talking about the 5 elements Yin-Yang Divine Dragon formation? Ling Xiao asked. The 5 elements Yin-Yang Divine Dragon formation was indeed extraordinary. If they set up the 5 elements Yin-Yang Divine Dragon formation, they should be able to gain the upper hand. Not the 5 elements Yin-Yang Divine Dragon formation. Although the 5 elements Yin-Yang Divine Dragon formation can increase our strength, it is limited. I have the 6 paths of reincarnation formation that was passed down by Second Holy Master. It needs 6 people to set up the formation, and it can burst out dozens or even hundreds of times the strength. Not to mention severely injuring the 5 kings, even killing them wouldn't be a difficult task. Li Qingyun said confidently. Second Holy Master passed it down? Isn't that the artifact spirit of the flipping sky seal? Very good. Elderly will teach us how to practice the 6 paths of reincarnation formation, and then we will fight the 5 great kings to death. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered slightly as he nodded. The 6 paths of reincarnation formation contained the power of reincarnation. As long as a living being entered the formation, their vitality would be devoured and they would fall into reincarnation, sinking into it forever. The 6 paths of reincarnation formation required 7 people to set it up. 6 of them would each control a formation, and the 7th person would be the core of the formation. In the end, it was decided that Li Qingyun would be in charge of the core, and Pangafeng, Mu Yuansheng, Divine Firmament King, Great Firmament King, Green Firmament King, and Jade Firmament King would each control a formation to set up the 6 paths of reincarnation formation. Ling Xiao would wait for an opportunity to subdue the 5 great kings. Everyone was talented. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation grand formation was incomparably profound, under the control of Li Qingyun, each of them only mastered 1 formation. Therefore, they were able to adapt to each other very quickly. In just 1 month, they had already mastered the 6 paths of reincarnation grand formation to the mastery level. Damn it! Long Outyen didn't die and even subdued the 4 great kings? No, I have to speed up. In a mysterious valley filled with clouds and dazzling light, Zhang Tianqing stood in the valley with a gloomy expression. He had been here for a month. In front of him was a dazzling door of light. However, there were 9 rays of starlight on it, which converged to form an incomparably mysterious seal. Zhang Tianqing knew that behind the light gate was the core of the flipping sky seal. Originally, he planned to take his time to break the seal, but the news that came gave him a sense of urgency. He had to hurry. Damn it! I have the bloodline of the war tribe. The flipping sky seal is the treasure of the war tribe. Why are you taking all the opportunities and benefits? Long Outyen, after I control the flipping sky seal, I'll make you beg for death. I'll let you become the weapon spirit of the flipping sky seal. Zhang Tianqing's eyes revealed a trace of cold murderous intent. He continued to break the seal in front of him. Purple Firmament Sacred Mountain. This was a mountain shrouded in purple clouds. It was majestic and vast, emitting rays of blazing lightning. It was like the might of the heavens, making one's scalp tingle. On the Purple Firmament Sacred Mountain, there were powerful experts of the skeleton tribe everywhere. Golden skeletons, platinum skeletons, and purple gold skeleton kings were densely packed. There were thousands of them, and all of them looked alert and cold. They were the subordinates of the 5 great kings. At this time, they were all gathered on the Purple Firmament Sacred Mountain, waiting for Ling Xiao and the rest to arrive. After all, this world of death wasn't big. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Therefore, the 5 great kings joined forces. They believed that Ling Xiao would definitely come for them. Purple Firmament Sacred Mountain. Are they already waiting for us here? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with divine light. The purple divine light was like a sword, piercing the sky. He led the four great kings, Li Qingyun, Pang Feng, and Mu Yuanxing to the purple firmament sacred mountain. Standing in the sky, Ling Xiao could see the majestic aura of the purple firmament sacred mountain ahead. There was a purple palace at the top of the mountain, shrouded in lightning, majestic and mysterious. 5 terrifying auras were emitted from the palace. They were like resplendent suns, as if they could sweep away everything. Master, the 5 of them are stubbornly resisting. They will definitely die. Master, please sit back and watch us capture all of them for you. The Divine Firmament King and the other 3 laughed. Their eyes were filled with confidence. During this period of time, they had been constantly studying the 6 paths of reincarnation formation, so they were full of confidence in the power of the formation. Now that they had arrived at the Purple Heaven Sacred Mountain, they could not wait to rush up and kill. Rumble, the arrival of Ling Xiao and the others alarmed the 5 kings of Violet Firmament Sacred Mountain. Terrifying auras rose, and in an instant, 5 powerful figures rushed out from the palace, floating above the Purple Heaven Sacred Mountain. Their auras intertwined, and their eyes were extremely cold, filled with monstrous killing intent. King Bright Firmament, King Crimson Firmament, King Jade Firmament, King Qiong Firmament, and King Purple Firmament, the 5 of them had terrifying auras, and their auras were monstrous. Their bodies were surrounded by majestic vitality and death aura. Their eyes were extremely cold as they stared at Ling Xiao and the others, filled with bone-deep hatred. Divine Firmament King, you dare to side with the Inheritor? We are ashamed to be in the same team as you. King Purple Firmament stood out and stared coldly at the Divine Firmament King and the others. He wore a purple robe, python boots, and a purple gold crown. He looked like a crown of jade, majestic and mysterious. His aura was also the strongest among the 5 kings. The 5 kings regarded him as their leader. The Divine Firmament King sneered and said, "Brother Purple Firmament, I think you have forgotten your identity, right? We are all subordinates of the Great Heavenly Venerate. Now that the Great Heavenly Venerate's personal disciple has arrived, he is our young master. What's wrong with us submitting to the young master? On the other hand, not only are you not submitting, but you are also stubbornly resisting. Do you really want to die? That's right. Brother Purple Firmament, quickly submit to the young master. Otherwise, when we fight later, don't blame us for not showing mercy." The Great Firmament King also looked like a loyal lackey as he shouted at the Purple Firmament King. "Ha ha ha. What a joke. We are not anyone's slaves, nor are we anyone's subordinates. The Great Heavenly Venerate and Second Heavenly Venerate have been dead for millions of years. We are the rulers of this world. You are willing to be others' slaves, but I am not. Let's cut the crap and see who's the real deal." The Purple Firmament King was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. "Purple Firmament King, if you submit now, I can let bygones be bygones." Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the Purple Firmament King. "Submit to you? Who do you think you are? Fellow cultivators, follow me and kill him." The Purple Firmament King said coldly. His voice contained a monstrous killing intent. In an instant, he rushed over with a purple gold battle spear in his hand and shot it at Ling Xiao. Kill. Behind the Purple Firmament King, the Bright Firmament King, the Crimson Firmament King, the Jade Firmament King, and the Jade Firmament King also began to attack. Their auras were terrifying and monstrous as they charged at Ling Xiao at the same time. Their eyes were very sharp. They could see that the biggest threat was Ling Xiao. As long as they killed Ling Xiao, the Divine Firmament King and the others might betray them. The key to this battle was Ling Xiao. "Protect the young master," the Divine Firmament King roared. In an instant, the purple ancient sword, surrounded by blazing lightning, flew toward the purple gold battle spear. Rumble, dazzling divine light bloomed. The Divine Firmament King and the Purple Firmament King trembled and could not help but retreat at the same time. Swoosh. 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 At that moment, the Divine Firmament King, Green Firmament King, Jade Firmament King, Li Qingyun, Pang Feng, and Mu Yuanxing also soared into the sky at the same time. Their speed was extremely fast. They did not directly face the 5 great kings. Instead, they surrounded them in the center. Dazzling divine light bloomed, and divine chains of order traversed the sky. Behind the six of them, there seemed to be a mysterious illusory world. Their auras intertwined with each other, and there was a strange fluctuation of life, death, and reincarnation. This is an array formation? Oh no. Let's rush out. The Purple Firmament King's expression changed slightly as he felt the terrifying power contained in the array formation. He could not help but roar. But it was too late. The Divine Firmament King and the others had been practicing for nearly a month. The 6 paths of reincarnation array was all for today's capture and killing of the 5 great kings. How could they let them escape so easily? Rumble, the blazing divine light was incomparably terrifying, and the divine chains of order enveloped the 5 of them. They intertwined with each other as if forming a huge net that reached the sky. And in the void, 6 mysterious illusory worlds appeared, containing terrifying energy fluctuations. They pressed down on the 5 great kings, layer upon layer. It was as if there was an endless space that was firmly bound within, and there was no way for them to escape. Roar. Follow me. Let's kill these rotten bones. Panga Tai, Panga Yuan, and the rest laughed coldly. Terrifying blood chi surged from their bodies as they led the experts from the 3 races towards the skeleton race. Previously, the experts of the 3 clans had been restraining themselves and rarely engaged in large-scale conflicts with the experts of the skeleton clan. However, now that they had unleashed their full power, they erupted with the most terrifying fighting spirit. One of them could fight against 10 or even 100 of them, and they killed the experts of the skeleton clan one after another. An intense battle broke out on the Purple Firmament Sacred Mountain. However, the focus of this battle was still on the sky. Only the victory of the 5 kings would determine the outcome of this battle. Although the 5 kings were trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation array, their strength was extremely terrifying. Every one of them had the combat strength of a sage. Although they couldn't escape the control of the 6 paths of reincarnation array, they didn't suffer any serious injuries. Rumble, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply as the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet rose into the sky and expanded rapidly. In an instant, it was tens of thousands of feet long. It was like an immemorial divine mountain that was lifted up by Ling Xiao and pressed down on the 5 kings. Damn it! Purple Firmament King's face changed. He could feel the threat of the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet and didn't dare to be careless. Instantly, the purple gold divine spear in his hand rose into the sky and exploded with a terrifying sage aura, piercing towards the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet. Kacha, dazzling divine light exploded as the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet pressed down. The purple gold divine spear trembled violently and bent down as if it could break apart at any time. Boom! At this moment, Ling Xiao punched out, the chaotic 8 styles exploded. The 16 times strength turned into a chaotic fist mark and slammed into Purple Firmament King's body. Purple Firmament King's body trembled violently as the chaotic light on his body exploded. He couldn't help but stagger as the purple gold divine spear buzzed and flew out. The Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet pressed down on Purple Firmament King's body as if a million mountains were pressing down on him. Purple Firmament King's body trembled violently as he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Purple Firmament King was about to go crazy as his eyes were filled with killing intent. He was trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation array and could only take Ling Zhao's attack head-on. Kill! Divine Firmament King and the kings were all energized as they frantically activated the 6 paths of reincarnation array. Reincarnation energy of life and death, reincarnation energy of reincarnation. On the other hand, Ling Xiao wielded the Heaven Tao Primal Chaos Tablet and used the power of the chaotic 8 stances. He was constantly depleting the terrifying origin energy around him as he launched terrifying attacks towards the 5 kings. But Ling Xiao knew that his body in this world was between illusion and reality. Therefore, he didn't care if it would exhaust his body's origin energy. He continued to use the 8 paths of reincarnation array to attack the kings. Soon, the kings were at a disadvantage as they were heavily injured by the 6 paths of reincarnation array and Ling Xiao. Their auras became weaker and weaker. Rumble, Ling Xiao's body emitted a blazing divine light as a mysterious aura spread out from his limbs and bones. He directly activated the 4th move of the life reversing art, the power of reincarnation reverse. Behind Ling Xiao, it was as if 3,000 worlds had appeared. Rays of divine light covered the sky as they merged into the kings' bodies. Roar! Roar. 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 5 dragon roars rang out, shaking the heavens. They contained an incomparably terrifying dragon might, and the 5 great kings could not help but reveal a look of fear in their eyes. The scarlet dragon marks that they had originally sealed had all been revealed at this moment. The crimson dragon marks shone brightly as if they were alive. They were like a crimson divine dragon that moved slowly. With the 4th move of the life-reversing art, it was as if the power within was activated. It directly connected with the primordial spirits, physical bodies, and fate of the kings. Xianxia stood in the air as a mysterious aura spread out from his body. 3,000 worlds circled around him as if he was an invincible emperor who controlled all life. Although Purple Cloud King and the other 4 were filled with unwillingness, they could not help but kneel down in front of Xianxia at this moment, deeply submitting to him. Their crimson dragon marks were completely controlled by Xianxia at this moment. Their lives were in Xiao's hands. Submit or die, Xiao said calmly. His voice was like thunder, shaking the world. We are willing to submit. The Purple Cloud King and the other kings were terrified. They could hear the murderous intent in Xiao's voice. It was as if they would be killed immediately if they didn't submit. Very good, Xiao said calmly. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually disappeared, becoming more and more unfathomable. If it weren't for the fact that he needed the power of the 9 kings to open the life-reversing palace, Xiao wouldn't have spared their lives. However, sparing their lives was only temporary. The 9 titled skeleton kings were like snakes and rats, unruly and unruly. Xiao didn't trust them at all. He had already decided to let the Thunder Spirit King become the artifact spirit of the flipping sky seal. Hence, the only outcome for the 9 titled skeleton kings was to become the Thunder Spirit King's nourishment. Master, we can open the life-reversing palace now. As long as Master devours all 8 of them, I will definitely become the artifact spirit of the flipping sky seal and help Master control the flipping sky seal. The Divine Cloud King transmitted his voice to Xiao excitedly. His voice was filled with eagerness and anticipation. That's right. Let's open the life-reversing palace now. As long as you can open the life-reversing palace, you will have made a great contribution. Xiao smiled faintly. Master, don't worry. I swear to follow Master until death. I will be loyal and will never betray you. The Divine Cloud King hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed to Xiao to show his loyalty. However, there was an obscure cold glint in his lowered eyes. As long as he could devour the other 8 titled skeleton kings, his strength would skyrocket. He might even be able to prove his Tao and become a true sage. At that time, what would a mere crimson dragon mark amount to? As for the so-called young master, it was up to him whether he wanted to kill him or not. The Divine Cloud King had already started to daydream. Master, this guy is getting more and more dishonest. Hee. The Thunder Spirit King laughed. He naturally saw through the Divine Cloud King's scheme. He is still useful. After opening the life-reversing palace, he will be useless. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled as a dazzling divine light burst forth. 9 stars appeared in the sky, and a chaotic fog spread out. It was as if an ancient and huge bronze temple had appeared in the sky. That bronze temple exuded an eternal aura. The walls were mottled, revealing the vicissitudes of time. Chaotic aura spread out, making it look ethereal and mysterious. Above the bronze temple, 3 resplendent words lit up. Fate-reversing palace. Ha ha ha. The fate-reversing palace is finally open. I, Zhan Tianqing, am the master of the heaven-flipping seal. Zhan Tianqing's eyes were filled with madness as he laughed loudly. Gung Long, Gung Hu, and the other 8 inheritors were tied to the 8 stone pillars beside him. Their bones were all shattered, and the stars on their foreheads intertwined, exuding a vast power. It was as if they were supporting the opening of the bronze temple. The 8 of them were on the verge of death. It was as if all their life force had been extracted. They were only one step away from death. Zhan Tianqing did not obtain the Hurricane Lily, so in order to open the fate-reversing palace, he did not hesitate to extract the inheritance marks of Gung Long, Gung Hu, and the other inheritors. He sacrificed them and used the power of the God of War bloodline to open the core area at great cost. Whoosh, Zhang Tianqing's body flashed, and he instantly flew toward the fate-reversing palace. At the same time, the terrifying aura of the bronze temple enveloped the entire world of death. At that moment, it was as if everyone looked up and saw the ancient bronze temple in the sky. Oh no! Master, the fate-reversing palace has been opened. But, how is this possible? The divine firmament king trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. At that moment, the 9 kings were all stunned. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. This was the fate-reversing palace. In the past, only the first Empyrean and second Empyrean could open it. However, ever since the first Empyrean and second Empyrean disappeared, the power of the 9 kings had to be gathered to open the fate-reversing palace. However, the 9 kings were still here, and the fate-reversing palace had already been opened. It's Zhang Tianqing. A sharp glint flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes as a name appeared in his mind. Zhang Tianqing possessed the bloodline of the war tribe, and his methods were extremely strange. Other than Zhang Tianqing, Ling Xiao could not think of anyone else who could open the fate-reversing palace. Little friend Long, we must hurry to the fate-reversing palace immediately. If the core of the fate-reversing palace is controlled by someone, then our life and death will be in the hands of that person. Li Qingyun, Pang Gafeng, and Mu Yuanqing also spoke with solemn gazes. Let's go. Ling Xiao said coldly. He leaped up and flew towards the fate-reversing palace in the sky like a bolt of purple lightning. Whoosh! 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 The divine firmament king and the other kings, as well as Li Qingyun and the other experts of the 3 races, also leaped up and followed closely behind Ling Xiao, charging into the fate-reversing palace. The gate of the fate-reversing palace was already open. Dazzling light gushed out from within, containing a vast aura of the saintly way. Ling Xiao led everyone into the fate-reversing palace in a grandiose manner. Long Outyen, you're late. As soon as Ling Xiao entered the fate-reversing palace, he heard a mocking voice. Boom! A small black seal floated in the middle of the fate-reversing palace, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. At that moment, Zhang Tianqing was standing beside the small black seal. His aura had already intertwined with the small black seal, as if he had completely refined it. The array core of the flipping sky seal? Ling Zhao's heart sank slightly as he spoke slowly. The small black seal was thick and ancient. Ling Xiao could sense at a glance that this small black seal was the array core of the flipping sky seal. Smart. Zhang Tianqing smiled faintly. Rumble, the runes in his palm were dazzling. The small black seal buzzed and the fate-reversing palace trembled. The surrounding void vibrated and the 2 ancient gates closed instantly. The array runes in the surroundings appeared and a cold murderous intent locked onto Ling Xiao and the others. In the face of the cold murderous intent, even the 9 great kings changed their expressions. They felt a fatal threat from the array core of the fate-reversing palace. Zhang Tianqing stood in the middle of the fate-reversing palace, holding the array core of the flipping sky seal. He looked like a peerless celestial emperor who controlled the life and death of all living beings. He stared coldly at Ling Xiao and said, Long Outyen, I have refined the array core of the flipping sky seal. From now on, I will be the true owner of the flipping sky seal. Do you want to live or die? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and he said flatly, so what if I want to live? So what if I want to die? He instinctively felt that something was wrong. It was too easy for Zhang Tianqing to refine the array core of the flipping sky seal. If it was that easy, the 9 great kings would have thought of a way to open the fate-reversing palace and refine the array core of the flipping sky seal. The most important thing was that the existence of the 9 titled skeleton kings had its own meaning. If they could open the flipping sky seal and control the core of the formation of the flipping sky seal, it would be meaningless for the Scarlet Dragon War God and the device spirit of the flipping sky seal to leave the 9 titled skeleton kings behind. Ling Xiao kept thinking that there must be something that he had overlooked. Long Outyen, if you want to live, kneel down and kowtow to apologize. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish right now. Zhang Tianqing smiled coldly and there was a trace of cold murderous intent in his eyes. Speaking of which, he had suffered many losses in the hands of Ling Xiao. Whether it was being schemed against by Ling Xiao in the mythical space or being robbed of the red spider lilies in the river of forgetfulness, Zhang Tianqing was extremely angry and hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. Therefore, Zhang Tianqing would not let go of the opportunity to humiliate Ling Xiao. Zhang Tianqing even began to imagine Ling Xiao kneeling in front of him and crying bitterly, begging for his forgiveness. Kowtow to apologize? You think you're worthy? Zhang Tianqing, do you really think that you have control of the flipping sky seal? Ling Xiao suddenly smiled coldly. You don't know what's good for you. You should be able to sense whether I have control of the flipping sky seal or not. As long as I activate the array in the fate-reversing palace, all of you will definitely die. Long Outyen, I think you want to do this the hard way. Zhang Tianqing's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he stared at Ling Xiao. Ignorant. If you have control of the flipping sky seal, why are you still in the inner world of the flipping sky seal? You would have returned to the sect long ago, right? The so-called control of the flipping sky seal is just an illusion. This is not the array core of the flipping sky seal. This is only the array core of the fate-reversing palace. I dare to bet that you have not completely refined it. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Tianqing's expression changed slightly. Long Outyen, I advise you not to test my patience. This is the core of the flipping sky seal. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Zhang Tianqing said coldly with a hint of madness in his eyes. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled as the rainbow blood bead on Zhang Tianqing's chest shone brightly. In an instant, the small black seal in his hand began to spin. The fate-reversing palace began to tremble slightly. In an instant, divine chains of order swept across the sky, suppressing Ling Xiao and the others. The divine chains of order contained a power that could penetrate everything, causing the 9 kings, Li Qingyun, Pang Gufeng, and Mu Yuanqing to feel their scalps go numb. Their eyes were filled with incomparably solemn expressions. Boom, however, at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly leaped up. Mysterious light bloomed around his body. Behind him, chaotic fog filled the air. The vast 3,000 worlds appeared, and a mysterious aura of life and death enveloped the entire fate-reversing palace. Ling Xiao slapped his palm toward Zhang Tianqing. To be exact, he slapped toward the small black seal in Zhang Tianqing's hand. Kacha, runes rose from Ling Xiao's palm. The 3,000 worlds seemed to be annihilated at this moment, turning into a vast force of reincarnation. The small black seal in Zhang Tianqing's palm suddenly began to tremble. It emitted waves of agitation and instantly devoured the vast force of reincarnation. The small black seal trembled slightly and wanted to fly toward Ling Xiao. What? Zhang Tianqing's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He frantically moved the rainbow blood bead in his chest, trying to control the small black seal. Buzz, the small black seal trembled in the void. It circled between Ling Xiao and Zhang Tianqing as if it was struggling. In the fate-reversing palace, the power of the array that had been awakened gradually dissipated. The divine chains of order broke inch by inch and then disappeared into the fate-reversing palace. What's going on? The 9 great kings were all stunned, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. They had never entered the fate-reversing palace before, so they did not know what was inside. Initially, when Zhang Tianqing controlled the small black seal, it was as if he controlled the array core of the flipping sky seal. They had even begun to feel despair. But unexpectedly, the situation was reversed in the blink of an eye. So that's what little friend Long meant. Zhang Tianqing did not manage to refine the black seal completely. Our little friend Long seems to have mastered a secret technique that allows him to control the power of the black seal. They are now fighting for control of the black seal. Li Qingyun's eyes lit up as if he had discovered something. If that's the case, little friend Long still has a good chance of seizing control of the black seal. Why don't we attack together and kill this Zhang Tianqing? A trace of killing intent flashed in Pang Gufeng's eyes as he said slowly. The 9 kings were also tempted, especially the divine firmament king. He looked at Zhang Tianqing with a malicious gaze. Damn it! How can he control the core of the cyclic sky seal? Zhang Tianqing could not believe it, and his eyes were filled with coldness. He did not manage to refine the black seal completely. Without the power of the 9 kings, Zhang Tianqing would not have been able to refine the black seal. Instead, he had used the bloodline of the war tribe to forcefully refine it. He had managed to refine 90% of the black seal. It was just that Zhang Tianqing could not refine the last 10% no matter what. But now, Long Outyen had used a secret technique that he did not know of to refine the last 10%. The two of them were in a stalemate. And Ling Zhao's inspiration came from the fate-reversing palace. The core of the cyclic sky seal was the fate-reversing palace. This was not a random name. Ling Zhao immediately thought of the fate-reversing technique. Perhaps the fate-reversing technique was the key to controlling the cyclic sky seal. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use the fate-reversing technique. He had gambled on Zhang Tianqing not being able to control the black seal completely. He had won the bet. Ling Zhao also realized that Zhang Tianqing was able to control the black seal because he had ignited the power of the war tribe bloodline. As Ling Zhao used the fate-reversing technique, the black seal seemed to want to fly towards him. However, it was firmly controlled by Zhang Tianqing's bloodline. Rumble, Pang Gufeng and Mu Yuanqing exchanged glances and instantly charged towards Zhang Tianqing. They could also see the stalemate between Ling Zhao and Zhang Tianqing. Perhaps if they killed Zhang Tianqing, Ling Zhao would be able to completely refine the core of the cyclic sky seal. However, Zhang Tianqing's body glowed with resplendent light. Runes bloomed one after another, forming a vast and mysterious boundary. Pang Gufeng and Mu Yuanqing's attacks didn't even leave a mark on it. Don't waste your energy. Zhang Tianqing now has partial control over it. I'm afraid none of us can hurt him. Li Qingyun said slowly. Let's attack together and help Master. At that moment, the divine Firmament King's eyes flashed. Terrifying energy erupted from his body and surged towards Ling Zhao. Rumble, the 9 kings all understood the divine Firmament King's intention. They activated their energy at the same time, turning it into beams of dazzling divine light that poured into Ling Zhao's body. The energy of the 9 kings intertwined and formed a perfect balance in Ling Zhao's body. A faint chaotic glow spread out and surged towards the black seal. Ling Zhao had only relied on the fate-reversing technique to control 10% of the black seal. Now that the energy of the 9 kings surged over, Ling Zhao was like a tiger that had grown wings. He continuously eroded the black seal. 20%, 30%, 40%. Seeing the changes in the black seal, Zhang Tianqing's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he roared. No. He had been so close to completely controlling the cyclic sky seal, but he had not expected Ling Zhao to turn the tables at the crucial moment. Ling Zhao had slowly taken control of the core of the array. Zhang Tianqing was about to go crazy, but there was nothing he could do. Rumble, the power of the 9 kings fused together, forming the complete Great Tao of Death. In Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, the mysterious Great Tao immortal flower bloomed, and a mysterious Tao fruit seemed to emerge from the void of chaos. The Tao fruit represented the true meaning of the Great Tao and contained the origin of the Great Tao. Forming the Tao fruit also meant that one had broken through to the sage realm. The red spider lily contained the origin of the Great Tao of Death, but with Ling Zhao's cultivation base and realm, he shouldn't have been able to comprehend the Great Tao of Death so quickly. However, the 9 kings had been constantly comprehending the Great Tao of Death for 1,000,000 years, and had even gone from death to life. Their comprehension had reached the pinnacle, and now their power poured into Ling Zhao's body at the same time, helping him comprehend the Great Tao of Death to perfection and condense the Tao of Death fruit. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled, and a terrifying power erupted from Ling Zhao's body. His originally purple bones were now filled with boundless vitality, and in an instant, his entire body was wrapped up. Flesh and blood gradually grew, and Ling Zhao's body exuded a vitality as vigorous as the sea. It was as if he had been resurrected from the dead, and his aura became even more terrifying. Bolts of lightning bloomed, and a mysterious Tao voice sang in the void. Ling Zhao had gone from death to life, and the flesh and blood all over his body were condensed, exuding a wave of power that shook heaven and earth. The black Tao of Death floated above his head, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled around him. Light blazed, and his aura instantly suppressed everything, causing the entire fate-reversing palace to resonate with him. This is the Saint Realm? Little friend Long has actually proven his Tao and become a saint with the Great Tao of Death? Li Qingyun, Pang Gufeng, and Mu Yuanqing were all dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They never thought that Ling Zhao would prove his Tao and become a saint in front of him. That was a supreme saint who had enlightened all living beings, dominated the world, and controlled the Great Tao's origin. How could he have achieved it so easily? Everyone's heart was filled with a surreal feeling. At this moment, the 9 kings were all complaining incessantly, and there was even a trace of fear in their eyes. They could feel that as Ling Xiao condensed the Tao of Death, the energy in their bodies was flowing uncontrollably into Ling Xiao's body. There was no way to stop it, and in the blink of an eye, the power they had accumulated over 1,000,000 years was completely devoured by Ling Xiao. Buzz, at this moment, the small black seal trembled slightly, and in an instant, an unparalleled divine power surged in, expelling Zhang Tianqing's will, and Ling Xiao refined the small black seal in an instant. Crack, there was a blazing sound of thunder, and in an instant, the world exploded. The surroundings shook, and beams of chaotic light were dazzling. Ling Xiao seemed to have become the ruler of this world. He waved his hand, and immediately, divine light filled the sky, enveloping Zhang Tianqing and the other 8 inheritors. No. The flipping sky seal is mine, mine. Zhang Tianqing's eyes, and his eyes were filled with indignation and anger, and indignation. However, after Ling Xiao had completely refined the core of the array formation of the flipping sky seal, Zhang Tianqing and the other inheritors could no longer stay in this world. They were immediately pushed out. What a pity! Ling Xiao said faintly. His eyes shone with a bright light. None of the inheritors had entered this world with their true bodies. They had only used part of their primordial spirits. Furthermore, due to the effects of the inheritance imprint, they had directly taken over the body of a skeleton. Hence, even if they killed Zhang Tianqing and the others, it would be useless. Moreover, Ling Xiao had taken control of the flipping sky seal's legacy mark and condensed the Tao of Death in this world. He had no time to kill the primordial spirits of Zhang Tianqing and the others. But Ling Xiao did not care. From now on, he was the only owner of the flipping sky seal. Master, please spare our lives. King Divine Firmament and the other kings pleaded with Ling Xiao, their eyes full of pleading. They could feel that the power in their bodies was rapidly draining, and even their vitality was slowly dissipating. They could already feel the threat of death. Ling Xiao had no intention of stopping after refining the array core. He continued to devour the power of the 9 of them. To completely control and activate the flipping sky seal, I need the power of the 9 of you. This is your honor. Thunder Spirit King, I'll leave it to you. Ling Xiao said calmly. Suddenly, the Thunder Spirit King's body flashed and appeared. He swallowed the black seal that Ling Xiao had thrown to him. Hee, don't worry, Master. The Thunder Spirit King laughed and then looked at the 9 kings with evil intentions. He controlled the power of the array core and rushed toward the 9 kings. After refining the array core, Ling Xiao understood that to completely control the flipping sky seal, he had to integrate the power of the 9 kings. It could be said that the only destiny of the 9 kings was to help the owner of the flipping sky seal control the flipping sky seal. Ling Xiao had decided to let the Thunder Spirit King become the device spirit of the flipping sky seal. Therefore, he let the Thunder Spirit King devour the 9 kings. The 9 kings screamed, but Ling Xiao was not moved. Soon, the 9 kings were all devoured by the Thunder Spirit King. Rumble, the Thunder Spirit King's body shone brightly and emitted a vast and mysterious aura. The entire fate-reversing palace began to shake. Just one more step. Ling Xiao's eyes showed a trace of reluctance, but in the end, he made up his mind. The Death Dao fruit flew directly towards the Thunder Spirit King, blooming with bright light. In an instant, it merged with the Thunder Spirit King. If the Thunder Spirit King wanted to become the device spirit of the flipping sky seal, it was not enough to just devour the power of the 9 kings. He also needed the Death Dao fruit. Therefore, Ling Xiao decisively gave the Death Dao fruit to the Thunder Spirit King. Ling Xiao became a saint in one step only because he was in the world of death. Ling Xiao was not willing to become a saint just like that. He had bigger ambitions, therefore, giving the Death Dao fruit to the Thunder Spirit King was the best choice. Boom, the aura of the Thunder Spirit King became more and more terrifying. Soon, it surpassed the limit of the 9th Revolution half-saint and reached a mysterious realm. It was as if he was the master of this world. He could mobilize the supreme power with every move. The strong sense of power made the Thunder Spirit King a little lost. However, he immediately reacted and knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. The Thunder Spirit King greets the master. I am willing to be Master Spear, Master Sword, and Master Spear, even if I die 100 times. The Thunder Spirit King looked very serious. Then, a 9-colored blood bead floated out from his body and turned into a mysterious talisman in the void. It flew toward Ling Xiao in an instant. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and merged the talisman into his sea of consciousness. Congratulations on becoming the owner of the Flipping Sky Seal. Little friend Long, you're a genius. We admire you. The owner of the Flipping Sky Seal deserves it. Li Qingyun, Pang Gufeng, and Mu Yuanxing said seriously. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Ling Xiao had become the owner of the Flipping Sky Seal and had complete control over it. Even the 9 kings had died in his hands. Li Qingyun and the other 2 knew that they would soon leave the world of the Flipping Sky Seal and return to their homeland. Many thanks to the 3 elders. The Panga clan, Fengshui family, and Toon King City will soon return to the divine world. However, the enemies of the 3 clans have unfathomable forces in the divine world. If you return now, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 of them and said seriously. Little friend Long is right. Our deaths are not regrettable, but we must find the young master. We can give up the lives of the Fengshui family, Toon King City, and even the Panga clan. As long as the young master is still alive, we still have hope. Li Qingyun said seriously. His eyes were filled with the determination to die. Young master? Who is the young master you're talking about? Ling Xiao asked curiously. He had never heard the 3 of them talk about the so-called young master. This so-called young master made Ling Xiao very curious. After all, the Panga clan was an emperor clan. They were the descendants of great Emperor Pangu. The Fengshui family and Toon King City were the tomb keepers of great Emperor Pangu. The young master is actually the direct descendant of great Emperor Pangu. He's the son of great Emperor Pangu. He's also our young master. Li Qingyun said seriously. What? This time, Ling Xiao was shocked. The direct descendant of great Emperor Pangu was still alive in this world? Little friend Long, you don't know. It's true that the Fengshui family and Toon King City are the tomb keepers of great Emperor Pangu, but more importantly, we're the tomb keepers of the young master. During the 9 Emperors era, the human clan was weak. Great Emperor Pangu fought bloody battles and swept across the world. In the end, he even shed blood in the sky and won the most precious time for the human clan. The young master had been sealed by great Emperor Pangu for billions of years and had only been reborn 1,000,000 years ago. Although the Hua tribe and the Heavenly Curse sect coveted the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the Pangu axe, more importantly, the news was leaked. They knew that the young lord was born and wanted to kill the young lord before he grew stronger. 1,000,000 years have passed, and we don't know where the young master is at this moment, but we believe that the young master is definitely not dead, so we must find the young master. Li Qingyun said seriously. That's right. The son of great Emperor Pangu is the pride of the Panga clan, and the young master is the clan leader of the Panga clan. As long as he is alive, there is hope for the Panga clan. Pang Gufeng said with reddened eyes. So, little friend Long, please let us go. No matter what the consequences are, we will bear all the consequences. We will not implicate little friend Long. Mu Yuanxing bowed deeply towards Ling Xiao. Seniors, please rise. This junior doesn't dare. I wonder what's the name of the young master you're talking about. Why don't I ask around for you first? You don't want to implicate the young master because of your appearance, right? Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. His original intention was to let the 3 tribes hide in the Flipping Sky Seal for a period of time until he found a safe place to let them leave. He did not expect them to be so impatient that they would even put aside a life-and-death battle for the sake of the young master. Ling Xiao admired them and respected great Emperor Pangu who fought for the human tribe. Therefore, he was willing to do something for the Panga clan. Li Qingyun, Pang Gufeng, and Mu Yuanxing hesitated. Ling Xiao had indeed spoken their minds. They would not regret their deaths, but if they implicated the young master, they would not be able to redeem themselves even if they died 100 times. The young master's name is Panga Tiangang. Finally, Pang Gufeng and the other 2 looked at each other and slowly said a name. What? Senior brother Tiangang? It was Ling Zhao's turn to be shocked. He also did not expect that the young master mentioned by the three was actually senior brother Tiangang. No wonder he sensed a vast and terrifying seal within eldest senior brother Big Dipper's body, hiding a powerful bloodline power. It turned out that eldest senior brother Big Dipper was the son of Great Emperor Pengu, a true Great Emperor bloodline. Little friend Long, you know the young master? Li Qingyun, Pengu Feng, and Mu Yuanqing suddenly became excited, their eyes filled with incomparable anticipation. Ling Xiao nodded and said, the three elders are right. If I'm not wrong, the young master you're talking about is my senior brother, Tiangang. He's currently in the War God Temple. Ling Xiao recounted how he met Tiangang and how he discovered Tiangong's Pengu bloodline. The heavens really pity my Pengu clan. The young master is not dead, he's not dead. He's still alive. Pengu Feng's eyes were wet, his old face filled with tears of excitement. His body was trembling violently, and such an adult was crying like a child. Li Qingyun and Mu Yuanqing were also trembling, so excited that they couldn't control themselves. In fact, they were incomparably worried in their hearts. After all, they had stayed in this world of death for millions of years. Whether the young master was dead or alive, the hope was probably very slim. They could only comfort themselves that the young master was still alive. Now that they heard news of Tiangang from Ling Xiao's mouth, they were wild with joy, as if their bitter wait for so many years was finally not in vain. After waiting for the three of them to calm down a little, Ling Xiao said slowly, "Three elders, now that you know the news of senior brother Tiangang, you should be relieved, right? For the sake of senior brother Tiangong's safety, I suggest you stay here for now. After I leave, I'll find an opportunity to bring senior brother Tiangang to see you." "Many thanks, little friend Long. I can't thank you enough. Everything will be decided by little friend Long." Li Qingyun, Pengu Feng, and Mu Yuanqing said seriously, then directly knelt down and bowed deeply to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and hurriedly went forward to help them up. However, these three old men were incomparably stubborn, and insisted on bowing deeply to Ling Xiao before standing up. "Three elders, you can go back and wait for now. I'll bring senior brother Tiangang to see you very soon," Ling Xiao said seriously, making another promise. Li Qingyun, Pengu Feng, and Mu Yuanqing left with incomparable excitement. "Master, I didn't expect Tiangang to be the son of Great Emperor Pengu. This is too unbelievable." Thunder Spirit King also exclaimed. That was the son of a great emperor. With the prestige of the 9 great emperors of the human race, as long as the son of a great emperor appeared, his prestige would definitely surpass that of an ordinary sage. This matter must be kept a secret. Wait until I see senior brother Tiangang first. Now, it's time for us to leave. Inside War Mountain. The cyclic sky seal was like an ancient sacred mountain, floating in the mysterious chaotic void. It was heavy and ancient, and it contained a power that made the heavens and earth tremble. Suddenly, a light flashed above the cyclic sky seal, and 8 figures appeared. They were Zhan Tianqing, Gung Long, and Gung Hu. "Long Outyen, you stole my cyclic sky seal and my opportunity. I will not forgive you." Zhan Tianqing's eyes were bloodshot, and he exuded a strong murderous aura. He roared, and the sky shook violently. What happened? Did we fail? Gung Long, Gung Hu, and the other 6 were confused. They looked at the huge cyclic sky seal, and they could not remember what had happened. After leaving the cyclic sky seal, their memories of the cyclic sky seal had been erased. However, Zhan Tianqing had the bloodline of the war tribe. Hence, he remembered everything that had happened clearly. Especially when he recalled that Ling Xiao had snatched the array core of the flipping sky seal from him, he almost went mad with hatred. "Senior brother Zhan, you mean the cyclic sky seal is in Long Outyen's hands? How is that possible?" Gung Long and Gung Hu trembled, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They had even forgotten that Zhan Tianqing had sacrificed the 7 of them in the world of death to open the fate-reversing palace. Swoosh! 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 At that moment, the void in the distance shone brightly. Lu Wenzheng, Lei Qianjue, Xing Jun, and the other members of the War God Hall appeared in the middle of War Mountain. They stared at Zhan Tianqing and the others with different expressions. "Tianqing, did you make the cyclic sky seal recognize you as its master?" Lei Xianxia stared at Zhang Tianqing and asked impatiently. Zhang Tianqing froze, and his face darkened. He shook his head and said nothing. You still failed? But it doesn't matter. For millions of years, no one has been able to make the cyclic sky seal recognize you as its master. It's not your fault. Where's Long Outyin? He dared to kill Huang Wuji of the 9 imperial gates. This is a heinous crime. No one can save him this time. Lei Qianjue was a little disappointed, but he still comforted Zhang Tianqing. When he mentioned Ling Xiao, a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. That's right. This time, no one could save him. The Grand Elder of the 9 imperial gates has already arrived at my war god shrine to denounce us. The sect has already decided that as long as we can verify that Long Outyin killed Huang Wuji, we will hand him over to the 9 imperial gates for punishment. Xingjun sneered and said. Humph. Lei Qianjue, Xingjun, it's too early to say anything. We don't even know if Long Outyin was the one who killed Huang Wuji. Aren't you afraid that the other disciples will be disappointed if you slander them like this? Lu Wenjing's expression was extremely ugly as he said coldly. That's not right. Zhang Tianqing, why are there only 8 of you? Where did Long Outyin go? Could it be? At that moment, Yang Fan, who was dressed in white, suddenly asked Zhang Tianxing with a glint in his eyes. Could it be that Long Outyin has already made the cyclic sky seal recognize him as its master? Lu Wenjing's body also trembled, and he immediately became excited. Martial Uncle Lu, you're truly delusional. Zhang Tianqing has the bloodline of the war tribe, but even he couldn't make the cyclic sky seal recognize him as its master. Who does Long Outyin think he is? Is he even worthy of making the cyclic sky seal recognize him as its master? Xingjun sneered, and his eyes were filled with disdain. However, the sneer on his face quickly froze. Zhang Tianqing nodded, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness as he said, that's right. Long Outyin has indeed made the cyclic sky seal recognize him as its master. Zhang Tianqing's words shocked everyone, and their faces were filled with disbelief. That was the cyclic sky seal, and no one had been able to make it recognize him as its master for millions of years. When they heard that Long Outyin had become its master, they almost thought that there was something wrong with their ears. Tianqing, are you sure? Lei Qianjue's expression was extremely ugly as he stared at Zhang Tianqing and asked again. That's right. Originally, I had already obtained the array core of the cyclic sky seal, but Long Outyin used a despicable method to take control of the cyclic sky seal from me. Zhang Tianqing's handsome face was extremely contorted, and he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. It's true. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Long Outyin had actually become the master of the cyclic sky seal. Now that the cyclic sky seal had recognized him as its master, it meant that Battle Hall was about to rise. With Long Outyin in control of the cyclic sky seal, he would become the true master of Battle Hall. A hall master and a true disciple could not be compared to each other. Now, would the sect still hand Long Outyin over to the 9 imperial gates? When they thought of this, everyone became excited. Many of them had wanted to come and watch the show. They wanted to see how Long Outyin, who had wreaked havoc in Battle Hall, would deal with the supreme elder of the 9 imperial gates. However, reality slapped them hard in the face, and they were completely dumbfounded. Ha 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 ha. I knew that Long Outyin would be able to control the cyclic sky seal and become the master of Battle Hall. God bless Battle Hall. God bless Battle Hall. Lu Wenjing laughed loudly, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He danced around like a child, and his eyes were wet. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. For millions of years, Battle Hall had been on the decline, but he had never given up. Now that the cyclic sky seal had finally recognized him as its master, Lu Wenjing could already see Battle Hall rising like the sun, shining with unstoppable divine light. Damn it! Lei Qianjue and Xingjun's expressions were extremely ugly, and they unconsciously clenched their fists. Zhang Tianqing, who they thought highly of, had failed, and Long Outyin, who they hated the most, had succeeded. It was as if the heavens had played a huge joke on them. Zhang Tianqing suddenly raised his head and said to Lei Qianjue and Xingjun, I can testify that Huang Wuji was killed by Long Outyin. Zhang Tianqing's words made Lei Qianjue and Xing Jun tremble, and their eyes lit up. Long Outyen was still a true disciple, and he had not officially become the master of Battle Hall. Even if he had the cyclic sky seal, the sect could still force him to hand it over. As long as they could prove that Long Outyen had killed Huang Wuji, they could push for Long Outyen to be handed over to the 9 imperial gates. Then, who would be the most suitable successor for the cyclic sky seal? It could only be Zhang Tianqing. Lei Qianjue immediately said righteously, Tianqing, do you have any proof? If Long Outyen really killed Huang Wuji and destroyed the alliance between the Combat God Temple and the 9 imperial gates, then he is an evil person. He is not fit to be a disciple of the Combat God Temple, and he is not fit to control the cyclic sky seal. That's right. If we can prove that Long Outyen killed Huang Wuji, then he has violated the rules of the Combat God Temple. As the enforcement elder, it is my duty to kill this insolent person. The moment Lei Qianjue and Xing Jun spoke, everyone's expression changed. They suddenly realized that even if Long Outyen had become the owner of the sky-flipping seal, he was still just a true disciple. If it was proven that Huang Wuji was killed by Long Outyen, the Grand Elder of the 9 imperial gates would not let Long Outyen off the hook. The sect would not offend a sage patriarch for a mere immortal king disciple. Zhang Tianqing, don't you dare accuse me. The Grand Elder of the 9 imperial gates has already said that he found your aura at the place where Huang Wuji died. I think you are the one who killed Huang Wuji. Don't even think about framing Long Outyen. Lu Wenjing said coldly. Long Outyen was the hope of the Battle Temple. If anyone dared to harm Long Outyen, he would not hesitate to kill them. Zhang Tianqing said coldly, I saw Huang Wuji in the Divine Cloud Valley in the mythical dimension. He was also there to capture thunder spirits to train his cultivation. He also had a dispute with Long Outyen. Later, when the Divine Cloud Palace opened, Long Outyen used a despicable scheme to injure me and the Thunder Spirit King in order to obtain the Divine Cloud Saint's heritage. In the end, he reaped the benefits and even made the Thunder Spirit King acknowledge him as his master. After that, I left the Divine Cloud Valley and heard the news of Huang Wuji's death. Long Outyen must have wanted to frame me by finding my aura at the place where Huang Wuji died. It is actually very simple to find out the truth. All you need to do is to go through the St. Dao Heart Inquisition. I dare to go through the St. Dao Heart Inquisition, but does Long Outyen dare to? Lu Wenjing's expression changed instantly. He knew that Huang Wuji had died at Ling Zhao's hands. Zhang Tianqing dared to go through the St. Dao Heart Inquisition, but Ling Zhao definitely could not. Under the St. Dao Heart Inquisition, one's life and thoughts would be out of control. All the secrets hidden in one's heart would be revealed. It was like taking off one's clothes in front of everyone. There would be no more secrets. What was more important was not killing Huang Wuji, but the wordless book on Ling Xiao. Once the wordless book was exposed, the consequences would be thousands of times worse than killing Huang Wuji. By then, even the Battle Temple would not be able to protect Ling Xiao would become the enemy of the world. Lei Qianjue sneered and said, that's right. It was very simple to find out who the real culprit was. I want to see how Long Outyen is going to quibble under the St. Dao Heart questioning. Everyone had different expressions on their faces, and the atmosphere had become incomparably subtle. Rumble, at this moment, the flipping sky seal in the distance suddenly began to tremble. An ancient and heavy aura emanated from it. Divine might permeated the air, containing fluctuations that shook the heavens and the earth. In an instant, tens of thousands of rays of light bloomed. The entire War Mountain began to shake as a vast and unparalleled devouring power emanated from the flipping sky seal. War Mountain's entire body glowed, and the boundless energy of the world flocked over and fused into War Mountain. War Mountain trembled. Mysterious saintly way markings appeared on it like divine chains of order. They circled around War Mountain as if it had been completely awakened. Grand bells, grand Dao sounds, heavenly flowers, golden lotuses, all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared on War Mountain. Apart from Lu Wenjing and the other disciples of War Hall, everyone who was originally in the belly of the mountain was swept out of War Mountain by a powerful force. The huge cyclic sky seal shone brightly and directly flew out of the belly of the mountain and floated above War Mountain. A young man in a snow-white robe stood on the cyclic sky seal. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone like stars. He was surrounded by an endless amount of chaotic chi. He had an invincible and extraordinary demeanor. "It's Long Out Yen," someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with shock. Who else could the young man on the flipping sky seal be but Long Out Yen? Junior brother Long has really mastered the flipping sky seal. Ha ha ha. Tiangang and the rest laughed excitedly. Hee ha, hee ha, hee ha. This brat is in the limelight again. The black donkey opened its eyes wide and said unhappily. Big Brother Long, you're so powerful. Staring at its furry head, the purple lightning lion looked very cute. Its eyes were clear and pure, filled with admiration as it spoke in a childish voice. Swoosh! 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 The entire war god hall was shaken by the aura of the flipping sky seal. Divine consciousness intertwined, vast and terrifying. All of it was projected onto War Mountain and onto Ling Xiao, who was on the flipping sky seal. At this moment, Ling Xiao was the center of attention. Rumble, following the appearance of the flipping sky seal, bolts of lightning fell from the 9 heavens and enveloped the entire War Mountain. The purple lightning contained a vast amount of vitality and poured down like a waterfall. Thus, everyone saw an incomparably magical scene. The originally bare War Mountain began to exude a vast amount of vitality. Seeds burrowed out from the soil and the cracks in the rocks. Then, they quickly sprouted and began to grow. In front of everyone's eyes, there was a green light that was like a sea of vitality. The seeds grew into towering trees. The buds grew into gorgeous flowers. Grass spread out and hung on the mountain walls like vines. All kinds of strange fruits grew. Snow-white apes, dancing red-crowned cranes, and herds of mountain deer all appeared on War Mountain. Water filled the air, forming a vast waterfall that flowed through the forest and formed a clear stream that shimmered under the sunlight. Exuberant vitality filled the air. Waterfalls and springs flowed on War Mountain. Multicolored light shone in all directions. Ancient trees towered into the sky. All kinds of strange flowers and plants bloomed. Spiritual mist filled the air. The originally barren War Mountain became like a paradise. Heaven and earth changed. The changes on War Mountain were even more magical than heaven and earth. But this was not the end. Auspicious purple energy rose and enveloped the entire War Mountain. Flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses bloomed from the ground. The mysterious sound of the Grand Tao resounded on War Mountain. It seemed to contain the truth of the Grand Tao, forming an ocean of the Grand Tao's true meaning. An incomparably mysterious power of laws was displayed before everyone. Whether it was Celestial Dipper, Xian Wang, Tainyo, the Black Donkey, the Purple Lightning Lion, or even Lu Wenjing, they couldn't help but sit down cross-legged at this moment. Their faces were filled with incomparable ecstasy. Their bodies were enveloped by the Grand Tao's true meaning. Their cultivations and realms were rapidly increasing. Just a trace of the Grand Tao's true meaning from War Mountain was enough to enlighten those outside. It was comparable to cultivating for several years. It was hard to imagine what kind of heaven-defying fortune Lu Wenjing and the others had on War Mountain. Everyone revealed a look of extreme jealousy. And all of this was caused by Long Out Yen on War Mountain. The entire War Mountain was like a withered tree receiving a new lease of life. After millions of years of silence, it finally began to blossom with boundless vitality. Moreover, because the flipping sky seal finally had an owner, this supreme treasure had activated the vast laws of heaven and earth, allowing the disciples of War Temple to obtain an unimaginable fortune. The power of the 5 elements gathered between heaven and earth. Yin and Yang divine light crisscrossed. The true meaning of the Great Tao poured into the bodies of Tiangang and the others, allowing their cultivation to soar by leaps and bounds. Originally, if a divine king expert wanted to break through to the half-step saint realm, they had to comprehend the true meaning of the Great Tao and form their own Saint Tao origin before they could break through. This process was extremely long. Even many genius disciples would spend countless years in the Divine King realm before they could comprehend the true meaning of the Great Tao. Just like the dean of the Aries College, Tong Yuan, who had been stuck at the Great Perfection Divine King realm for thousands of years. This was a process of polishing one's state of mind, cultivation, and comprehension of the true meaning of the Great Tao. If one did not have heaven-defying luck and opportunity, it would be impossible to achieve it overnight. Even if Tiangang and the others were extremely talented, they would still need to cultivate for at least hundreds or even thousands of years before they could break through to the semi-sage realm. However, they had encountered a supreme fortune and opportunity that had shortened this process by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Their Tao heart had reached perfection and their cultivation had reached perfection. They had gradually found their own Saint Tao in the process of absorbing the true meaning of the great Tao of the heavens. Rumble, a mysterious Saint Tao aura emanated from Tiangang and the others, making their aura incomparably mysterious. It contained a majestic power, as if they were about to break through at any time. They are breaking through to the half-step saint realm? Someone exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why would War Mountain have such a great fortune? Could it be that all of this was caused by that guy called Long Outyen? A disciple's eyes were filled with jealousy. It should be known that breaking through to the half-step saint realm was a major event in any immortal sacred ground. The sect would hold a celebration to qualify the person to be promoted to a true disciple. In the 12 immortal sacred grounds, saint realm experts were the foundation. A half-step saint was the most promising person to become a saint. Their status would also become unparalleled, far surpassing that of divine king disciples. If more than a dozen people from War Mountain were to advance to the half-step sage realm, then it would be a major event that would shock the entire War God Temple. It wasn't caused by Long Outyen. It's the cyclic heavenly seal. That's right. 1,000,000 years ago, the War Hall was the head of the 9 branches. It was a magnificent place with many powerful cultivators. The Scarlet Dragon War God controlled the sky-flipping seal and swept across the world. Could it be that Battle Hall is going to recreate the scene from 1,000,000 years ago? A few of the elders with aged faces seemed to have thought of something and were filled with shock. Rumble, at that moment, the cyclic sky seal emitted a brilliant light. It enveloped the entire mountain in an instant, forming a dazzling boundary. It locked in the mysterious precept and true meaning of the Great Path. The trace of aura that had leaked out had also disappeared. The disciples gathered outside War Mountain all showed a look of regret. It should be known that just a trace of aura from the cyclic sky seal had made them feel that they had obtained a great fortune. It was comparable to a few months of bitter cultivation. On War Mountain, Tiangong's qi and blood surged. In an instant, the surrounding void trembled. A majestic true meaning of the holy way gushed out from his body. It seemed that he could no longer suppress his cultivation and was about to break through to the half-step sage realm. Oh no! A sharp light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. He immediately controlled the cyclic sky seal. A majestic sealing power shot out from the cyclic sky seal and poured into Tiangong's body. It suppressed his violent cultivation and prevented him from breaking through to the half-step sage realm. After all, Tiangang had just broken through to the great divine king realm. He had obtained enough fortune today. If he forcibly broke through to the half-step sage realm now, his foundation would be unstable. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not want him to break through like this. More importantly, Ling Xiao could feel that the bloodline seal in Tiangong's body seemed to be unable to suppress it anymore. Tiangang was the son of great Emperor Penghu. Most importantly, the Chinese and Heavenly Curse sect in the divine world were probably constantly monitoring the bloodline of the Penghu clan. If Tiangang exposed the bloodline of the Penghu clan when he broke through to the half-step sage realm, a great disaster would befall him instantly. If the Chinese and Heavenly Curse sect joined forces, the War God Hall would not be able to resist them. Moreover, it was impossible for the War God Hall to resist the 2 superpowers for Tiangang. Then, Ling Xiao continuously used the sealing power to seal the cultivation of Xianwang, Tainyo, Black Donkey, and the others. He helped them suppress their cultivation and prevented them from breaking through to the half-step sage realm. He only allowed them to continue comprehending the vast true meaning of the great Tao to strengthen their foundation. The flipping sky seal had accumulated power for millions of years. Just a few of the remaining waves were enough to allow Tiangang and the others to obtain supreme fortune. Even great elder Lu Wenjing's vitality became vigorous. Although his cultivation did not break through, his aura had become much stronger. Rumble, heaven and earth shook and the entire War Mountain changed greatly. The War Mountain was majestic. Ancient trees towered into the sky and old vines surrounded it. All kinds of exotic flowers and herbs were in full bloom, exuding a strange fragrance. All kinds of rare birds and beasts were roaming in the forest. Waterfalls and springs were flowing, strange rocks were strange, and vast spiritual mist shrouded the forest. It made people feel comfortable all over with just a sniff. The war god hall at the top of the mountain shone with thousands of auspicious lights. It was ancient and mysterious, causing the void to tremble violently. The vicissitudes of life and the ancient aura seemed to be telling everyone about the glory of the war god hall. Xianxia stood in the air. His white robe was whiter than snow. His slender figure was handsome and his face was calm. His body exuded a mysterious glow and was shrouded in a faint chaotic mist. It was as if he had become the center of the entire world. More importantly, the flipping sky seal had shrunk to the size of a fist and landed in his palm. It was as black as ink, but it exuded a destructive and suppressive aura. The flipping sky seal and the war god hall complemented each other. Xiao's eyes seemed to have the power to see through people's hearts. Even Lei Qianjue, Xingjun, and the others did not dare to look into Xiao's eyes. They could not help but lower their heads. The flipping sky seal should have been mine. It's mine. Zhang Tianqing's handsome face was contorted and filled with crazy killing intent and jealousy. In front of Xiao, he had an inexplicable feeling that he was not as good as Xiao. This made him, who had always been arrogant, filled with anger and killing intent. This man must not be allowed to live. Lei Qianjue and Xingjun looked at each other and saw the fear and killing intent in each other's eyes. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled. Dazzling light bloomed in the distant void as powerful auras swept across the sky. The news that Xiao wielded the flipping sky seal had spread throughout the war god temple. Even the war god of the war god temple was alarmed. He was dressed in white and looked magnificent. His temperament was transcendent. His body was shrouded in a faint glow and his face could not be seen clearly. However, the vast power of the saint path caused the void to tremble. The great path immortal flower floated out of the void. Golden lotuses filled the air and a mysterious vision lingered between heaven and earth. Everyone could not help but tremble. The war god supreme of the war god temple had arrived. Greetings, war god. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe. They bowed to the white-clothed war god one after another. Their voices were like thunder that shook the sky. Rise. The war god said indifferently as his gaze fell on Xiao in the void. Beside the war god was an old man with white hair and beard. He wore a luxurious violet robe and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He seemed like a transcendent being with an extremely dignified appearance. His aura was extremely powerful as well. He was a saint as well. Behind the old man stood a middle-aged man in a purple robe and a young man with an arrogant face. Their auras were extremely powerful. The middle-aged man in the purple robe was a 9th Revolution half-saint. Even the arrogant young man was a 3rd Revolution half-saint. People from the 9 Imperial Gates? Xiao's eyes flashed. He immediately sensed that the old man with white hair and beard and the people behind him were from the 9 Imperial Gates. They did not seem to have good intentions. Lord Battle God, is this Long Out Yan? I did not expect that after a million years of decline, there would be someone who could wield the flipping sky seal today. Congratulations. However, if this man really kills my grandson, please do not stop him, war god. When the white-haired elder saw the changes in Zhan Mountain, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Finally, his gaze landed on Xiao. It was incomparably deep, as if he wanted to see through Xiao from head to toe. However, Xiao had used the heaven-shrouding secret skill at this moment. His entire person looked like a piece of chaos. Although the old man was a sage, he could not see through Xiao's true state. He really came for Huang Wuji. Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but sneer. The war god's expression was very calm, as if he didn't have any expression. Yang Fan, who was dressed in white, cupped his hands towards the old man and said, "Holy Emperor, we don't know how Huang Wuji died. Even if we find out who killed Huang Wuji in the end, we can't generalize. Please understand." Yang Fan knew that this old man's name was Huang Tai, a supreme elder of the imperial clan. His power was unfathomable and he had proven his Tao several 100,000 years ago to become a saint. No one knew what his current cultivation level was. Therefore, when Huang Tai arrived at the war god temple, the war god personally came to welcome him. Oh, so you're saying that you want to protect this kid? Huang Tai said calmly, his expression was very indifferent. A faint trace of saintly aura spread out from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Even Yang Fan could not help but show a trace of fear in his eyes. We wouldn't dare. Holy Emperor, why don't we find out what happened first, and then we'll decide how to deal with it? Yang Fan said with a smile. Huang Tai glanced at the war god and said, Lord War God, I'm not an unreasonable person. As long as we find out that my grandson's death has nothing to do with them, I'll leave immediately. Therefore, I must use the Saint Path Inquisition to investigate Zhang Tianqing and Long Outyan's hearts to find the real culprit who killed my grandson. Please grant my wish, Lord War God. As soon as Huang Tai's voice fell, Lu Wenjing's expression changed. He knew that Huang Wuji had indeed died at Ling Zhao's hands. If Huang Tai really used the Saint Path Inquisition, the result would be clear immediately. Moreover, Ling Zhao had the textless heavenly book. Whether it was to avenge Huang Wuji or to expose the textless heavenly book, the entire war god temple would probably be plunged into a catastrophe. Ling Zhao would also die without a doubt. No. Huang Tai, this is the war god temple, not the 9 imperial gates. You want to use the Saint Path Inquisition to interrogate the disciples of the war god temple based on your suspicions? What right do you have? I don't agree. Lord War God, are you really going to let this old man do whatever he wants? Lu Wenjing suppressed a trace of anger in his voice. Lu Wenjing, you're already old. Your cultivation has fallen to the sage-to-be realm. Do you think you're still the same as you were 1,000,000 years ago? I have evidence. Zhang Tianqing and Long Outyan were at the place where my grandson died. They're the two biggest suspects. I'll definitely get an answer today. Huang Tai said coldly. His voice carried a resolute and decisive tone. Huang Tai, if it was 1,000,000 years ago, would you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Long Outyan is a member of the War God Temple. Now that he has the cyclic sky seal, he's the master of the War God Temple. You don't have the right to use the Saint Path Inquisition on him. Lu Wenjing sneered and didn't back down. Huang Tai's eyes flashed coldly. Lu Wenjing's words seemed to have touched his heart. He and Lu Wenjing were from the same era. 1,000,000 years ago, before the two of them had become saints, Lu Wenjing had already suppressed him. Even after becoming a saint, he had lost to Lu Wenjing several times, which was a great humiliation to him. Whoever dares to stop me from avenging Huang Wuji is my mortal enemy. Huang Tai said coldly as he stared at Lu Wenjing. The saint aura around him was concealed, and his aura became extremely terrifying. At this moment, Zhang Tianqing suddenly sneered and said, Lord War God, I can prove that the person who killed Huang Wuji is Long Outyan. He broke the agreement between the War God Temple and the 9 imperial gates. He's too audacious and killed the innocent. He doesn't deserve to be a disciple of the War God Temple, and he doesn't deserve the cyclic sky seal. Lei Qianjue also said coldly, Lord War God, I also agree to use the Saint Path Inquisition on Zhang Tianqing and Long Outyan. After all, this concerns the agreement between the War God Temple and the 9 imperial gates. If it's proven that they're not the culprits, the misunderstanding can be cleared up. If it's proven that someone is the culprits, it can be resolved and dealt with in time. It won't affect the relationship between the War God Temple and the 9 imperial gates. I agree with Vice Temple Master Lei. Lord War God, this is not a simple matter. It concerns the safety of the War God Temple. If there's really a disciple who dares to break the brotherhood between the War God Temple and the 9 imperial gates, he should be killed. Xing Jun also stepped forward and agreed. Many disciples and elders had different expressions on their faces. They were all skeptical about Ling Zhao killing Huang Wuji, but now that Long Outyan had really killed Huang Wuji, it would definitely arouse the hostility of the 9 imperial gates. The current War God Temple was not as powerful as it was 1,000,000 years ago. It was ranked among the 12 immortal sacred lands, but it was only at the bottom. All these years, it was only because of the alliance with the 9 imperial gates and the Taishan Palace that it was able to recuperate. Therefore, the disciples of the War God Temple were very aggrieved. Every time they met the disciples of the 9 imperial gates and the Taishan Palace, they would choose to retreat, which made the 9 imperial gates more and more arrogant and domineering. After all, the 9 imperial gates' strength was very terrifying. Even among the 12 immortal sacred lands, it was ranked at the top. Could it be that the war god temple has no choice but to swallow their anger and sacrifice their own disciples? Seeing the reaction of Lei Qianjue, Xingjun, and the others, many disciples felt a kind of sadness in their hearts. It was like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. This was the war god temple. Since when could the people of the 9 imperial gates strut around here? When Ling Xiao saw this scene, his heart couldn't help but burst into anger. This was the war god temple. This was the war god temple that the Scarlet Dragon war god couldn't forget even in death. When did they become so spineless? The courage in their hearts had been ground away. What kind of future did the war god temple have? Sooner or later, they would fall from the 12 immortal sacred lands and be swallowed by others. Along with this, Ling Zhao's feeling towards the white-clothed war god in the void also became somewhat disgusted. As the war god supreme of the war god temple, he must be responsible for the war god temple's current state. Ling Xiao stepped forward and said with a cold laugh, "I didn't kill Huang Wuji. But in order to prove my innocence, I am willing to accept the Divine Path Inquisition." Long Outyin, Lu Wenjing suddenly became anxious and wanted to stop Ling Xiao, but he was stopped by a look from Ling Xiao. For some reason, Lu Wenjing's heart suddenly calmed down. He believed that Ling Xiao would not make unnecessary sacrifices. It seemed that he was confident that he would accept the Divine Path Inquisition. Zhang Tianqing, Lei Qianjue, and the others were all shocked. According to their speculations, Huang Wuji was most likely killed by Ling Xiao. How could he dare to accept the Saint's Heart Inquisition? Was there something they didn't know about? Very good. At least you have some guts. If it is proven that Huang Wuji was not killed by you, I will not make things difficult for you. But if you really killed Huang Wuji, then don't blame this old man for being impolite. Huang Tai glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently. I am willing to accept the Saint Dao Heart Inquisition, but I have a condition. Ling Xiao said coldly. What conditions? Huang Tai asked indifferently. This is my war god temple, not your 9 imperial gates. I am a disciple of the war god temple, not your 9 imperial gates. This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. If you can prove that I killed Huang Wuji, then I'm willing to accept your punishment. But if it turns out that I didn't kill Huang Wuji, I want you to apologize to me. Ling Xiao looked straight at Huang Tai as he spoke. His eyes were clear and his voice was impassioned. Long Outyin, I think you must be dreaming. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask the Imperial Sacred Emperor to apologize to you? Zhang Tianqing's voice pierced through the air. His eyes were filled with mockery. That's right. The Imperial Sacred Emperor is a saint. Why would he apologize to you? Long Outyin, you better stop wasting time. I think you are the one who killed Huang Wuji. You better admit your guilt and not ruin the relationship between the War God Temple and the 9 Imperial Gates. Lei Qianjue sneered coldly. Shut up. Ling Xiao glared at Zhang Tianqing and Lei Qianjue and scolded, first you talk about the relationship between the War God Temple and the 9 Imperial Gates, then you talk about the relationship between the War God Temple and the 9 Imperial Gates. Are you still the disciples of the War God Temple? Since when did the War God Temple have to rely on others to survive? Where is your courage? Where is your pride? Where is your backbone? I finally know why the War God Temple has weakened. It's not because of that great calamity a million years ago, but because of you scum who only know how to bully the weak and suck up to the strong. Because you've been kneeling for so long that you've forgotten how to stand up, how to straighten your backs, and how to be a proper person. Rumble, every time Ling Xiao spoke, he would take a step closer to Zhang Tianqing and Lei Qianjue. His voice was like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the War God Temple. He was like an ancient saint who rebuked evil and ruled over justice. His entire body exuded an inviolable aura. The men of the War God Temple don't need to suck up to anyone. We kneel to the heavens, the earth, and our parents. Anyone who dares to make us kneel is our enemy and must be killed. The spirit of the War God Temple is to fight against the heavens, the earth, and all enemies. Even if there are millions of enemies, we will not hesitate. If we lose this courage and our pride, even if the War God Temple still exists, it's no different from being destroyed. I, Long Outyin, am a man with pride. I'm ashamed to be associated with cowards like you. Ling Zhao's every word was majestic and impassioned. A vast force of heaven and earth surrounded him. It pressed down on Zhang Tianqing and Lei Qianjue, causing them to tremble in fear. Their faces turned pale and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Well said. The men of the War God Temple are hot-blooded and proud. We won't kneel to anyone. Damn it. Those who humiliate the War God Temple will be killed without mercy. Many disciples and elders of the War God Temple were fired up by Ling Zhao's words. Their eyes lit up with anger and battle intent as they glared at Huang Tai, Zhang Tianqing, Lei Qianjue, and the others. At that moment, it was as if the battle spirit that had been sealed away for a long time had been awakened. The blood of the disciples and elders of the War God Temple surged into the sky and condensed into a blazing divine light that enveloped the entire area. Junior brother Long is right. The War God Temple would rather die standing than live kneeling. Tian Gang and the others were all fired up. Xian Wang, Wang Lin, Min Ro, and the others looked at Ling Xiao with excitement in their eyes. Good. 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 Master, did you see that? You have a good disciple. Lu Wenjing was already in tears. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. In a trance, he seemed to see the invincible figure from 1,000,000 years ago in Ling Xiao. At that moment, the Scarlet Dragon War God and Ling Xiao seemed to have merged into one. Everyone was shocked. Even the white-clothed War God looked at Ling Xiao's eyes with a little more complicated color. This kid can mobilize the battle intent and sacrifice of the War God Temple. We can't let him live. Huang Tai's indifferent expression finally changed. Huang Tai was also a scheming person. His actions in the War God Temple seemed arrogant, but in reality, there was a deeper meaning. It was not only because of his identity as a saint, nor was it to avenge his grandson, Huang Wuji. More importantly, he wanted to use this to further suppress the morale of the people in the War God Temple, so that they would not dare to have thoughts of going against the 9 imperial gates. However, what he did not expect was that Ling Zhao's words would stimulate the hearts of the people in the War God Temple. It made their fighting spirit soar, as if the accumulated resentment had burst out. Other than Ling Zhao's impassioned speech, Huang Tai had discovered that Ling Xiao was able to form a kind of saint path resonance with the cyclic sky seal. Therefore, when he spoke, he was like a saint. He had the power of law with his words. This was a saint path resonance that could only be formed after refining the flipping sky seal to the realm of being able to do as one wished. It shocked Huang Tai. Huang Tai felt that he had outsmarted himself. He had stimulated the fighting spirit of the people in the War God Temple. It was as if a seed had appeared in their hearts, and sooner or later, it would grow into a towering tree. If the War God Temple really grew, it would definitely not be good news for the 9 imperial gates. An easy-to-control War God Temple was what the 9 imperial gates wanted. Elder Huang Tai, I think Long Outyen's request is very reasonable. If we find that Long Outyen is Huang Wuji's murderer through the Saint Path inquiry, then I'll let you deal with him. However, if he's not Huang Wuji's murderer, you must apologize to him. The War God in white suddenly spoke. He looked at Huang Tai seriously, and there was a glimmer of radiance in his eyes. Huang Tai hesitated for a moment, then smiled coldly and said, "All right. No problem." Ancestor, the purple-robed middle-aged man and the arrogant young man behind Huang Tai were a little anxious. Huang Tai was a saint and the supreme elder of the 9 imperial gates. If he apologized to a true disciple of the War God Temple, he would be a laughingstock. Even the 9 imperial gates would lose face. Say no more. Huang Tai stopped the two of them. Seeing that Huang Tai had made up his mind, the two of them could only smile bitterly and say nothing more. However, their gazes towards Huang Tai were filled with hostility and killing intent. For the sake of fairness, Elder Huang Tai and I will preside over the Saint Path Heart examination together. Elder Huang Tai, you don't have any objections, right? The War God in white said faintly. I have no objections. Huang Tai nodded. He naturally knew that the War God Temple would not allow him to perform the Sacred Heart Inquisition alone. After all secrets would no longer be secrets under the Sacred Heart Inquisition. Long Outyen, Zhang Tianqing, come here. the white-clothed war god calmly said. Ling Xiao looked indifferent and walked in front of the white-clothed war god. Although Zhang Tianqing also walked over, his face was a little ugly. Although he was sure that Huang Wuji's death had something to do with Ling Xiao, seeing Ling Xiao's confident look, his heart was a little uncertain. Vice Palace Master Lei, could this Long Outyan really have nothing to do with Huang Wuji's death? Xing Jun sent a telepathic message to Lei Qianjue. I'm sure that he must have killed Huang Wuji. I once went to the mythical space to investigate and also found a few disciples of the Thunder Hall to confirm it. Ling Xiao did enter Divine Cloud Valley, and after Zhang Tianqing left, Huang Wuji died. The place where he died still has Zhang Tianqing's aura. Long Outyan must have killed Huang Wuji and then framed Zhang Tianqing. He pretends that nothing happened. I'll see if he can still smile later. Lei Qianjue sneered, a trace of cold murderous intent in his eyes. Ling Xiao had just scolded him and Zhang Tianqing, but he could not vent his anger. His heart was filled with anger, and his hatred for Ling Xiao deepened. Therefore, he could not wait for Ling Xiao to be unlucky. When that happened, Ling Xiao would definitely die, and the flipping sky seal on him would definitely be handed over to Zhang Tianqing. That's right. Under the Sacred Heart Inquisition, everything that happened in Divine Cloud Valley will be clear as day. Xing Jun nodded and said. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao and Zhang Tianqing, and they all had different expressions. At this moment, the many disciples of the War God Hall, whether inner disciples or true disciples, were full of admiration and sympathy for Ling Xiao, and glared at Huang Tai and the others. They even thought that even if Ling Xiao killed Huang Wuji, they had to find a way to protect Ling Xiao. The War God Hall needed such a disciple, and they could not let the 9 imperial gates deal with him. Lu Wenjing, Tian Gang, and the others' eyes were filled with worry, but they could not do anything at this moment. Although they believed in Ling Xiao, they did not know how Ling Xiao could get through this. The Sacred Heart Inquisition, these 4 words were too heavy, and they could not relax at all. Boom, the light around Huang Tai was dazzling, and in an instant, a sacred path light pillar shot up into the sky, containing the vast power of the Great Path Origin, and the sky began to tremble violently. Lightning flashed, and purple thunderbolts intertwined. At this moment, Huang Tai seemed to have transformed into a celestial emperor who controlled thunder, and his whole body exuded a majestic and mysterious aura. Above Huang Tai's head, a purple fruit of the way floated, exuding a strange fragrance, as dazzling as a purple sun. Thunder fruit of the way? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply. Huang Tai had condensed the thunder fruit of the way, so he could control the power of thunder. Boom, at this moment, the white-clothed war god's body also exuded a dazzling divine glow. Above her head, there seemed to be a golden sun, sprinkling down brilliant flames, exuding an incomparably hot light, enveloping her entire body, making her look like a sun god at this moment. This is the burning sky fruit condensed by the burning sky sacred technique. Ling Xiao recognized the aura fluctuations on the white-clothed war god's body. The 2 fruits of the way were dazzling, like 2 suns hanging high in the sky, and the mighty aura of the sacred path descended, instantly enveloping Ling Xiao and Zhang Tianqing. In an instant, Ling Xiao felt that he could not move, and the vast aura of the sacred path rushed directly to his primordial spirit, wanting to explore the deepest memories in his heart. The so-called Sacred Heart Inquisition was a saint using the power of the sacred path to interrogate the heart and extract memories. After accepting the Sacred Heart Inquisition, the whole person would be exposed in front of the saint, and there would be no more secrets. This method of Sacred Heart Inquisition was gentler, and not as cruel as the Demon Clan's soul-searching technique. It had no effect on warriors, and existed only to verify some things. Ling Zhao's heart was calm, and his primordial spirit was clear and flawless. There was no resistance, and the 2 saint path auras easily entered the deepest part of Ling Zhao's heart. But even the white-clothed war god and Huang Tai did not notice that Ling Zhao's heart realm had silently spread out. Their saint path consciousness had entered Ling Zhao's heart realm. Ling Xiao guarded his mind and only let go of the memories related to Huang Wuji in Divine Cloud Valley, so the white-clothed war god and Huang Tai only saw the scene in Divine Cloud Valley. A light screen appeared above the white-clothed war god and Huang Tai, showing Zhang Tianqing and Long Outyan's memories of Divine Cloud Valley. Zhang Tianqing's memories were very simple. Zhang Tianqing had been cultivating in Divine Cloud Valley, absorbing the tribulation qi in Divine Cloud Valley, and finally condensing the immortal calamity seed. Everyone saw Zhang Tianqing use the immortal calamity seed to break the formation outside Divine Cloud Palace, enter Divine Cloud Valley, and meet Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao changed his name to Hu Qing, and then started the battle between Zhang Tianqing and Thunder Spirit King. In the end, Zhang Tianqing and Thunder Spirit King were both injured, and Zhang Tianqing fled Divine Cloud Valley. I didn't expect this. Junior brother Long is so brave and cunning. Even senior brother Zhang Tianqing was fooled by him. Hu Qing from Thunder Hall? I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I didn't expect junior brother Long to subdue Thunder Spirit King like this. Zhang Tianqing is so sad. He worked for junior brother Long for nothing. When the crowd saw Zhang Tianqing's pathetic state, their eyes widened and they couldn't help but laugh. Lei Qianjue's face was pale. Ling Xiao played Zhang Tianqing like this, which made him feel ashamed. But Zhang Tianqing's memories were very simple. Everyone saw Zhang Tianqing leave Divine Cloud Valley, recover from his injuries in a secret realm, and return to the sect. He did not fight with Huang Wuji. It seems that Huang Wuji was not killed by Zhang Tianqing. I'm afraid junior brother Long's memories are the key. Everyone could not help but tremble, and began to look carefully at Ling Xiao's memories. Inside Divine Cloud Valley, Ling Xiao and Du Guqiubai entered Divine Cloud Valley together. Under the pursuit of the Thunder Spirit King, they accidentally entered Divine Cloud Palace, where they met the Thunder Spirit King. The reason why Ling Xiao dared to accept the Saint Dao Heart Inquisition was because he understood the Saint Dao Heart Inquisition. He knew that the Saint Dao Heart Inquisition was different from the Soul Search as it directly interrogated the heart. Ling Xiao cultivated the Great Void Heart Talisman Scripture and condensed the heart world. The Great Void Heart Talisman Scripture had reached the peak of the 5th level and was only one step away from breaking through to the prominent divine stage. In Ling Xiao's mind realm, it could be said to be ever-changing according to his will. What the white-clothed war god and Huang Tai saw was what Ling Xiao wanted them to see. They were all memories after Ling Xiao's modification, so Huang Tai was destined to be disappointed. Ling Xiao hid what he had gained from the Divine Firmament Palace. He only recorded a portion of his memories, including the test that the Thunder Spirit King gave them when he disguised himself as an artifact spirit, the dispute with Huang Wuji midway, and even the battle between Zhang Tianqing and the Thunder Spirit King under the guise of Hu Qing. Naturally, Ling Xiao did not change the part that involved Zhang Tianqing, because the white-clothed war god and Huang Tai could also see this part of the memory in Zhang Tianqing's memory. The most crucial part was modified by Ling Xiao. The white-clothed war god and Huang Tai both saw that after Zhang Tianqing and the Thunder Spirit King were both injured, the Thunder Spirit King became extremely weak. Ling Xiao took advantage of this and wanted to kill the Thunder Spirit King. The Thunder Spirit King had no choice but to recognize Ling Xiao as his master. The Thunder Spirit King became extremely weak. After Ling Xiao and the Thunder Spirit King left the Divine Firmament Palace, they happened to meet Huang Wuji, who was wantonly killing the Thunder Spirits. Huang Wuji chased after Ling Xiao and the Thunder Spirit King, but Ling Xiao was no match for them and escaped. However, in Ling Xiao's memory, there was a figure of a Ghost Devil clan expert, who quietly sneaked towards Huang Wuji. Wuji really wasn't killed by him? That's the aura of the Ghost Devil clan? I don't believe it. How could the Ghost Devil clan know how to frame Zhang Tianqing? There must be a conspiracy behind this. When Huang Tai saw this, he was shocked and angry. At the same time, he was extremely unwilling to accept this. He had already determined that Ling Xiao killed Huang Wuji, but now that he suddenly found out that Ling Xiao wasn't the real culprit, he couldn't accept this psychological gap. Therefore, he chose to continue to interrogate Ling Xiao's mind and check his memories. After that, Ling Xiao and Du Guqiubai separated. In order to obtain enough Calamity Chi and the Thunder Spirit King, Ling Xiao went to the Red Lotus Valley and encountered the Ghost Devil clan experts who enslaved the human clan. When they were collecting the Red Lotus Fire and Calamity Chi, Ling Xiao used a scheme to steal the Calamity Chi and directly condensed the indestructible Calamity Seed. He even framed Huang Wuji. This part of the memory was all real. Ling Xiao didn't make any changes. This was because Ling Xiao knew that the 9 Imperial Obelisk must have investigated everything that happened in the Red Lotus Valley, including the part where Ling Xiao framed Huang Wuji. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't make any changes. As the saying goes, the more you do, the more mistakes you make. Ling Xiao only made some changes in key areas. He changed the memory of him killing Huang Wuji to the memory of him being chased by Huang Wuji and then escaping from the Divine Cloud Valley. As for the other parts, they were all real. Even Ling Xiao almost believed this memory that was both real and fake, let alone the white-clothed war god and Huang Tai. Naturally, they couldn't see any flaws. They thought that what they saw was Ling Xiao's most authentic memory. How could they know that Ling Xiao cultivated the Great Void Rune Scripture? Ling Xiao left the Red Lotus Valley and returned to the War God Temple through the Xianxia ancient city. Buzz, in the void, the white-clothed war god and Huang Tai's Dao fruits slowly dissipated. The vast divine path aura disappeared, and Ling Xiao and Zhang Tianqing's divine path interrogation also ended. Both of their eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. The only difference was that Zhang Tianqing was really confused, while Ling Xiao was completely pretending. Ha ha ha. I told you, Huang Wuji wasn't killed by junior brother Long. Now everything is clear. That's right. I think that arrogant and despotic Huang Wuji was most likely killed by the experts of the Ghost Devil clan. I didn't expect that the matter in the Red Lotus Valley was actually done by junior brother Long. Junior brother Long can be considered a great hero of our human race. Even the disciples of the 9 Imperial Obelisk were saved by junior brother Long. But the 9 Imperial Obelisk repaid kindness with enmity and turned around to denounce junior brother Long. This is too much. After reading Ling Xiao and Zhang Tianqing's memories, everyone was almost boiling. Their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. Ling Xiao wasn't the real murderer of Huang Wuji, and that was enough. This stinking brat. Lu Wenjing also laughed. The big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Although he worried for nothing, he was also incomparably happy. How? How is this possible? Lei Qianjue, Zhang Tianqing, Xing Jun, and the others' faces darkened. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They did not expect that Ling Xiao was not the one who killed Huang Wuji. Based on Ling Xiao's memories, Huang Wuji was most likely killed by the Ghost Demon clan. They did not suspect that Ling Xiao was lying. After all, the God of War and Huang Tai had both performed the Heart Inquisition. Even Lei Qianjue himself could not have faked it, let alone Ling Xiao. Therefore, he believed that Ling Xiao's memories must be real. However, they could not accept this result. Impossible. This is impossible. How could the Ghost Demon clan's experts enter Divine Cloud Valley? Huang Wuji was killed by Long Outyin. Why is it not in his memories? Zhang Tianqing mumbled to himself in a daze. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and madness. If they could confirm that Long Outyin was Huang Wuji's murderer, they could pressure him to hand Long Outyin over to Huang Tai. That way, Long Outyin's flipping sky seal would naturally be handed over to Zhang Tianqing. However, everything that happened before his eyes had ruined all of Zhang Tianqing's plans. Elder Huang Tai, you've seen the results of the Heart Inquisition. Huang Wuji's murderer is neither Zhang Tianqing nor Long Outyin. The God of War in white looked at Huang Tai calmly. His voice was ethereal. Huang Tai's face darkened. After all, he was almost certain that Long Outyin was the murderer. The results were beyond his expectations. However, he was a saint after all. His expression returned to normal. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, Long Outyin, my suspicions were wrong. You're not the murderer. I apologize. Huang Tai apologized to Ling Xiao. The people of the War God Temple were slightly shocked. Then, they became excited. Huang Tai was the Grand Elder of the 9 Imperial Gates, a saint. Now that he had apologized to Long Outyin, it was definitely a piece of good news for the War God Temple. Everyone could feel that the depression from before was completely swept away. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Tai calmly and said, since you know you're wrong, I accept your apology. However, please keep your eyes open in the future and don't be so impulsive. If you implicate the innocent, wouldn't it damage your reputation and the Imperial Obelisk's reputation? Little friend Long is indeed courageous. The younger generation will surpass us in time. This old man will remember you, Huang Tai said as he looked at Ling Xiao. The purple-robed middle-aged man and the arrogant young man behind Huang Tai were about to explode from anger. Their eyes were filled with rage and killing intent as they looked at Long Outyin. Huang Tai was their ancestor. They felt extremely humiliated when they saw Huang Tai apologizing to Long Outyin. The purple-robed middle-aged man suddenly stood up and stared at Ling Xiao as he said coldly, "I'm Huang Yu, a guardian elder of the Imperial Obelisk. Long Outyin, even though you weren't the one who killed Huang Wuji, his death is related to you. I have a few questions for you to answer." Ling Xiao casually shot a glance at Huang Yu and said, "You all saw it too. Huang Wuji wasn't killed by me. That's enough. I don't have the obligation to answer your questions. If you have any questions, investigate them yourself." Ling Xiao's attitude seemed to have infuriated Huang Yu. His eyes turned cold as he said, "Long Outyin, watch your attitude. Even though you didn't kill Huang Wuji, you can't get away with his death. Don't test my patience. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to question me here? This is the War God Shrine, not your Imperial Obelisk. If you want to throw your weight around, go back to your Imperial Obelisk. What kind of ability is it to embarrass yourself here? If you continue to speak rudely, believe it or not, I'll kill you." Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He had long been impatient with the people of the Imperial Obelisk. Huang Tai was a saint, so he could still tolerate it. However, who was this Huang Yu? How dare he order people around? Kill me? Ha ha ha. Very good. I'm standing right here. Come and kill me if you can. You're just a divine king ant. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Huang Yu laughed angrily. Terrifying saint aura filled the air, causing the void to tremble. He was a peak expert of the Ninth Revolution half-step saint realm. He was only one step away from becoming a saint. Normally, he wielded great power in the Nine Imperial Gates. Even the disciples of the Imperial Gates didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of him. Long Outyin, who was only a divine king, had thoroughly infuriated him. "Uncle, he's just an ant. Why do you need to take action? I'll teach him a lesson for you." The arrogant young man next to Huang Yu stared at Ling Xiao. His eyes were like a wolf's, filled with cold killing intent. "Shut up." Huang Tai stopped Huang Yu and the arrogant young man. He then looked at the white-clothed war god and said, "War god, I do have a few questions. I need little friend Long to answer them. Please allow me." The white-clothed war god glanced at Huang Tai and said calmly, "I can let Long Outyin answer your questions. However, you should know that Long Outyin doesn't have this obligation. If he answers your questions, you have to pay a Tao comprehending divine pill." Tao comprehending divine pill? You're asking for too much. Don't even think about it. Before Huang Tai could speak, Huang Yu's face suddenly changed and he screamed. "How dare you?" The white-clothed war god scolded softly. His voice was like thunder, containing a vast and mysterious power. It directly blasted on Huang Yu's chest. Huang Yu's body trembled and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly became extremely weak. War God's cultivation is getting more and more unfathomable. However, isn't it too degrading for you to argue with a junior? Huang Tai's face was a little ugly. The white-clothed war god's simple attack just now had caused Huang Yu to be severely injured. He didn't even have time to stop it. This shocked him and made him feel ashamed. "Saints can't be humiliated," the white-clothed war god said lightly. Huang Tai's eyes changed slightly. He nodded and said nothing more. The white-clothed war god was right. In the divine realm, saints represented the enlightenment of all living beings. Their words were law. They were supreme existences that were compatible with the origin of the great Tao. They couldn't be humiliated. Just based on Huang Yu's words, the white-clothed war god had no problem killing him. It could be seen that the white-clothed war god was still merciful. "I didn't expect the war god to take a fancy to my Tao comprehending divine pill? Very well. Then, as the war god said, a Tao comprehending divine pill for one question." Huang Tai glanced at the white-clothed war god and pondered for a moment. Finally, he nodded and agreed. The war god supreme's means are still too gentle. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. He felt a little disappointed with the war god supreme. "Junior brother, the war god supreme is not giving in. You don't understand his forbearance now. You will understand in the future." However, the Tao comprehending divine pill is a good thing. I feel that the War God Supreme asked for it for you. The enlightenment divine elixir is indeed a good thing. Ling Xiao nodded. He had also heard of the enlightenment divine elixir. It was a supreme elixir that could help a complete divine king to comprehend the origin of the holy path and the true meaning of the great path. However, this elixir recipe was very precious and only some powerful alchemists had it. Huang Tai was the alchemy saint of the 9 imperial gates. He had the recipe for the enlightenment divine elixir. The reason why he was respected in the 9 imperial gates was not because of his cultivation, but because of his identity as the alchemy saint. Long Out Yen, answer Huang Tai's questions. All the enlightenment divine elixir is yours. However, you don't have to answer any questions. You're right. This is the War God Temple. You don't have to be afraid of him. The voice of the white-clothed war god suddenly rang in Ling Zhao's mind. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed slightly and he nodded. Long Out Yen, my first question is that the divine Cloud Valley contains the power of the Thunder Calamity. The ghost demons are most afraid of the Thunder Calamity fire. Why would a ghost demon appear in the divine Cloud Valley? Huang Tai asked Ling Xiao. The divine Cloud Valley does contain the power of the Thunder Tribulation, but not every ghost devil clan is afraid of the power of the Thunder Tribulation. You have seen it in my memory. I was once chased by a ghost devil clan expert. In my opinion, he is most likely the remnant soul of the great devil saint of the ghost devil clan. Therefore, I'm afraid that Huang Wuji has died in his hands. Ling Xiao answered calmly. Although he was talking nonsense, he had secretly operated the Taishu heart charm scripture. His state of mind was as calm as an ancient well. There was no change. This was because Ling Xiao felt that Huang Tai was observing his every move when he asked him the question. Ling Xiao looked very relaxed on the surface, but his heart was on high alert. All right. Second question. What's the background of Duguchobai with you? Huang Tai did not find anything wrong with Ling Xiao. He was slightly disappointed and immediately asked the second question. Duguchobai? He's a friend I made in the divine space. I believe you've already investigated his identity. He's from the Hero Alliance. Although the Hero Alliance has a bad reputation in the divine realm, the 9 imperial gates should not interfere with who I befriend, right? Ling Xiao sneered. Huang Tai could not find anything wrong with Ling Xiao, so he shifted his attention to Duguchobai. How could Ling Xiao not see through Huang Tai's intention? Duguchobai is the young master of Hero Alliance. The Hero Alliance is a bunch of scum that betrayed the divine realm. They even colluded with the demon race. Everyone has the right to kill them. If you associate yourself with such people, I'm afraid it will damage the reputation of the War God Temple. Moreover, that Duguchobai killed many disciples of the 9 imperial obelisk in the mythical space. He has already entered the 9 imperial obelisks must-kill list. Huang Tai said indifferently. Elder Huang Tai doesn't have to worry about that. Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Third question. You pretended to be Huang Wuji and ambushed the Red Lotus Valley, but you caused the ghost devil race to target the 9 imperial obelisk and killed countless disciples. How do you explain this? Huang Tai's eyes turned cold as he stared at Ling Xiao. There was a hint of questioning in his voice. Ling Xiao thought to himself. This was the easiest thing for the 9 imperial obelisk to attack. However, Ling Xiao's expression remained calm. He sneered and said, Elder Huang Tai, you've seen it for yourself. Huang Wuji hunted me down to snatch my treasures and inheritance. I, Long Out Yen, am not a person who repays evil with good. To be honest, I pretended to be him and ambushed the Red Lotus Valley to take revenge on him. Is he allowed to hunt me down, but I'm not allowed to take revenge on him? What a joke. The consequence of your pretense is that you caused hundreds of disciples of the 9 imperial obelisk to die in the hands of the ghost devil race. Do you know your crime? Huang Yu also shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Don't act like you're interrogating a criminal. Who do you think you are? Elder Huang Tai, I've answered all 3 questions. Leave the enlightenment divine elixir and leave. The War God Temple does not welcome you. Ling Xiao sneered coldly. Huang Tai and Huang Yu were furious, but they couldn't vent their anger. Although Ling Xiao had impersonated Huang Wuji, Ling Xiao really didn't kill Huang Wuji. This caused them to be without a valid reason, and they had no reason to denounce Ling Xiao. That's right. Huang Tai, the war god temple does not welcome you. Get lost. Lu Wenjing sneered. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Huang Tai, Huang Yu, and the others' overbearing manner infuriated him. He wanted nothing more than to charge forward and fight with Huang Tai. If it were a million years ago, he would have beaten Huang Tai to the point that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. 3 Enlightenment Divine Elixirs. Lord War God, please keep them well. Huang Tai's eyes regained their calmness. He waved his hand and a milky white jade bottle flew to the white-clothed war god. The white-clothed war god took the jade bottle and opened it. Immediately, a fragrance spread out, invigorating everyone who smelled it. He nodded and threw the 3 Enlightenment Divine Elixirs to Ling Xiao, saying, "These are the Enlightenment Divine Elixirs. Aren't you going to thank Elder Huang Tai?" Ling Xiao took it and smiled indifferently at the white-clothed war god, saying, "If you want to thank someone, you have to thank Lord War God. This is the reward I deserve. There's no need to thank anyone." Huang Tai took a deep look at Ling Xiao and waved his sleeve, saying, "Let's go." Huang Tai felt that he had lost all his face in this trip to the war god temple. Unfortunately, he had nowhere to vent his anger, so he suppressed his anger. However, he could not stay in the war god temple any longer, so he could only leave first. However, he had remembered Ling Xiao. He naturally had ways to deal with this kid in the future. Wait. At this moment, Ling Xiao's voice sounded. "What else do you want?" Huang Tai turned around and stared at Ling Xiao expressionlessly. "Elder Huang Tai, is the war god temple a place where you can come and go as you please?" Ling Xiao looked straight at Huang Tai and said in a clear voice. Everyone was stunned. Shouldn't this matter be resolved? What did Long Outyan want to do? He actually stopped Elder Huang Tai. This was the prelude to causing trouble. For some reason, everyone in the war god temple was a little excited. Even the white-clothed war god had a strange look in his eyes. "Oh? Don't tell me you want to keep me here?" Huang Tai's eyes flashed coldly as he stared at Ling Xiao. The terrifying aura around him was hidden, rumbling like thunder. He was completely enraged. The war god temple can't be humiliated. As a disciple of the war god temple, I don't care about my own honor or disgrace. However, you guys are humiliating my war god temple by denouncing me. I, Ling Xiao, swear that I will seek justice for those who humiliate my war god temple. Elder Huang Tai, do you dare to fight me? Elder Huang Tai, do you dare to accept my challenge? Ling Xiao's voice reverberated throughout the mountain, silencing everyone. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Who was Elder Huang Tai? He was the saint ancestral patriarch of the 9 imperial gates. He had become a saint hundreds of thousands of years ago. His cultivation was unfathomable and no one knew what level he had reached. Ling Xiao was only a perfected divine king. He was more than a dozen levels lower than Elder Huang Tai. How could he challenge Elder Huang Tai? Everyone felt as if they had heard wrongly. This was as laughable as an ant challenging a divine dragon. It made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. Long Outyan, he's crazy. Zhang Tianqing's body trembled and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He's courting death. Does he really think he can be so arrogant just because he has the flipping sky seal? The flipping sky seal is powerful, but it's just a holy artifact. Lei Qianjue sneered. He looked at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at a fool. He immediately understood why Ling Xiao dared to challenge Huang Tai. It was because Ling Xiao had the flipping sky seal. However, Ling Xiao was only a divine king. No matter how powerful the flipping sky seal was, he could not even unleash 1/10,000th of its power. A million years ago, before the Scarlet Dragon War God had proven his Tao and become a saint, he could use the cyclic sky seal to kill saints. At that time, the Scarlet Dragon War God was only a step away from proving his Tao and becoming one with the cyclic sky seal. Lei Qianjue did not think that Ling Xiao could unleash the flipping sky seal's power. Moreover, Huang Tai was a saint. It was not like he did not have a holy artifact. Since he wants to die, let's fulfill his wish. A saint should not be humiliated. Elder Huang Tai will not let him go. Xing Jun sneered. He felt that Ling Xiao was really courting death. Junior brother, don't be rash. Huang Tai is extremely powerful. You are no match for him even if you have the flipping sky seal. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When you become a saint, you can kill him like a dog. Lu Wenjing also became anxious and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao. Junior brother was too troublesome. Lu Wenjing thought that this was the end of the matter. He did not expect Ling Xiao to challenge Huang Tai's challenge. Lu Wenjing's heart almost jumped out of his chest. Junior brother Long is too fierce. Heavenly Dipper and the others widened their eyes, not knowing what to say. In the end, they could only laugh bitterly. Huang Tai's eyes were deep and indifferent, like the endless dark starry sky that could devour everything. He looked at Ling Xiao quietly. Although he was expressionless, everyone could feel that Huang Tai was like a volcano that was about to erupt at any time. You want to challenge me? Huang Tai's voice was very soft, but it contained a fluctuation that made people shudder. That's right. Those who humiliate the war god temple will be killed. Although I, Long Outyen, am not talented, I am willing to use my life to defend the dignity of the war god temple. Elder Huang Tai, even if I'm no match for you, I won't hesitate even if I have to bleed here today. Ling Zhao's voice was sonorous and forceful, like metal splitting the clouds. The reason why he dared to challenge Huang Tai was because of the flipping sky seal. Now that the Thunder Spirit King had become the weapon spirit of the flipping sky seal, Ling Xiao had completely refined the flipping sky seal and could unleash the strongest power of this supreme treasure. Now, the flipping sky seal alone was not enough. Most importantly, they were on War Mountain, where the holy path imprint of the past experts of the War God Temple was located. Ling Xiao had completely refined the flipping sky seal, which could resonate with the holy path. At that time, with the help of the holy path, he would be able to fight against a real saint. The War God Temple needed a great victory to ignite the fighting spirit in the hearts of the members of the War God Temple, to ignite the invincible heart that could conquer the heavens and the earth. If Huang Tai and the others left just like that, there would be no loss. However, this was not what Ling Xiao wanted. Ling Xiao wanted to use this battle to tell everyone that those who offended the War God Temple would be killed no matter how far they were. Before Huang Tai could say anything, the arrogant young man could not help but jump out. Long Outyen, who do you think you are? You want to challenge my ancestor? You are not qualified. If you have the guts, fight with me. I really want to see where you get your confidence from. The arrogant young man's eyes were blazing with killing intent as he stared at Ling Xiao. That's right. Long Outyen, Huang Wudao is a peerless genius of the 9 imperial gates. As long as you don't use the flipping sky seal, you can't even defeat Huang Wudao. How dare you challenge my ancestor? You are overestimating yourself. Huang Yu sneered. However, he was also a scheming person. He had used his words to prevent Ling Xiao from using the flipping sky seal. After all, everyone knew how terrifying the flipping sky seal was. Even if Ling Xiao could not use the full power of the flipping sky seal, it should be easy for him to defeat Huang Wudao. Him? Without the flipping sky seal, I can kill him in 3 moves. Ling Xiao sneered as his eyes shone with a sharp light. 3 moves? Huang Wudao was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. This was a great humiliation. Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the Great Divine King realm, while he was a 3-revolution half-saint. How dare Ling Xiao say that he could kill him in 3 moves? Ling Xiao did not take him seriously at all. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Long Outyen, you have successfully infuriated me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, I will cripple your cultivation and let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Huang Wudao was so angry that he laughed. The killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. 3 moves? Isn't Long Outyen too careless? Even if he is talented, without the flipping sky seal, how can he defeat Huang Wudao in 3 moves? I heard that Huang Wudao is extremely powerful. He is a 3-revolution half-saint and once killed a 4-revolution half-saint expert. Junior brother Long is too careless. Yes, he is too impulsive. The people of the War God Shrine shook their heads and sighed. Some of them looked disappointed. Originally, they thought that Long Outyin was unyielding, courageous. But now, it seemed that he was nothing more than a brute. Such a person might very well drag the war god temple into the abyss of eternal damnation. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. After I defeat you, I will be qualified to challenge Elder Huang Tai, right? Ling Xiao said indifferently. His eyes shone with blood-red divine light. The battle intent around him bloomed instantly, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. Let's talk about it after you defeat me. Huang Wudao's killing intent soared to the sky. In an instant, dazzling lightning radiance bloomed as he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. He had been suppressing his anger for a long time. At this moment, a terrifying saint aura erupted from his body. It was as if he had turned into a thunder saint, displaying the power of the lightning emperor technique. Huang Wudao was a prodisciple of the 9 imperial gates. His talent was not any weaker than Huang Wuji's. At this moment, he displayed the Thunder Emperor technique. His body was surrounded by blazing lightning, controlling the wind and thunder in the sky. Above the fist print, there seemed to be a world of thunder blooming, enveloping Ling Xiao. In that world of thunder, a mysterious figure seemed to appear, exuding a monstrous emperor's aura that wanted to destroy everything. The real body of the Thunder Emperor? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Huang Wudao's Thunder Emperor technique had been cultivated to an extremely profound level. Condensing the real body of the Thunder Emperor had multiplied his strength. Kill! Ling Xiao shouted coldly. In an instant, he soared into the sky. Blood qi filled the sky, exuding an immortal fluctuation. It was as if an immemorial divine beast had awakened from a deep sleep, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's body also emitted rays of purple light. It was as if there was a purple sun above his chest, making him seem even more majestic and mysterious. That was Ling Xiao's indestructible calamity seed. Especially in the world of the flipping sky seal, Ling Xiao had swallowed an endless amount of calamity qi and polished the indestructible calamity seed to an extremely perfect state. It nourished himself and made his physical body stronger. It was several times stronger than before he entered the world of the flipping sky seal. Therefore, facing Huang Wudao, he only threw out a simple punch. Gotcha! Streaks of chaotic light burst forth. Ling Xiao's punch was ancient and crude, facing the lightning that filled the sky. It was as if it was the hand of the heavens, directly exploding the vast lightning world. Then, it collided with the Thunder Emperor's true body. It was as if a small sun had exploded. An extremely terrifying divine light storm was set off in the sky. Ling Xiao displayed his strongest physical strength. The purple gas around him rose. When the lightning fell on his body, it actually produced the sound of metal clashing, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. Boom! The real body of the Thunder Emperor seemed to be unable to withstand the power of Ling Xiao's punch and suddenly exploded. Huang Wudao's expression changed drastically. He retreated rapidly. At the same time, his palms flew out. 2 blazing lightning dragons flew towards Ling Xiao. Roar! Roar! The dragon's roar shook the surroundings. However, under Ling Xiao's chaotic fist print, it was instantly annihilated. Huang Wudao was sent flying by an unparalleled divine force. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. His blood and qi churned, and dazzling runes bloomed on his chest as he was sent flying several thousand feet away. Damn it! Huang Wudao's eyes were gloomy, filled with shock and anger. He did not expect Ling Xiao's physical body to be so terrifying. Not only was his Thunder Emperor technique unable to hurt Ling Xiao's physical body, but even the Thunder Emperor real body was shattered by Ling Xiao's punch. The Lightning Emperor technique, which was said to be unparalleled in terms of offense, was actually so weak and powerless in front of Ling Xiao's physical body. The leakless real body. Huang Yu's entire body trembled as a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. The Tribulation's indestructible sacred technique was not just the #1 sacred technique of the War God Temple. Even the other immortal sacred grounds knew about it very well. It was even rumored that the Tribulation's indestructible sacred technique was an incomplete imperial scripture that contained the ultimate secrets of using strength to prove one's Tao. However, the indestructible sacred technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. The first stage was to condense the indestructible calamity seed. Then, with the seed as the foundation, one would continuously devour the tribulation aura to refine one's body until it was flawless and formed the leakless real body. The legendary leakless real body was so strong that it could form its own small world. It could even fight against a peak half-saint. The next step of the leakless real body was to be reborn from a drop of blood. As long as there was a drop of flesh left, one could be resurrected. This was comparable to a powerful saint. After all, saints controlled the origin of the great Tao. Their words were law. However, not every saint could reach the realm of rebirth from a drop of blood. As for the indestructible sacred technique, it was said that as long as one could reach the realm of rebirth from a drop of blood, one's body would become a saint. It's not the leakless real body yet. However, his indestructible calamity seed is complete. It's only a matter of time before he breaks through to the leakless real body. This kid, his physical talent is too strong. Huang Tai's eyes also revealed a trace of solemnity. Ling Xiao had shattered the Thunder Emperor's true body with a single punch and forced Huang Wudao to retreat. This was a feat that amazed many War God Temple disciples and elders. Perhaps junior brother Long wasn't boasting. He really might be able to kill Huang Wudao in 3 moves. A thought appeared in someone's mind. The leakless real body, the leakless real body. If junior brother can really condense the leakless real body before he reaches the half-saint realm, then it's not impossible for his body to become a saint. Lu Wenjing's heart trembled violently. He suddenly thought of a possibility and began to tremble all over. In the God realm, although there were thousands of paths to the divine path and everyone could comprehend their own divine path, there were 4 types of divine paths: physical sanctification, great path law sanctification, primordial spirit sanctification, and heart sanctification. Among the 4 types of divine paths, the most common were the great path law sanctification and the primordial spirit sanctification. Heart sanctification had its own special restrictions and required special cultivation methods. Therefore, there were not many who could become heart sanctification. Most of them were eminent monks of Buddhism. Physical sanctification was the most difficult, but it was also the strongest. Physical sanctification was said to be invincible among those of the same level. If the heavens and earth were destroyed, one would not be destroyed. If the heavens collapsed, one's physical body would not be destroyed. However, even the monster race and the demon race, who claimed to have the strongest physical bodies, found it difficult to achieve physical sanctification. It was even more difficult for the human race. There might not even be one physical sanctification in a million years. The first move. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Wudao and said calmly. In Huang Wudao's eyes, Ling Xiao's calm attitude was simply disregard and contempt. Huang Wudao's face turned red and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Long Outyin, do you really think that you can kill me in 3 moves? Arrogant. Today, I'll let you experience what a true supreme holy technique is. Huang Wudao's eyes were blazing with killing intent. He roared and suddenly exuded an incomparably terrifying aura. His aura began to soar as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Heavenly Emperor sacrificial art. Kill. 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 Huang Wudao's qi and blood seemed to be burning. His essence, qi, and spirit had reached an extreme. There seemed to be a rising sun and moon in his eyes. A blurry figure appeared behind him. Although the face could not be seen clearly, it was emitting a power that made one's heart tremble. Huang Wudao and the chaotic figure fused together in an instant. Their aura skyrocketed, and surpassed the limit of the 3rd revolution half-saint realm in an instant. It rose to the peak of the 6th revolution half-saint realm before it stopped. Whoosh! It's the Heavenly Emperor sacrificial art? Junior brother Long is in danger. Qing, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but change his expression. His eyes were filled with solemnity. Senior sister Qing, what is the Heavenly Emperor sacrificial art? Is it very powerful? A disciple asked in confusion. I'm sure you've heard of the Heavenly Emperor. He's the leader of the 9 emperors of the human race. He once established the ancient heavenly court and led the human race to conquer the heavens and realms. The 9-layered imperial obelisk claimed to have inherited the ancient heavenly court, so it naturally obtained some of the ancient heavenly court's saint techniques. The Heavenly Emperor sacrificial art is said to have been created by the Heavenly Emperor. It allows one to sacrifice one's blood essence, primordial spirit, and even life to obtain great power. Huang Wudao is qualified to cultivate the Heavenly Emperor sacrificial art. Although he only sacrificed part of his blood essence, it allowed him to temporarily possess the combat strength of a peak 6th Revolution half-saint. I'm afraid junior brother Long is no match for him, Qingying explained with a wry smile. His face was filled with worry. In the face of Huang Wudao's attack, Ling Zhao's eyes remained calm. His gaze became deeper and deeper. Chaotic mist filled the air around him, making him look even more ethereal and mysterious. Boom! Huang Wudao's finger contained a sharpness that could pierce through everything. In an instant, it pierced between Ling Zhao's brows, directly turning him into a fine powder. Huang Wudao's face didn't have the slightest trace of joy. His eyes flashed. He didn't know when Ling Xiao had escaped from his target, but he had only killed an afterimage. Swoosh! 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 Above the void, chaotic qi rose, and in an instant, countless figures of Ling Xiao appeared. Each figure looked incomparably real, exuding a powerful qi and blood fluctuation. Even Huang Wudao could not tell which one was Ling Xiao's real body. Break! Huang Wudao's eyes revealed a cruel look. His saint aura was vast and unparalleled. His palm swept across the sky, blotting out the sun and shrouding all the afterimages in the sky. Since he couldn't find Ling Zhao's real body, he might as well not search for it. He would just kill all of them. Rumble! The sky trembled as Ling Zhao's silhouettes shattered one by one. A divine light storm was set off in the void. However, Huang Wudao suddenly felt a sense of danger rising in his heart. Without thinking, he threw a punch behind him. The fist imprint was unparalleled, containing the power to crush everything. Ling Xiao was indeed behind Huang Wudao. His entire body was shrouded in dazzling divine light as he sent a slap towards Huang Wudao's face. You're courting death. Huang Wudao's face darkened. He did not think that Ling Xiao would dare to look down on him. Ling Xiao actually wanted to slap his face with this palm. He simply did not put him in his eyes at all. Could it be that he really thought that he could withstand this punch of his? Crack! Huang Wudao decided to ignore Ling Zhao's attack. Instead, the fist imprint shone brightly, as though it was emitting beams of divine light that could pierce through everything, blasting towards Ling Zhao's heart. His speed was extremely fast. Even if Ling Zhao's palm landed on his face, his punch was enough to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Zhao's expression was very calm. A strange light flickered in his eyes as he softly spat out a word. Freeze! It was as though a saint's words were law. In an instant, Ling Zhao's body emitted a strange fluctuation. The void from all directions pressed towards Huang Wudao. Suddenly, Huang Wudao's body trembled, and he actually stopped in the void. Although it was only a breath's time, Huang Wudao instantly broke through the sealing force and continued to attack Ling Xiao. However, a breath's time was enough to do a lot of things. Slap! Ling Xiao dodged Huang Wudao's punch with incomparable ease. Then, he slapped Huang Wudao's face directly. Everyone in the War God Temple heard that clear and melodious voice. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Boom! Half of Huang Wudao's face was instantly smashed. Ling Zhao's palm contained a terrifying physical strength. Even a mountain could be smashed into powder, let alone Huang Wudao. Huang Wudao screamed as his entire body flew out. He directly smashed into a sturdy mountain in the distance, causing the mountain to shake and rumble. Huang Wudao's crushing defeat made everyone feel baffled when they saw it. Huang Wudao was clearly unstoppable and wanted to kill Ling Xiao with a punch. However, for some reason, Ling Xiao dodged it and sent him flying with a slap. What a painful slap to the face! It was as though Huang Wudao had stopped for a moment and forcefully moved his face closer to Ling Zhao's palm. This was too strange. Long Out Yen, you're courting death. How dare you use the power of the flipping sky seal? Huang Yu was instantly enraged. His eyes were extremely gloomy, and his entire body was filled with cold killing intent. It was as though he wanted to attack Ling Xiao. Huang Yu could also feel that a mysterious force had been released. It had actually sealed Huang Wudao for a breath's time, resulting in Huang Wudao's crushing defeat. In his opinion, only the flipping sky seal could do that. Stop. He didn't use the power of the flipping sky seal. Huang Tai stopped Huang Yu, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Old ancestor, if he didn't use the power of the flipping sky seal, how could he have defeated Huang Wudao? This brat is clearly not keeping his word. Huang Yu suddenly became anxious. He really didn't use the power of the flipping sky seal, but the power of time. Lord God of War, I didn't expect this disciple of the War God Temple to be so well hidden. He actually knows how to control the power of time. Could he be a spy of the space-time heavenly gate? Huang Tai said slowly, and then glanced at the white-clothed God of War. Although Huang Tai couldn't see that Ling Xiao was cultivating the time of time, he was a saint who controlled the origin of great ways. Naturally, he could feel that the power of time that had just burst out from Ling Xiao's body had caused Huang Wudao to stagnate for a breath, resulting in such a crushing defeat. That's his own opportunity. As long as the disciples of the War God Temple are loyal to the War God Temple, they are free to cultivate whatever martial arts they want. The white-clothed God of War said calmly, but his eyes became brighter as he looked at Ling Xiao. Humph. Lord God of War is really open-minded. Huang Tai snorted coldly, and his expression returned to indifference. Whoosh, Huang Wudao rushed up from the mountain in an instant, and a majestic vitality erupted from his body. Soon, his injuries were healed, but his handsome face became extremely distorted. He stared at Ling Xiao as if he wanted to eat him. Long Outyen, you are despicable and shameless. I will kill you. Huang Wudao was slapped in the face by Ling Xiao in front of everyone in the War God Shrine. He was humiliated and furious, and he hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. This was a great humiliation to him, and he had to take Ling Xiao's life to wash it off. It's been 2 moves. Huang Wudao, this is the last move. I'll make you admit defeat wholeheartedly. Ling Xiao said flatly, and the sharpness in his eyes became even more dazzling. Dream on. Long Outyen, I'll kill you. Huang Wudao roared. In an instant, terrifying sacred light filled the air around him, and streaks of lightning intertwined. He clenched his fist, and a purple war saber appeared in the void, exuding a monstrous sharpness. He pushed the energy around him to the extreme, and the saber slashed down towards Ling Xiao. It was as though the heavens and earth were split into 2 by the saber, and the blazing saber light illuminated everyone's faces. As for the purple saber, it exuded a vast saintly aura, as if it was the saber of the Thunder Emperor. It contained the original power of the Thunder Way, which could crush the heavens and shatter the earth. The purple war saber was a flawless holy treasure. Despicable. You didn't let junior brother Long use the flipping sky seal, so why did Huang Wudao use a flawless holy treasure? The disciples of the War God Shrine were enraged, and their eyes were filled with anger. Shameless. Damn it, this bastard is shameless. He's even more shameless than me. I really want to kick his face. Black Donkey also opened his eyes wide and cursed. Don't be afraid. It's not like junior brother Long doesn't have a flawless holy treasure. Huang Wudao will lose for sure. Tiangang sneered. At this moment, all the disciples of the War God Shrine were united against a common enemy. They hated Huang Wudao, and they were eager for Ling Xiao to create a miracle and defeat Huang Wudao. Huang Tai, you actually gave the ruling heavenly saber to Huang Wudao. You're really something. Lu Wenjing said as he stared at Huang Tai. Lu Wenjing recognized the heavenly blade of judgment in Huang Wudao's hand. It was Huang Tai's sword, and it even contained a trace of Huang Tai's power of the divine path. It was extremely powerful. Huang Tai said indifferently, I've already given the heavenly blade of adjudication to Huang Wudao. It's now his natal treasure. Apart from the flipping sky seal, we didn't say that we can't use other holy treasures, right? Shameless. Lu Wenjing snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with worry. He did not know if Ling Xiao could handle the judgment heavenly blade. Rumble, the blade slashed down at Ling Xiao. The blade contained a power that could destroy everything, causing Ling Xiao to feel a strong sense of threat. It could be said that Huang Wudao's blade was not Huang Wudao's own power at all. Instead, the heavenly blade of judgment contained the will of Huang Tai, the power of the divine path. It was as if Ling Xiao's opponent had suddenly changed to Huang Tai. It turned out that this was Huang Tai's killing move. Ling Xiao's eyes were as cold as iron. He still stood there as if he did not see the heavenly blade of judgment coming down at him. However, there was a vast and unparalleled deathly aura behind Ling Xiao, causing the sky to shake violently in an instant. Get lost! Ling Xiao roared, and a palm slammed down toward Huang Wudao, the aura of death and life intertwined around Ling Xiao. It seemed to form the shadow of 3,000 worlds behind him, giving his palm an unparalleled divine power. In an instant, Ling Xiao's power skyrocketed, surpassing the aura of the divine king realm and reaching the peak of the half-saint realm. Then, he slapped the heavenly blade of judgment fiercely. Behind Ling Xiao, there seemed to be an incomparably mysterious figure appearing. Crack, the heavenly blade of judgment trembled violently, and the blade light that filled the sky suddenly exploded. Ling Xiao's palm seemed to be able to open up the cycle of life and death. Even the heavenly blade of judgment could not withstand the power of the palm. It trembled and was sent flying. Ling Xiao's palm landed on Huang Wudao's chest, and a huge bloody hole immediately appeared. Huang Wudao was directly smashed into pieces, exploding into a bloody mist in the void. Huang Wudao screamed miserably. His primordial spirit escaped from his body in an instant. His eyes were filled with horror as he fled towards Huang Tai. "Ancestor, save me!" Huang Wudao roared, his voice trembling violently. At this moment, Ling Xiao's palm did not slow down, and it was still heading towards Huang Wudao. Boom! At this moment, Huang Tai's eyes flashed. He immediately waved his sleeve, and a purple light rose, blocking Ling Xiao's palm. Then, he took Huang Wudao's primordial spirit into his sleeve. Can't the old bear it after hitting the young one? The genius disciple of the 9 imperial gates is nothing more than this. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. He looked at Huang Tai with disdain. Long Out Yin, there's a holy Dao energy in your body. That's the Thunder Spirit King, right? You defeated Huang Wudao with the Thunder Spirit King's strength. It's not your own strength. Are you proud? Huang Tai said expressionlessly. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He had already seen that the heavenly blade of judgment was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao could not withstand it at all, but at the last moment, his body erupted with the strength of the peak of the half-saint realm. Not only did it send the heavenly blade of judgment flying, it even destroyed Huang Wudao's body. The strength of the peak of the half-saint realm naturally came from the Thunder Spirit King. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "What a joke. You can leave your strength in the heavenly blade of judgment, but it's not Huang Wudao's own strength. Why can't I use the strength of the Thunder Spirit King? If I only use my own strength, I can kill him like a dog. How dare you?" Huang Yu's face turned cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Ling Xiao. Huang Wudao's defeat was like a slap to their faces by Ling Xiao. It made Huang Yu burn with rage. He could not wait to kill Ling Xiao. "You're the one who's being presumptuous. Elder Huang Tai, Huang Wudao has been defeated. I should be qualified to challenge you now, right?" Ling Xiao scolded Huang Yu, then looked at Huang Tai and said indifferently. Seeing that Ling Xiao wanted to challenge Huang Tai, the people of the War God Temple were filled with admiration. Their blood was boiling. The people of the 9 imperial obelisk were defeated in the War God Temple. It made them feel that their prestige had increased. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Ling Xiao anymore. Ling Xiao used the battle with Huang Wudao to prove his current strength. He also won everyone's respect. Even many of the true disciples of the War God Temple were impressed by Ling Xiao. "Very good. Long Out Yin, since you want to challenge me, I'll fulfill your wish. However, I don't want to bully the weak. How about we still limit it to 3 moves?" Huang Tai took a deep look at Ling Xiao, then lowered his eyelids and said expressionlessly. On the other hand, Huang Yu's entire body trembled. He knew that Ling Xiao had finally angered the old ancestor. The old ancestor was truly enraged. Ling Xiao's repeated provocations had finally caused Huang Tai to disregard everything and attack. "All right. Let's limit it to 3 moves." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with a strong desire to fight. At this moment, the white-clothed war god looked at Huang Tai calmly and said, "Elder Huang Tai, with your cultivation and status, if you fight with Long Out Yin, you will inevitably be suspected of bullying the weak. Why don't you let me fight with you for a few moves?" Everyone could not help but be shocked. The war god was going to fight. The war god supreme in front of them was extremely mysterious. Although he had proven his Tao for several 100,000 years, he had never casually taken action. Normally, he would be in seclusion in the War God Temple, so no one knew what level his cultivation had reached. Since the War God is interested, I will be happy to accompany you. Huang Tai's eyes flashed as he said faintly. He had to admit that the white-clothed War God's proposal made him a little tempted. Although the War God's presence in the War God Temple was not high, his cultivation was unfathomable. No one knew what level he had reached now. If Huang Tai could fight with the white-clothed War God, he would naturally be able to figure out the white-clothed War God's background. Ling Xiao naturally saw through Huang Tai's plan. He bowed to the white-clothed War God and said, "Thank you for your kindness, War God. However, there is no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. I am determined to fight with Elder Huang Tai. Please grant me my wish." "Are you sure?" The white-clothed War God looked at Ling Xiao deeply and said. "I am sure." Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. "He is courting death. I hope Elder Huang Tai can kill him directly." In the distance, Zhang Tianqing's eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. "Tianqing, don't underestimate Long Outyin. He dares to challenge Elder Huang Tai. Either he is crazy, or he really has the confidence to fight with Elder Huang Tai." "Do you think he is crazy?" Lei Qianjue looked at Zhang Tianqing and said slowly. He is not crazy. But even if he has the flipping sky seal, he can't be Elder Huang Tai's opponent, right? Let alone 3 moves, he will die in 1 move. Zhang Tianqing said with some reluctance. "That's hard to say. This Long Outyin may be arrogant, but he is quite methodical. When have you seen him do something he is not confident of? If he could really fight with Elder Huang Tai, not only would he be able to establish his authority, but he would also be able to use the prestige he gained from this battle and control the flipping sky seal to become the battle hall master. No one would be able to stop him. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone." Lei Qianjue said. "That will have to wait until he can withstand 3 moves from Elder Huang Tai. Elder Huang Tai is no ordinary saint. Perhaps Long Outyin won't even be able to withstand a single blow." The law enforcement elder Xing Jun sneered. Although he had to admit that Lei Qianjue was right, he still did not want such a thing to happen. "If it's really as I think, then it's not a good thing." Lei Qianjue looked at Ling Xiao from afar with a strange look in his eyes. Rumble, a vast and powerful saint's aura permeated the air. Huang Tai stood in the sky with an indifferent expression. He looked down at Ling Xiao like a dragon looking down at an ant. He had an invincible aura. "Long Outyin, I have to say that I admire your courage. But if you think that you can defeat me with the flipping sky seal, you are wrong. If I kill you by accident, I hope you won't hold it against me," Huang Tai said indifferently. His voice shook the void as if there was a strange force pressing down on Ling Xiao. Buzz, Ling Xiao's body flashed, and the black flipping sky seal spun, exuding a majestic holy aura. It floated above Ling Xiao's head, sprinkling down rays of divine light, which shrouded Ling Xiao's entire body. The saint aura that Huang Tai exuded did not seem to affect Ling Xiao at all. "Let's see if we can fight or not with our fists. Elder Huang Tai, please enlighten me." Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he stared at Huang Tai. Rumble, the sky shook as the flipping sky seal exuded an ancient, thick and mysterious light. A powerful saint aura filled the air as if it was indestructible and could suppress the heavens. Ling Xiao's blood seemed to be boiling as he stared at Huang Tai in front of him. Every pore on his body opened up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to fight with Huang Tai. It would be immeasurable for Ling Xiao. Moreover, he wasn't being arrogant on purpose. Instead, he had enough confidence in himself. After Thunder Spirit King became the device spirit of the flipping sky seal, he had complete control over the flipping sky seal. He was very clear about the terror of this supreme treasure. In addition, he was in War Mountain, which was his home ground, so it was possible for him to control the flipping sky seal and fight with Huang Tai. "Since you insist, let's leave it to fate," Huang Tai said indifferently. The terrifying saint aura around him grew even more vast. "Rumble! Rumble!" Huang Tai spat out 2 words. Suddenly, the sky shook as a mysterious purple thunderbolt appeared in his palm and pressed down on Ling Xiao. The entire war mountain was shrouded in endless thunderbolts as the destructive power shrouded the sky. Everyone's faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling. Their eyes were filled with incomparable terror. The power of the Saint Path was too terrifying. Huang Tai had mastered the Thunder Saint Path and condensed the Thunder Dao fruit. He seemed to have become a part of the Thunder Calamity. Every move he made was immeasurable. Rumble, the white-clothed war god's body flashed as he activated the mountain protection array of the war god hall. It shrouded the entire war god hall and protected everyone. Only then did everyone feel a little better. However, their eyes were still solemn as they stared at Ling Xiao and Huang Tai in the air. This was the power of a saint. Even if Ling Xiao had the flipping sky seal, would he be able to contend with such power? Everyone's hearts were filled with uncertainty. Open! Ling Xiao roared. In an instant, his qi and blood surged to the sky. The flipping sky seal expanded against the wind and directly drew a black mountain in the void. Its momentum was monstrous, and it rushed toward Huang Tai to greet him. Rumble, translator, Transin editor, Transin. The flipping sky seal contained hundreds of millions of tons of divine power. It was activated by Ling Xiao at this moment and radiated with divine light. It was as if it had been completely revived. Huang Tai's palm landed on the flipping sky seal. In an instant, boundless thunderbolts exploded. The flipping sky seal shook violently. Runes and divine lights exploded one after another. Cracks appeared in the void above. Thunder Spirit King, who was in the flipping sky seal, shone with hundreds of millions of divine lights. He activated the flipping sky seal to the extreme and annihilated all the thunderbolts in the sky. However, those thunderbolts were all Thunder Principle origin energy. They even tried to enter the flipping sky seal to kill Thunder Spirit King. However, they were all annihilated by the flipping sky seal. Ling Zhao's body shook violently and he was sent flying. You have completely mastered the power of the flipping sky seal. How? How is this possible? Huang Tai's eyes revealed a trace of shock. He had just directly activated the power of the Thunder Dao fruit. That attack was terrifying. Even an ordinary saint would find it difficult to withstand it, let alone Ling Xiao. He did not expect that it would be so easily neutralized by the flipping sky seal. Huang Tai could feel that Ling Xiao had completely activated the power of the flipping sky seal. He could even feel the fluctuation of the artifact spirit. This supreme treasure already had an artifact spirit. Completely mastered the flipping sky seal? It's true. Lei Qianjue took a deep breath and his eyes turned solemn. Artifact spirit? The white-clothed war god's eyes flashed with admiration. Lu Wenjing and the others, who had been worried about Ling Xiao, finally heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Ling Xiao had created an almost impossible miracle as a great perfection god king by forcefully withstanding Huang Tai's attack. More and more disciples of the war god hall became hopeful for him. Nothing is impossible. Kill. Ling Zhao's qi and blood were boiling, and he felt his body trembling. Although he was protected by the flipping sky seal, he could still feel the invincible saint aura from Huang Tai. Without the flipping sky seal, he would have been annihilated into dust no matter how strong his body was. However, Ling Xiao had benefited a lot from this attack. Ling Xiao had obtained the legacy of the Lightning the Arch technique and the Divine Firmament Lightning Dao from the Divine Firmament Saint. These two supreme sage techniques contained the power of the Lightning Dao. Meanwhile, Huang Tai had formed the Lightning Dao fruit. Ling Zhao's understanding of the Lightning Dao had improved by leaps and bounds after exchanging blows with Huang Tai. The sudden burst of inspiration had given him many insights. So he was not satisfied with the sky seal had sky seal. He held up the flipping sky seal with both hands. Like an ancient chaotic fiend god, he pressed down on Huang Tai with unstoppable momentum. So what if you can control the seal's power? Sword. Sword, sword. Huang Tai's the sword of the sky of heavens of heaven. The sky trembled violently. In an instant, streaks of blazing sword chi bloomed between heaven and earth. Behind Huang Tai, there seemed to be billions of streaks of sword light. Each streak of sword light contained terrifying power, and they shot directly toward the flipping sky seal, seemed with sword had a was of star power. Firmament sword force, there was power. Sky had sky, there and there was sky above was sky? Streaks of sword radiance exploded, as though countless experts had self-destructed. The flipping sky seal trembled violently. Although Ling Xiao was in control of the flipping sky seal, the power of the sword radiance's explosion was still transmitted to his body through the flipping sky seal, causing his body to tremble violently and his flesh to crack. Crack, in an instant, the flipping sky seal shone brightly, as if a chaotic world had emerged. It contained the mysterious samsara power of life and death. It directly swallowed all the sword radiance in the sky and then suppressed Huang Tai. Huang Tai's eyes were indifferent. However, the invincible power of the flipping sky seal still shocked him. He couldn't help but shout and slashed out with both his hands at the same time. The sword light in the sky converged into a 10,000-meter-long sword essence. It slashed at the flipping sky seal, and a terrifying divine light burst out. Even Ling Xiao could feel a surge of energy surging towards him. The flipping sky seal was actually unable to withstand the power of this slash and was sent flying. Ling Xiao was instantly exposed in front of Huang Tai. Fire! Murderous intent flashed in Huang Tai's eyes. Without giving Ling Xiao a chance to react, he executed the third move, Rumble. Oh no! Lu Wenjing's face turned pale. Boom! Boom! Ling Xiao was exposed in front of Huang Tai. Even if the flipping sky seal was still there, could it really protect Ling Xiao? Everyone's heart sank. Although Huang Tai had condensed the Thunder Dao fruit, he was still an alchemy saint. His strongest point was not the Thunder Divine Way, but the Flame Divine Way. His control over the flames was at his whim. Swoosh, the flipping sky seal flew back in an instant and swept away the sea of fire in the sky. However, a part of the flame still enveloped Ling Xiao. Rumble. This time, Long Outyen is dead. I will still be the owner of the flip sky seal. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tianqing's eyes lit up. His body trembled uncontrollably. It was as if he had seen a glimmer of hope that he could control the flip sky seal. That is Huang Tai's royal sacred fire. It can even burn an ordinary saint to death. Long Outyen is doomed. Lei Qianjue said slowly as a serious look appeared in his eyes. Huang Tai was extremely powerful. Not only had he condensed the Thunder Dao fruit, but he had also condensed the Flame Dao fruit. The yellow sacred fire was not only the supreme sacred fire that Huang Tai used to refine elixirs, but it also had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Boom, the royal sacred fire was dazzling. It contained a majestic and mysterious light, distorting the void around it. Everyone's expression changed. Was Long Outyen really going to die? Even the white-clothed war god's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to attack, his eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. He could not help but stop. Boom, rumble. Buzz, the mountain began to tremble violently. Mysterious talismans flew out from it. They were as dazzling as the flying immortal light. All of them merged into the flipping sky seal, causing its aura to soar to a terrifying level. The entire war mountain became sparkling and translucent like glass. A mysterious power was awakened, turning into an ocean of laws. Ling Xiao was shrouded in blazing flames. The true meaning of the Great Path seemed to have integrated into his body at this moment. His eyes were extremely bright and resplendent. He raised the vast flipping sky seal and smashed it directly at Huang Tai. Saint Path Resonance? Oh no! Huang Tai's expression changed drastically. It was as if he had seen a scene from 1,000,000 years ago. His calm heart trembled violently as he felt a monstrous killing intent enveloping him. 1,000,000 years ago, a peerless figure wielded the flipping sky seal and fought against all the saints. He even killed many of them, causing them to bleed on War Mountain. That battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. War Mountain was dyed red. At that time, Huang Tai was only a teenager. However, the peerless and invincible demeanor of that figure was deeply engraved in his heart. Now, Ling Xiao's figure seemed to have overlapped with that figure. Open up! Terrifying saint aura erupted from Huang Tai. Light shone above his head as if there were two dazzling suns floating. One was a Thunder Dao fruit while the other was a Flame Dao fruit. They intertwined to form a powerful saint path boundary. At the same time, a light flashed in Huang Tai's palm. A crimson cauldron appeared, exuding majestic saint light. It smashed toward the flipping sky seal. Huang Tai even took out the ultimate emperor cauldron? He's going to go all out. Some people looked shocked. 2 fruits of the way had appeared, and he had even activated the ultimate royal cauldron. Huang Tai looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Everyone was shocked. Long Out Yen has resonated with the saint path. That's the saint imprint. It's as if all the saints are activating the flipping sky seal. How can Huang Tai not be afraid? Have you forgotten the Scarlet Dragon War God from 1,000,000 years ago? An old man with white hair and a beard in a black Taoist robe sighed softly. Yes. Master of the Yin Hall, greets the Hall Master. Everyone was shocked. This white-haired old man was the master of the Yin Hall, Qing Chong Kong. He was also Qing Ying's father and a saint ancestor. They didn't expect him to be alarmed as well. However, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the meaning behind Qing Chong Kong's words. 1,000,000 years ago, the Scarlet Dragon War God had used the cyclic sky seal to trigger the resonance of the Saint Tao. Afterwards, he had killed numerous saints, shocking the entire God realm. Crack, the void shattered with a loud bang. The boundless turbulence of the void trembled, causing the surrounding heavens and earth to howl violently. The ultimate power of the flipping sky seal seemed to have awakened. It collided with the ultimate royal tripod, causing it to tremble violently. Runes exploded one after another. Flames and lightning intertwined, setting off a terrifying divine light storm. Boom, the ultimate emperor cauldron was sent flying, and its light dimmed. Huang Tai trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened, everyone was petrified. Who was that? The supreme elder of the 9 imperial obelisk, the alchemy saint, Huang Tai, was injured by Ling Xiao. Everyone felt that it was unreal. Everything in front of them was too shocking. Ling Xiao, who was at the Divine King realm, used the flipping sky seal to injure Huang Tai. It was a magnificent feat that no one dared to imagine. It could be said that it was a miracle. This kid is too impulsive. Lu Wenjing scolded with a smile. The huge rock in his heart was finally lifted, and his face was filled with unconcealable pride. Old man, stop pretending. Are you very proud? My brother has made your battle hall so proud. Can you give me that Saint Heart grass of yours? The black donkey licked his lips and moved forward, staring at Lu Wenjing. Scram. Lu Wenjing's smile froze, and he suddenly felt black lines on his forehead. This black donkey's mouth was too cheap. He kicked the black donkey away. Fine, I won't give it to you. Stingy. The black donkey rolled a few times, stood up from the ground, and muttered softly. Everyone was very excited. All the disciples and elders of the War God Temple were cheering for this moment. At this moment, when they thought about Ling Xiao's words, they realized that it wasn't arrogance, but confidence. Ling Xiao wanted to use this battle to tell everyone. Those who offend the War God Temple, even if they are saints, will have to pay the price. Boom, Huang Tai's body was surrounded by dazzling divine light. He breathed in heavenly essence, exuding the aura of wind and thunder, causing the void to tremble slightly. The injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, there was a trace of pain in his eyes. The foundation of the Extreme Emperor Cauldron was damaged by the flipping sky seal. Although they were both saint treasures, the flipping sky seal and the Extreme Emperor Cauldron were naturally different. In order to restore the Extreme Emperor Cauldron to its original state, Huang Tai would have to spend a few hundred years nurturing it. This time, not only did Huang Tai lose face, but even the Extreme Emperor Cauldron was damaged. It could be said that he had suffered a great loss. Ha ha ha. Flipping sky seal. Saint Tao resonance. Great. Very good. Long Out Yen, this old man will remember you. War God, this old man will take his leave. Huang Tai was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were extremely gloomy, revealing a trace of undisguised killing intent. He then looked coldly at the War God in white, rolled up his sleeves, and left the War God Temple with Huang Yu and Huang Wudao. He was too ashamed to continue staying here. As a saint, he had been injured by an immortal king. If this news spread, Huang Tai's reputation would be ruined. The War God in white's eyes were calm and deep. He glanced at Huang Tai indifferently with a trace of coldness in his eyes. Zhang Tianqing, Lei Qianjue, Xing Jun, and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. They were like frosted eggplants. Their hearts were filled with reluctance, but there was nothing they could do. They knew that this battle had brought Ling Xiao's prestige in the War God Temple to the peak, just as Xianxia had predicted. Next, it was only logical that he would become the War God Temple's master. They did not even have the ability to stop him. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, 3 powerful auras swept across the sky. They quickly arrived at the War Mountain and stood in front of Ling Xiao. They were 2 men and a woman. Both of them looked to be in their 20s. One of them was wearing a red robe, while the other was wearing a black armor. Both of them were tall and handsome. Both of them had reached the 7th Revolution half-saint realm. The woman was wearing a white dress. Her temperament was extraordinary and elegant. Her skin was sparkling and translucent like jade. She had a flawless face. She looked graceful and magnanimous. She had an aura of being detached from the world. Her eyes were sky blue, as bright as gems. Her gaze was full of curiosity as she looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he quickly guessed the identities of these 3 people. In the entire War God Hall, there were only 3 saints whose cultivation had surpassed the 7th Revolution half-saint at such a young age. Anai Shang from the Heaven Hall, Wu Xiong from the Earth Hall, and Gao Yang from the Yang Hall. These 3 saints were extremely talented and powerful. They were known as the future hope of the War God Hall. Ling Xiao could feel that the 3 of them were exuberant and had powerful bloodlines. They exuded the true meaning of the Great Path. Even if they were to face a 9th Revolution half-saint, they would be able to put up a fight. These were the true prodigies. Junior brother Long, as a divine king, you defeated Huang Wudao in 3 moves and even injured Huang Tai. You have created a miracle and lifted the spirits of the War God Hall. Good job. Wu Xiong, who was dressed in black armor, had an incomparably sincere expression on his face as he spoke seriously. That's right. Ha ha ha. Junior brother Long not only has an extraordinary innate talent, but his eloquence is also formidable. Listening to him scolding that old bastard Huang Tai was really King delightful. I would have gone up and beaten that old bastard up if it weren't for my insufficient strength. Gao Yang, who was dressed in a red robe, looked carefree and unrestrained. He patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and laughed heartily. Senior brothers, you flatter me. I was just doing my duty as a disciple of the War God Hall. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He could feel the goodwill of these 2 saints, which made him feel gratified. Fortunately, not everyone in the War God Hall was like Zhang Tianqing and Xianxia. Well said. Duty? How many people are able to do their duty? I can't stand those cowards who only know how to boost the morale of others and diminish their own prestige. Gao Yang sneered and glanced at Zhang Tianqing maliciously. Zhang Tianqing's body stiffened, and his eyes were filled with shame and anger. He hated Ling Xiao even more. Ling Xiao was in the limelight today, but all of this should have been Zhang Tianqing's. If Ling Xiao had not snatched the flipping sky seal from him, Ling Xiao would not have had the chance to do so. His heart was filled with hatred and jealousy. Junior brother Long, well done. Anai Shang said softly, and her eyes were filled with admiration. Her voice was clear and ethereal, and she smiled faintly. This smile instantly caused the world to lose its color. Many thanks, senior sister Anai Shang. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Anai Shang was the legend of the War God Temple and also the goddess in the hearts of everyone in the War God Temple. She was extremely beautiful and had an extraordinary temperament. In Ling Xiao's opinion, only the Shan king, Ji Feishuan, could be compared to her. For hundreds of thousands of years, the god of war had only taken in 2 disciples. One was the current deputy hall master of the Heavenly Hall, Yang Fan, and the other was Anai Shang. It was said that Anai Shang wasn't even 100 years old yet. She possessed great talent and was able to control the power of time. Therefore, her attainments in the art of aging eternity were extremely deep. Ling Xiao was even wondering if Anai Shang had also obtained the inheritance of menstruation. However, Anai Shang looked like a deep pool of water, and Ling Xiao couldn't tell how deep she was. My holy maiden, I've never seen her smile before. She actually smiled at junior brother Long? Wu Xiong pretended to be jealous and sighed. You're so ugly. Anai Shang can't smile even if she wants to. Only junior brother Long's peerless demeanor can make an Aishang smile. Gao Yang couldn't help but strike a blow. Scram. Wu Xiong pretended to be indignant. Ling Xiao smiled inwardly. It seemed that the three holy sons had a good relationship. That was why they could joke around so casually. Long Out Yen. An ethereal and clear voice rang out from the War Mountain. Everyone immediately quieted down and looked respectfully at the white-clothed god of war. They had already guessed what the white-clothed god of war wanted to say. As a disciple of the War Hall, you've successfully obtained the inheritance of the flipping sky seal. Furthermore, you're not afraid of strong enemies. You've protected the dignity of the War Hall and made a great contribution. I hereby promote you to the Lord of the War Hall. I hope that you will work hard in your cultivation and bring the War Hall to greater heights and restore its former glory. The white-clothed god of war's voice was very calm, but it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's hearts. The Lord of the War Hall, these 4 words carried a lot of weight. Everyone knew that in the 9 branches of the War Hall, the god of war was the most respected. Apart from the god of war, the lords of the 9 branches and the supreme elders had the highest status. Even the holy sons were only disciples, comparable to the deputy lord of the War Hall. They still had to salute the Lord of the War Hall. It could be said that Ling Xiao had leaped to the top of the entire War Hall. He was one of the few people with the highest status, comparable to the supreme elders of the Saint Realm, although they had already guessed this result. After hearing it now, Zhan Tianqing, Lei Qianjue, Xing Jun, and the others' faces were extremely gloomy. Especially Zhan Tianqing, whose fingernails were deeply embedded in his flesh. His face was extremely twisted, and he was about to go crazy with jealousy. From now on, Ling Zhao's status was no longer a constraint. Even Zhan Tianqing and Lei Qianjue had to salute him when they saw him. In addition, Long Out Yen obtained the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon God of War and the Flipping Sky Seal. With the approval of the Flipping Sky Seal, he is now the successor disciple of the Scarlet Dragon God of War. So from now on, Long Out Yen's seniority is the same as Uncle Lu's. All disciples have to obey him. The white-clothed war god said slowly and released another piece of news, which suddenly shocked everyone. The successor disciple of the Scarlet Dragon God of War, the Scarlet Dragon God of War was a peerless figure a million years ago. Even the white-clothed war god of war had to call him Uncle Master. Therefore, although Lu Wenjing was the nominal disciple of the Scarlet Dragon God of War, the white-clothed war god of war had to call him Uncle Master. Didn't that mean that Long Out Yen had become the junior uncle of the war god of war? The numerous disciples of the war god temple, regardless of whether they are inner court disciples or true disciples, all have to address Long Out Yen as martial granduncle. This seniority was so high that it scared people to death. However, in the war god temple, the war god of war had supreme majesty and power. Since she had announced and acknowledged it, there was no right to oppose. Even if they were unwilling, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. Ha ha ha. The war god of war is right. Junior brother, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and thank the war god of war. Lu Wenjing was extremely excited. Ling Zhao's identity as the disciple of the Scarlet Dragon God of War was finally confirmed. He had another layer of insurance in the future. Thank you. The war god of war. Ling Xiao was also a little stunned. After a while, he reacted and bowed to the white-clothed war god of war. Ling Xiao could understand letting him become the master of the war god of war, but the white-clothed war god of war actually gave him the identity of the disciple of the Scarlet Dragon God of War. It was equivalent to giving him the title of junior uncle. Ling Xiao could not understand what the white-clothed war god was trying to do. Lei Qianjue and Xing Jun's faces were extremely ugly. Because from now on, they not only had to bow to Ling Xiao, but they also had to call him Uncle Master. This was even more unbearable than killing them. I am the Uncle Master. Puff, Zhan Tianqing was so angry that he muttered to himself. Then, his vision turned black and he directly fainted. Senior Uncle Long, you've really gone overboard this time. Gao Yang said with his eyes wide open. His face was filled with a bitter smile. Just a second ago, they were still addressing Ling Xiao as junior brother Long, but in the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had become their senior uncle Long. It was indeed hard for them to accept. Senior brother Gao, senior brother Wu, senior sister and Xiang, this. I didn't expect it to be like this. Why don't we address each other separately? Anyway, cultivators like us don't need to be constrained by seniority. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Don't. Senior Uncle Long, if we dare to address you as junior brother, wouldn't our master beat us to death? Senior Uncle Long, so be it. Who asked you to become the battle hall master? Wu Xiong smiled bitterly. Senior Uncle Long, let's not be so formal about seniority. This time, we have something to ask you to go with us. I wonder if you're interested? And Aishang smiled as if she didn't have any objection to Ling Xiao becoming a senior Uncle Long. She accepted it very naturally. What is it? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The Great Zhou Divine Nation of the Grand Heavens region has a martial hidden mountain that will open soon. Legend has it that there is a flawless secret skill hidden in the martial hidden mountain. We're planning to take a look at the martial hidden mountain. I wonder if you're interested. And Aishang said slowly. Martial hidden mountain? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but glance at the Shan King Ji Feishuan in the distance. Ji Feishuan was the princess of the Great Zhou Divine Nation. She had told Ling Xiao that there was a flawless secret skill in the martial hidden mountain, but he didn't expect the martial hidden mountain of the Great Zhou Divine Nation to open soon. Ling Xiao was naturally very interested in the flawless secret skill. The various secret skills in the wordless heavenly book were extremely useful to him, especially the Tiangang secret skill. Every time he obtained one, his strength would increase greatly. When? I'm indeed interested. Ling Xiao nodded and said. It should be in the next 1 to 2 months. We're preparing to set off in a month. If Senior Uncle Long is interested, we'll go together then. And Aishang smiled faintly. All right. Ling Xiao nodded. In that case, we'll take our leave first. When Martial Granduncle Long's promotion ceremony begins, we'll come again to celebrate. And Aishang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang quickly left the War Mountain. They agreed to meet again after the promotion ceremony. In the War God Temple, the promotion of a Hall Master was an extremely important event, second only to the promotion ceremony of the War God Supreme. A grand ceremony had to be held to celebrate it. It was also the glory of the 9 branches, representing the birth of the new Hall Masters. Ling Xiao was already the Battle Hall Master, and the elders of the sect were planning to prepare a promotion ceremony for him. It should be held in a few days. At that time, the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Battle God Shrine would participate, and the other 8 Hall Masters would also appear. With the departure of the white-clothed War God, everyone also slowly retreated. The same thought appeared in their minds. From today onwards, the Battle Hall would truly rise. The scene of Ling Xiao injuring Elder Huang Tai with the flipping sky seal was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Ling Xiao had also used this battle to establish his prestige. At this moment, Ling Xiao's position in the hearts of many disciples and elders was not any weaker than that of the 3 saints. Let's go. Lei Qianjue looked deeply at Ling Xiao and left with Zhan Tianxing, who had fainted from anger. This time, it could be said that they were disheartened. They wanted to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself, but in the end, not only did they not see anything, but they were also ruthlessly slapped in the face by Ling Xiao. Especially when they thought about how they would have to call Ling Xiao martial uncle in the future, even Lei Qianjue and Xing Jun's faces turned pale. Soon, only Ling Xiao, Lu Wenjing, Tian Gang, and the other members of the battle hall were left on the War Mountain. Lu Wenjing, Tian Gang, and the others looked at each other and smiled. Then, they bowed to Ling Xiao at the same time and said, Greetings, Hall Master. What Palace Master? You're really making me look bad. Everyone here is on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite. Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Ling Xiao was not used to suddenly becoming the Hall Master of the Battle Hall, and his status was even higher by a few generations. However, he also knew that the burden on his shoulders had become heavier. As the Hall Master of the Battle Hall, he had to fulfill the dying wish of the Scarlet Dragon God of War and restore the glory of the Battle Hall to the glory of 1,000,000 years ago. Little junior brother, I didn't expect you to not only completely refine the flipping sky seal, but also to be able to resonate with the saint path. Even Huang Tai, that old man, was chased away by you. If Master knew about this in the underworld, he would be very happy. Lu Wenjing said with great relief. His life's dream was to see the battle hall restored to its former glory, and today, he finally saw hope in Ling Xiao. Senior brother, I was just lucky. The weapon spirit of the flipping sky seal had disappeared long ago. I turned the Thunder Spirit King into the weapon spirit of the flipping sky seal, and only then was I able to completely control the flipping sky seal. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He then told them about what had happened in the flipping sky seal. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the world in the flipping sky seal to be so mysterious. There was actually a world of death inside. Palace Master, I didn't expect the world in the flipping sky seal to be so dangerous. Zhang Tianqing is indeed from the bloodline of the war tribe. If you hadn't obtained the red spider lily, I'm afraid the flipping sky seal would have fallen into his hands. Tiangang said with some emotion. Everyone nodded in agreement. If Zhang Tianqing had obtained the flipping sky seal, they would be in big trouble. Now that Zhang Tianqing had become the hall master of the battle hall, the rest of them would probably be in a miserable state. After all, Zhang Tianqing was a member of the Thunder Hall. Naturally, he wouldn't think of the battle hall wholeheartedly. Kid, although you have control of the flipping sky seal, you can't be so arrogant. This treasure should be placed on the battle mountain. When it resonates with the saint path, it will be able to unleash its greatest power. If you were to face a true saint outside of the battle god hall, it's hard to say who would win. Black Donkey said slowly. He had seen through Ling Xiao's strength at a glance. Although the flipping sky seal was powerful, it was just an external object. Moreover, with Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he didn't have the strength to fully control the flipping sky seal. I know. The flipping sky seal is just a means. Personal strength is the foundation. Senior brothers, you have all reached the great divine king realm. As long as you comprehend your own saint path, you will be able to break through to the sage-to-be realm. You are all the future and hope of the battle hall. The revival of the battle hall will depend on everyone's efforts. Ling Xiao said with a smile. This time, it wasn't just him. Everyone in the battle god hall had also obtained a great opportunity. They had refined the great Tao precepts and true intent and were on the verge of a breakthrough. Soon, the battle hall would have more than a dozen sage-to-be experts. The news that Ling Xiao had become the battle hall master had spread across the entire war god temple. Countless disciples and elders were excited. Some were doubtful, some were envious, and some were jealous. Everyone was talking about it. Most importantly, Ling Xiao was only a divine king, not even a half-saint. Many people were not convinced that such a person could become the battle hall master. After all, when the other temple masters became temple masters, almost all of them had reached the saint realm. At the very least, they were 9th revolution half-saints. It was hard not to doubt that a divine king could become the battle hall master. Those who saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Huang Tai on War Mountain didn't have any doubts about the result. On the contrary, they were extremely excited and regarded Ling Xiao as their idol. Saints had always been the synonym of invincibility in everyone's heart. However, Ling Xiao, a divine king, had crossed over a dozen small realms and defied the heavens to injure Huang Tai. This gave the disciples of the war god temple great confidence. Perhaps one day, they would also be able to attain the Tao and become a sage, or even kill a sage. This confidence was very important. It made the entire war god temple full of vitality. The war god temple's battle intent that had been passed down for a long time was surging. It was as if the spirit that flowed in the blood of the war god temple had been awakened. Many elders and hall masters noticed this change. They were extremely excited and gratified. At the same time, their resistance to calling Ling Xiao martial uncle had decreased a lot. This sense of belonging and recognition towards the sect was the key to an immortal sacred land's everlasting prosperity. Therefore, when they knew that Ling Xiao's promotion ceremony would be held 3 days later, the entire war god temple was in an uproar. Even many disciples and elders who were in seclusion or doing missions came out of seclusion or returned to the sect to participate in the ceremony. Battle Hall. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the battle hall, digesting the gains from the battle. At the same time, there was a dense wave of breakthrough energy around him. Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the divine king realm. If he did not suppress it, he could have gone through the nirvana tribulation and broken through to the half-saint realm. However, Ling Xiao was still refining his body and cultivation. He wanted to reach a perfect state. Thunder Spirit King, when can you break through to the Saint Realm? The flipping sky seal floated above Ling Xiao's head, sprinkling dazzling light. Ling Xiao's soul spirit was talking to the Thunder Spirit King. Master, I've completely refined the Tao fruit of death, but my core is the power of thunder. Once I condense the Tao fruit of thunder, I'll break through to the Sage Realm. At that time, Master will be able to kill Huang Tai with the flipping sky seal even without resonating with the Saint Path. Thunder Spirit King said slowly. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. Originally, he had a Thunder Spirit body. He had been stuck at the 9th Revolution Half-Saint Realm for countless years in Divine Cloud Valley, but after becoming the implement spirit of the cyclic sky seal and refining the Death Tao fruit, he saw hope for a breakthrough. Although the Thunder Spirit King had become the device spirit of the flipping sky seal, he had not broken through to the Saint Realm. Hence, he could not fully activate the power of the flipping sky seal, especially the Extreme Emperor aura. If he could activate the Extreme Emperor aura, even Huang Tai would be turned into dust in an instant. Very good. Your top priority is to completely control the flipping sky seal. Otherwise, once we leave War Mountain, I'm afraid the power we can use will be extremely limited. Ling Xiao said slowly. He had seen through the battle with Huang Tai. Although the Thunder Spirit King had become the device spirit of the flipping sky seal, his cultivation level was still insufficient. Hence, the power he could use was limited. If he had not resonated with the Saint Path, he would not have been able to injure Huang Tai at all. He might even have died in Huang Tai's hands. The terror of a sage was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Thunder Spirit King, do you recognize these 3 elixirs? Light flashed in Ling Xiao's hand, and 3 golden elixirs appeared. They were the size of a longan fruit and looked like they were cast in gold. There was the sound of metal and stone, but they were extremely heavy. They were like 3 mountains that weighed millions of pounds. These were the 3 elixirs that Ling Xiao had obtained from the 8 trigrams furnace in Divine Cloud Valley. However, he could not recognize the use of these 3 elixirs. These 3 elixirs were extremely heavy. Even a normal half-saint treasure could not break them. These are the divine fine elixirs left behind by the Divine Cloud Saint. Master actually obtained them. This is a great opportunity. Seeing these 3 golden elixirs, even the Thunder Spirit King trembled. His eyes were filled with excitement. Divine fine elixirs? What kind of elixir is this? I have never heard of it before. Ling Xiao was a little confused. He had heard of all kinds of elixirs in the divine world. However, he had never heard of this divine fine elixir. It is normal that Master has never heard of it. This is because these 3 divine fine elixirs have an extraordinary origin. They came from the legendary alchemy realm. They are the remnants of 3 sages' elixirs when they turned into Tao. The Thunder Spirit King said emotionally. Alchemy realm? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He had heard of the mortal realm before. Although the divine world was the center of all the worlds, there were still many worlds that were not weaker than the divine world. For example, the divine world's archenemy, the demon world, the underworld, and so on. The alchemy realm was also one of the 3,000 worlds. It was said that it was an elixir that absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. It was said that it was created by the alchemy realm. Some of the elixirs in the alchemy realm were refined by humans. However, the elixirs had a spirit and escaped into the alchemy realm. Some of them were born from heaven and earth. They contained all kinds of mysterious effects. In the alchemy realm, they could even break free from the restrictions of fate and turn into human form. They could cultivate independently. For an elixir to turn into a sage, it was hundreds or thousands of times more difficult than for a human to do so. Ling Xiao did not expect that these 3 golden elixirs were the remnants of the sages in the alchemy realm. What are the effects of these 3 elixirs? Since they have turned into Tao, the essence of these elixirs has been lost. The remaining elixirs are useless, right? Ling Xiao asked curiously. He knew very little about the mortal realm. Of course not. The remnants of these 3 elixirs of the sages are extremely useful to master. Although the essence of the elixirs has been lost, these 3 deity fine elixirs are comparable to the corpses of 3 sages. Even if they are used to refine weapons, they can be refined into a perfect sage treasure. Most importantly, they can forcefully increase the quality of the elixirs and unleash the power of the elixirs to the maximum. Just like the Tao Enlightening Sage elixir that Master obtained. If it is combined with the Deity Fine elixir, it can be upgraded into the Tao Enlightening Sage King elixir. Its effect is 10 times or even 100 times stronger than the Tao Enlightening Sage elixir. Even if Huang Tai worked himself to death, he would not be able to refine it. The Tao Enlightening Sage King elixir can even help one to become a sage. Do you think these Deity Fine elixirs are useful? It can improve the quality of the Tao Comprehending Divine Pill. This Deity Fine Pill is really heaven-defying. Ling Xiao was also shocked by Thunder Spirit King's words. The Tao Comprehending Divine Pill was already an extremely precious divine pill, but the Deity Fine Pill could improve it to the level of Saint King Pill, which was really heaven-defying. Yeah. That's the Saint of the Alchemy Realm, which contains the fortune of heaven and earth. Since ancient times, the Alchemy Realm's elixirs have always been the favorite of the experts. If Master has a chance to go to the Alchemy Realm in the future and devour a large number of elixirs, his cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Thunder Spirit King smiled and said, Alchemy Realm? If I have a chance, I will definitely go and see it. However, with this Deity Fine Pill, I will be able to break through to the Half-Saint Realm without any obstacles. Ling Xiao nodded and said with a sharp light in his eyes. He took out a Tao Comprehending Divine Pill. The Tao Comprehending Divine Pill was crystal clear, pure white and flawless like the sun. It flowed with mysterious Taoist rhymes and emitted bursts of fragrance. Ling Xiao followed Thunder Spirit King's instructions and brought the Deity Fine Pill and the Tao Comprehending Divine Pill close to each other. Suddenly, he saw an incomparably magical scene. The Deity Fine Pill, which was originally incomparably hard, buzzed when it got close to the Tao Comprehending Divine Pill. It instantly melted and turned into a golden liquid, which seeped into the Tao Comprehending Divine Pill at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The Tao Comprehending Divine Pill violently trembled and emitted incomparably bright light. Mysterious tentacles shot into the surrounding void and began to absorb the power of the void. The Tao Comprehending Divine Pill's aura began to skyrocket. The Tao Comprehending Divine Pill was enshrouded in dense light and instantly turned into a pure gold color. Moreover, the mysterious Taoist rhymes were ethereal, forming a mysterious halo around the elixir as if it was a mysterious world. Ling Xiao felt that the Tao Comprehending Divine Pill had become different. That vast Tao Comprehending intent was incomparably mysterious. Rumble, the Tao Comprehending Divine Pill emitted dazzling light and dyed the entire battle hall in pure gold. It overflowed outside of the battle hall, causing a mysterious and vast Taoist rhyme to float above the battle mountain. This is such a powerful Taoist rhyme. Outside the battle hall, Lu Wenjing opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock. Tiangang, Xian Wang, and the others also walked out of the cave. They felt comfortable all over, and their Yuan spirits were clear. It was as if they had become one with the Tao of heaven and earth. This feeling was incomparably intoxicating. Boom, the Celestial Dipper, Xian Wang, Iron Bull, Black Donkey, Fengya, and the others were all enveloped by the vast Taoist rhyme. Their entire bodies actually emitted an aura of a breakthrough. This is the aura of the Tao Comprehension Holy Pill? But how can the Tao Comprehension Sage Pill have such a powerful Tao aura that can affect the entire War Mountain? Lu Wenjing had no idea what was going on in the battle hall. The Taoist rhyme that permeated the air had actually caused Tiangang and the others to enter a state of Tao comprehension, entering the deepest state of cultivation. Little junior brother, you've gone too far this time. Could it be that you intend to let them undergo the Nirvana tribulation at the same time? Lu Wenjing said with a wry smile, his face full of shock. Rumble, the sky-flipping seal shone brightly. In an instant, the entire War Mountain's Grand Array was activated. A vast array barrier enveloped the entire War Mountain, concealing the aura of the Celestial Dipper and the others. The commotion on War Mountain had also alerted the disciples and elders of the other factions. What's going on? Why is the Grand Array of War Mountain activated? Could it be that a powerful enemy has invaded? Someone exclaimed. No powerful enemy has invaded. I'm afraid it's the work of Marshal Granduncle Long again. He's really restless. His promotion ceremony is in 3 days. At that time, he will have to meet the Supreme Elders. What's going on now that the Grand Array has been activated? Could it be that he's cultivating some kind of secret technique? Everyone was discussing spiritedly, trying to guess what had happened on War Mountain. In the Thunder Hall, Zhang Tianqing woke up. His face was extremely pale and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Tianqing, victory and defeat are common. Don't take it to heart. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Long Outyen is so arrogant and despotic. He must have a way to die. Lei Qianjue looked at Zhang Tianqing and comforted him. I can't accept this. The sky-flipping seal is mine. The Battle Hall Master is also mine. What did Long Outyen do to deserve it? He and I are irreconcilable. Zhang Tianqing growled. His eyes were bloodshot. You can't accept this? So what if you can't accept this? Are you a match for him? At this moment, an indifferent voice rang out in the void. A ray of light flashed in the Thunder Hall. Instantly, a middle-aged man in a purple robe appeared. A mysterious Taoist rhyme flowed around his body. His aura was as vast as the sea. It was unfathomable. Zhang Tianqing shuddered. He quickly bowed and said, Greetings, Master. Please help me. Long Outyen has gone too far. Zhang Tianqing's eyes were red. He looked like a bullied child who had just met his parents. He felt wronged. This was because he knew that the middle-aged man in purple robe was his biggest backer. He was the person who could hold up the sky for him and sweep through everything. The Thunder Hall Master, Lei Xuanji. Big brother, you have finally come out of seclusion. Could it be that you have taken that step? Lei Qianjue quickly bowed as well. His eyes were filled with surprise. That step is not that easy to take. Just a little bit more. But you have really disappointed me. I didn't expect to hear such a thing as soon as I came out of seclusion. I can't believe that you have indulged a puny ant to this extent. Lei Xuanji said coldly. Lightning flashed in his eyes. It was as if he could see the horrifying scene of the birth and death of the world. Lei Qianjue smiled bitterly and said, Big brother, I didn't expect that little bastard to grow so quickly. I didn't think that he would be a match for Tianqing. I didn't expect him to be able to obtain the sky-flipping seal's inheritance. This is too unexpected. This is strange. Tianqing, tell me everything that happened in the sky-flipping seal world. Especially how Long Outyen obtained the sky-flipping seal. Lei Xuanji said slowly as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Yes. Zhang Tianqing immediately told him everything that had happened. Something is wrong. You have already controlled the core of the array and refined 90% of it. Even if he managed to get the remaining 10%, how could he turn the tables? Unless, the Scarlet Dragon of War left a backup plan. But why would the Scarlet Dragon of War choose him? Big brother, I don't care what's wrong with Long Outyen. He has to die. But now that he has the sky-flipping seal, even Huang Tai was defeated by him. It's going to be difficult for us to deal with him. Lei Qianjue said with a wry smile. It's going to be difficult to deal with him now. But we don't need to do anything. Huang Tai is a vengeful old man. He won't let Long Outyen go. Lei Xuanji said coldly. Huang Tai? Lei Qianjue's eyes lit up. Big brother is right. Huang Tai is a saint, but he was defeated by Long Outyen. Huang Tai will definitely find trouble with him. Let's keep an eye on Long Outyen's whereabouts. If he dares to leave the sect, I'll find a way to inform Huang Tai. I'll leave it to you. Tianqing, don't let Long Outyen affect your spirit. You've been stuck at the 6th revolution half-saint for a long time. Once you reach the 7th revolution, you'll be the 4th holy son of the War God Temple. Now that the world is changing, I'm afraid this era is coming to an end. The Heavenly Choice Conference is going to happen again. Lei Xuanji said slowly. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes. The Heavenly Choice Conference? Big brother, is it the Heavenly Choice Conference that is said to be at the end of the era? The Heavenly Choice child will have the potential to become a great emperor? Lei Qianjue's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. The Heavenly Choice Conference was a grand event that involved the myriad worlds. Countless geniuses and prodigies would compete for the opportunity to become a great emperor. For example, the 9 great emperors of the human race had obtained the opportunity to become a great emperor in the last Heavenly Choice Conference. That was how they were able to become great emperors and lead the human race to glory. The Heavenly Choice Conference would sweep across the 3,000 great worlds. When the time came, countless prodigies would gather and it would usher in a new era. The prodigies of the 12 immortal sacred grounds in the divine world might be strong, but they were nothing compared to the Heavenly Choice Conference. In the Heavenly Choice Conference, there would be countless prodigies and prodigies that were sealed in the ancient times. Even the princes and princesses would appear. It would be a grand era. It's a pity that only those below the sage realm can participate in the heavenly selection meeting. I won't be able to participate. Xianxia, Tianheng, both of you have a chance. Cultivate hard. When the time comes to compete with the geniuses of all the realms, that is your opportunity. Compared to the heavenly chosen convention, a mere Long Out Yen is nothing but an ant, not worth mentioning. Lei Xuanji said slowly. Yes. Master, rest assured. In the Heaven's Choice Assembly, I'll definitely seize the title of Heaven's Chosen Son. Zhang Tianqing's face was filled with excitement. His eyes were filled with hope, and his fighting spirit was ignited again. 9 Imperial Obelisk. Ancestor, the War God Temple is going too far. And that Long Out Yen, he deserves to die. Are we just going to let it go? Huang Yu gritted his teeth as he spoke with a gloomy expression on his face. His experience in the War God Hall was a great humiliation to him, especially when Huang Tai had been injured by Long Out Yen. He felt a little mad when he thought about how they had left the War God Hall. Are we just going to let it go? How is that possible? Long Out Yen must die. Hand over the flipping sky seal of the War God Temple. Huang Tai said indifferently with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Ancestor, Long Out Yen controls the flipping sky seal and has the combat strength of a sage. Even if he leaves the War God Temple, it won't be easy to kill him, right? Huang Yu asked. Not necessarily. Although Long Out Yen controls the flipping sky seal, he can't fully unleash its power. He can only rely on the Saint Path resonance. As long as he leaves the War God Temple, even with the flipping sky seal, he won't be a match for a sage. Huang Tai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Huang Yu was shocked. He quickly asked, Ancestor, are you going to do it yourself? I can't do it. After all, we're still allies on the surface. Inform Luosha to be on standby. As long as Long Out Yen leaves the War God Temple, ask her to kill him and bring the flipping sky seal back. Huang Tai said indifferently. Yes. Huang Yu bowed respectfully, then turned and left. The War God Temple was filled with dazzling light and Taoist rhymes. It was peaceful and mysterious. After fusing with the deity pill, the enlightenment sage pill exploded with boundless energy. It floated in front of Ling Xiao's forehead and the vast Taoist rhymes merged with his body. Ling Xiao instantly felt himself flying out of the War God Temple, out of the War Mountain, and into the depths of the endless void. It was as though he had become one with the heavenly Tao of the divine world. He was surrounded by the vast great Tao law that was within reach. Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the great circle of the divine king realm. He was only one step away from crossing the nirvana tribulation and breaking through to the sage-to-be realm. However, this step was difficult for many people. In order to break through to the sage-to-be realm, one had to comprehend the true meaning of the great Tao. This was also the beginning of comprehending the true meaning of the great Tao. Only by gradually comprehending the true meaning of the great Tao and condensing one's own sage path could one become a sage. Ling Xiao was now standing at such a crucial moment. He had to comprehend his own true meaning of the great Tao. To others, comprehending a type of great Tao true intent might be extremely difficult. One would need to go through a very long period of cultivation, sudden enlightenment, and observing the heaven and earth to be able to achieve it. However, to Ling Xiao, it was very easy. The difficulty lay in the choice. Ling Xiao cultivated the sky-devouring mystic technique, so he could comprehend the sky-devouring true meaning. He had the lightning emperor technique and the divine firmament lightning Tao, so he could comprehend the true meaning of lightning. He cultivated the Great Void Heart Charm Sutra, so he could comprehend the true meaning of heart charm. He cultivated the true meaning of time, so he could comprehend the true meaning of fate, so he could comprehend the true meaning of calamity annihilation. Ling Xiao had bravely advanced all the way to where he was today. He had obtained many fortuitous opportunities that many people might not be able to obtain in their lifetime. The martial arts and secret techniques he cultivated were all earth-shattering ultimate techniques that pointed directly to the true meaning of the Great Tao. If Ling Xiao wanted to break through, any true meaning of the Great Tao would be able to help him break through. However, Ling Xiao was unwilling to break through just like that. He wanted to walk the path of invincibility that no one had ever seen before. He wanted to achieve the peerless divine path, so he had to create his own true will of the great path. This was also the foundation of his future divine path. Therefore, at this moment, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to break through. Instead, he sat there cross-legged and sank into a state of indifference. His entire body was shrouded in dazzling light. He had sunk into the deepest state of Tao comprehension. The sky-devouring mystic technique, the lightning emperor technique, the divine firmament lightning Tao, the Great Void Heart Charm Sutra, the true meaning of time, the true meaning of life, the true meaning of life, the true meaning of the Great Tao flowed slowly in Ling Xiao's heart. They turned into mysterious runes that revolved around him. Ling Xiao's aura became increasingly ethereal and unfathomable. Rumble, the light around Ling Xiao became even more dazzling and chaotic mist filled the air. His lips curled into a smile without any emotion. His skin flowed with a mysterious luster and Taoist rhyme circled around him. Streaks of purple gas rose from Ling Xiao's body, causing his body to emit an immortal fluctuation. The divine power law in his body was as vast as the sea. It contained the mysterious phenomenon of the birth and death of lightning, the creation of time, and the flow of life and death. His primordial spirit was clear and flawless, like an ancient heavenly emperor sitting cross-legged in the void, suppressing the myriad of worlds. His heart realm was between reality and illusion. His heart force flowed, allowing him to see through the long river of fate and the scene of countless years in the future. Essence, Qi, Spirit, Heart, these were the four types of energy in Ling Xiao's body, but they merged into one in the chaos at the same time, perfect and flawless. The key to breaking through to the sage-to-be realm is the true meaning of the great path. My primordial spirit has the true meaning of time and fate. My divine power law has the true meaning of devouring. My heart has the true meaning of heart talisman. My body has the true meaning of chaos. Ling Xiao seemed to be sitting alone in the endless chaos, comprehending the vast true meaning of the great path. He gradually understood. The body is the foundation, the origin of the primordial spirit, the foundation of the divine power law, and the origin of the heart. If I break through to the sage-to-be realm, the true meaning of chaos is the best choice. Chaos is all-encompassing and all-encompassing. Only by accommodating the heavens can I open my own path. The voice in Ling Xiao's heart became louder and louder. It was like a great bell, vibrating the surrounding void and shattering the chaotic mist. When Ling Xiao was in the void saint world, he had already understood the secret of the physical sanctification realm. It was refining the body in the chaos. Any living being had to go through this step before their body could become immortal and indestructible. Just like the third level of the indestructible saint technique, rebirth from a drop of blood. To a certain extent, it could be considered immortal and indestructible. As long as a drop of blood and flesh existed, it would never die. Therefore, Ling Xiao decided to use the great path of chaos as the foundation of his body, which was also the foundation of his Tao, Rumble. As Ling Xiao gradually understood, the vast chaotic qi in the surroundings surged into his body. It contained a tremendous presence, causing his aura to become heavier, ancient, and mysterious. Ling Xiao was like a black hole, constantly devouring chaotic energy. However, not a single strand of energy leaked out. The purple indestructible disaster seed on his chest was like a sun, dazzling and dazzling. Strands of tribulation qi revolved around him, giving him a mysterious ripple that made him indestructible and invulnerable. Leakless real body, this was the second level of the Myriad Tribulation's indestructible saint technique, the leakless true body. Ling Xiao had devoured an immeasurable amount of tribulation qi in the cyclic sky seal world and perfected his indestructible calamity seed. He had already shown the embryonic form of the leakless real body during his battle with Wang Wudao. Now that his Tao heart was perfected, he had finally broken through to the leakless real body realm. The leakless real body formed a small universe of its own. Ling Zhao's physical body had its own great path precepts. His entire body seemed to be condensed from the power of precepts. It was perfect and flawless, without any impurities. It locked in the vital energy, and precepts in his body, preventing any leakage. After condensing the leakless real body, Ling Zhao's physical body had greatly improved. More importantly, he could replenish his energy at any time and place. He would never run out of energy. Rumble, before Ling Zhao could carefully comprehend the mysteries of the leakless real body, a mysterious power erupted from his body. The vast great path precepts descended and a destructive force rose from Ling Zhao's body. His physical body emitted a crisp sound as it began to shatter at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Nirvana tribulation had descended. Ling Zhao's physical body was incomparably strong and he had even condensed the leakless real body. Therefore, his Nirvana tribulation was hundreds of times more dangerous than others. The surrounding void trembled and chaos filled the air. The chaotic great path precepts passed through Ling Zhao's physical body. Dense tribulation chi, numbering in the thousands, exploded within Ling Zhao's body. Ling Zhao could feel his physical body disintegrating and his primordial spirit weakening. His divine power and precepts were flowing away. Even his heart force began to disperse. It was as if he was about to return to the void and enter an irreversible state. However, Ling Zhao didn't panic at all. He still guarded his mind and calmly accepted all of this without any sadness or joy. The Nirvana tribulation was a tribulation of life and death. It was also a tribulation of rebirth. No one knew what was happening in the battle hall. However, the majestic Taoist rhyme emitted from the Enlightenment sage King Pil had also benefited Tiangang and the others greatly. All of them began to break through. Kacha, Tiangang, Xianwang, Black Donkey, Iron Bull, and the others' cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Divine King realm. Like water overflowing from a brimming Taoist rhyme, they finally understood their own Saint Tao and began to break through. Even the purple lightning lion was undergoing another Nirvana tribulation and began to break through. Little junior brother, you've gone overboard this time. More than 10 people are undergoing the Nirvana tribulation at the same time. This is really a magnificent feat. Lu Wenjing couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he saw the state of Tiangang and the others. Lu Wenjing wasn't worried about the cultivation of Tiangang and the others. Although they hadn't been in the Divine King realm for long, the flipping sky seal had changed the world when it appeared. The vast power of precepts had allowed them to lay a solid foundation. Now that they had comprehended the true meaning of the great path from the Enlightenment sage King Pil's Taoist rhyme, they had begun to undergo the Nirvana tribulation. At that time, Lu Wenjing was most afraid of more than 10 people undergoing the Nirvana tribulation at the same time. If the Nirvana tribulation formed a chain reaction, the power would increase by several times or even dozens of times. Tiangang and the others wouldn't be able to withstand the Nirvana tribulation and would be in danger of dying. A group of troublesome brats. Looks like this old man has to help again. Lu Wenjing shook his head. A light flashed in his hand and a heaven-shrouding ancient talisman appeared. This heaven-shrouding ancient talisman was given to him by Ling Zhao. Lu Wenjing's calamity indestructible sacred technique had also reached the leakless real body. He also had the indestructible calamity seed in his body that could devour and refine the calamity chi. Ling Zhao's original intention was to let Lu Wenjing hold the heaven-shrouding ancient talisman and protect Tiangang and the others while they were breaking through. This would reduce the danger and allow them to break through to the Sage-to-Be realm safely. However, Ling Zhao and Lu Wenjing didn't expect such a change that would cause Tiangang and the others to break through at the same time. Rumble, Tiangang and the others sat cross-legged in front of the battle hall. Mysterious Taoist rhymes circulated around their bodies. A calamity chi burst out from their bodies and began to annihilate their bodies and vitality. Lu Wenjing's gaze turned solemn. The heaven-shrouding ancient talisman emitted a sparkling light that enveloped his entire body. His aura became faintly discernible, ethereal and mysterious. Lu Wenjing didn't dare to be careless for a moment. He carefully observed the situation of Tiangang and the others, ready to take action at any time. Boom! 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 The power of nirvanic rebirth flowed around Heavenly Dipper and the others. Streams of tribulation chi wreaked havoc within their bodies. Their fleshly bodies began to crumble, transforming into a resplendent rain of light. It was as though they were returning to the void as their life force slowly dissipated. The nirvana tribulation was a process of life and death. Especially the first nirvana tribulation, it was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to the complete destruction of one's soul. Many divine king realm experts had died when they were breaking through to the sage-to-be realm. Therefore, Lu Wenjing had been watching Tiangang and the others. He didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Suddenly, a divine light flashed in Lu Wenjing's eyes. He saw the tribulation chi flowing in Tiangang and the others' bodies begin to intertwine with each other. Surging nirvana force erupted. The force suddenly increased and began to oppress Tiangang and the others. They were like candles in the wind, trying their best to hold on. However, the nirvana force was becoming more and more terrifying. Not good. Lu Wenjing's expression changed. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. The nirvana tribulation of Tiangang and the others had formed a chain reaction. Resplendent light bloomed and the vast tribulation chi formed a nirvana storm, enveloping the dozen of them. They were like candles in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. Whoosh, Lu Wenjing's body flashed and he instantly appeared beside Tiangang and the others. His palm shone brightly as purple runes rose into the air. A purple calamity seed exuding a perfect and flawless ripple appeared in his palm. The vast tribulation chi hummed and trembled. It was instantly attracted by Lu Wenjing's indestructible tribulation seed and rushed towards it. Lu Wenjing began to refine the tribulation chi with the indestructible tribulation seed. He wanted to reduce the difficulty of Tiangang and the others' tribulation. Rumble, Lu Wenjing was shrouded by the sky-shrouding ancient talisman. His presence was ethereal and mysterious, but his indestructible calamity seed became the target of the endless calamity chi. Lu Wenjing didn't have the sky-devouring secret technique, so he couldn't refine the calamity chi as freely as Ling Xiao. He could only refine it one by one. However, the chain reaction of more than 10 people crossing the nirvana tribulation at the same time was too terrifying. Tribulation chi rose up like a terrifying storm. Even if Lu Wenjing was powerful, without the powerful devouring power of the heaven-devouring secret technique, his efficiency in resolving the tribulation chi was very limited. Little junior brother, you've really gone overboard this time. Lu Wenjing smiled bitterly as he channeled his tribulation seed with all his might, devouring the tribulation chi that filled the skies to help Heavenly Dipper and the others overcome their tribulations. However, the nirvana tribulations were getting more and more terrifying. Crack, lightning flashed across the sky as the figures of Tiangang and the rest transformed into a rain of light, intertwining with each other in the sky as they underwent a metamorphosis in the nirvana tribulation. The nirvana tribulation was incomparably terrifying. It constantly wiped away the vitality of Tiangang and the others, making it impossible for them to form a new physical body to overcome the nirvana tribulation. Even with Lu Wenjing's devouring power, the nirvana tribulation was still extremely terrifying. Rumble, suddenly, the door of the battle hall opened. Rays of chaotic light rose up, as if a chaotic vortex was spreading out, emitting energy fluctuations that could devour everything. The tribulation chi that enveloped Tiangang and the others were like fish dragons entering the sea. They began to surge into the battle hall and were devoured by the chaotic vortex. Senior brother, leave it to me. Ling Zhao's voice was indifferent and ethereal. It rang out from the battle hall, causing the void to tremble slightly. All right. Little junior brother, you can't do this again. If you do it again, I won't be able to withstand your scares. Lu Wenjing heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Since Ling Xiao had taken action, Tiangang and the others were already out of danger. The chain reaction formed by the nirvana tribulation was quickly restored under the devouring power of the heaven-devouring secret technique. The vitality of Tiangang and the others also began to erupt. Mysterious rays of light lingered around them as they formed a new physical body. Rumble, numerous incomparably powerful auras soared up into the clouds, exuding boundless energy waves. Tiangang and the others seemed to have walked out from the primordial chaos. Their silhouettes appeared once more, but the auras they exuded were several times stronger than before. Every one of them was emitting a faint sage aura, which made them even more extraordinary. There was a mysterious fluctuation that was untainted by karma and invulnerable to all techniques. First Revolution Half-Saint, they had all broken through to the First Revolution Half-Saint realm. Kacha, Tiangong's vital energy and blood surged to the sky. Mysterious rays of light lingered around his body. It was as if runes were emerging from his body, forming a huge seal that sealed the majestic vital energy and blood in his body. One could faintly see that there was an incomparably terrifying chaotic figure in Tiangong's body. It was stepping on the chaotic void, and its head was above the firmament. It was immortal and indestructible. Lu Wenjing couldn't help but be secretly shocked by the terrifying aura fluctuations. What kind of bloodline does Tiangang have? Lu Wenjing's heart trembled. He could feel that after Tiangang broke through to the half-saint realm, the seal in his body showed signs of breaking. Rumble, a bolt of lightning exploded as an ancient and terrifying roar of rage rang out from within Heavenly Dipper's body. The chi and blood in his body instantly erupted forth, akin to the roar of a tsunami. That terrifying aura caused the others to be pushed away. Tiangong's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body glowed. His body seemed to contain an incomparably terrifying power. Starting from the space between his eyebrows, to his heart and dantian, a powerful seal suddenly broke apart. A mysterious aura appeared, adding a mysterious aura to Tiangang. He was like a heavenly emperor, invincible in the heavens and earth. Tiangong's sealed Pangu bloodline had finally broken out. Fortunately, the entire War Mountain was sealed by the flipping sky seal. Tiangong's bloodline aura had not leaked out. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Swoosh, boundless chaotic energy gushed out from the war hall. Ling Xiao strolled out from the war hall. His robe was whiter than snow, and his body was surrounded by a faint saint aura. The chaotic energy emitted from his body gave him an illusory aura fluctuation. At this moment, Ling Xiao gave off a very strange feeling. He stood there, but there was a mysterious fluctuation that made people feel as if there was nothing in front of him. It seems like everyone has broken through. Very good. However, senior brother, the seal in your body has been broken. You should know the consequences of breaking the seal. Take this heaven-shrouding ancient talisman with you. Don't let your aura leak out. The sky-shrouding talisman could conceal Tiangang's aura. Otherwise, once his Pangu bloodline erupted, it would be extremely troublesome if the experts of the Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese discovered it. Thank you, Hall Master. Tiangang's eyes shone with gratitude. Although breaking through to the half-step saint realm was a joyous occasion, he also knew the consequences if his Pangu bloodline was leaked. Ling Xiao was also thinking that it was time to bring Tiangang to see Pangu Feng and the others in the cyclic sky seal world. Perhaps they would have some way to help Pangu Feng continue hiding his Pangu bloodline. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk with a flash, the cyclic sky seal returned to Ling Xiao's hand. The barrier that enveloped the entire mountain vanished as well. Outside the mountain, there were many figures with powerful auras. They were all elders and true disciples of the War God Hall. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. They had no idea what had happened on the mountain. Senior Uncle Long has actually broken through to the half-step saint realm? No wonder the mountain has been sealed for 3 days. It's because Senior Uncle Long has broken through. A disciple could not help but exclaim when he saw Ling Zhao's cultivation. No. Look at the other disciples of the War God Hall. They've all broken through to the half-step saint realm? Heavens, isn't that too unbelievable? Someone exclaimed, as though he had seen a ghost. His gaze landed on Tiangang and the others, his eyes filled with disbelief. 3 days ago, most of the disciples of Battle Hall were still in the Divine King realm. Battle Mountain had been sealed off for 3 days, but all of them had broken through to the half-step saint realm. Moreover, it was a collective advancement. This was too shocking. The faces of the disciples and elders outside War Mountain were filled with horror. However, their shock did not last for long. 3 days had passed, and Ling Zhao's promotion ceremony was about to begin. The promotion ceremony this time caused an uproar in the entire War God Hall. It was a grand occasion. Countless disciples and elders came out of seclusion. They wanted to see the new master of the War God Hall. Ling Xiao did not feel much about the promotion ceremony. However, it was a grand occasion for the entire sect. It was also a symbol of the rise of the war god Hall. As a result, Ling Xiao was extremely cooperative with the promotion ceremony this time. The promotion ceremony was held in a sea of clouds between the 9 sacred mountains. The several 100,000 disciples and elders of the war god temple had all come to participate. The white-clothed war god and the other 8 palace masters also appeared. The etiquette of the promotion ceremony was very complicated. One needed to worship the heavens and earth, worship the ancestors of the war god temple, burn incense, wait quietly, and bless the crown, and so on. Ling Xiao completed these steps extremely calmly and steadily. Moreover, he accepted the worship of countless disciples and elders of the war god Hall. I didn't expect this martial granduncle Long to be so young. I heard that he's not even 100 years old, right? Becoming the Battle Hall Master at such a young age is truly enviable. However, Battle Hall has been in decline for so many years. It won't be easy for them to regain their glory from 1,000,000 years ago. This young martial granduncle's talent is extraordinary. His promotion to the Battle Hall Master has overshadowed the 3 saints. Everyone discussed animatedly, their eyes filled with different expressions. Ling Zhao's expression was incomparably calm, as if he didn't hear the discussions of others at all. This kind of limelight might make others go wild with joy, but Ling Xiao was able to treat it calmly. In Ling Zhao's view, apart from his own strength, everything else was just an illusion. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he noticed a purple-robed middle-aged man among the 8 palace masters. He looked tall, handsome, and dignified, but Ling Xiao felt a faint trace of hostility from him. The Thunder Hall Master, Lei Xuanji? It's fine if you don't provoke me. But if you dare to provoke me, I won't be polite either. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Lei Xuanji was a saint, but he was hostile towards him. It was probably because of Zhan Tianqing. Ling Xiao also heard that Zhan Tianqing was Lei Xuanji's disciple. The promotion ceremony is complete. Everyone, pay your respects to the Battle Hall Master. As the voice of an elder resounded in the sky above the war god temple, Ling Xiao had already walked up to the sky and stood beside the white-clothed war god, standing side by side with the other 8 palace masters. Above the void, clouds and mist lingered, and the momentum was vast. The white-clothed war god and the 8 palace masters were all saints. Only Ling Xiao, who had just broken through to the sage-to-be realm, stood out. Greetings to the Battle Hall Master. Throughout the war god temple, all the disciples and elders below the saint realm bowed to Ling Xiao. Their voices shook the sky, and their momentum was majestic. Although most of them were sincerely happy, after all, Ling Xiao's demeanor of injuring Huang Tai on War Mountain 3 days ago made them admire him greatly. However, there were still a few people whose faces were ugly. Lei Qianjue, Xing Jun, and the others felt extremely sullen, and their faces were ugly. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao's status was higher than theirs, which was hard for them to accept. Ling Xiao stood in the sky, looking down at the people of the war god temple, and his expression was calm. He said slowly, "Everyone, please rise." Everyone raised their heads, and their eyes fell on Ling Xiao. I was young and unvirtuous, and I was blessed by the war god Qi Long. I have the flipping sky seal, and I am valued by the war god. I have been promoted to the position of Battle Hall Master, and I am terrified. I know that I have a heavy responsibility, and I can only work hard to cultivate and become a saint as soon as possible. I want to restore the glory of the war god temple and do my part for the war god temple. The war god temple was founded on war, and we fought against the heavens and the earth. We fought against all enemies, and we were ranked as one of the 12 immortal sacred grounds of the god realm. I hope that everyone in my war god temple will not be afraid of strong enemies. I hope that everyone in my war god temple will be unyielding, and unyielding. We, the disciples of the war god temple, never shrink from a fight. Ling Zhao's voice was extremely calm, and it resounded in the sky above the war god temple. However, there was a sense of excitement in his voice, and all the disciples of the war god temple were excited, and their blood was boiling. That's right, we, the disciples of the war god temple, never shrink from a fight. Ha ha ha. What Martial Uncle Long said is right, and he has done it. Even if his strength is not as good as mine for now, just based on his actions, I admire him. Many disciples said as they looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of fanaticism. That's right. The war god temple had been suppressed for too long, ever since the great calamity a million years ago, the war god temple had been suppressed by people with ulterior motives, and it had begun to weaken. Even the disciples of the war god temple had become cautious in these years, and they would even swallow their anger. However, every disciple of the war god temple was unwilling to accept this. Ling Zhao's words had ignited the blood that had been suppressed for a long time, and every one of them was so excited that they could not control themselves. At this moment, all the disciples of the 9 factions, regardless of whether they had conflicts or not, thought of Ling Zhao's words. This boy is so good at stirring up people's hearts? The eyes of the other 8 hall masters all revealed strange looks, as though they were getting to know Ling Xiao all over again. But they also saw that Ling Zhao's words had an immeasurable effect on the unity of the people of War God Temple. Something seemed to be budding in the hearts of all the disciples of War God Temple. Of course, the main reason for this wasn't because of Ling Zhao's words. It was because of the glorious battle 3 days ago. That battle had ignited the morale and passion of the disciples of the War God Hall, and it had even cleared the name of the War God Hall, so now, a sentence of "We are the disciples of War God Temple, why would we shrink from a battle?" was enough to make everyone's blood boil. White-clothed War God's eyes flashed with a trace of splendor. He glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently. His eyes were incomparably deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. This boy must not be allowed to live. Lei Xuanji's face was indifferent, but the killing intent in his heart was more and more intense. For some reason, although Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at first revolution half-saint, Lei Xuanji felt an inexplicable threat. After the promotion ceremony, Ling Xiao and white-clothed war god came to Heaven Battling World. The celestial battle world was the core secret ground of the War God Temple. Only the Saint Forefathers and the 9 Hall Masters of the War God Temple were qualified to enter the celestial battle world to cultivate. This place contained boundless saint force, enough to satisfy the cultivation needs of saints. War God, why did you bring me here? Ling Xiao asked curiously. It was also his first time entering Heaven Battling World. Ling Xiao could feel that there was a vast amount of saint power in Heaven Battling World, and there were dozens of incomparably powerful auras. Each of them was like a blazing sun in the sky, exuding fluctuations that made people's hearts tremble. These were all saints. The saint ancestors of War God Temple were also the foundation of War God Temple. Long Outyin, are you an ascender from the mortal world? White-clothed war god suddenly turned around and looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. Although the white-clothed war god was shrouded in a bright light, his face could not be seen, but his eyes were incomparably bright, as if he could see through Ling Zhao's heart. Ling Zhao's body trembled, but on the surface, he was incomparably calm as he said, "Lord War God, you must be joking. Rumor has it that the door to the God realm has been closed for 1,000,000 years and has yet to open. How could I be an ascender?" Ling Xiao was thinking quickly. He had the secret skill of shrouding the sky. It was reasonable to say that the white-clothed war god should not be able to see his details, let alone his identity as an ascender. What went wrong? The white-clothed war god said lightly, "You should know Hong Tianzhao, right? He was the son of Hong Ji, the hall master of the fire temple. Hong Tianzhao had a divine ability that was blessed by the saint, which allowed him to send back news of his death. Not only Hong Tianzhao, but the 6 true gods of the lower realm also had all kinds of backup plans. According to the news from Hong Tianzhao, the person who killed him was called Ling Xiao, and he had obtained the wordless heavenly book. And you have the aura of the wordless heavenly book. If I'm not wrong, your real name should be Ling Xiao, right? Hong Tianzhao? So they had a backup plan left by the saint? No wonder even I didn't find it. The war god is right, I am Ling Xiao. Does the war god also want to take away the wordless heavenly book? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and he said slowly. At this moment, he was on guard. The light of the flipping sky seal was dense, as if it would launch a thunderous attack at the white-clothed war god at any time. Ling Xiao knew that the white-clothed war god in front of him was unfathomable. Perhaps his strength was stronger than Huang Tai. Ling Xiao had no confidence in facing him, but Ling Xiao was sure to escape. As long as he used the flipping sky seal to block the white-clothed war god for a moment, he could mobilize the power of the heart realm and then move into the Taishu temple. Ling Xiao? Good name. You don't have to be so nervous. You are the disciple of the Scarlet Dragon War God, that is my junior martial uncle, and I have no interest in the wordless heavenly book. It is yours, I won't take it. The white-clothed war god said calmly. War god, what is your relationship with the master? Ling Xiao could feel that the white-clothed war god was real and not pretentious. He relaxed a little, but still did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he asked. I am just an admirer of the Scarlet Dragon War God. Junior Martial Uncle, if I didn't guess wrong, you should have relied on the 9 Primal Chaos tablets to come to the God Realm? Can you tell me what happened in the mortal world? About the Scarlet Dragon War God. The white-clothed war god sighed, but Ling Xiao was keenly aware that when he mentioned the Scarlet Dragon War God, the white-clothed war god's eyes had a complicated look. I also accidentally got the wordless heavenly book and the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God. It's a long story, Ling Xiao nodded. Since his identity had been exposed, then he had nothing to hide. Moreover, he could detect with the secret of fate that the white-clothed war god did not have any malice to him, and even had an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Ling Xiao told the white-clothed war god about what happened in the lower realm. Except for some key points, Ling Xiao did not say anything else. Everything else was told to the white-clothed war god. I didn't expect that so many things had happened in the lower realm for millions of years. The white-clothed war god listened to Ling Xiao quietly. After Ling Xiao finished, she also sighed. War god, the great calamity of the war god temple a million years ago was also because of the wordless heavenly book? Ling Xiao asked. He was very curious about what happened a million years ago. Maybe he could find the whereabouts of the Scarlet Dragon War God. Ling Xiao always felt that maybe the Scarlet Dragon War God was not dead. It's because of the wordless heavenly book. But that great calamity involved the great calamity between the God realm and the Devil realm, and my war god temple was just a catalyst. The white-clothed war god said slowly. With his narration, combined with the memory of the Scarlet Dragon War God, Ling Xiao gradually understood what had happened. It turned out that a million years ago, the news that the Scarlet Dragon War God had obtained the wordless heavenly book spread out. Many experts in the entire God realm were alarmed. In particular, the legend said that the previous owner of the wordless heavenly book was the Devil Emperor of the Devil realm. The wordless heavenly book was an ominous thing. Many saints wanted the Scarlet Dragon War God to hand over the wordless heavenly book. Naturally, the Scarlet Dragon War God could not hand it over. At that time, the relationship between the God realm and the Devil realm was tense. A large-scale war of gods and devils was set off. The previous generation of War God, the master of the Scarlet Dragon War God, died in battle. The Scarlet Dragon War God took over the position of War God. The saints of other immortal Holy Land descended on the War God Temple and wanted the Scarlet Dragon War God to hand over the wordless heavenly book. The Scarlet Dragon of War wielded the flipping sky seal and the wordless heavenly book. He launched an earth-shattering battle with many sages who had come to coerce him. As a half-saint, he went against the heavens and killed many sages. The Devil race also had experts descend on the War God Temple. The War God Temple had a river of blood. Many experts of the War God Temple also died. Finally, the Scarlet Dragon War God left the War God Temple in order not to implicate the War God Temple, and fled to the lower world. Ling Xiao had seen some of the great calamity in the memory of the Scarlet Dragon War God before, but those were very vague and incomplete. Now he got a complete answer from the white-clothed War God. With the cultivation of semi-sage, he went against the heavens and killed the saints. Master is really a peerless talent. Ling Xiao, since you have inherited the wordless heavenly book, you must follow the will of the Scarlet Dragon War God and carry forward the battle hall. But the wordless heavenly book is not only a great opportunity, but also a great danger. Once the wordless heavenly book is exposed, I am afraid you will be the enemy of the whole world. Even the War God Temple and I can't protect you. You must improve your strength as soon as possible, at least have the cultivation of the Sage Realm, so that you can have a certain degree of self-protection. The white-clothed War God looked at Ling Xiao and said seriously. Lord War God, rest assured, I will naturally work hard to strengthen the battle hall and fulfill the Master's wish. It's just that I don't understand one thing. I have the wordless heavenly book, and I used the heaven-shrouding secret technique to hide my aura. I am confident that I can hide from the sage. How did Lord War God find me? Ling Xiao nodded and asked the doubts in his heart. The heaven-shrouding secret technique is really powerful. Even I can hardly detect your aura. But I can feel the aura of the wordless heavenly book. Because I have also refined the wordless heavenly book, but you can rest assured that as long as you don't deliberately expose it, others can't detect the aura of the wordless heavenly book. The white-clothed war god said calmly. Refined the wordless heavenly book? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be moved. It seems that the relationship between the white-clothed war god and the scarlet dragon war god is not shallow. It seems that they should have known each other a million years ago. But what puzzles Ling Xiao is that the white-clothed war god should call the scarlet dragon war god granduncle. What is their relationship? However, Ling Xiao can't ask this kind of question, he can only guess secretly. The white-clothed war god changed his tone. Ling Xiao, there is a good opportunity. Maybe it can help you become a sage in a million years. If you can seize this opportunity, even if the wordless heavenly book is exposed in the future, you should have enough power to protect yourself. What opportunity? Ling Xiao asked. The chosen one is about to begin. The white-clothed war god said slowly, his eyes showing a hint of sharpness. The chosen one? Is it the chosen one that is known as the most important event in the world, the emperor's chosen one? Ling Xiao's whole body shook, and his eyes showed a hint of shock. The chosen one that the white-clothed war god spoke of was naturally different from the chosen one that Ling Xiao participated in the war god realm. The Scarlet Dragon War God had borrowed the name of the God World's Heavenly Selection Convention to establish the God World's Heavenly Selection Convention. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a Heavenly Selection Convention. As for the true Heavenly Selection Convention, it was the #1 convention in the heavens. At the end of each epoch, the origin of the divine world would open, forming a mysterious region that attracted countless geniuses from all over the universe to participate. There were endless opportunities there, and at the same time, it was also the place where countless geniuses from all over the universe would battle. Countless peerless heavens prides and monstrous geniuses would compete for all kinds of opportunities in the Heaven's Choice Convention, and compete for the fortune of becoming a sovereign. But the Heavenly Chosen Council was about to appear, which also meant that this era was about to end. This era was an opportunity for the human race. The human race had gone through hardships to reach glory. The reputation of the 9th Thearch shone brightly. However, when the era ended and the great calamity descended, the human race would be the first to bear the brunt. They might even be in danger of dying. For countless epochs, there were countless brilliant civilizations and powerful races that disappeared in the great calamity. Thinking of the great calamity, the excitement of the Heavenly Selection Convention dissipated a lot. Ling Xiao's heart became incomparably worried. The current God world was very awkward. The human race hadn't had a sovereign for tens of millions of years. If it weren't for the barrier of the God world, the demon world would have invaded long ago. Once the era ended and the great calamity descended, the human race would lose the barrier of the God world. It would be a devastating blow to the human race. I'm afraid you've also thought of it. The arrival of the Heavenly Selection Convention also means that this era is about to end. The great calamity in the future is destined to be incomparably tragic. Divine Tao experts are just ants. Only by confirming the Tao and becoming a saint can they have the power to protect themselves. Especially after the 100-year period, when the great gate of the God world opens again, your identity is destined to be exposed. So in this Heavenly Selection Convention, you must seize the opportunity and strive to confirm the Tao and become a saint as soon as possible. The War God in White said seriously. Many thanks for the information, War God. This Heavenly Selection Convention is indeed my best opportunity. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and nodded. Speaking of the Heavenly Selection Convention, Ling Xiao was even looking forward to it. To be able to fight with the countless heavens chosen experts from all over the world, and even the peerless experts who had been sealed since ancient times would gather in the Heavenly Selection Convention and become a furnace of heaven and earth to compete for the opportunity to become a sovereign. Ling Xiao was also looking forward to it. The Heavenly Selection Convention should start within these few years. You should prepare well. I heard from an Aishang that you're going to the great Zhou Divine Nation's Wuzong Mountain. Although you now have the cyclic sky seal, you still have to be careful. Especially Huang Tai, he will definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. You made him suffer such a great humiliation, he will definitely not be satisfied. The war god in white warned. Rest assured, war god, I will be careful. Ling Xiao nodded and left the war god temple. Without the support of Zhan Mountain's Saint Dao resonance, even if he had the cyclic sky seal, it would be difficult for him to be Huang Tai's opponent. However, the Thunder Spirit King's breakthrough was imminent. Once the Thunder Spirit King broke through, Ling Xiao's cultivation would definitely increase greatly. At that time, if Huang Tai dared to make a move, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. Ling Xiao, when you return from the Wuzong Mountain, I will convene a meeting of the Supreme Elders and fight for the qualification to comprehend the heaven battling secret skill for you. The war god in white suddenly said to Ling Xiao. Heaven battling secret skill? When Ling Xiao heard this news, he couldn't help but tremble and a trace of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Was the heaven battling secret skill, one of the 12 sky arts, finally going to be in his hands? Even the 14th ranked heaven devouring secret skill was so terrifying. One could imagine how powerful the 12 sky arts were. The heaven battling secret skill was the core secret of the war god temple. Only the war god and the successor of the war god were qualified to comprehend it. Even the Supreme Elders were not qualified to comprehend the heaven battling secret skill without the permission of the Supreme Elders. War God, I'm afraid the Supreme Elders won't allow me to comprehend the heaven battling secret skill, right? After all, the heaven battling secret skill is too important. Ling Xiao asked. After all, he was only a one-turn half-saint. Even the 3 holy sons and the other 8 temple masters could rarely comprehend the heaven battling secret skill. It would be extremely difficult for him to comprehend the heaven battling secret skill. Don't worry, I will arrange it. It is said that there is a secret skill in the Wuzong Mountain. If you can get it, it will be a great opportunity. However, it doesn't matter if you can't get it. Your safety is the priority. The war god in white said slowly. After Ling Xiao left the battle heaven world and returned to the battle hall, he told Ji Feishuan about the opening of the Martial Hidden Mountain. The Martial Hidden Mountain is opening again? Ji Feishuan's eyes flickered with excitement. Junior sister Ji, since you're the princess of the Great Zhou Divine Nation, why don't you return to the Great Zhou Divine Nation directly? Is there something in the Great Zhou Divine Nation that you're afraid of? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. He didn't know why Ji Feishuan didn't want to return to the Great Zhou Divine Nation, but since she didn't say anything, he didn't ask. Ling Xiao, there's a supreme secret technique in the Martial Hidden Mountain called the Secret Technique of Life. After obtaining the Secret Technique of Life, if you can comprehend the origin of life, you'll be able to understand life and death and control the Great Tao of life. It's extremely mysterious. My Great Zhou Divine Kingdom was established with the Life Mystic Technique. However, other than the Life Mystic Technique, the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom's inherited treasure, the Cyclic Sword, can only be passed down to the next king when MT Musashi opens. Only the person who obtains the Secret Technique of Life can obtain the Zhou Tian Sword and become the ruler of the Great Zhou Divine Nation. Ji Feishuan smiled and didn't answer Ling Xiao's question directly. Instead, she talked about the Secret Technique of Life and the Zhou Tian Sword. The Secret Technique of Life? You've been waiting for the opening of the Martial Hidden Mountain. Could it be that you want to obtain the Secret Technique of Life and control the Zhou Tian Sword? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. 10,000 years ago, my father died in battle and the throne of the Great Zhou Divine Nation should have been passed down to me. However, my uncle, Ji Chufeng, used a scheme to prevent me from entering the Martial Hidden Mountain while he grasped the Secret Technique of Life and obtained the Zhou Tian Sword. From then on, he became the ruler of the Great Zhou Divine Nation. It's been 1,000,000 years. Ji Feishuan said calmly, but there was a trace of coldness in her eyes. 1,000,000 years. What's his current cultivation? Ling Xiao asked. He's still a 9th Revolution half-saint. His aptitude isn't good and he has no chance of becoming a saint. Although I don't care about the throne of the Great Zhou Divine Nation, it was left behind by my father, I must take it back. Ling Xiao, I want you to lend me a hand and take back the throne of the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom. Ji Feishuan looked at Ling Xiao and said seriously. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, relax. You are a disciple of my battle hall, so of course I will help you. However, the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom belongs to the 9-layer Imperial Obelisk's domain. If I rashly interfere, I'm afraid the 9-layer imperial obelisk will send experts to take action, right? Ling Xiao. The Great Zhou Divine Kingdom's hidden martial mountain was actually a mystic realm. Every time the hidden martial mountain opened, the direct descendants of the royal family would have the chance to participate. Moreover, each person could invite outside help. You can enter the hidden martial mountain with me. As long as we can obtain the secret art of life in the competition, even the imperial obelisk won't be able to say anything. Ji Feishuan said slowly. Good. Then there's no problem. I've already made an appointment with the 3 holy sons of my war god temple. When the time comes, we'll head to the Great Zhou Divine Nation together. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Ji Feishuan continued to cultivate in seclusion to stabilize her cultivation, while Ling Xiao entered the world of the cyclic sky seal with Tian Gang. Hall Master, the people of my Panga clan are actually in the world of the cyclic sky seal? Tian Gang's eyes were filled with excitement. When he heard Ling Xiao's words, his face was filled with disbelief and ecstasy. He thought that he was alone in this world, but he didn't expect that his clan members were actually still in this world. Senior brother, it's true. Not only the Panga clan, but also the Fengshui family and the Tomb Monarch City. They are all here. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Buzz, light flashed around the two of them and they instantly appeared in Panga village. In Panga village, Panga Feng, Li Qingyun, and Mu Yuanqing had already received the news from Ling Xiao. At this moment, they were all gathered in Panga village, their eyes filled with anticipation. Whoosh, when Tian Gang's figure appeared in Panga village, Panga Feng, Li Qingyun, and Mu Yuanqing immediately trembled. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they trembled and welcomed him. Rumble, Tian Gang's blood and qi surged to the sky, and chaotic mist filled the air. His entire body exuded an immortal and incomparably powerful aura. Panga Feng and the others also sensed Tian Gang's bloodline. It was the purest Panga bloodline. Tian Gang was the person they had been waiting for a long time. He was the son of Great Emperor Panga Tian Gang. Greetings, young lord. Panga Feng, Li Qingyun, and Mu Yuanqing all knelt down at the same time. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. These are all my clansmen. My clansmen. So I'm not alone. Get up quickly. Tian Gang's eyes were also wet, and there were sparkling tears in his tiger-like eyes. He quickly wiped his eyes and helped Panga Feng and the others up. The people of the Panga clan, the Fengshui family, and the Tomb Monarch City were incomparably happy. After 1,000,000 years, they finally saw their young lord, and also saw the future of the Panga clan. Ling Xiao looked at all of this quietly and didn't disturb them. After a long time, when everyone's emotions gradually calmed down, Panga Feng and the others walked towards Ling Xiao and bowed deeply. Little friend Long, our Panga clan, the Fengshui family, and the Tomb Monarch City will never forget your great kindness. Everyone's voice was filled with deep gratitude. Everyone, please get up quickly. Big senior brother is a disciple of our battle hall. His matters are my matters. You don't have to be so polite. However, the most important thing now is to deal with the Panga bloodline in Big Senior Brother's body. Do you have any ideas? Ling Xiao hurriedly helped everyone up and said sternly. Panga Feng, Li Qingyun, and Mu Yuanqing looked at each other and said seriously, little friend Long, don't worry. Now that young lord has returned, there are some things that can be done. We are preparing to open the secret realm of the Panga clan. The core inheritance of our Panga clan is there, and only young lord can inherit it. That secret realm is extremely hidden, and the Chinese and Heavenly Curse sect will never be able to find it. Hearing their words, Ling Xiao understood what was going on. It turned out that the coordinates of the secret realm of the Panga clan were hidden in Tian Gang's bloodline. They could open a void passage and teleport to the secret realm of the Panga clan according to the coordinates, so that Tian Gang could inherit the inheritance. Do you need my help? Ling Xiao asked. After all, the strongest among them, Panga Feng and the other two were only comparable to a 9th revolution. Half-saint. They couldn't open a void passage yet. Hall Master, with the combined strength of our 3 clans and my Panga bloodline, we can directly open a void passage here. For the next period of time, we will all enter the secret realm of the Panga clan to cultivate. We will leave the secret realm after we have cultivated successfully. Alright. As long as you don't appear in the divine world, the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect won't find out. However, senior brother, I heard that the Heavenly Choice Conference is about to begin. It's the #1 event in the universe and the greatest opportunity of this era. I hope you won't miss it. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Don't worry, Palace Master. I won't miss the Heavenly Choice Conference. We'll meet there. Tiangang said with a carefree smile. However, his gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with deep gratitude. He remembered everything that Ling Xiao had done for him in his heart. However, he was not a person who was good with words. If there was a chance in the future, he would naturally repay Ling Xiao with his life. Tiangang led the 3 clans into the Void Gate and entered the secret realm of the Pangu clan. Ling Xiao could finally put down one of his worries. In the following period of time, he continued to consolidate his cultivation and temper his body in preparation for his trip to the Great Zhou Divine Nation. A month later, Anai Shang, Gao Yang, and Wu Xiong met up with Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan on the War Mountain. They were prepared to use the War God Seal's projection to head to the Great Zhou Divine Nation through Ares College. Marshal. Grand Uncle Long, is junior sister Ji Feishuan really a royal disciple of the Great Zhou Divine Nation? Gao Yang asked excitedly. Gao Yang, you should just call me Long Out Yin. It's better to keep a low profile when we go to the Great Zhou Divine Nation. Ji Feishuan is indeed a royal disciple of the Great Zhou Divine Nation. She's also the niece of the current king of the Great Zhou Divine Nation, Ji Chufeng. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He didn't hide Ji Feishuan's identity, but he didn't mention that Ji Feishuan had entered the mortal world. Anyway, Ji Feishuan had left the divine world 1,000,000 years ago, and even the people of the Great Zhou Divine Nation didn't know about it. Ling Xiao only said that she accidentally entered a secret realm and was sealed for 1,000,000 years. That's great news. If junior sister Ji Feishuan can participate in the Martial Hidden Mountain, we'll have a chance to enter together. Gao Yang didn't care about Ji Feishuan's past and said excitedly. Although he was going to the Martial Hidden Mountain previously, if he couldn't enter with the identity of a royal disciple, even if he was a saint of the War God Temple, he would have to face strict restrictions. He might not even have the chance to come in contact with the legendary secret technique. Gao Yang, aren't you celebrating too early? It's said that when the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom's royal family members entered the hidden Martial Mountains, they only had one external aid. I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Ling Xiao said with a smile. A foreign aid? Long Out Yin, you're the one who doesn't understand. The rules of the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom have already changed. Since 1,000,000 years ago, very few people have obtained the complete secret technique and most of them are incomplete, so they can't inherit the Zhou Tian sword. The Great Zhou Divine Kingdom has relaxed the rules for followers. It's fine as long as there aren't more than 5 people. Gao Yang looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. 5 followers? What is Ji Chufeng trying to do? A cold glint flashed across Ji Feishuan's eyes. She was indeed unaware of this. Every time, the royal family members who were qualified to enter the hidden Martial Mountains, there would be at least 1,000 of them. If each of them had 5 followers, then the number of people entering the hidden Martial Mountains would be terrifying. The Great Zhou Divine Kingdom's foundation is getting stronger and stronger, so much so that even the 9 imperial gates attach great importance to it. Every 10,000 years, the hidden Martial Mountains will open. Even if they can't obtain the complete life secret technique, the incomplete life secret technique will still have a profound effect. The Great Zhou Divine Kingdom has relied on this to make friends with many experts. Ji Chufeng is still sitting firmly on the throne. What a good scheme. Wu Xiong said slowly. He's using an incomplete life mystic technique to befriend an expert. However, no one has obtained the complete life mystic technique 1,000,000 years ago. Naturally, there's no way for him to wield the cyclic sword and threaten Ji Chufeng's position. What a good scheme. Anai Shang said faintly. It seems like this uncle of mine is infatuated with the throne. However, no one can obtain the complete life secret technique, so I'm afraid he's the one behind it. Ji Feishuan said coldly. Whether he's the one behind it or not, we'll know when we enter the hidden Martial Mountains. However, junior sister Ji, if Ji Chufeng knows that you're back, he won't let you enter the hidden Martial Mountains so easily. Ling Xiao said. It's not up to him whether we can enter the hidden martial mountains or not. Unless he can restrain me before the opening of the Musashi Mountains like he did 1,000,000 years ago, or he can kill me directly. Otherwise, he can't stop me. Ji Feishuan said calmly. Let's go. This time, the hidden martial mountains will definitely be a fierce battle. I'm sure there will be many geniuses from the other immortal sacred grounds. Ling Xiao nodded. The 5 of them left the war god shrine. Relying on the void projection of the heaven battling seal, they traversed millions of miles and returned to the war god college. Long Outyen and the 3 saints have left the war god shrine. The hidden martial mountains will open soon. I'm afraid they've gone there. In the Thunder Hall, Lei Xuanji's eyes flickered as he said faintly. They've already left? Great. I will inform Elder Huang Tai right now. This time, we must make sure that Long Outyen dies outside. However, Big Brother, could it be that the cyclic sky seal, this supreme treasure, is going to benefit that old man Huang Tai? Lei Qianjue sneered and then said hesitantly. The flipping sky seal is the treasure of the war god shrine. We can't let it fall into his hands. However, I don't think Huang Tai will do it himself. I'll keep an eye on Long Outyen. Long Outyen can die, but the flipping sky seal will still return to the war god shrine. Lei Xuanji said faintly. Everything is under Big Brother's control. Long Outyen is dead for sure. Lei Qianjue sneered. Don't be careless. Tianxing is about to undergo the 7th Nirvana tribulation. Once he breaks through, he will be the 4th saint of the war god shrine. If Long Outyen dies, he will be able to wield the flipping sky seal. Even the war god won't be able to do anything about it. Lei Xuanji said slowly. Tianxing is about to undergo the 7th Nirvana tribulation? That's right. Big Brother, I want to participate in the Chosen One meeting. No matter what, I must obtain the opportunity to become a saint. Lei Qianjue said. You can go. After all, with your talent, it will be difficult for you to become a saint if you don't have a great opportunity. Your opportunity lies in the Chosen One meeting. However, there will be countless elites competing for the top spot. Opportunities are everywhere, but it will also be dangerous. You have to be careful. Lei Xuanji said. Big Brother, don't worry. I will be careful. When the time comes, if Tianxing can wield the flipping sky seal, we will have more power to protect ourselves. This era is about to end and the Great Tribulation is coming. Everyone below the saints are ants. I don't want to be an ant, so I must become a saint. Gotcha, there was a dazzling light as the void was torn apart. Ling Xiao and the other 4 stepped out of the void and appeared in Ares College. Not good. Ling Xiao's expression changed abruptly as he saw a layer of black magic light barrier covering the entire Ares College. It contained a dark, evil, cold, and murderous aura. Roar! 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 Dragon roars resounded in the sky, causing the space to tremble violently. 81 golden dragons soared into the sky, forming a huge 9-dragon divine formation, which was contending with that layer of polished barrier. Ares College had already suffered heavy casualties. Many of the Ares College's disciples had been killed by the demon clan's experts who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Blood splattered across the sky, and broken limbs were strewn everywhere. It was like a scene straight out of hell. Tong Yuan and Han Li were furious. They held powerful holy treasures in their hands and led many elders to activate the 9-dragon divine formation. They were fighting against the 3 figures in the sky, but at the moment, they were losing ground, as if they were arrows at the end of their flight. The 3 figures were 3 elders in black robes. Each of them was surrounded by a monstrous demonic aura. They were evil and dark, and their eyes were bloodthirsty and cruel. Terrifying aura intertwined around them. They had reached the 9th transformation half-saint realm. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Are they experts from the Heavenly Demon Clan? Damn it. They actually sealed the entire Ares College. No wonder the sect did not receive any news. Hurry up and save them. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he rushed towards the 3 elders in black robes. Ling Xiao could recognize that the 3 black-robed elders were all experts from the Heavenly Fiend clan. Their strength was unparalleled. Even if Tong Yuan and Han Li had flawless holy treasures and the 9-dragon divine array, they would not be able to withstand it. Long Out Yen? Why are you back? Hurry up and leave this place. You are no match for them. Hurry up and tell the sect that the Heavenly Demon Clan has invaded. Let the sect take revenge for us. Tong Yuan and Han Li also discovered that Ling Xiao and the other 4 had appeared in the center of the teleportation array. Immediately, their eyes revealed an incomparably anxious expression as they hurriedly urged. They couldn't discern the cultivation level of Ling Xiao and the other 4. After all, even Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan had reached the first transformation half-saint realm. However, in their opinion, the 3 Heavenly Devil Clan experts before them were too terrifying. Many of the Ares College's elders couldn't even withstand a single blow from them. More than half of them were killed or injured. Ling Xiao and the others were definitely not their match. Rest assured, Principal. Leave these 3 demon bastards to me. Ling Xiao said calmly, but his gaze was extremely cold. So many disciples and elders of Ares College had died tragically, and this had completely ignited the murderous intent in his heart. These Heaven Devil race's bastards deserved to die. Eh? A student of Ares College? You're merely a First Revolution half-saint. I think you're courting death. Offer me your flesh and soul, you overconfident brat. When a black-robed old man saw Ling Xiao, he was slightly surprised. However, his eyes were filled with cruelty as he stretched out his hand and grabbed at Ling Xiao. Long Out Yen, leave quickly. You're not their match at all. Tong Yuan and Han Li were about to go crazy. They would rather die than let Ling Xiao die for them. Principal Tong, Elder Han, you don't have to worry. Those 3 demon bastards aren't Long Out Yen's match. They're dead meat. Anai Shang said calmly as she landed beside Tong Yuan and Han Li. Her eyes revealed a trace of cold murderous intent. Even though she had a cold temperament, seeing so many Ares College's disciples die tragically, a trace of murderous intent emerged in her heart. Those 3 Heavenly Devil Clan experts are all high-level half-saints. You don't know this, but Long Out Yen is definitely not their match. You're Saintess Anai Shang? Han Li said anxiously. However, when he saw Anai Shang's appearance clearly, his body suddenly trembled. His eyes revealed a look of surprise and joy. Han Li had seen the Saintess Anai Shang of the War God Temple before. The Saintess Anai Shang was the personal disciple of the War God. She was extremely talented and powerful. It was said that she had once killed a 9th Revolution half-saint expert. She had always been the eldest senior sister in the hearts of the War God Temple disciples. She was a legendary existence. Han Li had never thought that the Saintess Anai Shang would grace Ares College with her presence. However, what did the Saintess Anai Shang mean when she said that the 3 Heavenly Devil Clan experts were not Long Out Yen's match? Han Li had some doubts in his heart. However, the next scene completely stunned him and Tong Yuan. Boom, Ling Xiao didn't waste any time talking nonsense with the 3 Heavenly Devil Clan experts. They had completely aroused the murderous intent in Ling Zhao's heart. Ling Zhao's entire body was filled with blood qi. A light flashed in his hand, and the flipping sky seal soared in the wind. It contained a vast power that could destroy everything and directly attacked the black-robed old man in front of him. What? No. The black-robed old man originally had a sneer on his face. He felt that a First Revolution half-saint disciple of the War God Temple actually dared to attack him. He was simply courting death. However, the moment the flipping sky seal appeared, he felt the threat of death. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. He started to roar wildly. His voice was filled with uncontrollable fear. Boom, however, the power of the flipping sky seal was too terrifying. It was like an immortal mountain that suppressed the ancient times. As a 9th Revolution half-saint, the black-robed old man didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. He was directly smashed into smithereens by the flipping sky seal. That black seal, could it be the legendary? Han Li and Tong Yuan widened their eyes and trembled all over. They only felt that their breathing had become incomparably rapid. Han Li seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes couldn't help but widen. That's right. It is the flipping sky seal. Long Out Yen now wields the flipping sky seal and is now the master of the War God Temple. And Xianxia confirmed Han Li's guess and said slowly. Wields the flipping sky seal, the master of the war god temple. Han Li and Tong Yuan felt as though they were in a dream. They didn't dare to believe what Xianxia had said. However, everything in front of them was so real. Other than the flipping sky seal, what else could kill a ninth revolution half-saint expert with a single blow? This news reverberated in their minds, causing them to be stunned. Oh no! Run quickly! After the first expert from the Heavenly Demon clan was killed by Ling Xiao, the remaining two black-robed old men's faces changed drastically. The terrifying fluctuations that the flipping sky seal emitted made their scalps go numb. Their bodies trembled, and they didn't have the slightest bit of resistance in their hearts. They wanted to escape into the distance. Swoosh, the flipping sky seal emitted a monstrous sage aura. In an instant, it soared in the sky and covered the sun. It was as though it had transformed into a mountain that was millions of feet tall. It directly suppressed the two black-robed old men. Poof! The three black-robed elders from the Skyfiend clan, who were experts at the peak of the ninth transformation half-saint realm, were all killed by the flipping sky seal. Their primordial spirits were also suppressed by Ling Xiao in the flipping sky seal. He was prepared to interrogate their primordial spirits for information. After all, the experts from the Skyfiend clan had inexplicably besieged Ares College, which made Ling Xiao smell a conspiracy. The flipping sky seal is indeed terrifying. And Xianxia exclaimed in shock. Tong Yuan and Han Li regained their senses at this moment. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. In their eyes, the experts from the Skyfiend clan were extremely terrifying. Even with the flawless holy treasure in their hands and the activation of the 9-dragon divine array, they could not withstand the attacks of the experts from the Skyfiend clan. However, all of them had died in the hands of Ling Xiao. In just a short span of 1 to 2 years, Ling Xiao's cultivation had already grown to such a level. It was indeed terrifying. Rumble. On the other hand, Gao Yang, Wu Xiong, and Ji Feishuan didn't stay idle either. Under their joint attacks, most of the Heavenly Devil clan's experts were low-level half-saints and demon god monarchs, and they were easily annihilated. Ares College looked like an Azura hell. In this battle, countless disciples and elders had died in the hands of the experts from the Skyfiend clan. It could be said that they had suffered a great loss. Even in the previous battle with demon sage Bo Yu, Ares College's losses were not as heavy as this one. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and felt a little tired. With his current cultivation, although it seemed like he had easily killed the 3 experts from the Skyfiend clan, it had taken a huge toll on him. If not for the fact that the flipping sky seal had the Thunder Spirit King as its weapon spirit, even if he could activate the flipping sky seal to kill the experts from the Skyfiend clan, he would have been completely drained and would not have the strength to continue fighting. Swoosh, Ling Xiao used the sky-devouring secret skill to devour the primordial spirits of the 3 experts from the Skyfiend clan. He suppressed them in the wordless heavenly book and began to interrogate the memories in their primordial spirits. Dean Tong, Elder Han, why did the experts from the Skyfiend clan besiege Ares College? At this moment, Xianxia also voiced the doubts in her heart. We don't know either. Tong Yuan laughed bitterly and said, the Heavenly Devil race's experts seem to have appeared out of thin air. First, the 3 black-robed elders used the Devil race's formation to seal Ares College and prevent us from contacting the sect. Then, they started a massacre. It was as though it was premeditated. That's strange. The Heavenly Fiend race had besieged Ares College on such a large scale. What were their intentions? And where did they come from? Dean Tong, did anything happen in the God and Devil space? Gao Yang asked doubtfully. We can't figure it out either. The God-Devil space might have some small-scale conflicts these days, but the ancient Supreme Ancient City is safe and sound. These Heaven-Devil race experts couldn't have come from the God-Devil space. Han Li also said. You don't have to guess anymore. I have already interrogated their primordial spirits. This attack on Ares College was a conspiracy. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone shuddered and couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao walked over with a cold glint in his eyes. These Heavenly Devil race experts are the remnants of the Devil race who have been hiding in the divine world for a long time. It's just that the Heavenly Devil race is good at disguising themselves and looks no different from humans, so it's very difficult for others to discover them. This time, a human expert gave them an order to hunt down the War God Temple's outer sect organizations with all their might. Ling Xiao recounted the information he had interrogated from the primordial spirits of the three experts. Human expert? He actually dared to collude with the devil race. He deserves to die. But who exactly is that human expert? Wu Xiong and Gao Yang asked coldly. I don't know. That human expert hid very well, but we can be sure that he's at least a sage. Even these heavenly devil race experts don't know his identity. He's probably from the 12 immortal sacred grounds. We have to tell the sect to be careful. I'm afraid that the sect's other god stone mines, outer sect organizations, shops, pavilions, and other places will be attacked by the heavenly devil race experts. This person is targeting our war god temple. I'm afraid he's plotting something big. Ling Xiao said slowly. He also felt a little regretful that he did not find out the mastermind behind the scenes. I'll send a message to Master right now. They should be sending people to Ares College very soon. Dean Tong, Elder Han, you have to be on high alert during this period of time. Once the heavenly devil race experts attack again, immediately send a message to me. An Aishang said slowly. After An Aishang sent a message to the sect quickly sent a few powerful half-sages to Ares College. They were on high alert and began to make arrangements. Ling Zhao's group of 5 took the teleportation array and headed to the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, the invasion of the heavenly devil race cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Heaven Capital was the capital city of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Heaven Capital was located on Heaven Capital Mountain. It was an ancient city that had been standing for hundreds of millions of years. It occupied an area of tens of thousands of miles and was built on top of a lofty mountain. It was vast and majestic. In Heaven Capital, there were palaces, pavilions, and jade carvings. Green and elegant peaks could be seen everywhere. It was enshrouded in resplendent light, as though it was the palace of the gods. It was ancient and mysterious. The Great Zhou Kingdom had a long history. It was even rumored that there was a great emperor among the ancestors of the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, that great emperor was short-lived. The Great Zhou Kingdom did not receive much of the great emperor's inheritance. Hence, they did not have the foundation of an emperor clan and could only be reduced to an ordinary kingdom. However, over the years, as the king of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Ji Chufeng, worked hard to govern the kingdom and made friends with many experts from the sacred lands, the Great Zhou Kingdom's strength grew stronger. Although they still relied on the 9-layered imperial obelisk to exist, the 9-layered imperial obelisk paid more attention to them. As for the Great Zhou Kingdom's martial hidden mountain, it was rumored that it contained a secret technique of life. It had the profoundness of life and death. Hence, every time the martial hidden mountain opened, it would attract many experts to participate. Buzz, when Ling Zhao's group of 5 came out of the teleportation array in Heaven Capital, they could instantly feel the liveliness and prosperity of Heaven Capital. There were also many powerful auras flashing by. Heaven Capital, I'm back again. Ji Feishuan looked at the Heaven Capital in front of her and sighed softly. There was a trace of sadness and vicissitudes in her eyes. Heaven Capital was still there, but it was no longer the Heaven Capital that Ji Feishuan was familiar with. Our War God Temple has a pavilion in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Before the martial hidden mountain opens, let's stay there temporarily. An Aishang said slowly. Ling Xiao and the others naturally had no objections and followed An Aishang to the pavilion of the War God Temple. War God Elixir Talisman Pavilion, this was one of the businesses of the War God Temple in the Great Zhou Kingdom. The main business was elixir and talisman business. Although the business wasn't very good, the most important thing was to collect information and provide a stronghold for the War God Temple. The War God Elixir Seal Pavilion was located on Zhou Tian Street, the busiest street in Tian Capital. It was a 5-story pavilion. The pavilion master of the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion was a deacon of the Sky Hall, Xianxia, who was a 6th Revolution half-saint. Although the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion wasn't very big on Zhou Tian Street, it was backed by the War God Temple, one of the 12 immortal sacred grounds. Therefore, no one dared to cause trouble here. Boom! Ling Xiao and the others had just reached the entrance of the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion when they heard a loud bang. The 2 doors flew open and shattered into pieces. A figure flew out and landed on the street outside, spitting out blood. His eyes were filled with fear. How dare the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion deceive young Master Yunyang? You must be tired of living. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will tear down the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion. A cold and arrogant voice rang out. 3 figures walked out of the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion. One of them was a young man in a green dragon robe. He had a jade crown on his head and a pair of python boots on his feet. He had a slender and vigorous body and a handsome face. He had a cold smile on his face and a powerful aura. He was a First Revolution half-saint. Beside him was a young man in a white robe. His body emitted a blazing aura, and his eyes flickered like flames. He looked extremely arrogant and was also a First Revolution half-saint. Behind the 2 of them was a stooped old man. He was very small and inconspicuous, but Ling Xiao could tell that this old man was very powerful. He had already reached the 7th Revolution half-saint realm. Ling Xiao and the others' faces couldn't help but darken. The War God Elixir Seal Pavilion was a property of the War God Temple. It seemed like these people didn't have good intentions for causing trouble here. The War God Elixir Seal Pavilion has never sold fake medicine. You are slandering us. The person who had fallen on the street was a young man with delicate features. He was only a Sky Celestial Realm cultivator. He struggled to stand up with an aggrieved look on his face, but he still tried to defend himself. I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. Xianxia doesn't dare to come out. Today, I will cripple you first. The young man in the green dragon robe had a cold look in his eyes. He immediately sent a palm strike towards the young man. The aura around him was terrifying. Holy aura. One look and one could tell that he had just broken through and he couldn't control his strength. He couldn't control his strength. Gao Yang's temper was the most explosive. A cold glint flashed through his eyes as he threw out a slap. With a crisp sound, the young man's expression changed drastically. He felt as if he had slammed into a mountain. His arm was shattered by Gao Yang's slap, and he was sent flying. The skinny old man caught him. And this was because Gao Yang had shown mercy. Otherwise, with Gao Yang's cultivation, he could have killed him with a single slap. How dare you hurt me? The young man in the green dragon robe was furious. He stared at Gao Yang fiercely. His eyes were full of shock and anger. The Gao Yang in front of him looked to be about the same age as him, but he had broken his arm so easily. This made him secretly wonder if Gao Yang was a disciple of some sacred ground. But these thoughts disappeared in a flash. He had been arrogant in Tiandu City for so many years. He had never suffered such a loss. The anger in his heart suppressed his doubts. Little brother, are you okay? What happened at the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion? Ling Xiao helped the young man up. Then, a majestic energy flowed into his body. The young man's injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thank you, big brother. This is Prince 19 of the Great Zhou Divine Nation. A few days ago, he and young Master Yunyang came to our War God Elixir Seal Pavilion to buy a few tribulation-breaking pills. But now, he is looking for trouble. He said that our tribulation-breaking pills are fake and caused one of young Master Yunyang's subordinates to go crazy. The young man said in a somewhat angry and aggrieved manner. At this moment, a black-robed middle-aged man came out of the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion with the help of several people. The black-robed middle-aged man looked like a second revolution half-sage. However, his aura was incomparably weak. It seemed as if he had gone crazy. He had fallen from the third revolution half-sage realm. The young man's name was Bai He. He was the steward of the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion. The young man in the green dragon robe was called Ji Chen. He was the Prince 19 of the Great Zhou Divine Nation. He was one of the most beloved princes of Ji Chu Feng. His innate talent was extraordinary. He had already reached the first revolution half-sage realm. Tribulation-breaking pill? Isn't that a pill used to help a half-sage expert cross the nirvana tribulation? How can it cause him to go crazy? A sharp light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. He knew about the tribulation-breaking pill. It was one of the special pills of the War God Temple. It was very popular. It was a pill refined with the indestructible saint technique as the foundation. It could dissolve the tribulation chi of the nirvana tribulation and transform it into boundless vitality to help a half-sage expert cross the nirvana tribulation. It had always been in short supply. It was impossible to cause him to go crazy. Ling Xiao knew that Prince 19 and the others were deliberately targeting the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion. Get lost. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you. Gao Yang's gaze turned cold. His eyes were blazing with passion. They were as sharp as the great sun divine sword. Ji Chen couldn't help but tremble. He felt even more embarrassed and angry. By he, where is Pavilion Lord Xianxia? And Ai Shang also asked. Her gaze was slightly cold. The War God Elixir Seal Pavilion had been attacked, but Xianxia still hadn't shown up. Pavilion Lord Xianxia and a few protectors have left the city. I'm Pavilion Lord Xianxia's disciple. I'm temporarily in charge of the affairs of the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Bai he said. He wasn't old and had the reputation of the War God Temple. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. Originally, even if his cultivation wasn't high, it wouldn't be a problem for him to temporarily take charge of the affairs for a few days. However, he encountered Ji Chen and the others. Miss, why are you interfering in the affairs of the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion? I'm Yun Yang, a disciple of the Elixir Seal Mountain. May I know your name? The white-clothed youth's eyes lit up when he saw an Ai Shang. He couldn't help but walk up with a smile. A disciple of the Elixir Seal Mountain? Hearing Yun Yang's words, the surrounding people couldn't help but have a slight change in expression. The Elixir Seal Mountain was a special sect. It was formed by a group of alchemists and talisman masters. There was no lack of alchemy saints and talisman saints. The elixirs and divine talismans refined by them were very popular. They were inextricably linked to many sects and sacred grounds. Disciples of the Pill Talisman Mountain? What is the Pill Talisman Mountain? How dare you come to the War God Pill Talisman Pavilion and behave atrociously? Don't you know that this is the property of the War God Temple? And Ai Shang's eyes were cold as she stared at Yun Yang. There wasn't a trace of emotion in her voice. You are, disciples of the War God Temple? Yun Yang's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The surrounding crowd's expression couldn't help but change slightly. There was a good show to watch now. The War God Pill Talisman Pavilion was smashed by Prince 19, but in the blink of an eye, disciples of the War God Temple came. This was too much of a coincidence. Although the Great Zhou Divine Nation was weaker than the War God Temple, the 9 imperial obelisk behind the Great Zhou Divine Nation wasn't weak at all. Coupled with the unfathomable Pill Talisman Mountain, it was hard to say who would win if the two clashed. Kneel down and apologize. Fix the door of the War God Pill Talisman Pavilion, and I will spare your lives. And Ai Shang said calmly with a dignified voice that couldn't be defied. The 5 of them were suppressing anger in their hearts. Previously, Ares College was almost destroyed by the experts of the Sky Devil race. Now, the War God Pill Talisman Pavilion was being attacked. When had the War God Temple ever suffered this kind of humiliation, especially since an Ai Shang, Gao Yang, and Wu Xiong were the 3 great saintesses and saints of the War God Temple. Their every action represented the dignity of the War God Temple. Naturally, they couldn't let this matter go so easily. Ji Chen and Yun Yang's eyes turned cold, and they couldn't maintain their composure. This extremely beautiful lady's words were too domineering. She actually wanted them to kneel down and apologize? So what if you are disciples of the War God Temple? This is the divine capital, the Great Zhou Divine Nation, not your War God Temple. Do you think it's reasonable for you to sell fake medicine? Young Master Yun Yang's subordinates suffered from qi deviation because they ate your tribulation-breaking pills. If you don't give an explanation today, the Zhou Tian guards of the Great Zhou Divine Nation aren't to be trifled with. Ji Chen laughed in extreme anger, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Although he could not see the aura of Ling Xiao and the other 4, he guessed that they were only in the half-saint realm. Half-saints were considered the strongest in the divine capital, but the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom was not afraid of them. Miss, be careful. Your tribulation-breaking pill is quite famous in the God realm, but I didn't think that it would cause someone to go crazy. How dare you sell such a pill? If you don't give me an explanation today, Do you really think my pill talisman mountain is a pushover? Yunyang said with a proud smile. The surrounding crowd had suspicious looks on their faces. The middle-aged man in black was indeed young Master Yunyang's subordinate. If there was really a problem with the tribulation-breaking pill of the Battle God Elixir Seal Pavilion, then there would be big trouble. After all, the tribulation-breaking pill was quite famous in Tiandu City. Many sage-to-be experts had bought it before. Everyone's gaze landed on Ling Xiao, and Ai Shang, and the rest, waiting to see how they would explain. You're framing me. So many people were fine after taking the tribulation-breaking pill, so why did your subordinate go mad? I think this is extortion. There's no problem with our tribulation-breaking pills. Bai He was so angry that his face turned red as he spoke furiously. And Ai Shang frowned slightly. She also felt that it was a little troublesome. She could teach Ji Chen and Yin Yang a lesson, but the tribulation-breaking pill was a strategic resource of the War God Temple. It was precisely because the tribulation-breaking pill brought in a lot of profits for the War God Temple every year that the tribulation-breaking pill was one of the 2 best-selling treasures in the Battle God Elixir Seal Pavilion. And Ai Shang, let me do it. Ling Xiao said softly and walked out. And Ai Shang had no other way to deal with this situation, so she nodded. You're saying that this person went mad after taking the tribulation-breaking pill? Ling Xiao glanced at the middle-aged man in black and said indifferently. That's right. He still has the pill aura of the tribulation-breaking pill on him. If it wasn't for the problem with the tribulation-breaking pill, he would have broken through to the 4th revolution half-saint and wouldn't have gone mad, causing his cultivation to drop by 1 realm. Yunyang sneered. Is that so? A gleam of light appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. He directly made his way to the black-robed man's side and sensed carefully. The tremendous power of his soul silently invaded the black-robed man's body. He circulated through his body and discovered the pill chi of the tribulation-breaking pill. However, Ling Xiao also found a very faint light in the middle-aged man's meridians. An ordinary person might not be able to detect it at all. It seemed to be exactly the same as the saint energy in the middle-aged man's body. However, Ling Xiao felt a trace of a different aura. It's actually the spirit-seizing herb? No wonder it could cause him to go mad, Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. He had finally discovered the truth behind the middle-aged man's chi deviation. The spirit-seizing herb was a precious panacea. It could seize the spirituality of heaven and earth. It could rebirth a person's mortal body and remove the impurities in the body. It could even perfect the Taoist foundation. There was no problem with it. However, if the spirit-seizing herb's power was integrated with the tribulation-breaking pill, the efficacy of the tribulation-breaking pill would change drastically. It would turn from a supreme treasure into a poisonous pill. Not only would it not be able to resolve the tribulation aura of the nirvana tribulation, but it would also damage the Taoist foundation, create a mysterious illusion, and cause chi deviation. Eventually, his cultivation would drop and even his life would be in danger. The most important thing was that the spirit-seizing herb's power was invisible and intangible. If it was integrated into the tribulation-breaking pill, perhaps only a true saint could distinguish it. Ling Xiao was very sensitive to this kind of heterogeneous real qi because he had cultivated the sky-devouring secret skill and the sky-shrouding secret skill. That was why he could detect it. A 9th revolution half-saint wouldn't be able to detect it at all. No wonder Ji Chen and Yin Yang dared to come to the War God Elixir Pavilion to find trouble. They wanted to completely destroy the reputation of the tribulation-breaking pill. Boy, don't waste time. There's a problem with your tribulation-breaking pill. I think the War God Elixir Pavilion should be closed down. Ji Chen sneered impatiently. If you say there's a problem, then there's a problem? Who knows if you did something to it? Gao Yang suppressed the anger in his heart. He couldn't wait to slap Ji Chen and Yin Yang to death right now. However, he could only suppress his anger at this moment because it involved the reputation of the tribulation-breaking pill. There's no need to argue. How about this? We'll find a person on the spot and let him consume the tribulation-breaking pill directly. Whether or not he will suffer chi deviation, everyone will know at a glance. Ling Xiao looked at Ji Chen and Yin Yang calmly. Find a person on the spot to consume the tribulation-breaking pill? That's a good idea, but you have to use the tribulation-breaking pill that we bought. Who knows if the War God Elixir Pavilion's tribulation-breaking pill has been tampered with? These few tribulation-breaking pills were all purchased from your War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion. These few pills are the ones with the real problem. Jichen sneered. Then who knows if you tampered with them after you bought them back? We can use the tribulation-breaking pill that you bought, but I have to check it first. No problem, feel free to check. These few breaking calamity elixir pills were purchased from the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion. How about this? You don't have to find anyone else. Just let my subordinate test the pills. Young Master Yunyang smiled faintly, his face full of confidence. The spirit-stealing force in the breaking calamity elixir had been planted by his master. Even a 9th Revolution half-saint couldn't detect it. Naturally, he didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to detect it. If the breaking calamity elixir seal pavilion was found to have a problem, it would be a fatal blow to the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion. Only then would he be able to achieve his unspeakable goal. However, let's make this clear first. If there is no problem with the breaking calamity elixir seal pavilion, we will naturally apologize. However, if there is a problem with the breaking calamity elixir seal pavilion, you will compensate me for my loss. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Young Master Yunyang's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. You want the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion? You sure talk big. I'm afraid this is your true goal, right? Ling Xiao said nonchalantly with a hint of mockery in his eyes. It turned out that their true goal was the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion. Ling Xiao guessed that the mastermind behind the plot against the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion wasn't Ji Chen, but young Master Yunyang. This way, not only would the breaking calamity elixir be discredited, but it would also deal a blow to the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion. At the same time, it would also publicize the Elixir Seal Mountain. This was a good plan to kill 4 birds with 1 stone. Could it be that you don't dare? It seems like there is indeed a problem with the breaking calamity elixir seal pavilion. Your Highness, Prince 19, let the Zhou Tian guards close the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion. Young Master Yunyang sneered as he tried to provoke Ling Xiao. Who says we don't dare? Alright. I promise you that if there is a problem with the breaking calamity elixir seal pavilion, the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion will compensate you. Ling Xiao seemed to be angered by young Master Yunyang as he spoke coldly. Senior brother, don't be rash. How can the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion compensate him? This is extortion. They must have tampered with the breaking calamity elixir. The White Crane immediately became anxious and said hurriedly. Long. Are you confident to do it? And Aishang glanced at Ling Xiao and said telepathically. Trust me. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with confidence. Great. And Aishang nodded. Although Gao Yang and Wu Xiong had their doubts, they didn't say anything when they saw that Aishang had agreed. After all, it was just a Battle God Elixir Seal Pavilion. If they really lost to Yunyang, they could just kill these 2 bastards. But in that case, they would definitely not be able to enter the Musashi Mountain. Even if you agree, how do I know that you have the right to make the decision? Yunyang sneered. I am an Aishang. I can guarantee that if there really is a problem with the tribulation-breaking pill, the War God Pill Seal Pavilion will belong to you. A light flashed in Aishang's hand, and the God of War token appeared in front of everyone. Nikang? She. Could she be the Holy Maiden of the War God Temple, Nikang? As expected, he's peerless and extraordinary. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The Aishang Saintess was famous throughout the entire God realm. Now that they had finally seen her, everyone had a kind of unreal feeling. Their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. So it's the Aishang Saintess. I've been disrespectful. Since the Aishang Saintess has spoken, I naturally believe you. Yun Yang's eyes became brighter. His gaze was filled with undisguised passion as he looked at Aishang. Aishang's white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, her skin was whiter than snow, and her temperament was extraordinary. Although she concealed part of her aura, it was still extremely breathtaking. When she and Ji Feishuan stood together, they were like a pair of peerless prides, making people feel relaxed and happy. If it's proven that there's a problem with the tribulation-breaking pill, the War God Pill Seal Pavilion will naturally compensate you. But if it's proven that there's no problem with the tribulation-breaking pill, you have to kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Is that okay? Ling Xiao said plainly as he stared at Ji Chen and Yin Yang. How dare you? Ji Chen's gaze turned cold. Ling Xiao actually wanted them to kneel down and kowtow to apologize. This was something that he absolutely couldn't tolerate. Yun Yang's gaze also revealed a trace of coldness. If they really kneeled down and kowtowed to apologize, then he and Ji Chen would be considered finished. Not only would they never be able to raise their heads again, but their Dao heart would definitely be damaged. It might even be possible that they wouldn't be able to advance even an inch in their lifetime. What? Could it be that you think that my War God Elixir Seal Pavilion can't compare to the two of you kowtowing to apologize? If you want to slander my War God Elixir Seal Pavilion, then take out something of equal value. Ling Xiao sneered coldly. All right. We agree. But we have to swear on the great oath of the Heart's Demon. No one can violate it. Yun Yang was silent for a while. Although he was very hesitant, he still agreed in the end. This was because he believed in his master and also believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to discover the power of soul seizing. Therefore, if his subordinates consumed the tribulation-breaking pill again, they would definitely suffer from chi deviation. Therefore, there was nothing that he didn't dare to agree to. No problem. Ling Xiao smiled faintly with a trace of mockery in his eyes. He was afraid that Yun Yang wouldn't dare to swear on the great oath of the Heart's Demon. He didn't expect Yun Yang to court death. Daring to covet the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion, daring to find trouble with the War God Temple, and daring to slander the reputation of the tribulation-breaking pill. This wasn't something that Ji Chen and Yin Yang could do. There was probably a mastermind behind this. Ling Xiao wanted to tell them that the War God Temple couldn't be easily humiliated. If they dared to use the War God Temple to establish their prestige, then they would have to pay a price that was 10 or 100 times the price. Buzz, Ling Xiao, and I Shang, Ji Chen, and Yin Yang all swore on the great oath of the Heart's Demon. Two mysterious runes flashed in the void and disappeared into the void. Instantly, they felt a force of law descending from the unseen world. That was the power of the great oath of the Heart's Demon. Anyone who dared to violate it would suffer a backlash. Everyone was a little excited. On the surface, it looked like a bet, but in reality, it was a competition between the War God Temple, the Great Zhou Divine Nation, and the Elixir Seal Mountain. Whether the War God Temple would be chased out of the Divine Capital City or the Great Zhou Divine Nation and the Elixir Seal Mountain would end up defeated would depend on the result of the pill test. There were still 3 tribulation-breaking pills in Yin Yang's hand. The 3 tribulation-breaking pills were enshrouded in a dense purple light. They were dazzling, like 3 gorgeous divine suns. Furthermore, they exuded a mysterious fragrance that would invigorate anyone who smelled it. No one dared to believe that there was a problem with the tribulation-breaking pills. Ling Xiao took the tribulation-breaking pills under the watchful eyes of Ji Chen and Yin Yang. After carefully inspecting it, he found that there was indeed a spirit-stealing power in the tribulation-breaking pills. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He placed the tribulation-breaking pills one by one into a jade bottle. A purple light flashed in his palm and merged with the light of the tribulation-breaking pills. Ji Chen and Yin Yang didn't notice it. These are the tribulation-breaking pills of my War God Elixir Seal Pavilion. Give them to your subordinates. Ling Xiao said calmly. Ji Chen and Yin Yang looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Their eyes revealed a cold sneer. Both of them had been keeping a close eye on Ling Xiao's hands. After all, the tribulation-breaking pills had been tampered with. If they had been careless and allowed Ling Xiao to swap them out, it would have been a huge joke. Fortunately, Ling Xiao hadn't discovered the problem with the tribulation-breaking pills and hadn't had the chance to swap them out. Luda, swallow these 3 tribulation-breaking pills. Don't worry, even if you suffer from chi deviation, I can still save your life. After this, I will ask Master for a Dao Comprehension Divine Pill to help you recover. Young Master Yunyang said as he threw the 3 tribulation-breaking pills to the black-robed middle-aged man. Although Luda was young Master Yunyang's subordinate, the scene of him suffering from chi deviation after taking the tribulation-breaking pills was still vivid in his mind. He didn't want to experience that again, but since young Master Yunyang had spoken, he had to obey. Even if he were to die now, he wouldn't refuse. Yes. Young Master. Luda said through gritted teeth. His eyes were full of sorrow. Just one tribulation-breaking pill had caused him to suffer from chi deviation and drop a level. If he swallowed these 3 tribulation-breaking pills, he might even fall to the Divine King realm. Luda took the 3 tribulation-breaking pills, sat down cross-legged, and swallowed them all in one gulp. Everyone looked at Luda, wanting to see if the tribulation-breaking pills could really cause one to suffer from chi deviation as young Master Yunyang had said. 3 tribulation-breaking pills. If there's really a problem, won't he die from eating them? Some people's eyes were filled with bewilderment. It's hard to say. If there's really a problem with the tribulation-breaking pills, let's attack together and smash this bullsh** T War God Elixir Seal Pavilion. Someone mustered up the courage to say. I hope there's nothing wrong with the tribulation-breaking pills. Otherwise, my father will break my legs. I bought a lot of tribulation-breaking pills for him here. Who knows? These shops are all unscrupulous merchants. The War God Elixir Seal Pavilion is backed by the War God Temple. Even if the pills are fake, what can you do to them? Young Master Yunyang of Pill Talisman Mountain is speaking up for justice. I heard that the Pill Talisman Treasure Pavilion on Pill Talisman Mountain will be opening soon. When the time comes, let's go there to buy pills. However, most of them agreed with Yunyang's words from the bottom of their hearts. Perhaps there really was a problem with the tribulation-breaking pill. Ling Xiao watched coldly from the sidelines. He was even more furious at the mastermind behind this. Rumble, after Luda swallowed the 3 pills, the tremendous medicinal effects immediately exploded in his body. His presence began to slowly strengthen, and his pores began to emit resplendent light. Not only could the tribulation-breaking pill transform the tribulation chi into vitality, but it also contained a vast amount of saint energy that could help a half-saint to break through. When Ling Xiao was inspecting the breaking calamity pill, he used the sky-shrouding secret technique to conceal his movements. He also injected a strand of devouring chi into the breaking calamity pill, so Ji Chen and Yunin didn't notice it. However, when Luda swallowed the 3 breaking calamity pills, the heaven-devouring chi erupted and devoured the spirit-stealing power within the pills. It also dissolved the spirit-stealing power and the various toxins that had been lurking within Luda's body. Luda's cultivation was originally at the 3rd Revolution Half-Saint realm. However, because of the breaking calamity pill, his cultivation dropped by 1 level. At this moment, the tremendous medicinal effects of the 3 breaking calamity pills erupted, and his presence instantly skyrocketed. Boom, like an unstoppable volcanic eruption, Luda's presence skyrocketed rapidly. Soon, he regained his 3rd Revolution Half-Saint realm. What? Everyone was shocked and somewhat dumbfounded. They were all waiting for Luda to enter a state of Qigong deviation, but instead, Luda became vigorous. His presence was incomparably strong, and there was no sign of him weakening. Could it be that there was really no problem with the breaking calamity pill? Everyone looked at Ji Chen and Yunyang suspiciously. Ji Chen's face was a little embarrassed. He transmitted a message to Yunyang, Young Master Yunyang, what's wrong with Luda? How did he regain his 3rd Revolution Half-Saint realm cultivation? Could it be that the breaking calamity pill was swapped by Long Out Yen? Absolutely impossible. Young Master Yunyang's eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. He said confidently, I'm afraid this is only the effect of the breaking calamity pill. Long Out Yen couldn't have swapped the breaking calamity pill because the breaking calamity pill's power is still there. I can feel it very clearly. Let's wait and see. With the breaking calamity pill's power, Luda will soon enter a state of Qigong deviation. Alright. I keep feeling that Long Out Yen is a little strange. Ji Chen nodded and said. Rumble, the aura around Luda's body grew stronger and stronger. The 3 breaking calamity pills contained boundless energy. In addition, Ling Xiao had injected a trace of heaven-devouring energy into the pills. It was as if the 3 pills had been completely activated. Luda quickly recovered his full strength and reached the peak of the 3rd Revolution Half-Saint realm. Luda was originally at the peak of the 3rd Revolution Half-Saint realm. He had been stuck at the 4th Revolution Half-Saint realm for many years. In fact, even he didn't know that the breaking calamity pill would cause him to suffer from chi deviation. The breaking calamity pill's power was a secret that only young Master Yunyang knew. But now, not only had Lu De recovered to the peak of the third revolution half-saint realm, but his bottleneck had also loosened under the effect of the 3 breaking calamity pills. He was about to break through to the 4th revolution half-saint realm. Oh no! Why is there really no problem with the breaking calamity pill? But if I break through to the 4th revolution half-saint realm, young Master Yunyang won't let me off. No, I can't break through. I must suffer from chi deviation. Lu Da's heart suddenly trembled. He seemed to have thought of something. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him. He was young Master Yunyang's subordinate, so he knew how vicious young Master Yunyang's methods were. If he really ruined young Master Yunyang's plans, young Master Yunyang would definitely not let him off. Rumble, however, it was already impossible for Lu De to stop even if he wanted to. The majestic medicinal strength of the 3 tribulation-breaking pills contained an unparalleled power, pushing his cultivation to erupt like a volcano. His entire body was emitting a mysterious aura. The nirvana tribulation had been triggered, the vitality in his body began to weaken. His physical body, primordial spirit, and saint energy were all weakening. He was about to enter the state of returning to the void. If he could survive the nirvana tribulation, he would live. If he couldn't, he would die. If Lu De forcefully suppressed his cultivation now, it would be no different from courting death. What? The Battle Hall Master? Ling Zhao's words stunned Lu De. The 9 branches of the War God Hall were famous. Who didn't know of them? However, the heads of the 9 branches were all sages. How could this young man be the Battle Hall Master? However, Lu De also knew that he had no other choice. If he rejected, he would probably die in the nirvana tribulation. He might as well take a gamble and find a way to survive. Lu De made up his mind and ignored everything else. He focused on refining the power of the tribulation-breaking pills. The aura around him became more mysterious and ethereal. The 4th nirvana tribulation was about to erupt. Lu De had been in the 3rd revolution half-saint realm for more than 1,000 years. He had accumulated a lot of experience. It wasn't difficult for him to break through to the 4th revolution half-saint realm. Now, with the power of the 3 tribulation-breaking pills, Lu De went all out. He forgot about everything and began his 4th nirvana tribulation. However, the surrounding people didn't know about Lu Da's situation. They only saw that Lu De was in the 2nd revolution half-saint realm. In the blink of an eye, he recovered to the 3rd revolution half-saint realm and reached the peak. He even attracted the 4th nirvana tribulation. 3 tribulation-breaking pills actually allowed Lu De to break through 2 realms. Everyone's eyes were about to pop out. Oh my god, 3 tribulation-breaking pills actually allowed this fellow to break through 2 realms. The tribulation-breaking pills of the War God Pill Talisman Pavilion are really amazing. I think there's really no problem with the tribulation-breaking pills. Otherwise, this fellow would have already gone mad. Some people began to get excited, and their eyes revealed an incomparably fervent look. If the tribulation-breaking pill really had such a miraculous effect and there were no problems at all, everyone could imagine that the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion's tribulation-breaking pill would be priceless. They wouldn't be able to buy it even if they wanted to. There's really no problem. I've already said that there's really no problem with the tribulation-breaking pills of the War God Pill Talisman Pavilion. But he cried tears of joy. His eyes were filled with excitement. Xianxia's departure meant that he was under a lot of pressure. He valued the reputation of the War God Pill Talisman Pavilion more than his life. Now, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. He didn't let the old pavilion master down. Martial Granduncle, well done. Dao Yang, Wu Xiong, and Enai Shang glanced at Ling Xiao. Dao Yang winked and smiled, then transmitted his voice. The 3 of them were not stupid. Naturally, they had guessed that there was definitely something wrong with the tribulation-breaking pill. However, they had not discovered it. Ling Xiao had discovered it and had even conveniently solved the problem. That was why the current situation had occurred. Ji Chan and Yun Yang finally couldn't sit still. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Young Master Yun Yang, didn't you say that you have the power to seize souls? Why didn't the spirit-seizing power take effect and instead allowed Luda to break through? Jichen said anxiously. How would I know? The spirit-seizing power was left behind by Master. It was impossible for ordinary people to neutralize it. This Chenda actually dared to spoil my plans? Damn it. Young Master Yunyang's eyes flashed with a trace of cold-killing intent as he spoke in a somewhat angry tone. Is this Long Out Yen's doing? Jichen asked. It's possible. It seems that when he examined the breaking calamity pill just now, he hid it from us. I don't know what method he used to dissolve the spirit-seizing power of the breaking calamity pill. Long Out Yen? Who is he? Young Master Yunyang said with some uncertainty. Young Master Yunyang, what should we do? If we lose, do we really have to kneel down and kowtow to them in apology? Most importantly, what about the treasure below the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion? Ji Chen's expression was extremely ugly. There was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. What can we do? How would I know? However, if he wants me to kowtow to him in apology, does he even deserve it? Anyway, our great oath of the heart demon is very general and there is no time limit. We might as well agree and just say that we will fulfill the great oath of the heart demon in a few days. I have a treasure that can temporarily suppress the power of the great oath of the heart demon. These people from the War God Temple deserve to die. Young Master Yunyang's face was a little distorted. There was a trace of pain in his eyes. He finally understood what it meant to go for wool and come home shorn. This was a huge loss. The treasure that could suppress the great oath of the heart demon was extremely precious. However, because of Long Out Yen, he could only waste it here. Boom! Lu Da's body glowed with resplendent light as the profound and mysterious Great Dao laws descended. He sat cross-legged in the middle of complete Sky Street as he underwent his fourth nirvana tribulation under the watchful eyes of the crowd. However, the final result was more daunting than dangerous. When Luda opened his eyes, a powerful aura erupted from his body. His cultivation had finally reached the fourth revolution half-saint realm. Young Master Yunyang, with your tribulation-breaking pill, your subordinates have now proven that there is no problem with the tribulation-breaking pill of the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion. What else do you have to say? Ling Xiao looked at Ji Chen and Yunyang as he spoke. Ji Chen and Yunyang's expressions were extremely ugly. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. Buzz, an ancient talisman appeared in young Master Yunyang's palm. In an instant, it turned into two talismans and disappeared into his and Ji Chen's body. The two of them were shrouded in a layer of mysterious aura. Humph. There is indeed no problem with the tribulation-breaking pill. We were wrong. Luda, let's go. Young Master Yunyang glanced coldly at Ling Xiao. However, Luda stood motionless beside Ling Xiao as if he hadn't heard young Master Yunyang's words. Luda? Why aren't you getting your ass over here? Young Master Yunyang's gaze turned cold as he berated Luda. Young Master, Luda was greatly indebted to young Master Long and was only able to break through to the fourth revolution half-saint realm. Therefore, Luda has already decided to follow young Master Long. Please forgive me. Luda looked at young Master Yunyang and gritted his teeth. Since he had already offended young Master Yunyang, it was only natural for him to hold on tightly to Ling Xiao's thigh. What? Luda, you are courting death. Young Master Yunyang's expression suddenly changed. A trace of cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes as his anger soared. He had never imagined that his subordinate would betray him after breaking through to the fourth revolution half-saint realm and seek refuge with Ling Xiao. This was simply a slap to his face. The expressions of the surrounding people also became extremely strange. What was going on? Young Master Yunyang's subordinate, Luda, had actually betrayed him and sought refuge with Ling Xiao? This was too dramatic. Young Master Yunyang, Ji Chen, I think you have both forgotten the great oath of the heart demon. Do you need me to remind you? Kneel down and kowtow to apologize immediately. As for Luda, he is now a member of the Combat God Temple. He has nothing to do with you. Of course, we won't forget the great heart demon oath. In a few days, we will come to apologize and fulfill the bet. Let's go. Young Master Yunyang's eyes were extremely gloomy. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and Luda and was about to leave the War God Elixir Talisman Pavilion with Ji Chen. Are you guys trying to go back on your words? Ling Zhao's eyes were cold as he smiled faintly. Boom, and I Shang, Wu Xiong, Gao Yang, and Ji Feishuan emitted a powerful aura and blocked young Master Yunyang and Ji Chen. Their eyes were filled with coldness. These guys dared to behave atrociously in the War God Elixir Talisman Pavilion. Now that Ling Xiao exposed their scheme, they wanted to escape? How could it be so easy? Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected young Master Yunyang and Ji Chen to be so shameless. They forgot what they said in the blink of an eye. They had no intention of fulfilling the bet at all. Looks like young Master Yunyang and His Highness Ji Chen don't intend to fulfill the bet. Aren't they afraid of the Great Heart Demon Oath? Hee, what's the big deal about the Great Heart Demon Oath? Since they dared to go back on their words, they must have a way to resist the Great Heart Demon Oath. If they really cowed out and apologized, then they would really lose a lot of face. Whether it's the Elixir Talisman Mountain or the Great Zhou Divine Nation, they can't afford to lose so much face. Too shameless. Looks like the so-called tribulation-breaking pill can cause one to go berserk is just nonsense. Everyone was secretly discussing with ridicule in their eyes. They despised young Master Yunyang and Ji Chen's character. Get out of the way. Long Out Yen, I said that we would come to fulfill our promise in a few days. There is no problem with the tribulation-breaking pill. We were wrong. Do you really think you can keep us here with just the few of you? Ji Chen sneered, his eyes full of disdain. This was the divine capital, the home ground of the Great Zhou Divine Nation. So what if they were disciples of the War God Temple? Ji Chen didn't care about Ling Xiao and the others at all. He wanted to leave with young Master Yunyang. Go, my ass. You two despicable dogs dare to behave atrociously in my War God Elixir Talisman Pavilion? I've tolerated you for a long time. Gao Yang's temper was the most fiery, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. With a loud roar, a violent aura erupted from his body, and he suddenly pounced on Ji Chen and young Master Yunyang. He hadn't made a move before because he was afraid that it would affect the reputation of the Battle God Alchemy Seal Pavilion. Now that Ling Xiao had clarified everything and proved that there was no problem with the tribulation-breaking pill, Gao Yang couldn't help but make a move. The skinny old man behind Ji Chen and young Master Yunyang instantly appeared in front of Gao Yang like a ghost. A black ancient sword appeared in his hand and stabbed toward Gao Yang's forehead like a venomous snake. It was silent and terrifying. Scram! Gao Yang's eyes were burning with rage. He swung his palm and a blazing flame gushed out from his palm. It was like a resplendent sun that contained the power to incinerate everything. It directly slapped towards the skinny old man. As soon as Gao Yang made his move, a terrifying power erupted from his body without any reservation. It was like an erupting volcano. In an instant, a vast aura descended and shrouded the entire area. Seventh Revolution Half-Saint? The skinny old man trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't expect Gao Yang's cultivation to be so terrifying. At this moment, when he attacked with all his strength, he felt his scalp tingle and his body tremble as if he was on the verge of death. Boom, what Gao Yang used was the Burning Sky Saint technique. That resplendent sun was formed from the true meaning of the Great Tao. It directly burned the black ancient sword until it turned red. Then, it ruthlessly slammed into the skinny old man's chest. Puff, the old man's cultivation was only at the 6th Revolution Half-Saint realm. How could he resist Gao Yang's furious attack? Suddenly, his chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened. Gao Yang didn't even look at the old man. His eyes were burning with rage as he directly pounced on young Master Yunyang and Ji Chen. I'm the 19th prince of the Great Zhou Divine Nation. If you dare to touch me, you won't be able to walk out of Divine Capital. Ji Chen's eyes revealed a trace of fear, and he roared in a threatening manner. Yunyang's face also changed greatly. He said with an ugly expression, "Does the War God Temple really want to be enemies with my Pill Talisman Mountain? We've already backed down. What else do you want? With trash like you?" Gao Yang sneered, and his eyes were full of contempt. Boom, he grabbed Ji Chen and young Master Yunyang as if they were chickens, then he began to slap them with both hands like a violent storm. Smack! Smack! Smack, a crisp sound rang out. Ji Chen and young Master Yunyang's handsome faces swelled up in an instant. The two of them were stunned by Gao Yang's slap. When they came to their senses, they were trembling with anger. Their faces were distorted, and their eyes were filled with shame and indignation. "You! I'll kill you," Jichen shouted angrily. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped back by Gao Yang. He was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. "You want to kill me? Just based on you two pieces of trash? Go and cultivate for another 10,000 years. Gao Yang sneered as he slapped Ji Chen and young Master Yunyang several hundred more times. Ji Chen and young Master Yunyang were almost dumbfounded. Boom! In the end, Gao Yang slapped Ji Chen and young Master Yunyang, causing them to kneel in front of Ling Xiao and Anai Shang. Their knees were instantly shattered, and their faces were swollen like pig heads. They no longer dared to show any signs of viciousness. All that was left was deep fear. The two of them were completely stunned by Gao Yang's attack. Aren't these disciples of the War God Temple too ruthless? This isn't the War God Temple. This is the Sky Capital. Aren't they afraid that the Great Zhou Divine Nation and Pill Talisman Mountain will take revenge? Everyone was shocked and looked at Gao Yang, Ling Xiao, and the others with reverence. Young Master Yunyang and Jichen deserve it. Who told them to behave so atrociously in the War God Temple's Pill Talisman Pavilion? However, these disciples of the War God Temple must be here to participate in the Martial Hidden Mountain. It will be difficult for them to enter the Martial Hidden Mountain after beating up Prince 19. Someone said slowly. Ling Xiao stared at Ji Chen and young Master Yunyang, who were kneeling in front of him, and said calmly, "I won't kill you today, but that doesn't mean that I won't kill. If there's a next time, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, he will die. Get lost." After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he didn't even look at the two of them and walked into the War God Temple's Pill Talisman Pavilion with Anai Shang, Gao Yang, Bai He, and the rest. "Ah!" Jichen roared at the sky. His body was trembling, and his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. The Battle God Elixir Pavilion became famous this time. Gao Yang taught Ji Chen and young Master Yunyang a lesson, which attracted the attention of the entire Sky Capital. No one knew if it was because the Great Zhou Divine Country and Mount Elixir Talisman were in the wrong, but no one dared to cause trouble for the Battle God Elixir Talisman Pavilion anymore. The news of what had happened in the Universal Sky Street had spread throughout the Heaven Capital. Lu De had taken 3 breaking calamity pills, and had directly advanced from the 2nd revolution to the 4th revolution of the Half-Saint Realm. This had shocked everyone, and everyone was wild with joy. The breaking calamity pill had become the best-selling medicinal pill in the War God Danfu Pavilion. Countless experts had lined up to buy the breaking calamity pills. The breaking calamity pill was already very expensive. This time, the Battle God Elixir Talisman Pavilion made a fortune. It was imaginable that they would be rich in the future. The breaking calamity pill became the Battle God Elixir Talisman Pavilion's signature item. And all of this was thanks to Ji Chen and young Master Yunyang. The Battle God Elixir Talisman Pavilion's door was repaired and looked more imposing than before. Bai He's face was full of smiles when he saw countless people pouring into the pavilion. On the 5th floor of the Battle God Elixir Talisman Pavilion. This old man greets Long, Martial Uncle, Saintess, and the 2 saints. I didn't expect something like this to happen in the Battle God Elixir Talisman Pavilion just a few days after I left. This old man is deeply ashamed. Xianxia was an old man with white hair and beard. He looked hale and hearty. Not only was he the pavilion master of the Battle God Elixir Talisman Pavilion, but he was also a powerful god-grade alchemist. The breaking calamity pill was refined by him. Xianxia bowed to Ling Xiao, Anai Shang, and the others with a bitter smile on his face. "Pavilion Master Chen, you don't need to be so courteous. You have also been lured away by those scoundrels. They want you to leave the Battle God Elixir Talisman Pavilion to achieve their goal." Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply as he spoke coldly. Xianxia had already explained the reason why he left the Battle God Alchemy Seal Pavilion. It turned out that a few days ago, someone had discovered the whereabouts of the Hades King flower outside Chengdu City. Xianxia immediately felt as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. He brought several protectors of the Battle God Alchemy Seal Pavilion to search for the Hades King flower. He didn't expect that after he left, such a thing would happen in the Battle God Alchemy Seal Pavilion. Grand Martial Uncle Long, our War God Elixir Seal Pavilion is just a slightly more prosperous place. Why would Ji Chan and Yin Yang want to take over the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion? Xianxia was already so old, so it was still a little difficult for him to address Ling Xiao as Grand Master Ling Xiao. That's what puzzles me as well. Their ultimate goal is the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion, which means that the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion has something that they must obtain. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and finally landed on Lu Da had already thoroughly offended Yin Yang. Now that he had sided with Ling Xiao, he naturally wanted to make a contribution and let Ling Xiao see his value. When he saw Ling Xiao looking at him, he immediately said, "Young Master Long, although Yin Yang and Ji Chen are very tight-lipped, I once overheard that the reason why they wanted to take the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion is because there's something under the pavilion." Underground? What is it? Ling Xiao, and Aishang, Xianxia, and the rest couldn't help but ask as their eyes lit up. I'm not very sure either. I only vaguely heard them say that. Lu Da shook his head. That explains it all. No matter what treasures, relics, or even cave abodes are under the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion, if they want to obtain it, they must first have the pavilion in their hands. Ling Xiao said slowly. I thought of it too. Previously, a mysterious person contacted me and said that he was interested in the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion and wanted to buy it at a high price. However, I didn't agree. Xianxia suddenly said with a trace of coldness in his eyes. It seems that if he's not from the Great Zhou Divine Nation, then he's from the Pill Talisman Mountain. Since the treasure is under the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion, then it belongs to the War God Hall. Ji Chan and Yin Yang, those two scumbags, are really reckless. Gao Yang sneered. No matter what, let's first investigate and see what's under the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion. Ling Xiao said finally. No one said anything and the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion continued to operate. However, in just one day, the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion had sold out all the tribulation-breaking pills that had been in the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion for the past few years. Many of the servants and stewards in the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion were very excited and looked at Ling Xiao with reverence. They clearly saw what happened during the day. It was because of Ling Xiao that the crisis was resolved and the tribulation-breaking pills became famous, causing the entire divine capital to explode. At night, Ling Xiao directly used the Flipping Sky Seal to suppress and activated the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion's array to isolate all auras and probing. He was prepared to see what was under the ground. The ground under the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion was made of hard mountain rocks, but it couldn't escape the senses of Ling Xiao and Aishang's consciousness. They even probed down to 100,000 feet below but still found nothing. There's nothing? That's strange. Xianxia's eyes were filled with doubt. Everyone could clearly sense that there was nothing under the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion. The thing that Ji Chan and Yin Yang are looking for can't be deep underground. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to obtain the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion. They could just dig down from the side. Ling Xiao nodded. His senses were extremely sharp, but he also didn't find anything. Long Out Yen, I once heard of a legend, but that was 1,000,000 years ago. I'm afraid very few people know about it now. Ji Feishuan suddenly said. What legend? Ling Xiao asked. Legend has it that the ancestor of the Great Zhou Divine Nation was a peerlessly talented Supreme Emperor. However, too much time had passed, and the bloodline of the Ji clan was cut off. The Emperor clan bloodline couldn't continue, so in the end, it was reduced to a mere divine nation. However, when the Great Zhou Divine Nation was first established, the Crown Prince unintentionally awakened a powerful bloodline. However, he couldn't control the power contained in the bloodline, causing him to go crazy and slaughter tens of thousands of his own clan. When the Crown Prince woke up, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. In order not to harm his own clan, legend has it that he committed suicide in a secret place in the divine capital. From then on, he completely disappeared. Later on, the experts of the Ji clan believed that the Crown Prince might have awakened the Emperor clan bloodline. Ji Feishuan said slowly. You're saying that the War God Alchemy Seal Pavilion might be the place where the Crown Prince committed suicide? This is too unbelievable. Gao Yang couldn't help but exclaim. It's very likely. Legend has it that the place where the crown prince committed suicide was like a mustard seed. Even the sages who came to the divine capital didn't find any traces. Ji Feishuan said. Naximi is like a mustard seed? If that's the case, the crown prince must have a profound understanding of the law of space. No one has been able to find him for millions of years. It seems like this place is hidden very well. Let's search again. Ling Xiao said slowly. If even a sage couldn't find it, it would be difficult for them to find it as well. However, if what Ji Feishuan said was true, the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion was definitely not simple. It might really be the place where the crown prince committed suicide. While Ling Xiao and the rest were searching the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion, Ji Chen and Yin Yang came to a secret chamber together. The secret chamber was located in the middle of a mountain. It looked very secluded, but there seemed to be a sea of blood in the secret chamber. Streams of blood qi intertwined, containing extremely terrifying fluctuations. In the middle of the sea of blood, a blood-red flame rose as if it could burn everything. An old man in a blood-red robe sat cross-legged in it, exuding an aura that made one's heart tremble. After seeing the old man in the blood-red robe, Yun Yang and Ji Chen bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Master." The old man in the blood-red robe had reached the peak of the 9th Revolution Half-Saint realm. He was also an extremely powerful alchemist in the Elixir Seal Mountain, Shui Yuanzi. No one would have thought that Ji Chen and Yin Yang were actually fellow disciples. You shouldn't have provoked an Aishang. An Aishang, Gao Yang, and Wu Xiong, are the 3 holy sons of the War God Temple all here? The old man in the blood-red robe slowly opened his eyes. There was a trace of evil light flickering in his eyes, which made Yin Yang and Ji Chen's hearts tremble. Master. We didn't expect the 3 holy sons of the War God Temple to come to Tian capital. We were about to get the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion. Who would have thought that such an accident would happen? Ji Chen said with an ugly expression. Yes, Master. That Long Outyen is too despicable. He actually managed to neutralize the soul-stealing power that you left in the tribulation-breaking pill. Even I was fooled. Yun Yang said with a wry smile. Long Outyen? Do you know who he is? Shui Yuanzi said faintly. Who is he? He seems to be a First Revolution half-saint. He's probably just a prototype of the War God Temple. Yun Yang and Ji Chen said doubtfully. Big mistake. Long Outyen is the master of the Battle Hall. The ultimate treasure of the Battle God Hall, the flipping sky seal, is in his hands. Blood-red flames seemed to shoot out from Shui Yuanzi's eyes. What? He controls the cyclic sky seal? Ji Chen and Yin Yang looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. After all, the masters of the 9 lineages of the War God Hall were all famous in the world. Almost all of them were Sage Wei realm experts. They had never imagined that the cyclic sky seal, which no one in the War God Hall had recognized as its master for a million years, would actually fall into Ling Zhao's hands. There's no need to doubt this news. However, the Battle Hall Master and the 3 holy princes of the Battle God Temple are here, so we must investigate this matter. Ji Chen, you must find out who sent them. If I'm not mistaken, they will be the biggest obstacle to you obtaining the life secret technique. Blood Yuanzi said slowly. Yes. Master, what about the secret realm below the War God Pill Seal Pavilion? If I can get the Divine Reflection Crown Prince's monarch bloodline, I'll definitely be able to obtain the complete life secret art from Mount Musashi. Ji Chen said unwillingly. It doesn't matter. It's not that easy for them to find the secret realm. They don't even have the key to open it. How are they going to open it? Blood Yuanzi said nonchalantly. Boom, suddenly, the bloody light around Blood Yuanzi bloomed as if there were bloody lotuses floating in the air. They were mysterious and unfathomable, vaguely revealing an extremely strange world. What? How are they able to find the place where the Divine Reflection Crown Prince committed suicide? Blood Yuanzi's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Whoosh, blood light flickered all over his body. In an instant, an incomparably powerful void fluctuation was emitted in the void. Shui Yuanzi disappeared from the secret chamber in an instant. Ji Chen and Yin Yang looked at each other and saw the same disbelief in each other's eyes. This was because they had heard Blood Yuanzi's words. The place where the Divine Reflection Crown Prince committed suicide had actually been opened, War God Pill Seal Pavilion. A dazzling door of light appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the others. It exuded a mysterious and vast fluctuation as if it contained an unknown world. Ji Feishuan's glabella emitted a dazzling light and formed a mysterious connection with the door of light, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. Ling Xiao and the others looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Initially, they had checked countless times and found nothing strange. However, they did not expect Ji Feishuan's glabella to suddenly emit light and gather all the blood qi in her glabella, unintentionally opening the door of light in front of them. I can feel that this should be the place where the Crown Prince committed suicide. Ji Feishuan said slowly with a strange look in her eyes. Could it be because of your bloodline? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he suddenly thought of a possibility. According to what Ji Feishuan said, the Crown Prince had the bloodline of the Great Emperor in his body. However, he eventually went crazy because he could not control the bloodline of the Great Emperor and killed countless people. In the end, he chose to commit suicide. The key to opening the place of suicide was the bloodline of the Great Emperor. Ji Feishuan had unintentionally activated the vast bloodline power in her body in the Sea of Enlightenment in the Void Saint world. An invincible Great Empress had even appeared. Ling Xiao even suspected that Ji Feishuan had completely activated the bloodline of the Great Emperor, which was why she could trigger the place of suicide. This was the only explanation that could explain everything that was happening in front of him. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. In the end, Ling Xiao, Ji Feishuan, and I Shang, and the others made up their minds and walked into the door of light in front of them. Rumble, dazzling divine light bloomed in front of everyone's eyes as a chaotic mist filled the air. Everyone felt as if they had arrived at the beginning of the world. Everything was extremely primitive. In front of everyone was a chaotic void. There was no up, down, left, or right. There were no four directions. They could not even feel the passage of time and space. There was only an eternal and monotonous chaos. Swoosh, in the distance, a dazzling divine light shot up into the sky and bloomed like a heavenly pillar. In the middle of the dazzling divine light, there was an ancient tree that was covered in a faint chaotic aura. It looked real and illusory at the same time. What kind of tree is that? Gao Yang could not help but exclaim. His eyes were filled with disbelief. After everyone got closer, they noticed that it was an ancient tree that was only a few meters tall. Its entire body revealed a chaotic luster, and its branches were coiled like a cage. It was vigorous and powerful, and there were numerous verdant leaves hanging on it. The green leaves looked like they were carved out of flawless green jade. They were extremely exquisite and emitted a strange luster. The leaves trembled slightly on the branches and emitted a chaotic aura. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a vast world hidden within the green leaf. It was incomparably mysterious. There were a total of 3,000 leaves on the ancient tree. They swayed gently as chaotic aura filled the air. It was as if 3,000 worlds were blooming in front of the crowd. A majestic aura erupted, causing their hearts to tremble. Under the ancient tree sat a young man in a dark green dragon robe and a jade crown on his head. He was about 20 years old and was extraordinarily handsome. His skin was as translucent as jade, and his eyes still shone with resplendent starlight. Even though there was no sign of life on his body anymore, chaos, an ancient tree, and a corpse. This combination gave off an indescribable feeling of strangeness. Could this be the crown prince of the great Zhou divine nation? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He could faintly see that the young man was emitting a faint saint aura. His body was immortal and there was a mysterious fragrance. He must have been here for tens of millions of years. To be able to keep his body intact in such an environment, it seemed like this young man had already reached the sage realm when he was alive. Buzz, Ji Feishuan's glabella shone brightly as if there was a mysterious eye. At this moment, it suddenly emitted a bright light that soared into the sky and shone on the young man's body. A mysterious line seemed to have formed between the two of them. It contained an extremely mysterious fluctuation. Boom, the young man's body suddenly emitted a bright light. Mysterious nine-colored blood light spread out from his body and followed the line and slowly merged into Ji Feishuan's glabella. Ji Feishuan's white robes fluttered in the wind as the primal chaos chi filled the air. The Empress silhouette in between her eyebrows seemed to become clearer and clearer, causing Ji Feishuan to become ethereal and mysterious. An ancient, majestic, mysterious, and vast aura erupted from Ji Feishuan's body. Ling Xiao looked at Ji Feishuan in front of him. She seemed to be accepting the inheritance of that young man, but it didn't seem like it. It was extremely strange. Rumble, the primal chaos in all directions began to tremble and surrounded Ji Feishuan and the young man. The resplendent ancient tree swayed as a vast amount of vitality descended and fused with Ji Feishuan and the young man. Who would have thought that even if I killed myself here, I would still not be able to escape this fate? The young man let out a soft sigh and glanced at Ji Feishuan. His eyes were filled with helplessness and vicissitudes of life. He came back to life? The white crane shuddered and could not help but ask. Shoo, don't talk. It should be a remnant soul left behind by this man. Xianxia stopped the white crane, but his eyes were also filled with shock. Who are you? Ji Feishuan looked at the young man and asked slowly. The young man replied, I'm the God Illumination Crown Prince. The two of them seemed to have fallen into a mysterious state, one asking and the other answering, ignoring everything around them. It was as if they were conversing in a separate space and time. The God Illumination Crown Prince? The God Illumination Crown Prince from 10 million years ago when the great Zhou divine nation was at its peak? The person who was said to be as talented as the great Void Emperor? Why did you kill yourself here? Ji Feishuan asked in shock. The great Void Emperor? I'm not as good as him. It's a pity that I can't fight with him. That's the biggest regret of my life. Don't you know the reason why I killed myself here? The God Illumination Crown Prince said calmly. Rumor has it that you couldn't control the great emperor's bloodline in your body and killed hundreds of millions of your people. That's why you killed yourself here. However, I'm afraid that's not the case now. Ji Feishuan said. Couldn't control the great emperor's bloodline? Killed hundreds of millions of my people? If that's the case, it's not wrong. Unfortunately, even if I killed hundreds of millions of my people and sacrificed them, I still couldn't control that power. I still couldn't escape my fate. However, now that it's on you, can you break this fate? The God Illumination Crown Prince sneered. Killing hundreds of millions of your people and sacrificing them just to control the great emperor's bloodline? You're crazy. If that's the fate you're talking about, I'm definitely different from you. Ji Feishuan said in shock as if she had come across an unimaginable secret. You're different from me? It's still too early to say that. The so-called Great Zhou Divine Nation and the so-called Ji clan are just other people's cultivation cauldrons. I can't escape this fate, and neither can you. The God Illumination Crown Prince said as if he was mocking himself. Cultivation cauldron? I, Ji Feishuan, won't be anyone's cultivation cauldron. God Illumination Crown Prince, what do you know? Ji Feishuan's expression changed as she said coldly. Ji Feishuan? What a good name. Unfortunately, this is fate and a calamity. No one is an exception. Unless there's a great emperor who can change your fate, you'll never be able to escape your fate. The God Illumination Crown Prince shook his head. What do you mean? Ji Feishuan was a little anxious. Ask yourself. And ask her. You'll know the answer. I'll give you the ancient tree of life, my descendant. Although I'm filled with despair, I still hope that you can succeed. The God Illumination Crown Prince stared at Ji Feishuan's forehead with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Rumble, after the God Illumination Crown Prince finished speaking, his body shone brightly as if he had transformed into the Tao. A rain of light floated out from his body. You're. The God Illumination Crown Prince's gaze landed on Ling Xiao. His body suddenly trembled as a trace of disbelief and joy appeared in his eyes. Rumble, however, before the God Illumination Crown Prince could finish his sentence, he turned into a rain of light and merged with the ancient tree of life, causing it to become even more dazzling. What did the God Illumination Crown Prince mean by his last words? The conversation between the Divine Radiance Crown Prince and Ji Feishuan seemed to be hinting at something, but it was very vague. He only vaguely heard the words cauldron, fate, and tree of life, which made him very confused. Whoosh, the ancient tree of life instantly shone brightly and turned into a stream of light that shot into Ji Feishuan's sea of consciousness between her eyebrows and disappeared. I didn't expect it to be the legendary ancient tree of life. And Aishang also sighed softly. The ancient tree of life was a natural spiritual root. Legend had it that it contained the power of life origin. It was a spiritual root of heaven and earth on the same level as the path understanding tree and phantom ancient tree. Legend had it that when the chaos was first created, the primal chaos ancestral tree of world gave birth to thousands of worlds and countless lives. Later on, a great war swept across thousands of worlds, causing the world tree to collapse and turn into countless natural spiritual roots. Those natural spiritual roots were incomparably precious and could almost suppress the fate of a great world, just like the illusory demon ancient tree that gave birth to the devil race. It was the devil race's tree of life. The ancient tree of life was an innate spiritual root on the same level as the illusory demon ancient tree. Now that Ji Feishuan had obtained the ancient tree of life, everyone was shocked and envious. However, they were also very confused about the fate and cauldron that the divine illumination crown prince mentioned. Ling Xiao felt that after Ji Feishuan merged with the ancient tree of life, the aura around her became even more mysterious, and he could not see through it. Especially in Ji Feishuan's mind, the peerless empress was very lifelike, as if she would awaken at any time. Could it be the fate that the divine illumination crown prince mentioned originated from this empress? Ling Xiao was confused. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled as Ji Feishuan woke up from that mysterious state. Her eyes were filled with divine light and showed a hint of confusion. Junior sister Ji, what did the divine illumination crown prince mean? Ling Xiao looked at Ji Feishuan and asked with a hint of confusion in his eyes. I'm not very sure either. However, this might be related to the bloodline of the Ji clan. I vaguely feel that perhaps I can only find out the reason after I become a saint. Ji Feishuan said slowly. Junior sister Ji, you obtained the divine illumination crown prince's bloodline, inheritance, and the ancient tree of life. And Aishang asked. If Ji Feishuan could obtain the complete secret of life technique, there would be no need for them to enter the Martial Mountain Range. After all, it seemed like the great Zhou divine nation had many secrets and no one knew what dangers lurked in the Martial Mountain Range. The Divine Radiance Crown Prince's inheritance doesn't contain the life secret technique. If he wanted to obtain the life secret technique, he would have to make a trip to the Martial Hidden Mountain. However, with the help of the Tree of Life, my chances of obtaining the secret magics of life will naturally be much higher than others. Ji Feishuan said. The group left the place where the Crown Prince committed suicide, but there were still questions about why he did so and the power of the imperial bloodline. Perhaps only after Ji Feishuan became a saint would she have a chance to find the answers to these questions. The War God Elixir Seal Pavilion was still very quiet. With the protection of the cyclic sky seal, no one knew what was going on here. Junior sister Ji, are you planning to reveal your identity? Ling Xiao asked. Those who could enter the Martial Hidden Mountain Range had to be recognized by the royal family of the Great Zhou Divine Nation. Once Ji Feishuan's identity was exposed, it would be unknown if she could enter the Martial Hidden Mountain Range. Ji Chufeng might even do everything he could to stop Ji Feishuan from entering the Martial Hidden Mountain Range like 1,000,000 years ago. Of course. What I have lost, I must take it back fair and square. However, I still have to wait until the Martial Hidden Mountain Range opens. Although I'm not afraid of Ji Chufeng, I don't want to implicate everyone. Ji Feishuan's eyes glowed as she spoke slowly. All right. No matter what, we will support you. Ling Xiao nodded and said. This is the leaf of the ancient tree of life. Once refined, not only will it strengthen one's life origin, but it will also be tainted with a trace of life aura. At that time, one will have a greater chance of comprehending the life secret technique. These are for everyone. Light flashed in Ji Feishuan's palm and dozens of green leaves appeared instantly. They were crystal clear and exuded a majestic life essence. Thank you, Junior Sister Ji. And Aishang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang didn't stand on ceremony and each took a leaf. The leaf of the ancient tree of life was indeed very useful to them. Especially after reaching the high level of the half-saint realm, if one wanted to take that final step and become a saint, one would need an extremely deep accumulation of experience. Outside the Elixir Seal Pavilion of the War God. Hidden in the darkness, Shui Yuanzi's eyes suddenly flashed, and his face turned extremely ugly. This is the aura of the ancient tree of life? They really opened the place where the divine illumination crown prince committed suicide. No, I worked so hard to find the place where the divine illumination crown prince committed suicide. How can I just give it to someone else? So what if it's the cyclic sky seal? Naturally, someone wants to deal with you. Shui Yuanzi's face was filled with unwillingness. Whether it was an Xiang or Ling Xiao, who had the cyclic sky seal, he couldn't afford to offend them. It seemed like he had to think of another way to obtain the ancient tree of life. The War God Temple? Hehe, you're just an arrow at the end of its flight. The Elixir Seal Mountain will replace the War God Temple with you guys. Shui Yuanzi glanced coldly at the Elixir Seal Pavilion of the War God before hiding in the darkness again. Is he from the Elixir Seal Mountain or the Great Zhou Divine Nation? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. His senses were extremely sharp. Although Shui Yuanzi had concealed his aura, Ling Xiao still felt a trace of prying. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Although the figure was very obscure, his cultivation had reached the 9th revolution half-saint realm. This also confirmed his guess that there was indeed someone behind Ji Chen and Yun Yang. However, what they didn't know was that Ling Xiao had already taken the things left behind by the divine illumination crown prince. Ling Xiao had refined a few leaves from the ancient tree of life. His originally boundless life origin had become even stronger, and his entire body was filled with exuberant vitality. It was extremely mysterious. The wordless heavenly book also seemed to like the aura of the ancient tree of life very much. Unfortunately, it contained too little power and couldn't satisfy the wordless heavenly book's needs. The next day, 2 uninvited guests came to the Elixir Seal Pavilion of the War God. Greetings, Lords of the War God Temple. His Highness has set up a prodigy banquet in the Imperial Garden. He invites all of you to attend. Who's your Highness? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he asked. The cultivation of this young man and woman had both reached the 1st revolution half-saint realm. Their aura was powerful, and their talent was extraordinary. Their master must be very strong to have such subordinates. The 2 of them looked respectful, but there was a kind of arrogance in their bones. My Highness is the Crown Prince, Ji Tian. The young man smiled. Crown Prince, Ji Tian. Hearing this name, Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He had heard this name when he first came to Sky Capital. Crown Prince, Ji Tian, was a peerless talent. His cultivation had reached the 8th revolution half-saint realm. He was the holy son of the 9 imperial gates and the most promising person to obtain the secret skill of life. Who was invited to the prodigy's banquet? Ling Xiao asked. Those who are qualified to attend the prodigy's banquet are all young prodigies. They are at least 1st revolution half-saint realm. The 9 imperial gates, 5 elements saint sect, heavenly curse sect, and Pale Seal Mountain have all sent their prodigies. There are also some peerless talents from the imperial family and other kingdoms. The young man said slowly. Good. I got it. Ling Xiao nodded and said. The prodigy's banquet is tomorrow. Lords of the War God Temple, please come. I'll take my leave. The young man and woman bowed to Ling Xiao, and Xiang, and the rest, then turned and left. Prodigy's banquet? I've heard of that Ji Tian. He's not a good person. He once killed a disciple of my War God Temple. This time, I really want to meet that bastard. Gao Yang sneered. To hold the prodigy's banquet at this time, I'm afraid that Crown Prince Ji Tian's scheme is not small. Could it be for the Martial Treasure Mountain? Wu Xiong asked doubtfully. No matter what, he has sent the invitation. Of course, we have to go and take a look. It's a good opportunity to see the prodigies of other sects. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The second day. The Imperial Garden was located in the Imperial City. It was also the core of the entire Sky Capital. There were all kinds of exotic flowers and strange rocks here. Dense spiritual mist filled the air, it was like a fairyland. The news of Crown Prince Ji Tian holding the prodigy's banquet had already spread throughout the entire Sky Capital. Countless geniuses were proud to be able to participate in the prodigy's banquet. However, it was a pity that the talents banquet was not for ordinary people. One had to be at least a first revolution half-saint to be qualified to participate in the talents banquet. When Ling Xiao, Ji Feishuan, Enai Shang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang arrived at the imperial garden, they saw that there were already many figures in the garden. Most of them were young men and women. They were vigorous, handsome, and beautiful. All of them had confident smiles on their faces as they chatted with each other. The moment Ling Xiao's group of 5 appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. It was mainly because of Ji Feishuan and Enai Shang. One was like a graceful and luxurious peony, while the other was like an otherworldly snow lotus. Their beauty and unique temperament made the hundreds of blooming flowers in the imperial garden pale in comparison. Their auras were too outstanding, causing many female geniuses to feel ashamed of their inferiority. Some even revealed looks of jealousy in their eyes. On the other hand, those handsome young men did not conceal the passion in their eyes as they stared at Ji Feishuan and Enai Shang. Ling Xiao stood between Ji Feishuan and Enai Shang and instantly noticed this change. He could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. It seemed that being too beautiful was also a troublesome matter. Senior Uncle Long, you're quite lucky with women. Didn't you see the gazes of the surrounding people? They looked envious and jealous as if they couldn't wait to be the ones standing between junior sister Ji and senior sister Enai Shang. Gao Yang and Wu Xiong winked and laughed as they gloated over Ling Xiao's misfortune. Junior sister Enai Shang, we meet again. Suddenly, a hearty voice was heard. A handsome young man in white walked towards Enai Shang with a faint smile on his face. He exuded a clean aura and looked very mysterious. His cultivation was not weaker than Enai Shang's at all. He had also reached the 8th revolution half-saint realm. He looked perfect and flawless, like an elegant young master in a chaotic world. Many girls in the surrounding blushed when they saw him, and their eyes were filled with adoration. All of them were extremely excited. Lu Yun? Why are you here? Enai Shang frowned slightly and said plainly. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had a strange look in his eyes. The guy in front of him was actually the holy son of the heavenly curse sect, Lu Yun. Ling Xiao had ridden the white jade elephant and killed him once in the Divine Spirit Valley in the Void Saint world. Junior sister Enai Shang, you want to enter the Martial Treasury Mountain, right? Why don't you follow me? I guarantee that junior sister Enai Shang will obtain the secret skill of life. Lu Yun smiled faintly and said confidently. What a boastful tone. You dare to guarantee that senior sister Enai Shang will obtain the secret skill of life? Gao Yang seemed to dislike Lu Yun very much and could not help but scoff. Holy son Gao Yang? I'm sorry for the disrespect. I heard that you were defeated by senior brother Wang Dao previously. Since senior brother Wang Dao is here today, why don't the two of you spar again? Lu Yun glanced at Gao Yang with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Wang Dao? Humph, if he wasn't despicable and used a flawless sage treasure to sneak an attack on me, he would have been defeated by me. Gao Yang's face turned ugly when he heard Wang Dao's name, and he said coldly. Being defeated by Wang Dao could be said to be Gao Yang's humiliation. The two of them were fighting over a origin source sacred herb in a secret realm, but Gao Yang was defeated by Wang Dao in the end. He even lost the origin source sacred herb. Gao Yang, do you want to die? With your insignificant cultivation, you won't be my big brother's match even if you cultivate for another 100 years. An ear-piercing voice sounded, and a few extraordinary young men walked over from afar. They clustered around a handsome young man in pure gold armor with red hair fluttering in the wind. It was the holy son of the 5-element saint sect, Wang Dao. The one who spoke was a young man beside Wang Dao who looked very similar to him. He had the cultivation of a first revolution half-saint and was Wang Dao's younger brother, Wang Yan. Wang Dao, you actually made a breakthrough? Gao Yang's gaze trembled slightly, and his face turned even uglier. Wang Dao's cultivation had already reached the 8th revolution half-saint realm. However, Wang Dao was previously a 7th revolution half-saint like him. Looking at Wang Dao's aura, he had probably just made a breakthrough. Gao Yang, I still have to thank you for giving me the flaming heart lotus, which allowed me to pass through the 8th nirvana tribulation. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Wang Dao said indifferently, and his gaze was incomparably cold and arrogant. Wang Dao and Lu Yun stood side by side. The disciples of the Heavenly Curse sect and the 5 Elements Sacred sect had a mocking look on their faces. They faintly surrounded Ling Xiao and the others, and the atmosphere was a little strange. You are Long Outyan? Wang Yan's gaze swept across Anai Shang, Gao Yang, and the others. When it finally landed on Ling Xiao, his body suddenly trembled, and he couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. In the Void Saint world, Wang Yan wanted to snatch Ling Xiao's 10 Saint steel. In the end, not only did he fail to obtain the 10 Saint steel, but he was also killed by Ling Xiao. This was a great humiliation for Wang Yan. He thought about it almost every day. If he met Ling Xiao in the realm of gods, he would definitely use Ling Xiao's flesh and blood to wash away the humiliation on him. Wang Yan did not expect to meet Long Outyan here. The anger and killing intent in his heart was instantly aroused. A terrifying aura spread out from his body like a burning flame, locking Ling Xiao in place. Long Outyan? This name seemed to have some kind of magical power. Lu Yun and Wang Dao were originally calm, but at this moment, their expressions changed. Their gazes fell on Ling Xiao, and a chilling aura exuded from their bodies. In the Sacred Spirit Valley, Ling Xiao rode on the psychic sacred bone white jade dragon elephant to kill them and snatch all their sacred badges. This was also a great humiliation. Who were Lu Yun and Wang Dao? They were the saints of the Heavenly Curse sect and the Five Elements Sacred sect. Other than a few saints in the sect who were of similar status as them, they were the ones who stood by their words among the hundreds of thousands of disciples. They had the power to decide the life and death of others. However, in the Void Saint world, they had suffered a great loss in the hands of a divine king. It's really you. This is really a case of searching high and low only to find you by chance. Long Outyan, now that you don't have the psychic sacred bone to rely on, how do you want to die? Wang Dao stared at Ling Xiao. His eyes were like divine lamps, and his killing intent was blazing. Senior Uncle Long, how did you offend these two fellows? Look at their eyes, it's as if they hate you to the core. Did you sleep with their wives or kill their parents? Gao Yang asked with his eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with doubt. Anai Shang and Wu Xiong were also puzzled. They felt that the situation had changed a little too quickly. Why was the spearhead suddenly pointing at Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao rolled his eyes helplessly. Gao Yang's mouth was a little annoying. He was almost comparable to Black Donkey. So it's you guys? Didn't I just kill you once in the Void Saint world? Is there a need to seek revenge for the smallest grievance? Do you want me to kill you guys again? This is the realm of gods. If you guys die here, you will really die. Ling Xiao said indifferently, his expression extremely calm. However, his words were like a clap of thunder, causing an uproar among the crowd. What? Saint Child Lu Yun and Saint Child Wang Dao were actually killed by Long Outyan once. This is impossible, right? What's impossible? Can't you see that Saint Sun Lu Yun and Saint Sun Wang Dao have already tacitly agreed? Who is this Long Outyan? This is explosive news. This is too inconceivable. This Long Ao Tian seems to only be a first revolution half-saint. How did he do it? Everyone was shocked. They looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief as they discussed among themselves. You? Hand over the 10 Saint steel and I'll allow you to kneel and commit suicide. Wang Dao's eyes were incomparably cold as he looked down at Ling Xiao. It was as if letting Ling Xiao commit suicide was a gift. You want the 10 Saint steel? Unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications. Why don't you kneel down and submit to me? I can spare your life. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His gaze was extremely calm. Senior Uncle Long, so the 10 Saint steel is in your hands? Ha ha ha. When I return, I must borrow it to study. So the person who caused chaos in the Void Saint world is you. Dao Yang's eyes widened, and they were filled with incomparable surprise. Everyone was also shocked. They had heard of the commotion in the Void Saint world. Someone had actually taken away the 10 Saint steel from the Myriad Saint steel forest. Many people had been searching for that fellow's whereabouts, but to no avail. They did not expect it to be this Long Outyan. Everyone became even more curious. Who exactly was this Long Outyan who had snatched the 10 Saint steel in the Void Saint world and killed Wang Yan, Wang Dao, and Lu Yun, the three exceptional geniuses? Spare my life? Ha ha ha. Brat, you're about to die, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. Do you really think that I can't kill you with Xianxia around? Wang Dao laughed in extreme anger. He thought that Ling Xiao only dared to be so arrogant because Xianxia, Gao Yang, and Wu Xiong were here. Instantly, an extremely intense killing intent surged in his heart. Brother Wang, this brat is too arrogant. I'll block Xianxia and the other two for you. You capture this brat. You must obtain the 10 saints' steel from him. Lu Yan's eyes suddenly flashed as he sent a message to Wang Dao. All right. Wang Dao immediately agreed. Rumble, Lu Yan and Wang Dao's bodies exuded a powerful aura. The true disciples who came with them also looked indifferent as they surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. Xianxia's gaze turned cold as she stared at Lu Yan and Wang Dao. She said, Lu Yan, Wang Dao, do you want to fight in the Imperial Garden? If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Xianxia's voice was like the clanging of a sword, ethereal and mysterious. There seemed to be a mysterious power of time surrounding her. Senior sister Xianxia, I've long found these to be asterisk stars an eyesore. Why should I be afraid of them? Get them. Gao Yang sneered coldly like a hooligan. The aura around him was fixed on Wang Dao as he wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. Xianxia, you should know my feelings for you. Why would I hurt you? However, your junior brother doesn't know his place. Let Wang Dao teach him a lesson. Lu Yan smiled as mysterious runes flickered around him. It was as though he had unknowingly separated Xianxia and Ling Xiao, ready to take action at any time. The atmosphere in the Imperial Garden instantly became extremely tense. No one had expected the War God Hall, Heavenly Curse Sect, and 5 Elements Saint Sect to be in a standoff here. If the saints of the 3 sects were to fight, it would be a huge joke. Junior sister Xianxia, brother Lu, brother Wang, I've set up the Outstanding Talents Banquet here today to let all the geniuses get to know each other. If the 3 of you were to fight here, it would spoil the fun. Just then, a hearty laugh was heard. The crowd in the distance parted, and a golden chariot slowly drove into the Imperial Garden. 9 golden dragons pulled the chariot, and over a dozen maids stood on both sides. Each of them looked valiant as they wore armor and held swords. Their charm and heroism intertwined, giving them a different kind of beauty. A fragrant wind blew, and flowers fell from the sky. Golden lotuses appeared in the void, and a majestic Saint Dao aura spread out. There was also the aura of a king, which was very mysterious. The golden chariot stopped in front of Ling Xiao and the rest. A young man in a golden robe walked out of it. He looked to be in his 20s. He had a heroic appearance and an extraordinary bearing. His skin emitted a sparkling light. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were bright. His long black hair was tied up casually. He held an ancient sword in his arms. He had a natural and unrestrained temperament. Greetings, Your Highness. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe as they cupped their hands and bowed to the young man. Crown Prince Jitian had arrived, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Crown Prince Jitian looked gentle and casual, but he was extremely arrogant. He only looked at Xianxia, Lu Yun, and Wang Dao. He didn't even look at Gao Yang and Wu Xiong. But Jitian glanced at Ling Xiao, his gaze incomparably deep. We naturally don't want to ruin Brother Ji's prodigy banquet. It's a pity that someone here is a killjoy. His cultivation is like an ant, but he boasted shamelessly. How about I kill him to liven things up for Brother Ji's prodigy banquet? Wang Dao smiled faintly. You dare? Xianxia raised her eyebrows, and there was a trace of coldness in her eyes. Brother Wang, do you have a grudge with Senior Long? Jitian's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, and he suddenly said slowly. Senior Long? What do you mean, Brother Ji? Lu Yun's smile froze when he heard how Jitian addressed him. Brother Lu and Brother Wang, you don't know yet, right? Senior Long Outyen is now the Battle Hall Master of Combat God Hall. He controls the Cyclic Sky Seal, and Lord Battle God personally admitted that he's Scarlet Dragon Battle God's disciple. Lord Battle God calls him Junior Martial Uncle, and even Senior Sister Xianxia has to call him Senior Martial Uncle. Jitian smiled and nodded at Ling Xiao. Battle Hall Master? Controls the Cyclic Sky Seal? Lu Yun and Wang Dao trembled, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. What had happened at the war god shrine had only happened a few days ago and had yet to be spread. Even Elder Huang Tai of the 9-layered imperial obelisk had been injured by Ling Xiao. Naturally, they wouldn't mention anything about Ling Xiao, so Lu Yun and Wang Dao didn't know either. However, they didn't dare to believe it when they heard it from Ji Tian, and their faces turned ugly. How? How is this possible? Wasn't Zhang Tianqing the most likely to get the cyclic sky seal? How can it be him? Wang Dao said with an ugly expression. Brother Wang, you don't know. Although Zhang Tianqing claimed to have the bloodline of the war tribe, Senior Long's talent was far superior to Zhang Tianqing's. That was why he had been able to take control of the flipping sky seal from Zhang Tianqing. Senior Long has the flipping sky seal. I'm afraid Brother Wang is no match for Senior Long. Ji Tian said with a smile. Ling Xiao, and I Shang, and the rest couldn't help but frown and laugh coldly in their hearts. Ji Tian seemed to be speaking up for Ling Xiao, but every word he said was related to Ling Xiao becoming the battle hall master and wielding the flipping sky seal. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation was still too low. As the saying goes, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. With Ling Xiao's cultivation, wielding the flipping sky seal would naturally attract the attention of others. Therefore, the War God Temple did not publicize this matter. Even An Shang and the others did not address Ling Xiao as martial granduncle in front of outsiders. Ji Tian's action was simply sinister. Killing and destroying the heart, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a word, and his gaze also became even colder. This Ji Tian was truly scheming. Humph. What kind of ability was it to rely on a saint treasure? Without the flipping sky seal, killing him would be as easy as flipping my hand. Wang Dao snorted coldly and no longer mentioned killing Ling Xiao. He knew how terrifying the flipping sky seal was. Even if Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the first revolution half-saint and could not fully activate the flipping sky seal, he was not confident that he could withstand a blow from the flipping sky seal. This was also because he did not know Ling Xiao's battle record on War Mountain. Otherwise, if he knew that even Huang Tai was injured by Ling Xiao using the flipping sky seal, he would probably not even dare to speak. Wang Dao, how dare you talk about relying on a saint treasure? If you did not rely on a saint treasure to snatch my raging flame lotus, you would have been defeated by me. Extremely shameless. Gao Yang sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Gao Yang, don't be angry with such a despicable person. In the end, he only relies on his cultivation being higher than mine. If we were at the same cultivation level, I would kill him like a dog. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His voice was very calm as if he was stating a fact. You, bastard. Wang Dao was so angry that his entire body began to tremble. Even Lu Yun's gaze towards Ling Xiao was a little colder. As for Ji Tian, it was as if nothing had happened. Now that he had successfully caused the conflict between Ling Xiao, Lu Yun, and Wang Dao, he could not help but walk up with a smile. Everyone, please calm down. This is the prodigy's banquet. If we were to fight here, wouldn't we become a laughingstock? When the Musashi Mountain opens, there will naturally be a chance for everyone to learn from each other. Wang Dao naturally took advantage of the situation and said coldly, Today, I will give Brother Ji some face. Otherwise, I will definitely not let him off. After Wang Dao finished speaking, he was afraid that Ling Xiao would say something else. He immediately left with Lu Yun with the disciples of the two sections. Cowardly scoundrel. Gao Yang spat lightly and said disdainfully. Previously, they were still flaunting their strength. In the end, once they heard that Ling Xiao had the flipping sky seal, they no longer mentioned fighting. The prodigy's banquet began very quickly. Various fine nectar and precious delicacies were naturally served up like flowing water, and they were enshrouded in light mist, causing them to seem misty and peaceful. Everyone toasted each other, and it seemed to be a scene of happiness and harmony. In the prodigy's banquet, Ling Xiao also saw Ji Chen and Yun Yang. However, they were following behind an elder in a blood-red robe and looked very respectful. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Last night in the War God Elixir Seal Pavilion, Ling Xiao felt that someone was spying on him. Although the aura was very obscure, Ling Xiao still sensed that it was this blood-red robed elder. The peak cultivation of a 9th revolution half-saint, his strength unfathomable, as soon as Shui Yuanzi appeared in the prodigy's banquet, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone. This was because Shui Yuanzi was not only a powerful 9th Revolution half-saint, but also an alchemy saint who had once refined a perfect divine elixir. Ji Chen and Yun Yang also noticed Ling Xiao, and their eyes were filled with incomparable cold hatred. However, in the prodigy's banquet, they did not dare to be presumptuous, especially after knowing Ling Xiao and Anai Shang's identities. Naturally, they did not dare to cause trouble. After half a round of drinking, Ji Tian smiled at the crowd and said, "Welcome to today's prodigy's banquet. In order to liven things up for everyone, I have some leftover chaos stones in the Imperial Garden. Although they are not as precious as the real chaos stones, they may contain many treasures. Everyone can choose to gamble on the stones. If you can cut out the real treasure, it will be everyone's good fortune." Buzz. Stone gambling. Upon hearing these 2 words, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. In the God realm, true stone gambling was spread among the saints. Legend had it that the chaos stones were collected by the saints from beyond the heavens. Chaos stones could contain treasures from the previous era. They could be powerful weapons, precious elixirs, or even powerful living beings. Chaos stones contained everything. There had always been rumors in the God realm that some people had cut out supreme elixirs from the chaos stones, and their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Some people had cut out supreme imperial scriptures, and became an overlord, establishing a sacred ground orthodoxy. Some people had cut out supreme treasures, and obtained great opportunities. Therefore, in the God realm, many experts were never tired of stone gambling. True chaos stones were too precious. Only saints could afford to play with them. Ordinary people did not have the right to. There were also some scraps of chaos stones that saints did not fancy. That was why everyone had the chance to see the chaos stones. When everyone heard that there were scraps of chaos stones in the Imperial Garden, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Those chaos stones of different shapes and sizes were as alluring as naked girls in the eyes of the crowd. However, even the scraps of chaos stones were not free. One had to pay a price to obtain them. Everyone rushed into the stone forest, and exclamations rose and fell. "Look at this chaos stone. Doesn't it look like a divine dragon? The dragon scales are lifelike, and the dragon head is terrifying. I suspect that there must be a treasure in it. And this turtle rock. It is filled with auspicious air, and there is a fragrance coming from it. It should be a supreme elixir. The price of these chaos stones is too high." Everyone was discussing, but when they saw the price of the chaos stones, they were also speechless. Even the cheapest chaos stone, which was the size of a fist, was priced at a few hundred drops of sacred liquid, and those chaos stones that were filled with auspicious air were easily worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of drops of sacred liquid. It was not something that a handful of people could afford, and it made people flinch. Stone gambling was a gamble. One cut to heaven, one cut to hell. If a treasure was cut out, it would naturally be a joyous occasion. However, more often than not, there would be nothing after cutting out the chaos stones. In the end, they would lose everything. Brother Ji is really good. Holding the prodigy's banquet and being able to deal with these chaos stones. Brother Ji is going to make a killing. Lu Yun and Wang Dao said to Ji Tian. However, their eyes were filled with curiosity. After all, they did not have many opportunities to come into contact with chaos stones. They were very infatuated and excited about the feeling of life and death. But no matter what, in the end, Ji Tian would definitely be the winner. Finally, someone could not hold it in any longer. They began to buy scraps of chaos stones and began stone gambling. It was a black-robed youth. He was a 2nd Revolution half-saint. He had clenched his teeth and spent 1,000 drops of holy liquid to purchase a watermelon-sized stone. It was exuding an auspicious aura. There was a tiny stone heart inside it. It was beating like a heart. It looked extremely extraordinary. The black-robed young man seemed to be trying his luck. The other chaos stones that were filled with auspicious air and had strange phenomena were easily worth tens of thousands of drops of sacred liquid. Only this watermelon stone only needed 1,000 drops of sacred liquid. He bought it with the intention of taking advantage of it. In the Imperial Garden, there was a professional stone cutter. Stone gambling was very particular. If there was really a treasure in the Chaos Stone and it was damaged in the process of cutting the stone, it would probably be so depressing that it would vomit blood. The black-robed young man handed the watermelon stone to the stone cutter with a face full of anticipation. Everyone stared intently at the watermelon stone. As the stonecutter took out a strange weapon, like a spinning top, he skillfully peeled off the outer layer of the watermelon stone. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths. Half of the watermelon stone was peeled off, but the inside was still chaotic and gray. The black-robed young man was a little anxious. "It's brilliant. It's brilliant." Suddenly, someone exclaimed. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. A trace of green light appeared where the watermelon stone was peeled off. Although it looked very faint, it was indeed a green light. Moreover, it was getting denser and denser. In the end, it actually emitted a strange fragrance. It must be a sacred medicine from ancient times. That fragrance was intoxicating. Someone secretly guessed. The black-robed young man was also excited. His body was trembling. After all, 1,000 drops of sacred liquid was not a small amount to him. If he really could not cut out anything, then he would really suffer a loss. Fortunately, this watermelon stone did not disappoint him. Buzz, in the end, all the surface was peeled off. A green flower appeared in the stonecutter's hand. It looked sparkling and translucent. The petals flowed with multicolored light. It was like a green sun, mysterious and unfathomable. The black-robed young man hurriedly took out a jade box that he had prepared beforehand. He put the green flower inside to prevent the medicinal effects from leaking out. "What kind of flower is this?" Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of doubt because they didn't know him at all. Finally, Ji Tian looked at Shui Yuanzi and said, "Shui Yuanzi, do you know where this flower came from?" Blood Origin slowly said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be an Azure God flower. It's a divine medicine from ancient times that can enhance the power of the primordial spirit. It can even be refined into sacred medicines to enhance the power of the primordial spirit. It's almost lost now. Little brother, if you are willing to sell it, I'm willing to pay 100,000 drops of sacred liquid for it." 100,000 drops of sacred liquid? Everyone exclaimed, their eyes filled with disbelief. The black-robed young man spent 1,000 drops of sacred liquid to buy the watermelon stone. After cutting out the flower, the price increased by 100 times in the blink of an eye. Everyone's eyes became extremely hot. The black-robed young man was scared silly. Perhaps even he didn't think that the flower would be so precious that Blood Origin Pill Saint would be willing to pay 100,000 drops of sacred liquid. "I'm willing to sell it." "Thank you, Blood Origin Pill Saint," the black-robed young man said without hesitation and respectfully handed the jade box to Blood Origin Pill Saint. Blood Origin Pill Saint had great prestige among the crowd, so naturally, no one doubted his words. Everyone was just envious of the black-robed young man's good luck. Suddenly, many geniuses who were watching from the sidelines couldn't help but rush into the stone forest to pick out the chaos stones. "Senior Uncle Long, let's go pick out a few chaos stones too. If we can cut out the treasures, we'll be rich." Gao Yang was also eager to give it a try. His eyes were shining. "P.S. Today, Muyu's parents-in-law are here, and so are my parents. They want to discuss the marriage between Muyu and Little Peony. Muyu needs to treat them well for the next few days. Whether or not he can take Little Peony home will depend on his performance. Therefore, for the sake of Muyu's marriage, Muyu can only shamelessly abandon all of you. There won't be many updates in the next few days, but they won't stop. Everyone, please bear with me. After my parents-in-law leave, Muyu will apologize to all of you." Even though Anai Shang and Wu Xiong didn't say anything, their eyes were filled with curiosity. Stone gambling was an irresistible temptation to everyone. Especially when they saw the green god flower in the watermelon stone chosen by the black-robed youth, everyone saw endless possibilities. After all, since ancient times, there was a saying in the realm of gods that even a divine being cannot break an inch of jade. Even though there might be a special secret technique to see some clues, no one would know what was in the chaos stone until the moment it was cut out. Stone gambling was a game of the heart. Don't panic. That black-robed youth is a trap set by them. There might be treasures in the leftovers of these chaos stones, but most of them should be some useless stones. If you go stone gambling, I'm afraid you're just giving the holy liquid to Xian for nothing. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he transmitted his voice to an Aishang and the rest. Set a trap? This is impossible, right? Although the Blood Yuan alchemy saint is impressive, he can't possibly know if there are treasures in the chaos stones, let alone know if there are green god flowers in the chaos stones, right? Gao Yang transmitted his voice in disbelief. Do you really think those are chaos stones? Ling Xiao sneered. Those aren't chaos stones at all, but nature stones. They can change into thousands of forms and have been disguised by someone. After absorbing the chaos chi, they look no different from chaos stones. The green god flower in them was probably placed in by someone in advance. If you go stone gambling now, there's a high chance you'll lose everything. What? Nature stone? This Xian deserves to die. He actually deceived so many people. Gao Yang was enraged. He had heard of the nature stone before. It was a kind of treasure that could change into thousands of forms and disguise itself as all kinds of treasures. It was mysterious and unpredictable. Although the nature stone was considered precious, it was worth it to use it as a scam. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he transmitted his voice to Gao Yang. Later on, go and take away the leftovers from the watermelon stones. Be careful not to attract the attention of Xian and the Blood Yuan alchemy saint. Gao Yang understood and nodded. Don't worry. I, the holy son Gao Yang, am known as the empty-handed thief. I'll teach that bastard Xian a lesson. Martial Uncle Long, could it be that you think these leftovers of the chaos stones are all useless stones? There are no treasures at all? And Aishang asked curiously. After all, it was difficult for a divine being to break jade. Even if it was just a scrap of the chaos gem, no one dared to say that there was no treasure within. However, Ling Zhao's assertion made Aishang very curious and surprised. Not a single treasure? That's impossible. However, the scraps of these chaos gems had already been picked by others. Most of them were useless rocks. Senior sister Nikhang ought to be able to know that there's a type of person in this world that's capable of seeing through all illusions and everything. It's even to the extent that they're said to be able to see through the long river of fate and see through the past and future. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You mean Heavenly Master? And Aishang's gaze turned solemn. The Heavenly Master was a person who could make the heavenly realm, and even the myriad of worlds tremble and pay attention to. Every Heavenly Master had different abilities. Some had clairvoyance and could see through all fabrications. Some could see through all worlds. Some could see through life and death. Some could see through the past and the future. Heavenly Masters were a group of lucky people favored by heaven and earth. Their talents came from the heavens and the power of the heavenly Tao. Their status even far surpassed ordinary sages, surpassing the so-called alchemy sages and talisman sages. It was the most honorable profession in history. For example, alchemy and weapon refinement could be learned through cultivation. However, being a heavenly master was a gift from the heavens. Although a heavenly master's talent could be improved along with their cultivation, this talent could not be inherited or learned. It was rumored that in ancient times, heavenly masters could even guide others to attain the Tao and become emperors. It was an unprecedented honor to be the teacher of a great emperor. Perhaps, perhaps not. After all, heavenly masters are too rare. However, the origin of these chaos gems is rather interesting. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. Ling Xiao was naturally not a heavenly master. However, what others did not know was that Ling Xiao, who possessed the wordless heavenly book, had the talent of a heavenly master. Back in the war god world, Ling Xiao had participated in stone gambling. However, those were ancient stones that had been born and buried under the ground. They were not true chaos gems. Ling Xiao possessed the wordless heavenly book. His senses seemed to have been magnified 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He could clearly sense the changes in the chaos gems and determine whether there were treasures within. Thus, Ling Xiao could discover the flaw in the watermelon stone. He could also discover that among the scraps of the chaos gems, apart from a very small portion, the rest were mostly useless stones. In the stone forest, everyone began to pick out the chaos gems in full swing. Their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. However, most of them were quickly doused with a bucket of cold water. This was because they had expended a large amount of sacred liquid. In the end, they found nothing in the chaos gems they cut open. They had lost everything. Of course, there were also a few people who found treasures after cutting open the chaos gems. In the end, those chaos gems were the most precious pieces in the stone forest. They were extremely valuable to begin with. The treasures they found were far less valuable than the sacred liquid they had paid. It looks like we don't have the luck of stone gambling. There are so many scraps of chaos gems, but why are there so few treasures? Someone sighed softly. His eyes were filled with disappointment. It's brilliant, it's brilliant. This is a 5-colored glow. What kind of treasure is that? Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. His voice was filled with incomparable excitement. In the stone forest in the distance, a chaos gem that Xianxia had chosen was cut open by a stonecutter. A 5-colored glow permeated the air and exuded a majestic auspicious aura. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Everyone's gaze was attracted. Their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. The disappointment and suspicion they had felt earlier were swept away in an instant. That's Blood Origin Elixir Saint's disciple, young Master Xianxia? No wonder he was able to find treasures. So it's young Master Xianxia. That's right. I heard that there is a heavenly master on Pill Seal Mountain who can see through illusions and see the truth. The Blood Origin Elixir Saint was once guided by him. It is said that the chaos gems that the Blood Origin Elixir Saint selects usually contain treasures. This young Master Xianxia is also extraordinary. That's right. Receiving guidance from a heavenly master is a glory that even a saint might not be able to enjoy. I wonder what treasures young Master Xianxia will find. Everyone was discussing animatedly. They were filled with anticipation. Everyone, I was guided by my master. After careful selection, I finally found the treasures contained within this chaos gem. This is all thanks to my master's guidance. Young Master Xianxia smiled faintly. Although he looked very humble, he still couldn't hide his pride and complacency. Young Master Xianxia has a unique insight. The Blood Origin Elixir Saint has unfathomable abilities. Boom, as the chaos stone that young Master Xianxia had chosen was completely cut open, it immediately emitted thousands of rays of light. Strands of 5-colored divine light filled the air, and it contained a mysterious fragrance that made one feel energized. It was as if the saint energy in one's body had skyrocketed. What kind of treasure is this? Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the treasure in the chaos stone. It was a fist-sized saint fruit that was flowing with 5-colored light. It looked crystal clear and had mysterious runes on its surface. It was as mysterious as runes and was incomparably exquisite. As soon as it appeared, the endless spiritual energy between the heavens and earth rushed toward the saint fruit. Everyone looked at each other in dismay because they couldn't recognize the origin of this holy fruit. Blood Origin Elixir Saint, what kind of treasure is this? Someone couldn't help but ask. Perhaps only the Blood Origin Elixir Saint could recognize the origin of this saint fruit. This is the 5 elements Tao fruit. The Blood Origin Elixir Saint's eyes revealed a trace of shock as he slowly said. The fruit of 5 elements was a kind of origin sacred medicine. It contained the origin power of 5 elements. It was extremely useful for a semi-sage who cultivated the great Tao of 5 elements. Moreover, it could be refined into a Tao of 5 elements. It was of great help even to a saint. 5 elements Tao fruit? Isn't this a treasure that's almost lost? I heard that the 5 elements saint sect used to have the 5 elements Tao fruit, but I don't know if they still have it now. Everyone exclaimed, their eyes full of disbelief. The value of this 5 elements Tao fruit was immeasurable. Young Master Xianxia, how much is this 5 elements Tao fruit? Please sell it to me. Wang Dao, who couldn't help but look at young Master Xianxia with an extremely excited expression on his face, spoke eagerly. He was the saint of the 5 elements saint sect and cultivated the 5 elements Tao. Although he mainly cultivated the flame Tao, he had a deep understanding of the other 4 Taos. If he could get this 5 elements Tao fruit, Wang Dao even hoped to break through to the 9th revolution half-saint realm in a short time. At that time, he would be the first saint of the 5 elements saint sect, this 5 elements Dao fruit had an extremely important effect to the King Dao. Senior brother Wang Dao wants the 5 elements Dao fruit, so I'm naturally willing to fulfill your wish. The 5 elements Dao fruit will be priced at 500,000 saint liquids. How about it? Yunyang said with a smile. 500,000 saint liquids, this price is too low. I appreciate young Master Yunyang's kindness. Wang Dao said gratefully. The price of the 5 elements Dao fruit was indeed a lot, and could be considered a high price. However, the 5 elements Dao fruit was now on the verge of extinction, and its usefulness to Wang Dao was immeasurable. Therefore, the price of 5 elements Dao fruit was indeed not high. Senior brother Wang Dao, if you consume the 5 element fruit directly, then it would be a waste of the medicinal effects within it. Why don't you ask my master to refine a 5 element Dao pill for you? I presume it will surely be able to assist you in overcoming the 9th rebirth tribulation in one go. Young Master Yunyang smiled. 5 elements Dao core? If the blood essence pill sage is willing to help, I will be very grateful. This junior is willing to pay 1 million saint liquid. Wang Dao was overjoyed and immediately gritted his teeth. 1 million drops of holy liquid was a huge number for Wang Dao. He only had a few 100,000 drops of holy liquid on him. For him to offer 1 million drops of holy liquid showed his sincerity. You don't have to be so polite, Wang Dao. I have some friendship with your master, so I'll open the furnace and refine the pill for you later. Shui Yuan Pill Saint said with a smile. Wang Dao was naturally very grateful. At the same time, his heart was filled with lofty sentiments. As long as the 5 element Dao pill was refined, he would definitely be able to break through too. The 9th revolution half-saint realm. After consuming it and accumulating enough holy power, the chaos stone that young Master Yunyang had chosen was worth 100,000 drops of holy liquid, and the 5 element Dao fruit was worth 500,000 drops of holy liquid. This also pushed the blood essence pill saint and Yunyang's reputation to the peak. The crowd, who had originally been a little disappointed, suddenly felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They began to participate in the stone gambling again. Yunyang suddenly glanced at Ling Xiao and the others and sneered. Long Outyen, why aren't you participating in something as exciting as stone gambling? Could it be that you don't have enough holy liquid to buy the chaos stone? It seems like the war god temple is declining more and more. Hearing Yunyang's mockery, the crowd roared with laughter. Young Master Yunyang, Long Outyen is not a country bumpkin. He has the 10 saint steel. If he is willing to take it out, I believe that Brother Ji will be willing to exchange the chaos stone with him. I'm afraid that he doesn't have confidence in himself and will lose everything. Wang Dao also sneered. Ji Tian smiled slightly and glanced at Ling Xiao. Senior Long, if you are willing to take out the 10 saint steel, I can let you choose any 10 chaos stones in this stone forest. Choose any 10? The Crown Prince is really generous. The most expensive chaos stones are worth more than a few million drops of holy liquid. I'm afraid that Senior Long wouldn't dare. Lu Yen said with a smile. They echoed each other, their words laced with sarcasm and ridicule, as well as flattery. Instantly, Wu Xiong and Gao Yang's expressions turned cold, and their eyes were filled with incomparable anger. Even though they knew that this was a provocation, they were still infuriated. Ling Zhao's face was still calm as he said indifferently, are these chaos stones worthy of exchanging for my 10 saint steel? It's just some chaos stone waste. It's not worth mentioning. What's there to brag about? Chaos stone waste? Long Outyen, you'd better watch your words. Ji Chen's face turned cold as he stared at Ling Xiao. The smile on Ji Tian's face faded. Ling Zhao's words were clearly directed at him. If these were all chaos stone waste, wouldn't it mean that he was cheating all the geniuses? Even though Ji Tian was a scheming person, he was still slightly angry. Palace Master Long, aren't you a little too reckless? Even a saint cannot judge an inch of jade. Other than the Heavenly Master, who can determine the authenticity of the chaos stones? Although I am not talented, I can still see that there are treasures hidden in these chaos stones. Why don't we make a bet? The Blood Origin Elixir Saint suddenly smiled and looked at Ling Xiao. Bet on stones. Hearing that the Blood Origin Elixir Saint wanted to bet on stones with Long Outyen, everyone became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. How do you want to bet? Ling Xiao sneered in his heart, but his expression did not change as he asked. Very simple. You and I each pick a chaos stone. Whoever has the highest value will win. How about that? We'll make a small bet. The loser will agree to one condition within his ability. The Blood Origin Elixir Saint smiled faintly. Sounds very fair. However, Blood Origin Elixir Saint, you have been taught by the Heavenly Master, but I'm just a junior. Aren't you afraid of being suspected of bullying the weak? Ling Xiao said calmly. His eyes were incomparably deep, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Palace Master Long, you are the disciple of the Scarlet Dragon War God. Even the War God has to address you as martial uncle. How can you be a junior? Palace Master Long, you don't have to be humble. You must be extraordinary to be able to become the disciple of the Scarlet Dragon War God. I believe that a mere chaotic stone will not be a problem for you. The Blood Essence Elixir Saint smiled. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. The Blood Essence Elixir Saint was trying to flatter him and provoke him into gambling. However, even if it was stone gambling, Ling Xiao was not necessarily afraid of the Blood Yuan Alchemy Saint. With the wordless heavenly book in hand, Ling Xiao was almost equivalent to a celestial master. If the Blood Yuan Alchemy Saint wanted to bully him because of his young age, he was afraid that he had made a mistake. In that case, let's gamble then. Ling Xiao said indifferently with a calm expression. Martial Uncle Long, don't be rash. The Blood Essence Elixir Saint is not simple. Although he is not a heavenly master, he has received guidance from a heavenly master. If you gamble with him, you will most likely lose. Gao Yang said anxiously to Long Outyen through telepathy. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid this old man is up to no good. He wants the item left behind by the Divine Illumination Crown Prince. However, don't worry. The Blood Essence Elixir Saint is not a heavenly master. I'm afraid he has made the wrong decision this time. Ling Xiao sneered. The Blood Essence Elixir Saint would not come to him for a stone gamble for no reason. His only motive was probably the item left behind by the Divine Illumination Crown Prince. Ji Feishuan naturally trusted Ling Xiao. Even if the Blood Essence Elixir Saint were to challenge him, she believed that Ling Xiao would win. This was the trust formed by countless tacit agreements. Anai Shang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang were still skeptical. However, they did not say anything when they saw that Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. The Blood Essence Elixir Saint wants to gamble with Long Outyen? Ha ha ha. Long Outyen is overestimating himself. He will lose for sure. Isn't that right? The Blood Essence Elixir Saint has received guidance from a heavenly master. He has unfathomable means. Although Long Outyen's martial arts talent is extraordinary, he has no experience in stone gambling. He is still too young and impetuous. Even young Master Yun Yang, the disciple of the Blood Origin Elixir Saint, managed to cut out the 5 elements Dao fruit. I wonder what kind of treasure the Blood Origin Elixir Saint will cut out. I'm really looking forward to it. The news that Ling Xiao and Shui Yuan Dan Saint were going to bet on stones had shocked everyone. Then, they began to mock and ridicule Ling Xiao. They had no confidence in Ling Xiao. They believed that Ling Xiao would lose without a doubt. The Blood Origin Elixir Saint was an expert of the Pill Talisman Mountain. His status was revered. He was even on the same level as an ordinary saint. Although he was still a 9th Revolution half-saint, he was not far from becoming a saint. He had a very high prestige in the hearts of everyone. He was an honored guest of the great Zhou Divine Kingdom's king and had great power. You're courting death. Young Master Yunyang sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Young Master Yunyang, why lower yourself to the level of an arrogant person? If he hadn't gotten the flipping sky seal by chance, I would have killed him long ago. Wang Dao said coldly. Everyone was not optimistic about Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's expression was incomparably calm and indifferent. It was as if he was not affected at all. The Blood Origin Elixir Saint had already entered the stone forest to choose a chaos stone. Although he was wearing a blood-red robe, he looked like a celestial being. His temperament was extraordinary. His steps were like moving clouds and flowing water. Soon, he had chosen a chaos stone. It was a fist-sized chaos stone. It looked dense and auspicious. It was perfectly round and looked like an eyeball. It exuded an incomparably mysterious aura. Such a chaos stone was actually worth 300,000 drops of sacred liquid. It was also one of the most expensive chaos stones in the entire stone forest. Palace Master Long, I have already chosen. Are you still not going to make a move? The Blood Origin Elixir Saint looked at Ling Xiao and smiled slightly. Ling Xiao looked at the chaos stone that the Blood Origin Elixir Saint had chosen. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He could feel the wordless heavenly book trembling. Obviously, there must be a treasure in this chaos stone. Moreover, it must be a very precious treasure. The Blood Origin Elixir Saint had some tricks up his sleeve. However, Ling Xiao could feel that the chaos stone was still there. That was enough. I have already chosen, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then, he walked directly into the stone forest and stopped in front of the largest chaos stone. The chaos stone in front of them was more than 10 feet tall. It looked very strange. The surface of the stone was mottled. There were holes in the stone. When the wind passed through the holes, it emitted a ghostly wail and waves of yin qi filled the air. This is it. Ling Xiao pointed at the chaos stone in front of him and said. Everyone was stunned. Ling Xiao had chosen the chaos stone too casually. It was as if he had randomly chosen the largest chaos stone. However, although this chaos stone was very large, its price was one of the lowest in the stone forest. 500 drops of sacred liquid, the Blood Origin Elixir Saint had chosen a chaos stone that was worth 300,000 drops of sacred liquid. Could it be that Ling Xiao had given up? Long Outyin, do you think that a large chaos stone can be used to cut out a treasure? Are you not afraid of embarrassing the War God Temple? Wang Dao mocked. Long Outyin, if you lack sacred liquid, I can lend it to you. A chaos stone with 500 drops of sacred liquid is no different from a useless stone. It looks like you have really given up. Lu Yin also shook his head and sneered. Whether a chaos stone can be used to cut out a treasure is not dependent on the size of the chaos stone, nor is it dependent on the price of the chaos stone. Moreover, the price is only marked by others. It is very likely that it will be left behind. I will bet that this chaos stone can be used to cut out a treasure. There is no need for the two of you to be noisy here, Ling Xiao said indifferently. This stone was also the one that Ling Xiao's wordless heavenly book felt the most strongly. If Ling Xiao had not suppressed the wordless heavenly book, it might have rushed out directly. If a Yin Wind stone can be used to cut out a treasure, then I will eat this chaos stone directly. The ignorant are really fearless. You actually chose a Yin Wind stone? You are courting death. Yun Yang laughed coldly. His eyes were full of disdain. Yin Wind stone. What is this? Ling Xiao asked with a puzzled look. He really did not know about the Yin Wind stone because he knew nothing about chaos stones. He was completely relying on the wordless heavenly book to gamble on stones. You don't even know about the Yin Wind stone and you dare to gamble on stones? Young Master Yun Yang was stunned. Then, the mocking look on his face became even more intense. It is actually the Yin Wind stone? The Yin Wind stone that is said to be a useless stone among chaos stones. It is impossible to cut out a treasure from it? This Long Outyin is too unlucky, isn't he? Someone exclaimed as they recalled the origin of the Yin Wind stone. Blood Origin Pill Sage smiled and said, Palace Master Long, you have indeed chosen the Yin Wind stone. Yin Wind stone is a waste stone among the chaos stones. Most of them have many holes in them. The Yin Wind stone has no value. Therefore, it is impossible to cut out a treasure. Why don't you choose another one? The Blood Essence Pill Saint had personally allowed Ling Xiao to choose another chaos stone? Suddenly, everyone's face was full of admiration. Gambling on stones was just like gambling. As the saying goes, once you've made a bet, you can't go back on it. Blood Yuandan Saint had allowed Ling Xiao to choose another stone. His generosity was admirable. However, the Blood Yuan Pill Saint allowed Ling Xiao to choose again because he believed that with Ling Xiao's level, it would be impossible for him to find a better chaos stone even if he chose another one. Therefore, he was not worried at all. The crowd did not know this. There's no need. I'll choose the Yin Wind stone. As for whether there will be treasures in it, it's not up to me or you to decide. We'll see the results after we cut it out, Ling Xiao said calmly. Everyone was stunned and looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at an idiot. The Blood Essence Pill Saint had already said that this was the Yin stone. The Blood Essence Pill Saint had also promised that Ling Xiao could choose another one. In the end, this guy was so stubborn that he had to choose this Yin stone. Was he courting death? You're courting death. Arrogant. Young Master Yunyang and Wang Dao both sneered. My martial granduncle Long, even if I beg you, can't you change it to another chaos stone? Why do you have to go against the Yin stone? Dao Yang was about to go crazy as he transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. They had all heard of the Yin stone before and did not believe that there would be any treasures in it. However, Ling Xiao was still stubborn and did not want to choose another chaos stone. Dao Yang had developed a lot of resentment towards Ling Xiao. Trust me. Ling Xiao only said 3 words and ignored him. Alright. Since Palace Master Long is so confident, this old man really wants to see what treasures can be cut out of this Yin stone. Why don't we cut out your Yin stone first? The Blood Essence Pill Saint's eyes flashed as he said slowly. Let's cut out your chaos stone first. I'm afraid that when I cut out a treasure from my Yin stone, you won't have any chance. Ling Xiao said calmly. When everyone heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. They were completely defeated by Ling Xiao. They were all screaming in their hearts, wanting to ask Ling Xiao, where did you get your confidence from? Being able to cut out a treasure from the Yin stone was no different from the sun rising from the west. How arrogant, ignorant, arrogant. In an instant, Ling Xiao was labeled by the crowd with countless labels. The Blood Origin Pill Sage was speechless. Alright, let's cut the chaos stone I chose first. Everyone, please bear witness. Even Blood Yuan Pill Saint did not know where Ling Xiao's confidence came from. If he had not been sure that Ling Xiao had chosen a Yin stone, he would have doubted his judgment. Wang, under the stone-cutting man's actions, the Blood Origin Pill Saint's primordial chaos stone began to peel off its stone skin. Soon, it emitted a bright light. It's amazing. It's really amazing. I've only peeled off a layer of stone, and there's already such a terrifying phenomenon. It looks like a unique treasure has been born from within the chaos stone. Someone said excitedly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Under the stone skin, a bright light bloomed. It was filled with a vast and mysterious sage aura, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. Blood Yuan Pill Saint's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Although he was sure that a treasure could be cut out from the chaos stone, he was not sure what kind of treasure it would be. Now that he saw such a phenomenon, his heart calmed down. It looked like a unique treasure had indeed been born from this chaos stone. Rumble, powerful sage aura spread out, and blazing runes rose. The phenomenon became more and more shocking, and the anticipation in everyone's eyes became more and more intense. When the stone-cutting man finally cut open the chaos stone, a divine light shot up into the sky, blooming with a dazzling light. A silver eye hovered in the void. It looked mysterious and ancient, and it shot out a series of profound runes, causing the surrounding sky to tremble slightly. This is a flawless sage treasure? Someone exclaimed, and his breathing instantly became a little hurried. A flawless sage treasure was a supreme treasure that only sages were qualified to control. Even many sage-to-be experts were not qualified to own a flawless sage treasure. This silver eye made people's scalp tingle. It looked very ancient and mysterious, as if it contained a power that could pierce through people's hearts. This is the soul-destroying godly eye? Blood Yuan Pill Saint seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly became excited. Soul-destroying godly eye? Could it be a treasure made by the soul-destroying sage in ancient times? It's said to be an extremely vicious one-time treasure that can destroy a person's divine soul? This? Although it's not a flawless sage treasure, its value is not below that of a flawless sage treasure. Ji Tian, who was originally calm and indifferent, could not help but light up at this moment. His voice was filled with excitement. Yes, it's the soul-destroying godly eye. However, it's a pity that this soul-destroying godly eye is only silver. It can kill experts below the sage realm, even if it's a 9th revolution half-saint's divine soul. If it's a golden soul-destroying godly eye, it can even kill a real sage. Blood Yuan Pill Saint said slowly, with a trace of regret in his eyes. He was a 9th revolution half-saint. If it was a golden soul-destroying godly eye, it would naturally be of great use to him. However, the silver soul-destroying godly eye was of little use to him. It's a pity. However, this soul-destroying godly eye alone is worth at least 1,000,000 drops of saint liquid. Ji Tian nodded and said. Ji Tian, Lu Yun and Wang Dao quickly regained their composure. The silver soul-extinguishing godly pupil wasn't of great value to them. However, the eyes of the others lit up. This was especially true for some low-level half-saints. This soul-extinguishing godly pupil was simply the most precious treasure and trump card for self-defense. Even a 9th revolution half-saint wouldn't dare to act rashly with it. Soul-destroying godly eye? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He felt that the soul-destroying godly eye was floating in the void, but the wordless heavenly book was trembling slightly. It seemed that this soul-destroying godly eye was very important to the wordless heavenly book. However, what was the use of a mere silver soul-destroying godly eye to the wordless heavenly book? Could it be that this soul-destroying godly eye had other secrets? Ling Xiao could not help but be moved in his heart. Palace Master Long, it's your turn to cut the stone now. Blood Yuan Pale Saint said slowly. Although he was a little disappointed, he was not worried at all. This was because even if he only cut out the silver soul-destroying godly eye, it could be said that he had already won. After all, it was impossible to cut out a treasure from the Yin stone. Don't worry, the chaos stone I choose will not disappoint you, Blood Yuan Pale Saint. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. There was no trace of worry in his eyes. Pretentious. The stonecutter walked up and was about to cut the stone but was stopped by Ling Xiao. Let me do it. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Then, he walked to the front of the huge stone. His whole body was filled with qi and blood. Then, he threw out a punch. The terrifying fist imprinted on the stone, and immediately, the stone broke into pieces. This guy actually cut the stone like that? Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. Who wouldn't be careful when cutting a stone? They were afraid of damaging the treasure inside. After all, no one knew what was inside the chaos stone. However, Ling Xiao was so violent. He actually shattered the Yin stone with a single punch. Everyone burst into laughter when they saw the shattered stones on the ground. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. There's really nothing inside the Yin stone. Is Long Outyen an idiot? I was shocked by his actions. Now, it seems like he's just playing to the gallery. Sigh, how disappointing. The War God Temple actually let such a person become the War God Temple Master. It seems like the War God Temple has really declined. Everyone was not stingy with their mocking and ridiculing. Their eyes were filled with disdain. The Blood Origin Pale Saint smiled faintly and said, Hall Master Long, it seems like I can only say that you went easy on me. However, Hall Master Long was stubborn and chose a Yin stone. Although it was just a stone bet between you and me, I'm afraid it's a huge loss of face for the War God Temple. You went easy on me? Do you really think you've won? Ling Xiao looked at the Blood Origin Pale Saint with a faint smile. Long Outyen, could it be that you can't afford to lose? You chose the Yin stone yourself. Now that the Yin stone has been shattered by you, there's nothing inside. You clearly lost. What other tricks are you trying to play? Young Master Yunyang sneered. Senior Long, your every action represents the War God Temple. Don't let the War God Temple become a laughingstock. Ji Tian smiled faintly. Everyone was waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Now, the War God Temple had become a laughingstock. Even An Shang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang were a little anxious. They couldn't tell what Long Outyen was trying to do, but they could tell that the War God Temple was going to become a joke. Ling Zhao's expression remained calm, as though he did not take the mockery and ridicule of the crowd to heart. He scanned the crowd and said, Who said I lost? You blind things, do you even know what stone gambling is? Today, let me show you what real stone gambling is. Ling Xiao instantly became incomparably arrogant. Everyone could not help but be stunned. Rumble, Ling Xiao walked in front of the Yin stones and threw another punch. The Yin stones turned into dust, but a black stone appeared in front of everyone. The black stone seemed to have strange patterns on its surface. The runes were mysterious and unfathomable. It was as if demonic energy was overflowing from it. It was also enshrouded in a faint chaotic energy. It was incomparably strange. This is a stone within a chaos stone? The stone-cutting man exclaimed. His whole body was trembling, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Stone of chaos stones? What's that? Everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. However, they instinctively felt that something was wrong. This stone seemed to be extraordinary. Wasn't that a Yin stone? Why was there a chaos stone in it? Stone within a chaos stone? I've heard that this seems to be man-made. Legend has it that there were extremely precious chaos stones in ancient times. In order to prevent them from being cut open, someone used the Yin stone as a disguise. Could it be that there's some earth-shattering supreme treasure in this chaos stone? An old man said slowly. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. This is the real chaos stone. Cut it open. Xianxia said indifferently and threw the black stone to the stone-cutting man. Yes. Don't worry, Palace Master Long. I promise that I won't damage the treasure in it. The stone-cutting man looked as if he had obtained a precious treasure and immediately said to Xianxia solemnly. To be able to cut out a chaos stone within a chaos stone was a supreme honor for the stone-cutting man. Therefore, this stone-cutting man cut the stone with a feeling of pilgrimage. He was extremely solemn and serious, not daring to relax at all. Yun Yang, Ji Chen, Wang Dao, and the Blood Origin Alchemy Saints' faces turned extremely ugly in an instant. Stone within a chaos stone? How is this possible? The Blood Origin Alchemy Saint muttered to himself. The Yin stone was the most common among chaos stones. Although it was rumored that ancient experts used the Yin stone to disguise the precious chaos stone, that was only a legend. No one had ever seen it before. Who would have thought that it would appear in front of them now? Everyone's expression became embarrassed. They were just mocking Xianxia, but in the end, they were all extinguished. Each of them felt their faces burning. This time, their faces were about to be slapped swollen by Xianxia. Humph. So what if it's a chaos stone within a chaos stone? The treasure inside might not be more precious than Master's Soul Destroyer Godly Eye. Yun Yang said with a cold laugh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately regretted it. Everyone looked at Yun Yang as if they were looking at an idiot. That was the stone of the chaos stones. For someone to use the Yin stone as a counterfeit, and for it to be so perfect without any flaws, there must be an earth-shattering treasure hidden within. How could it be inferior to the Soul Destroyer Divine Eye? At this moment, everyone was silent. No one dared to say another word, afraid that they would be slapped in the face by Xianxia again. Buzz, as the stone cutter slowly peeled off the surface of the stone, a resplendent light blossomed from the black stone. It was as dazzling as the rising sun. Nectar seeped out from it, giving off an extremely strange fragrance. It made people feel intoxicated just by smelling it. What kind of treasure is that? Someone exclaimed, his voice trembling. Crack, the chaos stone split into two halves, and there seemed to be a misty world spreading out from it. There were tens of thousands of rays of light, and thousands of auspicious colors. The mysterious runes caused the void to tremble. Sparkling liquid flowed out, and a mysterious figure appeared in it. It was a small white beast that looked to be only the size of a palm. Its fur was pure white and flawless, exuding a sparkling luster. It had a pair of pure big eyes that were filled with curiosity. When it blinked, it was as if the sun and moon were born and destroyed appeared. It was incomparably mysterious. Whoosh, the small beast instantly turned into a stream of light and floated out from the chaos stone. Its body instantly bloomed with a blazing divine light. It suddenly opened its mouth, and a vast devouring vortex spread out in an instant. Boom, the heaven and earth in all directions began to tremble. A vast amount of heaven and earth energy gushed out and surged into the small white beast's mouth. A vast divine light bloomed, making it look even more mysterious. What kind of creature is that? How could it be born from the chaos stone? Everyone was extremely puzzled, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The white little beast floated in the void. Its body was surrounded by resplendent rays of light. Its fur was pure white and flawless. Its pair of pure white big eyes looked innocent and pure, clear and translucent. And the sea of vitality that filled the sky was surging towards it, causing its aura to become even more vigorous. The little white beast seemed to be surrounded by a wide ocean that contained a majestic vitality, causing the surrounding world to tremble violently. It was as if all the vitality between heaven and earth had gathered on the little white beast. This little beast. This is, G-Sky suddenly trembled all over, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Your Highness G-Sky, do you know this little beast? Blood Origin Alchemy Saint asked. He was extremely shocked because even he didn't recognize the origin of this little white beast. However, the appearance of this little white beast was extremely shocking. If I'm not wrong, this little white beast is very likely the legendary life source beast. G-Sky lowered his voice and said with great excitement. Life source beast? Could it be the sacred beast under the Life Empress in ancient times? Legend has it that it is immortal and controls the origin of life. However, the great calamity of ancient times was too tragic. Countless powerhouses fell, and the life source beast and the Life Empress disappeared in the endless years. Blood Origin Alchemy Saint was also shocked. He knew a little about the origin of the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom. According to legend, the ancestor of the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom had a supreme empress who was peerless in her generation. She was the Life Empress. The Life Empress controlled the life heavenly Tao and was immortal. She also had a life source beast under her. Not only was it extremely powerful, but it would also never die. No matter how serious its injuries were, it would be able to recover in an instant. It was rumored that the blood of the life source beast was known as the life source blood. It contained the power of the origin of life and was comparable to a supreme sacred pill that could prolong one's life. Even a saint who was nearing the end of his lifespan could instantly restore his majestic lifespan if he took a drop. It's very possible. I once saw a portrait in my clan's forbidden area. The aura of the life source beast is very similar to this little white beast. Blood Origin Alchemy Saint, I must get hold of this little white beast. When the time comes, I will definitely be able to obtain the life secret technique and even the inheritance of the Life Empress. Uncle, please lend me a hand. G-Sky said seriously, his eyes filled with a blazing look. He had absolute trust in the Blood Origin Pill Sage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told this secret to the Blood Origin Pill Sage. This was because no one knew that the Blood Origin Pill Sage had another identity. He was Ji Tian's uncle. Tianer, don't worry. This little white beast is yours, no one can take it. Flipping the sky seal of an ant. The Blood Origin Alchemy Saint transmitted his voice. The identity between the two of them was very important, and it could not be revealed. And Ling Xiao only sensed that the little white beast was full of life aura, which was very similar to the ancient tree of life's aura. The wordless heavenly book was trembling violently, as if it couldn't wait to swallow the little white beast. However, the wordless heavenly book was suppressed by Ling Xiao. This was no ordinary creature. It would be a waste if it was swallowed by the wordless heavenly book just like that. Ling Xiao, this little white beast, is a life source beast. Ji Feishuan transmitted her voice to Ling Xiao. She couldn't hide the excitement and joy in her voice. A life source beast? Ling Xiao asked curiously. He had never heard of the origin of a life source beast. The life source beast is the Life Empress lifebound beast. It's very important to us. With it, we don't even need to wait for the Musashi Mountain to open. The Musashi Mountain was left behind by the Life Empress. Following Ji Feishuan's explanation, Ling Xiao gradually understood how powerful the life source beast was. This life source beast was not like the four sacred beasts, dragon, phoenix, black tortoise, and white tiger, who had powerful clans and were once the overlords of heaven and earth. Instead, it was a little similar to the divine skymend butterfly. It was born from heaven and earth and raised by nature. It was extremely difficult for it to reproduce, but it had an incomparably terrifying innate talent. Don't worry. No one can take away the treasure I cut out. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, his eyes full of sharpness. He took a deep look at Ji Tian and the Blood Origin Pill Saint in the distance, because he could see that there was a trace of burning light in their eyes. Could it be that Ji Tian and the Blood Origin Pill Saint had also recognized the origin of the life source beast? Lord Blood Origin Pill Saint, What kind of creature is this little beast? Do you know it? Someone finally couldn't help but ask. Everyone was very curious. Perhaps the Blood Origin Pill Saint was the only one who knew the origin of this mysterious little beast. The Blood Origin Pill Saint's eyes flashed. The little white beast was still floating in the void, devouring the energy of heaven and earth. Its aura was getting stronger and stronger, but it was only comparable to a deity realm expert. However, its life aura was very rich and mysterious, and it looked like a life source beast in its infancy. The Blood Origin Pill Saint was slightly relieved. He then said slowly, "This is a prehistoric white spirit beast that was almost lost in the ancient times. Its body contains a boundless life force. When it reaches adulthood, its flesh and blood can be used to refine saint elixirs that can prolong one's life. However, the white spirit beast grows slowly and needs to devour all kinds of natural treasures. It will take at least 10,000 years for it to reach adulthood. This white spirit beast is only in its infancy, so it's not very valuable. If you sell it to me, I can give you 500,000 drops of saint elixir." So, it's a white spirit beast. I've also heard that the white spirit beast is a prehistoric variant. Its flesh and blood can be used to refine life-prolonging pills, but it's only useful for experts below the saint realm. Although a white spirit beast in its infancy is rare, it's not very valuable. Someone suddenly realized that the white spirit beast was a prehistoric variant. Although it was rare to see, it was not unheard of in the deity world. Some people had heard of its origin. A white spirit beast in its infancy was indeed not very valuable. The Blood Origin Pill Saint is really generous. I think this white spirit beast is not even worth 100,000 drops of saint elixir. The Blood Origin Pill Saint is willing to pay 500,000 drops of saint elixir. This kid is really lucky. TSK. 500 drops of saint elixir for the Wind Stone. He can actually get a white spirit beast? This Long Out Yen is really lucky. Yes, it must be luck. 500,000 drops of saint elixir is a 1,000-fold increase. I'm afraid this kid is going crazy with joy. Hehe, so what if it's a 1,000-fold increase? The Blood Origin Pill Saint and Long Out Yen are gambling stones. The loser has to agree to one condition of the winner. Long Out Yen has already lost. No matter how precious the white spirit beast is, it's not as precious as the soul-extinguishing divine eye. The Blood Origin Pill Saint wants the white spirit beast. Long Out Yen can't do anything about it. Everyone was rejoicing in Ling Zhao's misfortune. Just a moment ago, they were saying that no treasure could be found in the Wind Stone. In the end, Ling Zhao actually managed to find a white spirit beast. This was like a slap to their faces. At this moment, they were rejoicing in Ling Zhao's misfortune. It was as if they wanted to take revenge on Ling Zhao. White spirit beast? This Shui Yuanzi is simply shameless. He actually called the life source beast a white spirit beast. His ability to misrepresent a deer as a horse is really brilliant. Ji Feishuan was immediately enraged. She had a calm temperament and rarely argued with others. However, the Blood Origin Elixir Saint's shamelessness had completely enraged her. This was also because the white spirit beast looked very similar to the life source beast in appearance and exuded a strong aura of life. Ordinary people would not be able to tell the difference, let alone know about the life source beast. In addition, they worshipped and trusted the Blood Origin Elixir Saint, so they naturally believed what he said. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he sneered, "Shui Yuanzi is indeed shameless. However, I'm afraid that Crown Prince Ji Tian has recognized the origin of the life source beast and wants to get it. That's why he dares to misrepresent a deer as a horse. Don't worry, I'd like to see how they can take the life source beast from me." A trace of tyrannical killing intent emerged in Ling Zhao's heart. He really did not care about Ji Tian and the Blood Origin Elixir Saint. At worst, he would flip the table and use the flipping sky seal to kill this group of shameless people. Then, he would kill his way out of Tiandu City. Ling Zhao really wanted to see if anyone in Tiandu City could stop him. The Blood Origin Elixir Saint glanced at Ling Zhao and smiled faintly. Temple Master Long is really good. I didn't expect that a treasure could be found in the Wind Stone. It seems that I was wrong. This time, I can only say that you let me win the stone bet. However, I won't take advantage of you. I like this white spirit beast very much. If you give it to me, I'm willing to compensate you with 500,000 drops of saint liquid. What do you think? In the Blood Origin Pill Saint's opinion, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't recognize a life source beast. He had won the stone gambling bet with Ling Xiao. His condition was the white spirit beast, and he had even given Ling Xiao 500,000 drops of sacred liquid. Ling Xiao would definitely accept his offer and then go along with it, 500,000 drops of saint liquid? The Blood Essence Pill Saint was truly righteous. You clearly won the stone bet with Long Out Yin, but you're still willing to give him 500,000 drops of holy elixir. I'm really impressed by your generosity. Someone exclaimed, his eyes full of admiration. In their opinion, the Blood Origin Elixir Saint had won the stone gambling, but he had only asked for the white spirit beast. Ling Xiao had nothing to say, but the Blood Origin Elixir Saint was still willing to give Ling Xiao 500,000 drops of holy liquid. Long Out Yin, hurry up and bring Bai Ling out. Master is willing to give you 500,000 drops of holy liquid. That's a bargain for you. Ji Chen and Yin Yang said with a look of jealousy. Everyone's gaze landed on Ling Xiao. They all thought that Ling Xiao would definitely hand over the white spirit beast. Rumble. At this moment, a dazzling light bloomed in the void. The white spirit beast devoured all the energy of heaven and earth in an instant, and it looked even more intelligent and mysterious. Its beautiful big eyes were clear, but there was a hint of confusion at this moment. Suddenly, it turned into a stream of light and landed on Ji Feishuan's shoulder. It hugged Ji Feishuan intimately, and a clear childish voice came out of its mouth. It sounded like a 4 or 5-year-old child. Mother! Everyone was stunned. Can the white spirit beast speak? Someone asked doubtfully. This white spirit beast was too cute. Many pretty female disciples looked at it with admiration and envy. They couldn't wait to hug it in their arms and dote on it. It should be. Someone said with uncertainty. Although they had never heard of a white spirit beast being able to speak, they still believed in the Blood Origin Elixir Saint's words. Cough cough. Everyone, this white spirit beast has high spiritual intelligence. That's why it can speak when it's still young. That's why I'm willing to give you 500,000 drops of holy liquid. Otherwise, an ordinary white spirit beast would only be worth 100,000 drops of holy liquid. The Blood Origin Elixir Saint coughed lightly and hurriedly explained. When the life source beast called out Mother, it gave him and Ji Tian a big fright. If his words were exposed, they would be in big trouble. Ji Tian, in particular, revealed a hint of jealousy in his eyes. He didn't expect the life source beast to be so intimate with Ji Feishuan. At this moment, he seriously looked at Ji Feishuan and suddenly felt that she was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. I see. This white spirit beast is really cute. Everyone suddenly realized why the Blood Origin Elixir Saint would give Ling Xiao so much holy liquid. It turned out that the white spirit beast had high spiritual intelligence. They admired the Blood Origin Elixir Saint's magnanimity even more. He was so open and upright, so righteous. He was truly worthy of being the Elixir Saint of Pill Talisman Mountain. Palace Master Long, here are 500,000 drops of holy liquid. Please give me the white spirit beast. The Blood Origin Elixir Saint was afraid that a long delay would lead to trouble. If the white spirit beast called out a few more times, he would really be exposed. Therefore, he hurriedly handed Ling Xiao a purple golden gourd containing 500,000 drops of holy liquid. He then reached out to grab the life source beast. Ling Xiao didn't reach out to take the purple golden gourd. His eyes were full of ridicule as he said with a faint smile, "Who told you that it's a white spirit beast? Blood Origin Elixir Saint, although your ability to misrepresent a deer as a horse is not small, do you really think that I don't know its origin?" Ling Xiao's voice was very calm, causing the Blood Origin Elixir Saint's hand to freeze instantly. Everyone was stunned. The Blood Origin Elixir Saint had already said that it was a white spirit beast, and everyone had confirmed it. What was Long Out Yin trying to do now? The Blood Origin Elixir Saint's heart couldn't help but sink. The thing he was most worried about had happened. However, he still said calmly, "Palace Master Long, this is indeed a white spirit beast." Everyone saw it very clearly. You lost the stone gambling bet between you and this old man. I was kind enough to give you another 500,000 drops of holy liquid. Even if you don't appreciate it, you don't have to slander me like this, do you? Long Out Yin, do you still have any shame? As the saying goes, if you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. Is the War God Temple really a sore loser? Yun Yang sneered. That's right. Long Out Yin, you clearly lost the stone bet this time. The Blood Origin Elixir Saint is righteous and still gave you 500,000 drops of holy liquid. How dare you frame the Blood Origin Elixir Saint? If this isn't a white spirit beast, what else can it be? Wang Dao also said coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation as they looked at Ling Xiao with unkind eyes. Every one of them was burning with anger. In their hearts, Ling Xiao had become a despicable person. The Blood Essence Alchemy Saint was so magnanimous and bold, but Ling Xiao not only did not appreciate it but also made false accusations. In their hearts, Ling Xiao immediately became a synonym for despicable and shameless. In an instant, everyone at the Prodigy Banquet was targeting Ling Xiao. The Blood Essence Alchemy Saint's compassionate look naturally occupied the name of righteousness. Even an Aishang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang looked at Ling Xiao with some confusion. They did not know what he was doing. Shut up. Ling Xiao's face suddenly turned cold as he scolded everyone. His voice was like rolling thunder, instantly suppressing everyone's discussion. Everyone could not help but be stunned. What do you know? A bunch of ignorant and stupid things. Do you really think this is a white spirit beast? Blood Essence Alchemy Saint, even a life source beast can be called a white spirit beast by you. You are really shameless. This time, I clearly won the stone gambling. You inverted black and white, pointing at a deer as a horse, but you still pretend to be righteous and awe-inspiring. You are really disgusting. Ling Zhao's eyes were incomparably sharp, and his voice was impassioned. He swept his gaze over everyone and finally landed on the Blood Essence Alchemy Saint and Ji Tian. His eyes were full of disdain and cold laughter. What is a life source beast? Everyone was shocked by Ling Zhao's words, but there were still some people who understood the meaning behind Ling Zhao's words. This white little beast was not a white spirit beast, but a life source beast? However, they had never heard of a life source beast. Ridiculous. What life source beast? I have never heard of it. Long Out Yin, even if you want to make up a story, can't you make it more believable? You are framing me with a glib tongue. I think you are the one who is truly inverting black and white. If you don't explain it clearly today, I will let your blood splatter on the spot. The Blood Essence Alchemy Saint was furious, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. A terrifying aura rose around him, and the pressure of a ninth revolution half-saint spread out, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently as it pressed down on Ling Xiao and the others. That's right. I've never heard of any life source beasts. Everyone, please don't be fooled by Long Out Yin. I think he's just angry because he can't afford to lose. Ji Tian said in exasperation. He couldn't figure out how Ling Xiao knew about life source beasts. Life source beasts were a secret to begin with. Even in the Ji clan, very few people knew about life source beasts. Princes like Ji Chen didn't even know anything about them, so he was still in a state of confusion. That's right. This Long Out Yin is a sore loser. How can the War God Temple let such a person become the War God Temple's master? How dare he slander the Blood Yuan Elixir Saint? We must not let him go. Kneel down and apologize. Long Out Yin, if you don't apologize, I'll let you bleed here today. Everyone was infuriated by Ling Zhao's words. Their spittle flew everywhere, and some of them even wanted to attack Ling Xiao. Mother, these people are so stupid. Little White is clearly a life source beast, so why are they calling me a white spirit beast? How can an idiot like the white spirit beast be compared to a noble life source beast? At that moment, the life source beast lying on Ji Feishuan's body spoke. It blinked its big, curious eyes, and its gaze was incomparably clear. Everyone was dumbfounded. This little white beast actually admitted that it was a white spirit beast. The Blood Yuan Elixir Saint hurriedly said, "Everyone, don't listen to its nonsense. Long Out Yin must have used some method to instigate the white spirit beast to lie." Ji Tian also said coldly, "That's right. A white spirit beast is a white spirit beast. Long Out Yin, your actions today are destined to make the war god temple lose face. The 9 imperial obelisk will also be ashamed of you, noisy. Ling Xiao sneered and interrupted Ji Tian. Ignoring the latter's fiery eyes, he said, the life source beast is the life-bound beast of the Life Empress. The Life Empress is the ancestor of the Ji clan, a supreme emperor of ancient times. Everyone, go back and check the ancient books. You should be able to find some clues. Life source beasts are born from heaven and earth, nurtured by the sun and moon. They are supreme existences favored by fate. How can a lowly bloodline like the white spirit beast compare to them? As Ling Xiao spoke, Whitey proudly raised its little head and stared at everyone with its big, clear eyes. It looked very cute. Ji Tian and Blood Yuan, in order to obtain the life source beast, you didn't hesitate to call a deer a horse and distort the truth. You said that the life source beast is a white spirit beast. Do you have any shame? The 9 imperial obelisk and Pill Talisman Mountain have people like you. That's the real shame. Ling Xiao sneered rudely. Only then did Anai Shang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang realize that the Blood Yuan elixir saint was distorting the truth in order to plot against the life source beast. They were all furious. If they really succeeded, then Ling Xiao would really be a sucker, and the war god temple would truly become the laughingstock of everyone. Ji Tian and the Blood Yuan elixir saint were simply too much. Blood Yuan elixir, you. Bastard Ji Tian, how dare you deceive martial ancestor Long? Shameless dogs, you said that this is a white spirit beast. Do you dare to swear the great heart demon oath? If you lie, you will immediately go berserk and your divine soul will be destroyed. The hot-tempered Gao Yang immediately pointed at the Blood Yuan elixir saint and Ji Tian's noses and scolded them. Everyone looked at the Blood Yuan elixir saint and Ji Tian Qing's pale faces. They were speechless and didn't dare to swear the great heart demon oath. Suddenly, they understood something. Was this little white beast really a life source beast and not a white spirit beast? After everyone heard about the origin of the life source beast, each and every one of them was astounded. Some of them even revealed a blazing light in their eyes. The life source beast was simply a heaven-defying treasure. With the life source beast by one's side, one wouldn't be injured at all. Moreover, one wouldn't have to worry about the exhaustion of one's lifespan. There would be supreme fortune and opportunity. How could they not be moved? If those sages who were nearing the end of their lifespan heard about the birth of a life source beast, they would probably flock over and fight. Everyone. I'm afraid you still don't know, right? You have all been deceived by Ji Tian and the Blood Yuan elixir. These scraps of the chaos stones aren't treasures at all. Most of them are just useless stones. The black-robed young man who cut out the azure divine flower was their accomplice. Moreover, the chaos stone that cut out the azure divine flower wasn't a real chaos stone. It was a Wanxiang stone that had been tampered with. Ling Xiao sneered and added another heavy blow. Ji Tian and the Blood Yuan elixir saint's faces instantly changed. Ji Tian and the Blood Origin Alchemy Saint did not expect Ling Xiao to see through the mystery of the nature stone. What? Everyone was shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? We saw the Azure God flower cut out from the Chaos Stone with our own eyes. How could it be the so-called nature stone? Most people still did not believe Ling Xiao's words. After all, the Blood Origin Alchemy Saint's prestige was too high in their hearts. However, after the incident with the life source beast, some people began to doubt it. You idiots! Look at what these things are. Gao Yang sneered as he took out all the fragments of the Wanxiang stone that he had collected earlier. Everyone, I suspected that the Chaos Stone that cut out the Azure God flower was not the real Chaos Stone, so I asked Gao Yang to collect all the fragments. As expected, that Chaos Stone was disguised as the Nature Stone. Look, these fragments still have the aura of the Azure God flower. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Is it really the Nature Stone? Everyone was shocked, and they all gathered around Gao Yang. They carefully examined the fragments of the nature stone that Gao Yang had taken out and found that it was indeed the chaos stone that the black-robed youth had cut out from the Azure God flower. The fragments of the nature stone did indeed have the aura of the Azure God flower. Damn it! Ji Tian's expression became extremely ugly. The Blood Origin Alchemy Saint did not look good either. They had thought that the nature stone was enough to pass off as the real thing, so they had let their guard down and did not deal with the fragments of the nature stone. They did not expect Ling Xiao to see through it and secretly collect the fragments of the nature stone. Now that the evidence was irrefutable, it was difficult for them to refute it. Jitian and Blood Origin Alchemy Saint, you really treat everyone like monkeys. You actually used the nature stone to set a trap and lure everyone to buy these useless stones. Don't be fooled by them. These two bastards are not good people at all. Gao Yang sneered, his eyes filled with incomparable joy. I was wondering why I couldn't cut out any treasures when I bought a few chaos stones. It turns out that they are all useless stones. Jitian, give me back my saint liquid. What a disappointment. Blood Yuan Pill Sage, I admired you so much, but I didn't expect you to set up a trap to harm everyone. I was wondering how that black-robed youth was able to cut out the azure divine flower the moment he came up. So it was all a trap. Give me back the holy liquid. Everyone was enraged. Their eyes were filled with anger as they glared at Jitian and the Blood Yuan Pill Saint. Everyone, calm down. Don't let Long Outyin use you. These were all genuine chaos stones. It was impossible that they were all useless stones. Otherwise, how could Yin Yang, the Blood Essence Alchemy Sage, and Long Outyin cut out treasures? Stone gambling has always been unpredictable. The so-called Wanxiang stone was only used by Long Outyin to frame us. Jitian hurriedly said. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and said, what a colossal joke. Why were Yin Yang and Shui Yuan Pill Sage able to obtain treasures? That's because you cheated. You must have prepared those two chaos stones in advance. I was able to cut out the treasures because you didn't expect there to be treasures in the Yin stones. That's because my eyes are as bright as a torch. What does it have to do with you? That's right. Everyone, don't let them get away. Return all the holy liquid. Wu Xiong and Gao Yang were eager to see the world in chaos, so they fanned the flames from the side. Jitian and the Blood Yuan Pill Saint were so depressed that they were about to vomit blood. Their eyes were filled with incomparable anger as if they were about to spit fire. Speaking of which, the reason why they faked the Wanxiang stone was to create a heated atmosphere. Although the quality of these chaos stones was not very good, they were not all useless stones. Otherwise, Yun Yang and the Blood Yuan Pill Saint would not have been able to pick out treasures. However, it seemed that no one believed them at all. From the moment the Blood Yuan Pill Saint said that the life source beast was a white spirit beast, to when Jitian and the Blood Yuan Pill Saint used the Wanxiang stone to pass it off as chaos stones, these two deceptions had completely caused the crowd to be filled with distrust. Long Outyin, you've misled the crowd with your lies and framed me. Don't blame me for being impolite today. Formation, rise. Jitian shouted sternly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. A terrifying aura spread out from his body and locked onto Ling Xiao. Rumble, the sky of Zhou Tian shook. As soon as Jitian's voice fell, the Imperial Garden shone brightly. Divine chains of order sealed the void. Mysterious runes spread out and erupted with a powerful saint aura. They rose up and shrouded the entire Imperial Garden. Buzz, the sound of swords resonated in the sky. The surrounding aura became incomparably sharp. Sword chi swept across the void and densely covered the sky. It contained a power fluctuation that could kill everything. This is the Dezhou Tian invisible sword formation of the Great Zhou Divine Nation? Someone exclaimed. In an instant, his face became incomparably pale. The Dezhou Tian invisible sword formation was the Great Zhou Divine Nation's saint formation. Its power was unparalleled. It was supported by generations of ancestors and experts of the Great Zhou Divine Nation. It was a super saint formation that was said to be able to kill a saint. No one thought that Jitian would fly into a rage out of humiliation and directly activate the Dezhou Tian invisible sword formation. Although Jitian did not control the Zhou Tian invisible sword and could not fully activate the power of the Dezhou Tian invisible sword formation, just a part of the sword formation's power was already terrifying enough. It made everyone's heart palpitate incomparably. What's going on? This is the power of the Dezhou Tian invisible sword formation? Who activated the formation's power and actually shrouded the Imperial Garden? Could it be that an external enemy has invaded? In the heavenly capital, there were also experts who noticed that the Dezhou Tian invisible sword formation had been activated. They raised their heads and looked in the direction of the imperial garden. Their eyes were filled with shock and uncertainty. Everyone, please calm down. I did not deceive anyone. This is all Long Outyen's scheme. Wait until I capture him and interrogate him. At that time, the truth will be revealed to the world. Ji Tian said coldly. His gaze swept over everyone. Suddenly, everyone could not help but tremble in their hearts and lower their heads. Ji Tian had the cultivation of an 8-revolution half-saint. His strength was monstrous. At this moment, he directly activated the power of the De Zhou Tian invisible sword formation. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a sword saint. His aura was incomparably terrifying and unfathomable. Long Outyen, you're about to die. Why don't you surrender without a fight? The Blood Origin Alchemy Saint also sneered, his eyes filled with coldness. The matter of the life source beast was of great importance. Although Ji Tian said that he was activating the De Zhou Tian invisible sword formation to kill Ling Xiao on the surface, in fact, he probably wanted to silence everyone. The news of the life source beast must not be leaked. Ling Xiao bore the brunt of the attack. Naturally, he was the main target of Ji Tian and the Blood Origin Alchemy Saint. Their hatred for Ling Xiao had reached the peak. Ling Xiao, this is De Zhou Tian's invisible sword array. It was created by the ancestors of the Ji clan and is extremely powerful. It contains hundreds of millions of sword qi that can destroy everything. However, you don't have to worry. Ji Tian doesn't have the Zhou Tian sword and can only control a portion of the array's power. I can take control of De Zhou Tian's invisible sword array from him. Ji Feishuan transmitted her voice to Ling Xiao. Great. Don't worry, junior sister Ji. I really want to see how Ji Tian is going to kill me today. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Ji Tian had revealed his identity and knew that he had the cyclic sky seal. Ling Xiao guessed that Ji Tian probably knew about the battle between Ling Xiao and Huang Tai in the War God Temple. Ji Tian knew that Ling Xiao's combat strength was extraordinary and that he had the cyclic sky seal. If he dared to attack Ling Xiao, it meant that he had something to rely on. He might even have the power to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, Ji Tian wouldn't have dared to attack Ling Xiao directly, even if it was for the life source beast. Perhaps, Huang Tai was behind this. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. He really wanted to see what Ji Tian was relying on and what trump cards he had. Ji Tian, how dare you attack here? Do you really want the War God Temple to raise your De Zhou divine nation to the ground? Anai Shang's expression changed as she looked at Ji Tian coldly. Bastard Ji Tian, don't forget that the War God Temple and the 9 Imperial Obelisk are still allies. You dared to attack the War God Temple Master, which is equivalent to declaring war on the War God Temple. Do you really think that no one can kill you? Gao Yang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was completely enraged. They didn't expect Ji Tian to be so crazy. He had actually activated the De Zhou Tian invisible sword array to deal with Ling Xiao during the prodigy's banquet. He had completely infuriated them. Don't worry. I won't kill Long Outyen. I'm just teaching him a lesson. Long Outyen, as long as you kneel down and apologize, say that you're distorting the truth and give me the life source beast, I'll spare your life. How about it? Ji Tian sneered. He stood in the air with his clothes fluttering in the wind. Blazing sword light lingered around him, and numerous runes interweaved, making him seem even more mysterious. He was like a supreme saint who controlled the origin of the sword Dao, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Spare my life? Ji Tian, who do you think you are? Come at me if you want to die. Ling Xiao smiled proudly. There was no fear in his eyes as he stared at Ji Tian and Shui Yuan Dan Saint in the air. You're courting death. Kill him. Shui Yuan Pale Saint's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He took the lead and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, the Blood Yuan Elixir Saint's aura was terrifying. Blood-red flames filled the air, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. It was as if the void was about to burn. In the palm of Shui Yuan Elixir Saint, the blood-red flame turned into a blood-red lion. It roared fiercely in the void and pressed down on Ling Xiao. 10,000 spirits blood flame? I heard that Shui Yuan Elixir Saint's 10,000 spirits blood flame can not only be used to refine elixirs, but it can also burn everything and corrupt weapons. It looks like Long Outyen is in danger. That's right. Ji Tian has activated De Zhou Tian's invisible sword array and Shui Yuan Elixir Saint's 10,000 spirits blood flame. Even if Long Outyen has the flipping sky seal, his cultivation is still too weak. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes were filled with incomparably solemn expressions. Shui Yuan Elixir Saint, how dare you? And Ai Shang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang were shocked and furious. Their eyes were filled with anger as they rushed towards Shui Yuan Elixir Saint. Lu Yun and Wang Dao looked at each other, and a cold glint flashed across their eyes. Powerful auras erupted from their bodies, and they charged forward as well. Lu Yun blocked an Ai Shang, while Wang Dao blocked Wu Xiong and Gao Yang. Junior sister and Ai Shang, don't be nervous. Shui Yuan Elixir Saint is just sparring with Palace Master Long. Why do you have to do it yourself? Lu Yun smiled. He looked gentle, but he blocked an Ai Shang's path, not giving her a chance to save Ling Xiao. That's right. Long Outyen is arrogant and despotic. How dare he offend Shui Yuan Elixir Saint? He deserves to be taught a lesson. Wang Dao also sneered. Get out of my way. And Ai Shang's eyes were extremely cold. Powerful sage aura filled the air, and a sky-blue ancient sword appeared in her palm. She slashed it towards Lu Yun. Wang Dao, you be **starred. If anything happens to Martial Uncle Long, I'll fight you to the death. Gao Yang also roared furiously. Blazing flames rose around him, making him look like a resplendent sun. Wu Xiong's vital energy surged, and he gave off an ancient aura as he punched towards Wang Dao. In an instant, they started fighting, and they were fighting with real fire. Ling Zhao's eyes were calm and deep as he faced the blood-red lion in the void. However, there was a terrifying aura around him. Shui Yuan, you old dog. Since you want to see the power of the flipping sky seal, I'll give you the chance. Ling Zhao's voice was like a thunderclap that shook the void. In an instant, an immeasurable amount of divine light gushed out from his body. A huge black seal soared into the sky, containing a fluctuation that could destroy everything, and flew towards the blood-colored lion. Boom! The speed of the flipping sky seal was so fast that everyone could only see a black shadow flying out. Then, the blood-red lion in the void suddenly exploded. Heaven and earth shook violently. The blood-red flames filled the sky as if they were going to turn everything into ashes. In the blood-red flames, a black ancient seal soared in the wind. In an instant, it grew to the size of 10,000 feet. It was like an Archean sacred mountain, containing an ancient, majestic, and mysterious aura. Crack, bolts of lightning were emitted from the flipping sky seal. The blood-red flames were shattered by the flipping sky seal, and it rumbled towards Shui Yuan Elixir Saint. Oh no! Shui Yuan Elixir Saint's expression changed. He could feel the terrifying power contained in the flipping sky seal, which made his scalp tingle. It was as if he was facing a real sage. He could not resist it at all. Boom! Shui Yuan Elixir Saint gritted his teeth, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his arms, and a three-legged, two-eared cauldron floated up. It also soared in the wind, emitting a blood-red light, and flew towards the flipping sky seal. The million spirits blood cauldron was Shui Yuan Elixir Saint's natal holy treasure. It was both offensive and defensive. Not only could it be used to refine divine elixirs, but it was also an offensive supreme treasure. It could suck people into it and refine them into blood. Buzz. Is this the power of the flipping sky seal? It's terrifying. Someone said with a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Although they had heard that Ling Xiao had become the master of Battle Hall and wielded the flipping sky seal, the seal had not appeared in the world for 1,000,000 years. Their impression of its power remained in their minds. Now that Ling Xiao had activated the flipping sky seal, not only had he defeated everything, but he had also forced the blood origin elixir saint to the brink of death. Everyone was truly shocked. This supreme treasure, which had shone brilliantly 1,000,000 years ago, had once again appeared in the world. Boom! The 10,000 spirits blood cauldron was hit by the flipping sky seal's peerless attack. The surrounding blood-red flames exploded one after another. The 10,000 spirits blood cauldron trembled slightly and flew backward. The blood origin elixir saint felt an unparalleled divine power attached to the 10,000 spirits blood cauldron, causing his body to shake violently. His chi and blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The flipping sky seal is indeed worthy of its name. Ha ha ha. Long Out Yin, with your cultivation level, how many times can you activate the flipping sky seal? The blood origin elixir saint laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with incomparably cold killing intent. You can try. Xianxia said indifferently. His eyes were incomparably calm. He stood in the air, exuding a faint chaotic light. The flipping sky seal floated above his head. Streaks of black divine light enveloped him, forming a thick and mysterious realm. It was as if any living creature in the realm of the flipping sky seal would be crushed into powder in an instant. I don't believe that you can completely control the power of the flipping sky seal. Long Out Yin, go to hell. The blood origin elixir saint's eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. An incomparably violent aura erupted from his body, and the blood-red flames surged into the 10,000 spirits blood cauldron. Boom, the 10,000 spirits blood cauldron emitted a dazzling light, and a vast sea of blood surrounded it. Phantoms of 10,000 spirits appeared in the sea of blood, making the 10,000 spirits blood cauldron seem ancient and mysterious. The blood origin elixir saint seemed to have the power of a world. The 10,000 spirits blood cauldron was activated to the extreme, and it instantly suppressed Xianxia. Even the blood origin elixir saint's face turned pale. Suppress. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he slammed his palm down on the 10,000 spirits blood cauldron. Chaotic light filled Xiao's palm. The flipping sky seal flew out from his palm like a stream of light. The thick and terrifying domain power erupted and enveloped the Myriad spirits blood cauldron. Clang, the 10,000 spirits blood cauldron was also a perfect holy treasure. When it collided with the flipping sky seal, it instantly released a terrifying sound wave that spread in all directions. The surrounding people felt their chi and blood surging and their bodies trembling violently. Some of the weaker experts even spat out a mouthful of blood. It was too terrifying, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. It was like the aftermath of a battle between two supreme saints. It was terrifying to the extreme. If it wasn't for the De Zhou Tian's invisible sword formation surrounding the area, the entire imperial city would have been reduced to dust by this attack. Boom, at that moment, a monstrous sharp aura burst out. Sword light illuminated the sky. In an instant, hundreds of millions of sword lights rose from the 9 heavens. Every single one of them contained the power to destroy everything. The sword lights illuminated Ji Tian's cold and emotionless eyes. As Ji Tian shouted coldly, the sword lights converged like a long river and shot toward Xianxia from all directions. 9th heaven sword fall. The invisible sword chi was condensed from the purest saint power. It was incomparably sharp and could penetrate everything. If it was only 1 or 2 invisible sword chi, a half-saint expert might be able to withstand it. However, when hundreds of millions of sword chi descended, even a 9th revolution half-saint would feel his scalp tingle. This kind of power was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Ji Tian had chosen the right time. It was when the 10,000 spirits blood cauldron and the flipping sky seal were fighting. Xiao's defense was at its weakest. That was why he activated hundreds of millions of invisible sword chi and attacked Xianxia with the 9th heaven sword fall. At the same time, the blood yuan elixir saint's eyes revealed a trace of madness. The blood-red flames around him surged and poured into the 10,000 spirits blood cauldron. They turned into blood-red chains and tried to trap the flipping sky seal. Senior Uncle Long, be careful. Nai Shang, Gao Yang, and Wu Xiong's expressions changed drastically. They couldn't help but exclaim. Xianxia was now completely exposed to the sword chi. The power of the invisible sword chi made them tremble. Xiao's cultivation was only at the first revolution half-saint level. Without the protection of the flipping sky seal, how could he withstand it? Lu Yun and Wang Dao's eyes were cold. Their attacks became fiercer and fiercer. They blocked Nai Shang, Gao Yang, and Wu Xiong, preventing them from rescuing Xianxia. They couldn't wait for Ji Tian to kill Xianxia directly. If the battle hall master of the war god hall was killed by the holy son of the ninefold imperial obelisk, then the already weak alliance between the War God Hall and the ninefold Imperial Obelisk was bound to collapse. This was naturally something that the Five Elements Saint sect and the Heavenly Curse sect were happy to see. Is Long Outyan going to die? Everyone was trembling as they looked at the sky with their eyes wide open. One's own strength is the foundation. If one relies on the power of the Supreme Treasure, he will definitely die if he is split apart. Ji Chan and Yin Yang both sneered, their eyes full of disdain. Swoosh, at this moment, a white-cloaked figure suddenly soared into the sky. Rumble, heaven and earth shook violently at this moment. As the white-robed figure appeared in the sky, a huge sword chi that was tens of thousands of feet long swept across the sky like a river, directly protecting Ling Xiao. Puff. Puff. Puff, hundreds of millions of sword chi landed on the heavenly river and disappeared without a trace. This is Sword Chi Unstoppable River? You. Who are you? Ji Tian's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the white-cloaked figure in front of him. The Great Heavenly Cycle Formless Sword Array was the cornerstone sacred array of the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom. It contained extremely terrifying power. Only Ji Chufeng, who controlled the Heavenly Cycle Sword, could use all of its power. Even the Crown Prince, Ji Tian, only had partial control over it. In the entire Ji clan, there were less than 5 people who were qualified to activate the De Zhou Tian Invisible Sword Array. She was a peerless beauty, she was tall, her skin was as white as snow, and her face was beautiful. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and she exuded an extraordinary aura like a peerless empress. Ji Feishuan had made her move. The disciples of the Ji clan are getting more and more unbearable. Ji Feishuan stared at Ji Sky and said indifferently. Her voice was cold and calm. Who the hell are you? Ji Sky asked coldly. He felt that the woman in front of him was getting more and more familiar. He was getting more and more suspicious. Boom, in the distance, the cyclic sky seal emitted a blazing light and shattered the blood-red chains in the sky. It then slammed into the 10,000 spirits blood cauldron. Countless runes on the 10,000 spirits blood cauldron exploded, and it let out a wail. The light on the 10,000 spirits blood cauldron dimmed a lot before it was sent flying back. Damn it! Blood Origin Pill Saint's face was extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with pain. The 10,000 spirits blood cauldron was damaged by the cyclic sky seal, and it was not something that could be healed in a short period of time. This made Blood Origin Pill Saint's heart ache, and he was even angrier at Ling Xiao. This guy still doesn't trust me. Ling Xiao ignored the Blood Origin Alchemy Saint as he glanced at Ji Feishuan in the void and said helplessly. Although Ling Xiao was fighting with Blood Origin Pill Saint, how could he not notice Ji Sky? Ling Xiao was confident that he could deal with the sword light that filled the sky. He did not expect Ji Feishuan to make her move. This way, Ji Feishuan's identity would be completely exposed. You are impossible. How can you still be alive? Didn't you die 1,000,000 years ago? Ji Sky's body suddenly trembled as though he had thought of something. He looked as though he had seen a ghost, and his voice was trembling violently. He finally remembered where the familiar feeling came from. It was because he had seen Ji Feishuan before. To be exact, he had seen Ji Feishuan's portrait. 1,000,000 years ago, she was the most talented princess, the most promising person to inherit the throne of the Great Zhou dynasty. She was known as the hope of the Ji clan, Ji Feishuan. However, didn't she die 1,000,000 years ago? How could she still be alive? I died 1,000,000 years ago? Ji Chufeng must have told you this, right? He's really something. Ji Feishuan said faintly as a cold glint flashed across her eyes. Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Who exactly was this white-cloaked woman? Listening to the meaning of Ji Tian's words, he seemed to know this white-cloaked female. Could it be that she was also a member of the Ji clan? No one had any impression of the Ji clan from 1,000,000 years ago. Earlier, when Ji Feishuan activated De Zhou Tian's invisible sword formation and dissolved the sword chis that filled the sky with the momentum of the sword chi's unstoppable river, everyone saw it and felt that Ji Feishuan's identity was extremely mysterious. Ji Feishuan, as a member of the Ji clan, why are you helping the wicked? No matter what you have experienced in the past 1,000,000 years, you are still a disciple of my Ji clan. Could it be that you want to betray your clan? Ji Tian said as he stared coldly at Ji Feishuan. His eyes were filled with indifference. Ji Tian could already see that Ji Feishuan's cultivation was only at the first revolution half-saint realm. Although he did not know what Ji Feishuan had experienced in the past million years, a first revolution half-saint realm cultivation was nothing in his eyes. Even if he could control part of De Zhou Tian's invisible sword formation, Ji Tian was confident that he could defeat Ji Feishuan. Betray my clan? Are you worthy? Ji Feishuan said coldly. Then, she looked in the direction of the imperial city with a deep and cold gaze. In an instant, she let out a long roar that shook the sky. Ji Chufeng, get out here. Rumble, streaks of sword lights were like swimming dragons as they revolved around Ji Feishuan. Her white robe and hair fluttered in the wind as her aura instantly soared. Wow. Mother, you're so powerful. The life source beast, Whitey, widened its eyes as it laid on Ji Feishuan's shoulder and said in a childish voice. Everyone was shocked. Who was Ji Chufeng? The divine emperor of the great Zhou divine nation was rumored to have reached the peak of the ninth revolution half-saint realm several 100,000 years ago. His strength was terrifying. Although he had yet to become a saint, his battle strength was not weaker than a saint. There were even rumors that Ji Chufeng could have become a saint long ago. It was just that he had been suppressing his cultivation for some reason. In Tiandu City, Ji Chufeng wielded the sword of Zhou Tian and could activate De Zhou Tian's invisible sword formation. Even if a saint came to Tiandu City, he would probably die in Ji Chufeng's hands. This woman called Ji Feishuan actually asked Ji Chufeng to get out here. Rumble. Not long after Ji Feishuan's voice fell, she saw clouds rolling in the sky above the imperial city in the distance. Rays of multicolored light shone in all directions, and the void in all directions trembled violently. A terrifying aura rose up. It was as if some kind of immemorial divine beast had awakened, emitting waves that made people's hearts palpitate. A figure with a monstrous aura appeared in the sky above the imperial city. There seemed to be a rainbow bridge under his feet. In an instant, he pierced through the void and arrived above the imperial garden. Ji Feishuan, my good niece. So you're still alive? It was a middle-aged man wearing a black dragon robe, green dragon boots, and a flat imperial crown. His face was dignified and indifferent, and his body emitted a vast and mysterious aura. He calmly looked at Ji Feishuan with a trace of surprise in his eyes. It's Divine Emperor Ji Chufeng? He actually appeared? Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. His Majesty actually said that Ji Feishuan is his niece. How is this possible? I remember now. 1,000,000 years ago, it was said that the Divine Emperor's position should have been inherited by the princess at that time, and she became the empress. However, for some reason, Ji Chufeng inherited the Divine Emperor's position. This is interesting. Could there be some hidden story? Everyone discussed softly as their gazes fell on Ji Feishuan and Ji Chufeng. Ji Chufeng? A divine light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. He realized that Ji Chufeng's aura was incomparably terrifying. It was far beyond the blood origin pale saint, and it was actually not much weaker than Huang Tai Lai. However, for some reason, Ji Chufeng's cultivation was still at the ninth revolution half-saint. It was as if he could suppress it, and he had yet to attain the saint realm. This was an extremely terrifying person. Ji Chufeng, I'm back. I'm afraid you didn't expect this, right? 1,000,000 years ago, you killed my father and seized the throne. You killed your brother and sister-in-law. Do you dare to admit your crimes? What? Killing his brother and sister-in-law? Could it be that the previous divine emperor was killed by Ji Chufeng? Everyone was shocked by Ji Feishuan's words. Legend had it that the previous divine emperor of the great Zhou divine nation was extremely talented. He had cultivated to the peak of the ninth revolution half-saint early on and was hailed as the most promising person in the Ji clan to become a saint. However, the great calamity 1,000,000 years ago engulfed the entire divine world, and the previous divine emperor had died in the calamity of the demon race. Now, according to Ji Feishuan's words, the previous divine emperor's death had a hidden story. Everyone's gossipy heart began to burn fiercely. Ji Chufeng's expression was very calm, as if he wasn't angered by Ji Feishuan's words at all. He glanced indifferently at Ji Feishuan and said, "My good niece, you've misunderstood. Your parents weren't killed by me. They died in the hands of the demon race experts. Since you've returned, you're still the princess of the great Zhou divine nation. However, the life source beast is an inauspicious object, so you should hand it over to me for safekeeping." Ji Chufeng casually refuted Ji Feishuan's words. Everyone became somewhat suspicious. If Ji Chufeng had been furious, they would have thought that the previous divine emperor's death had something to do with him. However, Ji Chufeng's casual words made them somewhat doubtful. An inauspicious object? Ji Chufeng, so your goal is still the life source beast. However, the life source beast belongs to Hall Master Long of the War God Temple. If you want it, you'll have to ask him if he agrees. Ji Feishuan sneered, her eyes filled with ridicule. Of course I won't agree. Ji Chufeng, since you know that it's a life source beast, you should know how precious it is. If you take it just because you want it, where is my War God Temple? Ling Xiao said indifferently with a trace of sharpness in his eyes. The War God Temple's Hall Master wasn't any weaker than the Divine Emperor of the Great Zhou Divine Nation. In fact, he was even stronger. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't put Ji Chufeng in his eyes. Hall Master Long, the life source beast belongs to my race. As long as you're willing to return it, the Great Zhou Divine Nation will be eternally grateful. Ji Chufeng said slowly. It belongs to your race? You must be mistaken, right? I was the one who cut it out from a chaos stone. What does it have to do with you? Ling Xiao didn't give Ji Chufeng any face. Ling Xiao naturally believed Ji Feishuan's words. Ji Chufeng killed his brother and sister-in-law and seized the throne. Although such a person appeared to be dignified, he was actually the most despicable and shameless person in the world. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not have a good impression of him. Everyone knows about the relationship between this life source beast and our Empress of Life. This life source beast should have been left behind by our Empress of Life. It belongs to the Ji clan. If Palace Master Long doesn't return it, then don't blame me for personally taking action. Ji Chufeng stared at Ling Xiao expressionlessly, but his voice was filled with unquestionable determination. Oh? I really want to experience the strength of the Great Zhou Divine Nation's Divine Emperor. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Young man, it's better to be humble. If you're too arrogant, you won't have a good ending. Although you have the flipping sky seal, your cultivation is too weak. If I attack you, you will definitely die. Therefore, I advise you to hand over the life source beast and avoid physical pain. Ji Chufeng's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he spoke faintly. Cut the crap. If you want the life source beast, then let's see if you have the ability. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of strong fighting spirit as he spoke without the slightest fear. Rumble, heaven and earth shook as the flipping sky seal shone brightly and floated above Ling Zhao's head. It was enshrouded in a faint chaotic aura and emitted a vast and ancient aura as if it could suppress the heavens and turn the earth upside down. Ling Zhao's aura merged with the flipping sky seal and began to soar. Very good. Palace Master Long, in that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Ji Chufeng said coldly. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire Tiandu city seemed to tremble. Sword Qi rose up and gathered around Ji Chufeng. The heaven and earth trembled and gathered into a vast river that enveloped the entire Tiandu city. The sword light was incomparably sharp and seemed to form a vast world of swordsmanship. Everyone trembled and felt their hearts turn cold. De Zhou Tian's invisible sword array was completely activated. Long Outyan wants to fight Divine Emperor Ji Chufeng? He's really arrogant and conceited. Ji Tian has only grasped part of De Zhou Tian's invisible sword array, and it's already so terrifying. Not only has Ji Chufeng grasped the array's power, but he also has the supreme holy treasure Zhou Tian's sword. Long Outyan will definitely die. The ignorant are fearless. Long Outyan is simply stupid. Everyone trembled as they spoke. No one was optimistic about Ling Xiao. The power of De Zhou Tian's invisible sword array was too terrifying. It seemed to be able to tear apart heaven and earth and bury everything within. It was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao, Ji Chufeng's strength is too terrifying. This is his home ground, so we shouldn't fight him head-on. Later, I'll use the life source beast to open the Musashi Mountain. Let's get the secret technique of life first. As long as I can get the secret technique of life, I'll be able to seize control of the Zhou Tian sword from him. At that time, killing him will be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Ji Feishuan transmitted her voice to Ling Xiao with a trace of worry in her eyes. Don't worry, I won't fight him head-on. However, I'll have to test Ji Chufeng's current strength. Otherwise, even if you get the secret technique of life, it'll still be difficult for you to compete with him. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice. Ji Feishuan's body trembled as a trace of gratitude appeared in her eyes. So, Ling Xiao was fighting Ji Chufeng because of her. Ji Feishuan took a deep breath as a trace of sharpness flashed in her eyes. She was ready to open the Musashi Mountain at any time. After all, Ji Chufeng's strength was unfathomable, and Ling Xiao might not be his match. Sword descending 9 heavens. Ji Chufeng said indifferently. His voice was incomparably ethereal as if he was a saint above the 9 heavens. His words contained an incomparably mysterious and terrifying power. Boom, in an instant, the sky was filled with blazing sword lights. They were like stars that traversed hundreds of millions of miles of the void. They were densely packed, and no one knew how many thousands of them were shooting toward Ling Xiao at the same time. The sword lights pierced through the void, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble violently. The incomparably sharp sword lights contained a destructive power that was more than 10 times stronger than the sword descending 9 heavens that Ji Tian had used previously. Let's fight. Ling Xiao's eyes were blazing. In an instant, he soared into the sky. His qi and blood surged to the sky, forming a mysterious resonance with the flipping sky seal. The flipping sky seal contained a kind of energy fluctuation that could suppress everything. With a rumble, it met the sword light that filled the sky. Boom, a terrifying divine light bloomed and instantly drowned the heaven and earth. Only a vast expanse of whiteness was left in front of everyone's eyes. Chaotic qi filled Ling Xiao's body, and the flipping sky seal formed a mysterious resonance with him. Runes sprinkled down and covered his entire body. The sword rays that filled the sky were released, and when they landed on his body, it was as if they were shooting into water. Ripples spread out, but Ling Xiao was not affected in the slightest. Rumble, Ling Xiao's aura surged and a chaotic light bloomed. He rushed out of the sword radiance with the flipping sky seal in his hand. His eyes were extremely sharp and he directly suppressed Ji Chufeng. Slash! A cold light flashed in Ji Chufeng's eyes as he roared. In an instant, the light that filled the sky surged. As his palm fell, it condensed into a huge light sword that was tens of thousands of feet long. It was like a vast galaxy that suddenly slashed toward the flipping sky seal. Ji Chufeng carried the momentum of heaven and earth. Although he was not a saint, his attacks contained the laws of heaven and earth. Every strike was like the power of the origin of sword principle. It was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao was facing Ji Chufeng now, just like facing Huang Tai. Crack, the sword radiance that was tens of thousands of feet long was extremely condensed. It slashed on the flipping sky seal, causing it to tremble violently. Rays of light burst out from it. Ling Xiao also felt an invincible divine power coming toward him. He couldn't help but fly out. Is Long Outyen going to lose? Everyone trembled as they stared at Ling Xiao's figure in the sky. They could see that the flipping sky seal was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the first revolution half-saint realm, but the flipping sky seal in his hand was not weaker than a peak 9th revolution half-saint. However, the de Zhou Tian's invisible sword formation was too terrifying. It was even rumored that it had the power to kill a saint after being strengthened by the ancestors of the Ji clan. This kind of power was beyond a human's ability, even with the flipping sky seal. More importantly, the supreme treasure of the great Zhou divine nation, the Zhou Tian sword, had not appeared yet. The de Zhou Tian's invisible sword formation is indeed terrifying. It seems that Long Outyen is going to lose. Shui Yuan Pale Sage's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice to Ji Tiandao. Ji Sky's expression was somewhat unsightly. Hearing this, he sneered and said, "Uncle is right. This old man didn't use the Zhou Tian sword. De Zhou Tian's invisible sword array's power is only 10% to 20%. If the Zhou Tian sword was used, even a saint would be slaughtered here. But I'm afraid that the old man will have some thoughts about the life source beast. If that happens, I'm afraid I won't be able to obtain it. Don't worry. After all, you are his son. Even if he is cruel and merciless, he should know that you are the most suitable person to inherit the throne. He'll give it to you. The Blood Origin Pale Saint said with a strange look in his eyes. I hope so. Ji Tian said slowly, but there was still a trace of worry in his eyes. Rumble, the sword lights that filled the sky didn't disperse immediately. Instead, they gathered together in an instant. Wrapped in the power of wind and thunder, they were filled with endless heavenly fire, as if they were going to burn everything and return heaven and earth to chaos. Then, they pressed down on Ling Xiao and the flipping sky seal. Ji Chufeng's face was cold. He was like the emperor of the sword. Every move of his could trigger the momentum of heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, Ling Xiao controlled the flipping sky seal to block the sword lights again. However, he and the flipping sky seal were sent flying again. Ji Chufeng can actually merge with the Dezhou Tian's invisible sword formation. Although his cultivation is only at the 9th revolution half-saint realm, his strength is not weaker than that of a real saint. Ling Xiao thought to himself, his eyes filled with shock. Although he controlled the flipping sky seal, he knew that if he faced Ji Chufeng with his own strength, he would be turned into dust in an instant. He was no match for Ji Chufeng at all. All of this was due to the power of the flipping sky seal. Master, I can feel that there should be a supreme holy treasure in the Dezhou Tian's invisible sword formation. Once that supreme holy treasure appears, the power of the Dezhou Tian's invisible sword formation will increase by 10 times in an instant. It will even have the power to kill a saint. It's not something we can contend against. Thunder Spirit King's voice came into Ling Zhao's mind. The power to kill a saint? It seems that the Ji clan really can't be underestimated. Thunder Spirit King, when will you be able to become a saint? If you become a saint, will you be able to contend with Ji Chufeng? Ling Xiao asked in his heart. Master, I only need an opportunity to become a saint. Perhaps it will take me a few months, a few years, or even tens of thousands of years to become a saint. However, there is an opportunity right now. The Dezhou Tian's invisible sword formation was created by the ancestors of the Ji family. With the Tiandu mountain as the foundation, it absorbed the endless energy of Zhou Tian and accumulated an incomparable amount of energy for thousands of years. If I can devour that energy, I will definitely become a saint. However, once I devour that energy, I will definitely be discovered by Ji Chufeng. If he takes out the Zhou Tian sword, we will still have to escape. Thunder Spirit King said excitedly. However, he hesitated in the end. Devour the energy of the Dezhou Tian's invisible sword formation? Thunder Spirit King, you are really daring. However, I like it. Very well, let's do it. Since Ji Chufeng doesn't know what's good for him, let's destroy his Dezhou Tian's invisible sword formation. Ling Zhao's body shook as a trace of craziness appeared in his eyes. Master, don't be rash. With your current strength, you won't be able to contend with Ji Chufeng. Why don't we kill our way into the Wuzong mountain and obtain the secret technique of life? Then, when Ji Feishuan and Ji Chufeng are fighting for the Zhou Tian sword, we will definitely succeed with the power of the devouring formation. Thunder Spirit King quickly advised. No, if we do that, I'm afraid Ji Feishuan will be in danger. No matter what, even if we can't completely destroy the Dezhou Tian's invisible sword formation, we have to weaken it as much as possible. I have made up my mind. Thunder Spirit King, get ready. Ling Xiao said decisively. All right. Master, be careful. Thunder Spirit King sighed in his heart and stopped trying to persuade him. However, Thunder Spirit King was a bit touched as well. Although this master of his was cruel to his enemies and a bit overbearing to himself, he was loyal to the people around him. Following a master like this, Thunder Spirit King did not have to worry about being abandoned at all. Moreover, when he thought of Ling Zhao's peerless talent and unparalleled opportunities, Thunder Spirit King became more and more excited. Perhaps following this master would really allow him to have a glimpse of the extreme realm. Long Out Yen, you are no match for me. I don't want to kill you. Hand over the life source beast and I will let you go. Rumble, the sword light that filled the sky converged around Ji Chufeng like a storm of sword chi. Each beam of sword light contained extremely terrifying power, which could make peak 9 revolution half-saints tremble in fear. The sword light locked onto Ling Xiao, who was in the center, and would deal a fatal blow to him at any time. Don't even think about it. Ling Xiao sneered, and the battle intent in his eyes rose to the extreme. Since they wanted to fight, he would fight with all his strength. Ling Xiao's blood began to boil. His blood qi rose to the sky like a torrent, exuding a monstrous aura. It was as if an ancient fierce beast had awakened from the chaos, causing the entire flipping sky seal to tremble violently. Dong! 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 The flipping sky seal trembled like a strong heart, causing the surrounding void to tremble. The device spirit of the flipping sky seal, Thunder Spirit King, activated the power of the flipping sky seal to the extreme. In an instant, a vast domain broke out. What? Everyone trembled, as if millions of mountains were pressing down on them. They could not help but kneel down, and their eyes were filled with horror. Only 6th Revolution half-saints and above were able to resist the vast gravitational force. As for those with weaker cultivations, they were forced to kneel on the ground. They couldn't even stand up. Long Outyen, you deserve to die. Ji Chen and young Master Yunyang were about to explode from anger, and their eyes were filled with humiliation and hatred. The two of them knelt on the ground, suppressed by the vast gravity, unable to stand up at all. Even the Blood Origin Elixir Saint and Ji Tian felt heavy all over, and their eyes were filled with horror. How can Long Outyen be so strong? Didn't they say that he couldn't use the full power of the flipping sky seal without the Saint Path resonance? Ji Tian was trembling all over, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Is this the power of the flipping sky seal? I must get it, I must get it. The Blood Origin Elixir Saint's eyes were burning with passion, and he roared madly in his heart. However, this was only the aftermath, because most of the power of the flipping sky seal had been used on Ji Chufeng. This is the power of a domain? A sharp glint flashed through Ji Chufeng's eyes. In his eyes, the seal seemed to have become the center of this world. The vast power of heaven and earth came crashing down, causing the sword lights around him to explode and be annihilated. Ji Chufeng couldn't help but tremble. It was as if he was being suppressed by the terrifying gravity and was about to fall from the sky. This was the power of a domain, and it was a Saint Path domain that only powerful saints could control. Within the Saint Path domain, saints were invincible. Although Ji Chufeng had yet to become a saint, his control of the Dezhou Tian invisible sword array was like controlling a sword Dao domain. Therefore, he was invincible in this domain. Even Ling Xiao, who had the flipping sky seal, was no match for him. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to activate the realm power of the flipping sky seal. Kill! Ling Xiao bellowed, his eyes revealing a trace of monstrous killing intent. The flipping sky seal instantly pressed down on Ji Chufeng. The gravity domain erupted. The power of the flipping sky seal was extremely terrifying. 1,000,000 years ago, the Scarlet Dragon War God had once smashed a real saint to death with the flipping sky seal because of the gravity domain contained in the flipping sky seal. Under that terrifying gravity domain, all existences would be crushed into powder and dust. Even the primordial spirit could not exist. A trace of shock appeared in Ji Chufeng's eyes. He felt that if this continued, the Dezhou Tian invisible sword array would collapse under the gravity domain of the flipping sky seal. The saint sword is formless, all swords return to the origin. Zhou Tian is immeasurable, and I am eternal. Ji Chufeng bellowed, his voice shaking the 9 heavens like thunder. Every word formed a mysterious resonance with the surrounding void. Rumble, after the billions of strands of sword chi around him were annihilated, they actually condensed behind him in an instant. It was as dazzling as a small sun, radiating with billions of strands of holy light and emitting an eternal wave of energy. Ji Chufeng's eyes were extremely cold. As he shot a finger sword toward Ling Xiao, the world seemed to be divided into 2 halves. An eternal saint sword emerged from the chaos, emitting majestic, ancient, and mysterious light, and slashed toward the flipping sky seal. It seemed that nothing could block the power of this sword. Whether it was the flipping sky seal, Ling Xiao, or all living things, they would all be crushed by this sword. The entire Tian capital was shaking violently. The energy of Zhou Tian, which had been accumulated for hundreds of millions of years, surged, making the eternal saint sword even more dazzling and mysterious. Master, now is the time. Thunder Spirit King, who was in the flipping sky seal, roared. In an instant, the flipping sky seal and the eternal saint sword collided. A blazing divine light instantly covered the whole world. Crack, the void directly shattered, like a black abyss that was hundreds of millions of miles long, appearing in the sky. The endless turbulence of the void trembled, as if it was going to annihilate everything into powder. A huge black vortex appeared where the flipping sky seal had been. It was filled with a monstrous deathly aura and contained a vast devouring power. The eternal holy sword and the sword radiance in the sky were all swallowed up by the vortex. Rumble, the flipping sky seal was floating in the black vortex, surrounded by endless chaotic chi. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on the flipping sky seal, urging it to wantonly devour the power of De Zhou Tian's invisible sword formation. Ling Xiao even infused the heaven-devouring secret skill into the flipping sky seal, making its devouring power even more ferocious and terrifying. Tiandu City was built on Tiandu Mountain, and the Great Heavenly Cycle invisible sword formation was attached to Tiandu Mountain. Over the years, it had been blessed by the ancestors of the Ji clan, and had extracted vast amounts of energy from the endless void. As Ji Chufeng slashed out with the eternal divine sword, the flipping sky seal found the source of energy and began to wantonly devour it. Thunder Spirit King, who was in the flipping sky seal, seemed to be bathed in milky white Zhou Tian energy, which was the origin of the great ways. At this moment, it poured down like a waterfall, being devoured and refined by Thunder Spirit King. Thunder Spirit King's illusory figure began to solidify, and his aura became more and more powerful and terrifying. The divine sound of the great ways lingered around him, and endless flowers of the great ways fell down. He seemed to have become tens of thousands of feet tall, with purple scales all over his body. His aura became more and more majestic and terrifying. Every time Thunder Spirit King refined a portion of the energy, he could feel that his control over the flipping sky seal had increased. Only after he had attained the Tao and become a Saint Realm expert could he completely control the flipping sky seal and become its device spirit. Even if Second Holy Master returned, he wouldn't be able to seize control of the flipping sky seal. Boom, a portion of the vast origin energy that the flipping sky seal had devoured was integrated into Ling Zhao's body, causing his aura to soar. The vast origin energy was incomparably pure, causing Ling Zhao's aura to become increasingly powerful. Soon, he stabilized his cultivation at the First Revolution Half-Saint Realm and even advanced towards the peak of the First Revolution Half-Saint Realm. Long Outyin, how dare you steal the energy of De Zhou Tian's invisible sword array? You deserve to die. Ji Chufeng, who had been indifferent, finally changed his expression. He flew into a rage and revealed an incomparably cold killing intent in his eyes. What? Long Outyin wants to steal the energy of De Zhou Tian's invisible sword array with the flipping sky seal? How did he do it? Everyone was stunned. They'd originally thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be a match for Ji Chufeng at all, and it wouldn't be long before Ji Chufeng defeated him. But they hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would actually be so monstrous. Not only had he blocked Ji Chufeng's eternal sacred sword with his gravity domain, he'd even stolen the energy of the Grand Formation. Martial Uncle Long is really abnormal. Anai Shang, Gao Yang, and Wu Xiong were speechless and shocked. Due to Ji Chufeng's appearance, the battle between them and Lu Yin Wang Dao had temporarily stopped. Moreover, due to Ji Feishuan's voice transmission, the three of them immediately went to Ji Feishuan's side. For a moment, no one paid attention to them. Senior brothers and sisters, get ready. I'm afraid Ji Chufeng will fly into a rage out of humiliation and use the sword of Zhou Tian. Get ready to enter the martial treasury mountain with me. Ji Feishuan transmitted her voice to Anai Shang and the other two with a strange light in her eyes. Rumble, as expected, Ji Chufeng's aura skyrocketed. He opened his mouth and spat out an ancient sword shrouded in multicolored light appeared in his palm. It was flowing with multicolored light, looking mysterious and translucent. The runes on it flickered as if it contained the shadows of the myriad worlds. It was terrifying. The sword of Zhou Tian was born. With the cyclic sword in hand, Ji Chufeng's aura immediately turned extremely sharp and terrifying. Ling Xiao could sense that Ji Chufeng was currently surrounded by the major heavenly cycle formless sword array. With the heavenly cycle sword in hand, his aura had become as terrifying as Huang Tai's. It made Ling Xiao feel a sense of danger. The power of the entire great heavenly cycle formless sword array instantly increased by several folds. It was terrifying to the extreme. Die! Ji Chufeng roared with a bone-chilling gaze. The heavenly cycle sword flowed with five-colored light as it pierced through the air towards Ling Xiao's glabella. Clang, the sword of Zhou Tian was extremely fast. It contained a sharp light that could pierce through everything. It almost instantly pierced through the layers of protective barriers around Ling Xiao and arrived in front of him. However, Ling Xiao was prepared. The flipping sky seal flashed and blocked the sword of Zhou Tian. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks flew. Ling Xiao only felt an unparalleled divine force attacking him. The flipping sky seal trembled slightly and was sent flying. This sword of Zhou Tian is indeed extraordinary. It's definitely not a low-grade holy treasure. It's at least a middle-grade or even a high-grade holy treasure. Ling Xiao's body trembled. Holy treasures were also divided into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade. However, a flawless holy treasure was extremely powerful and rare. Ordinary people might not know about it. Ling Xiao's flipping sky seal was already a supreme-grade holy treasure. It was a treasure that could suppress the destiny of a holy land. The collision between the sword of Zhou Tian and the flipping sky seal showed Ling Xiao that the sword of Zhou Tian was extraordinary. The power of the sword of Zhou Tian was far greater than that of the blood spirit cauldron of the elixir saint. Whoosh, the sword of Zhou Tian shone brightly. It instantly slashed out tens of thousands of swords in the void. Tens of thousands of sword lights were aimed at the vital parts of Ling Xiao's body, as if they were going to cut him into thousands of pieces. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been killed by the sword of Zhou Tian and been cut into pieces. However, Ling Xiao had completely refined the flipping sky seal. Moreover, the Thunder Spirit King's control of the flipping sky seal was getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, in an instant, the flipping sky seal protected Ling Xiao and released a vast gravity realm, which directly annihilated the tens of thousands of sword lights. Master! With my current cultivation, releasing the gravity realm 3 times is my limit. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave first. The Thunder Spirit King said regretfully. The vast origin energy that he had just devoured gave him a taste of its sweetness. He could even feel that if he was given more time to devour the origin energy, he would definitely be able to become a divine sage. Unfortunately, Ji Chufeng wouldn't give him that time. With the Thunder Spirit King's current cultivation, it wasn't enough to forcefully activate the gravity realm. All right. Ling Xiao said in his heart. He had already forced Ji Chufeng to use all of his strength. The De Zhou Tian invisible sword array and the sword of Zhou Tian had also appeared. Now that Ji Chufeng's strength was equivalent to Elder Huang Tai's, Ling Xiao was naturally no match for him. Buzz, at this moment, a strange fluctuation spread out. The void trembled slightly. The life source beast on Ji Feishuan's shoulder floated up. It looked lively and cute, and its body emitted a powerful aura of vitality. There seemed to be some kind of energy in the void that formed a mysterious connection with the life source beast. Suddenly, the void cracked open. Kacha, a void passageway appeared in front of Ji Feishuan. It seemed to lead to a mysterious world. There was an ancient and mysterious immemorial sacred mountain that emitted a majestic aura of vitality. Let's go. Ji Feishuan made a prompt decision and led Anai Shang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang into the void passageway in an instant. She also knew that the 4 of them were too weak. Only after they left safely could Ling Xiao escape without any worries. Otherwise, they would only be a burden to Ling Xiao. Therefore, while Ling Xiao and Ji Chufeng were fighting, Ji Feishuan took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to them and opened the martial hidden mountain mystic realm with her life source beast. She decisively brought Anai Shang, Gao Yang, and Wu Xiong in with her. Whoosh, at this moment, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. In an instant, he controlled the flipping sky seal and shot towards the void passageway like a blazing stream of light. Musashi Mountain? Ji Feishuan, how dare you betray us? Die. Ji Chufeng knew that if Ji Feishuan entered the martial treasury mountain, he would be in big trouble. Rumble, divine light bloomed in the sky, causing the heaven and earth to tremble violently. Ji Chufeng activated the De Zhou Tian invisible sword array to the extreme. He merged with the sword merged with the array, and the array merged with the man. A terrifying energy fluctuation was emitted from his body. It gathered on the Zhou Tian sword and slashed down at Ling Xiao, the majestic sword light was like a heavenly river that spread for millions of miles. The terrifying destructive energy made everyone's scalp tingle as it slashed down at Ling Xiao. This sword could kill a saint. Ling Xiao also felt a sense of fatal danger coming from behind him. If he didn't dodge, he would be severely injured or killed by Ji Chufeng's sword even if he entered the void tunnel. If he dodged, the void tunnel would be destroyed by the sword. At that time, he wouldn't be able to escape from the divine capital. Fight! Ling Xiao roared in his heart as a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. Rumble! As Ling Xiao moved towards the void tunnel, he took out the 9 Heaven Dao Primal Chaos tablets. Like a huge armor, they stacked together and protected his back. At the same time, the Thunder Spirit King activated the Flipping Sky Seal. A vast gravity domain spread out. The Flipping Sky Seal was like an immemorial sacred mountain that contained unparalleled violent energy as it charged towards the Zhou Tian sword. Kill! Don't let him enter the martial treasury mountain. Ji Tian and the Blood Origin Alchemy Saint's eyes flashed with killing intent as they executed their powerful techniques and charged forward. However, the two of them were vicious. They knew that with their cultivation, they couldn't interfere in the battle between Ling Xiao and Ji Chufeng. Therefore, they attacked the void tunnel directly. As long as the void tunnel was destroyed, Ling Xiao would be like a turtle in a jar. At that time, it would be up to them to decide whether he would be killed or cut into pieces. Everyone's heart couldn't help but be on edge. Could Ling Xiao really escape from such an encirclement? If he really escaped, they had to admit that Ling Xiao would accomplish a great feat. His name would spread across the entire divine world and shake all the immortal saint lands. Rumble! The void shattered. The Zhou Tian sword struck the Flipping Sky Seal first, causing it to tremble violently. Dazzling sword radiance bloomed like a small sun. The mighty power of the divine path gushed out and sent the Flipping Sky Seal flying. Ji Chufeng's strength was too terrifying. By powering the major heavenly cycle formless sword array with all his strength, together with the cyclic sword strength, Ji Chufeng had the strength to slay a sage. Even though the Empyrean seal was extremely terrifying, it was unable to withstand the strike and was sent flying. Following which, Zhou Tian's sword was incomparably sharp. It didn't slow down at all as it slashed down on the 9 Heaven Dao Primal Chaos tablets at the same time. Ling Xiao could only feel an unparalleled god energy surging towards him. Just the aftershock alone caused his entire body to tremble violently. His fleshly body was almost completely destroyed. Puff! Ling Xiao could not help but feel a sweetness in his throat. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, but his gaze became even more crazed and fierce. He did not turn back. Instead, he used this terrifying power to shoot forward like an arrow. Long Out Yen, go to hell! Ji Tian's eyes were blazing with killing intent. Terrifying purple divine light bloomed around him as he punched towards Ling Xiao. An ancient emperor seemed to appear behind Ji Tian. He exuded an invincible aura that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The essence, qi, and spirit merged into Ji Tian's fist, causing Ji Tian's strength to explode to the extreme. The Blood Origin Elixir Saint also activated the 10,000 Spirits Blood Cauldron. Terrifying saint aura filled the air as it smashed towards the void passage. Those who block me shall die. Ling Xiao roared angrily. His eyes were full of murderous intent. The Flipping Sky Seal in the distance instantly turned into a towering mountain. It rumbled as it came crashing down on Ling Xiao. Crack! Ji Tian's expression changed. His fist was directly destroyed. Although he was powerful, he could not withstand the power of the Flipping Sky Seal. He could only retreat in a sorry state. The Flipping Sky Seal was extremely fast. It traversed the void and collided with the 10,000 Spirits Blood Cauldron just as it was about to smash into the void passage. Boom! The two saint treasures trembled at the same time, and rays of divine light burst out. Ling Xiao also suffered considerable injuries. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his aura became incomparably weak. However, he still endured it and directly shot into the void passage. Ji Chufeng, I, Long Out Yen, will remember what you did to me today. Ling Zhao's voice contained monstrous anger and killing intent. He was about to enter the mysterious Musashi Mountain through the void passage. Long Out Yen, you'd better die. Ji Chufeng's indifferent and cold voice sounded. In an instant, the void trembled. The Zhou Tian sword pierced through layers of the void and stabbed toward Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. The Zhou Tian sword was too fast. Ji Chufeng's attack was also extremely vicious and tricky. Even the flipping sky seal could not save Ling Xiao in time. As long as the Zhou Tian sword pierced into Ling Xiao's body, he would definitely die with the power of this powerful holy treasure, no matter how strong his body was. It seemed to be an invincible killing move. Even if Ling Xiao entered the Musashi Mountain, he would only be left with a corpse. Puff, Ling Xiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body exuded a mysterious and ancient aura. A mysterious syllable burst out of his mouth. Freeze. In an instant, it seemed as if the surrounding void had become still. The Zhou Tian sword appeared behind Ling Xiao. The terrifying sword light seemed to be about to pierce through Ling Xiao's body, but it strangely stopped at this moment. It only lasted for a breath's time. However, this breath was enough for Ling Xiao to recall the flipping sky seal and block it behind him. Boom, the Zhou Tian sword and the flipping sky seal collided. Ling Xiao's body trembled violently, and cracks appeared like a spider web. He spat out a third mouthful of blood. His entire body seemed to be dyed red with blood. In an instant, he disappeared into the void passage. That's the power of time? There's a huge secret on this kid. Ji Chufeng stared in the direction where Ling Xiao disappeared with a trace of shock in his eyes. Originally, Ling Xiao had no way to dodge that sword attack. It was almost certain that he would die. However, Ling Xiao managed to dodge it in the end because his Zhou Tian sword stopped for a breath's time. That was the power of time, and also the power of taboo. According to legends, even sages found it difficult to control the power of taboo. Father, is that Long Outyin dead? Ji Tian asked expectantly. I don't know. Even if he's not dead, I'm afraid he's severely injured. Tian, I'll forcibly open the martial hidden mountain. All Saint Dao energy is forbidden there, so Long Outyin's cyclic sky seal can't be used. Try to enter, find him, and kill him. As for Ji Feishuan, try to keep her alive. Ji Chufeng stared at Ji Tian and said slowly. Yes, father. Ji Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent as he nodded. So what if they entered the martial hidden mountain? Long Outyin was still a turtle in a jar. Ji Tian had decided that he would kill Long Outyin and take the cyclic sky seal and the life source beast. Everyone, Long Outyin took the life source beast from my clan. Anyone who can bring the life source beast back to me will be taught the complete secret technique of life. Ji Chufeng's eyes flashed as he glanced at Lu Yun, Wang Dao, and the other geniuses from other clans. Everyone's body trembled. Then, they became a little excited. That was the secret technique of life, which was ranked at the top of the 108 secret techniques of the universe. It was rumored that it contained the origin of life, and the Empress of Life in ancient times had relied on it to become a saint. However, for millions of years, countless people had entered the martial hidden mountain, but no one had been able to obtain the complete inheritance of the secret technique of life. At best, they had only obtained an incomplete version. Ji Chufeng was the only person in the entire Great Zhou divine nation who had mastered the complete secret technique of life. However, the secret technique of life was the foundation of the Ji clan, and even Ji Tian had not been taught it. Now that Ji Chufeng was willing to offer such a huge bargaining chip for the life source beast, everyone became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The reverence they had for the War God Temple and the War God Temple Master was thrown to the back of their minds. Anyway, the martial hidden mountain prohibited Saint Dao energy, and Ling Xiao was severely injured. In their eyes, there was no difficulty at all. The only difference was who was lucky enough to find Ling Xiao first. Don't worry, Your Majesty. We'll definitely bring the life source beast out and hand it to you. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another. Their eyes were filled with eagerness to give it a try. Only Ji Tian and the Blood Origin Alchemy Sage had ugly expressions on their faces. This meant that it would be difficult for them to swallow the life source beast for themselves. Rumble, Ji Chufeng stood in the air, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. Zhou Tian's sword radiated resplendent light, and its aura was terrifying to the extreme. De Zhou Tian's formless sword formation was also pushed to the extreme by Ji Chufeng. Zhou Tian's sword radiated boundless light, and finally, it slashed down in the direction where Ling Xiao disappeared. Crack, the void shattered with a rumble and endless turbulence surged. A mysterious world seemed to have appeared in the shattered void. In particular, a mysterious mountain that seemed to have existed in the primordial times and exuded a majestic vitality that attracted everyone's attention. Mount Musashi, that was the Mount Musashi. Originally, there was still some time before the Mount Musashi could be opened. However, Ji Feishuan had used the life source beast to open the void passage, and Ji Chufeng had memorized the spatial coordinates. He didn't care whether it would damage the Mount Musashi or not. For the sake of the life source beast, he directly opened the Mount Musashi. Let's go. Lu Yun, Wang Dao, and the others looked at each other and instantly leaped up, flying toward the Mount Musashi. This was an ancient secret realm. The surrounding chaotic air was filled with misty mist, and there was a powerful spatial boundary. There was only one mountain in this secret realm, the Mount Musashi. The Mount Musashi floated in the chaotic air. It was more than 1,000,000 feet tall, and it was incomparably vast, with no end in sight. Here, ancient trees towered into the sky, old vines coiled around, waterfalls flowed, and exotic flowers and plants flowed. It looked like a peaceful fairyland, filled with a faint mist that bloomed with thousands of rays of light. The mountain was ancient and majestic, and there were also powerful beastly roars coming from it. It vaguely seemed to have arrived in the ancient mythological era. In a valley surrounded by dense forests, a small lake was hidden. It looked so clear that one could see the bottom, like a mirror. Beside the lake lay a young man covered in blood. He was currently unconscious. It was Ling Xiao, who had entered the Mount Musashi. However, the thick smell of blood on Ling Xiao's body spread out, as if it had attracted something. Crack, in the distance, tree branches snapped, the earth shook, and the dense forest swayed. A huge black snake as thick as a bucket swam over. Its triangular head seemed to be made of black iron, and there was a silver sarcoma on it. It flicked its tongue, and its eyes were filled with bloodlust and coldness. The black scales on its body clanged, emitting a cold light. The huge black snake was hundreds of feet long, and it swam toward Ling Xiao. When it smelled the thick smell of blood and the majestic vitality contained in it, its eyes revealed a trace of passion. It opened its mouth, wanting to swallow Ling Xiao. Crack, at this moment, a small black seal shadow flew out and floated above the head of the huge black snake. It exploded with a majestic devouring power, and began to devour the vitality of the huge black snake. The huge black snake's eyes revealed a trace of fear. It wanted to struggle, but it found that it could not move at all. Soon, its vitality and flesh were sucked out by the small black seal. Its body shriveled, and finally, it became a pile of bones. In the Mount Musashi, the flipping sky seal could not be used. The small black seal was transformed by the Thunder Spirit King. Although he was a weapon spirit, he had not become a sage, so he was not restricted. The majestic blood and vitality were poured into Ling Xiao's body, and it made Ling Xiao's weak aura stronger. Soon, Ling Xiao slowly woke up from his coma. "Master, you're finally awake?" The Thunder Spirit King's surprised voice came into Ling Xiao's mind. "This is, the Mount Musashi?" Ling Xiao looked around, and when he sensed the situation in his body, he could not help but laugh bitterly. The situation in his body was really terrible. This time, Ling Xiao was a little too careless, and he suffered an unimaginable injury. His physical body was almost destroyed, his primordial spirit was dim, and the saint energy in his body had dried up. He was like a porcelain full of cracks, and he would break at the slightest touch. "That's right. Master, this is the Mount Musashi. Master is now seriously injured, and we need to find a place to heal first. However, this place contains a rich aura of vitality, and there must be treasures of heaven and earth. As long as we can find some treasures of heaven and earth, Master's injuries will be healed quickly," the Thunder Spirit King said. "Okay. Then let's heal first. Ji Chufeng will definitely not let this go. I'm afraid that there will be people entering the Mount Musashi soon. Let's leave this place first," Ling Xiao said slowly. He forced himself to activate the heaven-shrouding secret skill, and concealed his aura. He was like a moving mountain rock, and did not emit any aura of vitality as he slowly moved into the depths of the forest. There is a layer of mysterious energy covering the Marshall Keep mountain. All the aura of the holy path is forbidden. Holy treasures cannot be used here because they are afraid of destroying the Martial Keep Mountain. Ling Xiao guessed in his heart. He used the heaven-shrouding secret skill to hide his aura and headed towards the depths of the Martial Keep Mountain. The entire Martial Keep Mountain was like the prehistoric times. It contained a majestic vitality. The ancient trees, flowers, and grass all contained a strong vitality. It was as though they were about to turn into spirits and gain their own intelligence. The spiritual mist that filled the surroundings was absorbed by Ling Xiao. It was nourishing his body slowly and alleviating his injuries to a certain extent. The flowers and grass that could be seen everywhere were comparable to spiritual medicine in the outside world. It was very mysterious. Master, I can feel that the vitality in the mountain in front is very strong. There should be some heavenly treasure. Let's go and take a look. Thunder Spirit King's voice suddenly sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. Thunder Spirit King's cultivation was extremely strong. He was close to becoming a sage. Although he could not control the flipping sky seal, his divine instinct was very strong. He could feel that there was a strong vitality in the mountain in front of him. I can feel it too. However, heavenly treasures are guarded by strong demonic beasts. We have to be careful. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he looked at the mountain in the distance and said slowly. Above the mountain, there were clouds and mist. It looked very mysterious. There were a few ancient pine trees looming in the clouds, and Ling Xiao could feel that there was a strong and obscure aura. Ling Xiao passed through the dense ancient trees and followed the winding mountain path. Soon, he arrived at the top of the mountain. The aura of life became denser and denser, and the surroundings were filled with mist. It looked peaceful and mysterious. There were many broken stones on the mountain peak, and in the center, there was a clear spring. The water rippled like nectar, and in the middle, there was a white snow lotus with 9 petals. The lotus seeds were sparkling and translucent, and it was filled with resplendent light. This is the snow lotus of creation? It is indeed a good item. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a tinge of surprise. The snow lotus of creation was an origin sacred medicine. It contained the strength of life origin. It was almost lost in the realm of the gods. Ling Xiao did not expect to see the snow lotus of creation in the Martial Keep Mountain. The snow lotus of good fortune could be used to refine the elixir of good fortune, which was rumored to be able to extend the life of a saint. It was an extremely precious origin sacred medicine. However, Ling Xiao didn't rush forward because there were many gigantic skeletons in the surroundings of the clear spring. They were all extremely terrifying demonic beasts, but for some reason, they had all died here. Master, was it done by the guardian demonic beast of the snow lotus of good fortune? The Thunder Spirit King was also slightly shocked, because even he couldn't sense the aura of the guardian beast. Ling Xiao also felt a looming danger. However, the location of the danger was very vague and he did not know where it came from. Therefore, Ling Xiao was very cautious and did not immediately go to pick the snow lotus of creation. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. He even used the power of the wordless heavenly book to search for traces of the guardian monster. To be able to hide from Ling Xiao's perception, it was clear that the guardian demonic beast was extraordinary. Now that Ling Xiao was heavily injured, it was better to be cautious. Master, let me test it for you. Thunder Spirit King said. Then, a purple shadow flew out from Ling Xiao's mind and tried to grab the snow lotus in the air. Buzz, just as the Thunder Spirit King was about to touch the snow lotus of good fortune, waves of ripples suddenly appeared around the snow lotus of good fortune. It formed a misty chaotic enchantment, blocking the Thunder Spirit King outside. Swoosh, at the same time, a faintly discernible shadow suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao, emitting a terrifying wave of energy, and pounced on him. Go away. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as if he had expected this. He roared and a powerful sound wave spread out, containing a trace of the power of time. That shadow suddenly trembled as if it was frozen in the void. Then, a purple lightning shot out from between Ling Xiao's eyebrows and hit the shadow directly. Gotcha, Thunder Spirit King controlled the power of Thunder Origin. Although he was greatly restricted in the Musashi Mountain, the power of this attack was still extremely controlled. It made the shadow twitch and reveal its original form immediately. It was a black bat. It looked very ugly and ferocious. The bat's wings emitted a strange wave which covered its whole body. It seemed to be faintly discernible as if it was one with the void. Roar, the bat emitted a mysterious sound wave from its mouth. It actually dispersed all the purple lightning around it. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Xianxia. Bastard, you're courting death. The Thunder Spirit King shouted. His whole body seemed to have turned into a ball of purple lightning. The light was extremely bright, like a purple whirlpool. Instantly, it covered the black bat. The bat dashed left and right amidst the purple lightning. It issued a terrifying sound wave that made people's mind tremble. Its strength was incomparably terrifying. It was comparable to an ordinary high-level semi-sage expert. No wonder so many demon beasts had died here. Presumably, this black bat had sucked their flesh and blood dry. A blood-sucking bat? I didn't expect there to be such an ancient species in the Musashi Mountain. It must be the guardian demonic beast of the snow lotus of good fortune. Xiao thought to himself. While Thunder Spirit King was in a deadlock with the black bat, Xiao's eyes flashed. He reached out his hand to grab the snow lotus of good fortune. Xiao's injuries were extremely serious. However, this snow lotus of good fortune contained the power of life origin. As long as he could swallow it, his injuries would be healed quickly. However, just as Xiao was about to touch the snow lotus of good fortune, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Kacha, the snow lotus of good fortune suddenly emitted a bright light. Streaks of auspicious air surged and divine light rose. There were even divine chains of order which stretched out from it and tied Xiao up in an instant. The snow lotus of good fortune turned crimson in an instant, as if it had been drenched in blood. It looked strange and terrifying, as if it had opened its bloody mouth and pulled Xiao over, wanting to swallow Xiao in one gulp. Oh no! This is not the snow lotus of good fortune. This is the blood demon lotus of good fortune? Xiao's body shook. His eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. Blood-red petals bloomed and wrapped around Xiao's body. Blood-red tentacles stretched out from the petals and began to devour the vitality in Xiao's body. It turns out that the corpses of those demonic beasts weren't caused by the blood-sucking bats. They were caused by the blood demon lotus. Xiao thought to himself. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer he was. The blood demon lotus was also an origin sacred medicine. However, it was rumored to be a sacred object of the devil world. It could devour the flesh and blood of living creatures. Moreover, it was good at camouflage. It could disguise itself as various heavenly treasures. It was rumored that even a saint would find it difficult to discover its true form. Xiao was even more shocked that there was a sacred object of the devil world in the Musashi Mountain. However, you want to devour me? You really don't know the meaning of death. Xiao sneered in his heart. His eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. Rumble, the space between his eyebrows shone brightly. The power of the wordless heavenly book was instantly activated by Xiao. An ancient and mysterious light gushed out and enveloped the blood demon lotus. Xiao clearly felt that the blood demon lotus trembled violently after the wordless heavenly book's aura appeared. It emitted an incomparably terrifying fluctuation. Moreover, it emitted an extremely sharp sound wave. It was so terrifying that Xiao's sea of consciousness shook involuntarily. His vision turned dark. If it weren't for the wordless heavenly book protecting his sea of consciousness would have exploded and his primordial spirit would have been shattered by the sound wave. The blood demon lotus was extremely terrifying. Xiao felt that it had already given birth to a weak spiritual intelligence. It was like a child. Its true strength had reached the peak of the half-saint realm. It was extremely terrifying. However, it still couldn't escape the power of the wordless heavenly book. Buzz, the wordless heavenly book became extremely excited when it sensed the power of the blood demon lotus. It began to devour the power of the blood demon lotus wantonly. The blood demon lotus didn't seem to have the slightest resistance in front of the wordless heavenly book. Its only move was that incomparably terrifying sound wave divine ability. Unfortunately, it was useless against Xiao and was easily neutralized. The wordless heavenly book didn't devour all the power of the blood demon lotus. Instead, it poured the purest life origin into Xiao's body. Boom, like rain after a long drought, the boundless life origin energy fused into Xiao's body, flowing through his limbs and bones, rapidly healing his injuries. Ling Zhao's damaged body gradually recovered, and his qi and blood became stronger and stronger. In the end, his qi and blood surged like a great river, and his aura also began to recover. Streaks of resplendent light enveloped him, even stirring up a terrifying storm around Ling Xiao, attracting all the life energy in the air and fusing it into Ling Zhao's body. There can be no construction without destruction, only construction after destruction. I can make use of this opportunity to transcend the second nirvana tribulation. A hint of understanding appeared in Ling Zhao's heart. Crack, Ling Zhao's healed body exploded with a boom, turning into resplendent light. It was filled with a mysterious presence of chaos. Although Ling Xiao had just broken through to the first revolution half-saint realm, he had accumulated a lot of power. Previously, he had devoured the power of Zhou Tian's invisible sword array, which had greatly increased his strength. And this serious injury had given him an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Ling Zhao's mind was decisive. Since he had come out of the God of War's world, he had always been courageous and diligent. He had a tempered heart, so his cultivation had been able to advance by leaps and bounds. The blood demon lotus was also a sacred herb of origin. Although it didn't contain life origin energy like the snow lotus of good fortune, it still contained boundless life energy. A sacred herb of origin was extremely useful for a saint. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for Ling Xiao to use it to break through to the second revolution half-saint realm. Ling Zhao's body was radiating resplendent light, exuding a mysterious nirvana qi, but there was also a mysterious fluctuation of indestructibility. It wasn't difficult for Ling Xiao to transcend the nirvana tribulation. He had cultivated the indestructible holy technique. Not only was his body strong, but he could also control the tribulation energy. As long as his cultivation was sufficient, it would be much easier for him to break through compared to others. It was just that his body was too strong, and the nirvana tribulation was much more terrifying. The blood demon lotus was quickly devoured by the wordless heavenly book, but its boundless life origin was poured into Ling Zhao's body, helping him to quickly transcend the nirvana tribulation. After a round of battle, the Thunder Spirit King had also killed the vampire bat. When he saw Ling Zhao's current situation, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He quickly set up a boundary to protect Ling Zhao's aura, so as to prevent other demonic beasts from being attracted. He began to guard Ling Xiao. Ling Zhao's body, primordial spirit, Godhead and small world were all shattered, turning into the most fundamental particles. There was a mysterious tribulation energy between them, undergoing the intertwining and tempering of the life and death energy. However, the indestructible seed of calamity was like a small purple sun, floating in the position of Ling Zhao's heart. It was mysterious and unfathomable, with a mysterious fluctuation of indestructibility. Rumble, the tribulation chi that filled the sky was quickly refined by Ling Xiao. Ling Zhao's nirvana tribulation was nearing its end. In the divine light that filled the sky, chaotic mist filled the air. A new physical body appeared in the void. It looked perfect and flawless, exuding a mysterious chaotic divine brilliance. I've finally broken through. I still have the great blood demon lotus. Otherwise, even if I could break through this time, my vitality would be greatly damaged. The breakthrough this time is still a little rushed. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief, but there was a tinge of joy in his eyes. He had accumulated a lot of energy, so naturally, the energy he needed to break through was even more massive. If it wasn't for the great blood demon lotus, even if Ling Xiao could break through and rebuild, his vitality would be damaged. After all, his injuries this time were too severe, and the breakthrough was indeed a little rushed. However, now that Ling Xiao had broken through to the second revolution half-saint, he felt that his entire body had become more compatible with the Tao of heaven and earth. His entire body exuded a mysterious aura. More importantly, the injuries on his body had completely healed, and his entire body was filled with a strong sense of power. Congratulations, Master, for recovering from your injuries and making great progress in your cultivation. The Thunder Spirit King said joyfully. It's all thanks to your protection. It's time to meet up with Ji Feishuan and Anai Shang. If we can obtain the secret skill of life, we might be able to find the secret of the Marshall Keep Mountain. At that time, you can also become a saint. Let's go. The Musashi Mountain was majestic and connected the heavens and the earth. It was filled with chaotic mist. Small mountains rose and fell one after another. The ancient trees were lush and green. It looked ancient and peaceful. Ling Xiao concealed his aura with the heaven-shrouding secret technique and headed to the highest point of the Musashi Mountain. According to the information that Ji Feishuan told him, he had to undergo a test if he wanted to inherit the secret technique of life. There was a jade wall of life at the top of the Musashi Mountain. Only there could he comprehend the secret technique of life. Ji Feishuan, and I Shang, and the others should have reached the top of the Musashi Mountain by now. Chirp, just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, he suddenly heard a piercing sound from the clouds. It contained a majestic demonic aura and was extremely terrifying. At the same time, a powerful beast roar could be heard. A mountain in the distance shook violently. Rocks flew everywhere and the void shook. There was an intense battle going on. What a powerful demonic aura. I'm afraid it's a demonic beast at the peak of the half-saint realm. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Master, demonic beasts at the peak of the half-saint realm are extremely terrifying. We can't use the sky-flipping seal now. I'm afraid we're not their match. Let's leave this place quickly. The Thunder Spirit King advised. Let's go and take a look. I can feel a powerful life aura. It's even stronger than the Myriad demonic blood lotus. I'm afraid there's some heavenly treasure. Let's go and take a look. Ling Xiao said slowly. Then, he carefully passed through the clouds and swept towards the mountain. Rumble, a snow-white tiger that was hundreds of feet tall appeared. Its fur was pure white and emitted a dazzling light. At this moment, it was upside down and was as sharp as a steel needle. It opened its bloody mouth and its eyes were filled with hatred. It suddenly pounced forward. Chirp, the sound of metal being pierced rang out as a Xian figure dodged. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. A huge boulder weighing millions of jin exploded with a loud bang. It was crushed by the white tiger's claw. The Xian shadow appeared in midair. It was a Xian divine eagle. Its Xian wings were like swords, flowing with a brilliant light. Its claws shone with cold light. Its eyes were cold and arrogant as it stared at the white tiger below. Although the green figure did not look big, only a few dozen feet long, the white tiger felt as if it was facing a great enemy. Ling Xiao could clearly see that there were 3 deep wounds on the white tiger's back and abdomen. Blood was seeping out of the wounds, making it look extremely miserable. Get out of my territory. The white tiger spoke in human language, its eyes filled with hatred. Hand over the good fortune snow lotus or die. The cold voice of a woman came out of the green godly eagle's mouth. It was like the clanging of a sword, carrying an unquestionable fluctuation. The snow lotus of good fortune is my treasure. You, don't even think about it. The white tiger roared, its voice shaking the heavens. It's the snow lotus of fate? When Ling Xiao heard the conversation between the white tiger and the green godly eagle, his body could not help but tremble. He immediately looked to the side of the white tiger. There was a spring that was about 1 zhang wide, flowing with a sparkling and translucent holy liquid. A snow-white lotus floated on top of it. It looked translucent as if it was carved out of flawless jade. It was very exquisite. The petals were sparkling and translucent, and the lotus seeds on top were as bright as the stars. Anyone who glanced at it would be reluctant to move their eyes away. A vast and majestic aura of life spread out, making people feel comfortable all over. Ling Xiao did not expect that he would really encounter the snow lotus of fate. The Myriad transformations blood demon lotus that he encountered previously was disguised as the snow lotus of fate. Even Ling Xiao was fooled. Fortunately, he had the wordless heavenly book at the crucial moment and refined the Myriad transformations blood demon lotus. In reality, the Myriad transformations blood demon lotus was more useful to the experts of the devil race. However, to Ling Xiao, it was far inferior to the snow lotus of fate. If I can get the snow lotus of fate and concoct the eternal creation pill, I might be able to heal the injuries of the void pierce stage, Chonghe and Lu Wenjing, and restore them to the saint realm. When he thought of this, Ling Xiao's heart was burning with passion. His eyes that were looking at the snow lotus of fate revealed a trace of blazing light. Master, these 2 demonic beasts are ancient species. Their strength is unparalleled. Moreover, their intelligence is not weaker than the human race. If you snatch the snow lotus of fate from their mouths, they will definitely go berserk. The Thunder Spirit King said slowly. It's fine. With the heaven-shrouding secret technique, they won't be able to discover my chi. When both of them are injured, I'll be the fisherman. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. Rumble the white tiger and the green godly eagle were both hot-tempered. Soon, an intense battle broke out. However, these two demonic beasts obviously valued the snow lotus of fate very much. Thus, when they were fighting, they carefully avoided the snow lotus of fate. Roar the demonic aura around the white tiger rose. With a leap, it leaped over 1,000 feet. Its claws were extremely sharp, forming a few sharp blades in the void. It suddenly grabbed towards the green godly eagle. Although the green godly eagle was not as big as the white tiger, it was extremely agile. Moreover, it had extreme speed. A green shadow flashed past, causing the white tiger's attack to miss. The green godly eagle's beak was like a sharp sword. It shot out a ray of green light and instantly left a bloody mark on the white tiger's body. The white tiger's eyes became even redder. It was so angry that it roared. The wounds on its body made it even more ferocious. Then, the blood in its body rose. In an instant, the snow-white fur on its body shot out like steel needles towards the green godly eagle. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Those strands of fur were like extremely sharp swords that could pierce through everything. They covered the sky as they shot towards the green godly eagle. Although the green godly eagle had extreme speed and dodged most of the snow-white light, it was still hit by some of them. There was a sound of metal clashing. Its wings trembled. In the end, a few of the green feathers dimmed and fell off. Boom. The white tiger seemed to be very cunning. When the green godly eagle was enveloped by the snow-white light, it took the opportunity to soar into the sky. It directly slapped down on the green godly eagle's body. The green godly eagle's body emitted a green light. It was like a mysterious barrier. However, it was still shattered by the white tiger. In the end, its body trembled as it flew out. Roar. The white tiger let out a terrifying roar. It was like a huge tsunami. The sound waves spread out and enveloped the green godly eagle. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow the green godly eagle. Buzz the white tiger was shocked. It did not expect the green godly eagle to be able to unleash such a powerful attack. It retreated quickly, and at the same time, spat out a white ball of light. Boom, the ball of light exploded. The azure sword light was extremely sharp. It cut through the air and cut off all the fur on the white tiger's neck, leaving behind a deep gash. It had almost chopped off the white tiger's head. Roar. I'm going to kill you. The white tiger was exasperated. Its eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred and killing intent. It charged towards the green godly eagle again. However, the godly cyan eagle was extremely fast and its attacks were extremely fierce. In front of the godly cyan eagle, the white tiger seemed a little clumsy. More and more wounds appeared on its body, but it was unable to touch the godly cyan eagle at all. It roared in anger, but there was nothing it could do. The wounds on the white tiger's body increased, and its breath became weaker. Master, it looks like the white tiger is going to lose. Should we attack? Thunder Spirit King said. Ling Xiao was about to say something, but his eyes suddenly flashed. It looks like we're not the only ones who want to be the fishermen. There are many people who want to get the melting snow lotus. Ling Xiao could feel that there were a few extremely obscure auras approaching from a distance. It was difficult to detect them, as if they were using some kind of artifact to conceal their auras. They had stopped in a different direction and were actually planning to reap the benefits of the battle. There were 5 young geniuses. Each of them had a powerful cultivation. Ling Xiao was even familiar with 2 of them. They were the disciples of the Blood Origin Elixir Saint, young Master Yunyang and Prince 19, Ji Qin. Senior brother Yunyang, is that the snow lotus of creation? Ji Chan's eyes lit up and said with surprise. Yes, it is the snow lotus of creation, the legendary origin sacred herb. However, the strength of the 2 demonic beasts is terrifying. I'm afraid we can't handle them. Young Master Yunyang's eyes were blazing as he spoke slowly. However, the strength of the two demonic beasts is similar. When they are both injured, we can snatch the snow lotus of creation. They won't be able to catch up with us, Xianxia said confidently. You're right. We must get the snow lotus of creation. However, to ensure that nothing goes wrong, when the two demonic beasts are both injured, please lead them away. We can snatch the snow lotus of creation, young Master Yunyang said slowly. Uncle Black was the skinny 6th Revolution half-saint behind him. He was also the most powerful one among the 5. He had been injured by Gao Yang before. Now, not only was his aura strong, but he even showed signs of breaking through to the 7th Revolution half-saint. Young Master, don't worry. Leave it to me, the skinny old man said slowly as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. The world shook as the battle between the white tiger and the azure godly eagle grew more and more intense. However, the white tiger was already at a complete disadvantage. Its aura was growing weaker and weaker. Even the speed at which it attacked had slowed down. Zheng! It! Roar! The white tiger roared, and a terrifying sound wave exploded. Its eyes were filled with both shock and anger. It felt a fatal danger from the azure godly eagle's sword. The white tiger tried to dodge. Demon chi rose around its body and superimposed a powerful defensive barrier. However, it was annihilated by the green godly eagle's sword. Puff! The green godly eagle's sword pierced through the white tiger's chest. Blood spread out. The white tiger's aura weakened rapidly. Even its vitality began to fade. The white tiger's huge body smashed into the mountain. Suddenly, the mountain shook violently. The white tiger's eyes began to dim. Master, it seems like the white tiger is going to die in the green godly eagle's hands. Are we still not going to make a move? Thunder Spirit King said. The green godly eagle was an ancient variant green godly eagle. Its strength was unparalleled. Even the white tiger was killed by it. Not necessarily. Let's wait. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. Even Thunder Spirit King felt that the white tiger was going to die. However, after Ling Xiao practiced the incomplete secret technique of destiny, his divine sense was very strong. He felt that there was a terrifying power brewing inside the white tiger's body. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. The green godly eagle was going to suffer a great loss. Sure enough, Ling Xiao saw the green godly eagle rushing towards the white tiger. The eagle's beak emitted a cold light. It directly pecked at the white tiger's chest. Because there was the white tiger's demon Dan, it emitted a blazing light. It was as bright as a small sun. As long as the green godly eagle swallowed the white tiger's demon Dan, its strength would increase greatly. However, when the green godly eagle got close to the white tiger's body suddenly emitted a terrifying killing intent. The green godly eagle's body stiffened. It felt a fatal crisis. It immediately wanted to flap its wings and fly away. Whoosh! 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 The white tiger's terrifying chi and blood rose up at this moment. In a flash, it transformed into a bloody chain. It directly wrapped around the green godly eagle. It was as thick as a horned dragon. It was incomparably sturdy. Roar! The white tiger's eyes emitted a trace of cold killing intent. Its bloody mouth suddenly opened and emitted a terrifying tiger roar that shook the heavens and earth. A huge sound wave bullet, which looked crystal clear, but contained an incomparably violent power, exploded with a loud bang. It directly exploded on the green godly eagle's body. Rumble! That terrifying sound wave exploded. Immediately, the surrounding mountain rocks were turned into fine powder. A few towering ancient trees rumbled and exploded. This area was enveloped by a bright divine light. The green godly eagle's incomparably miserable voice came from within. What? Young Master Yunyang and Xianxia were both taken aback, their eyes filled with fear. They were just preparing to snatch the good fortune snow lotus, but they didn't expect the white tiger to be so sinister. It purposely used a serious injury to lure the green godly eagle, and then exploded with such a terrifying attack. That kind of power made their scalps go numb. If they were affected, even if they had powerful protective treasures, if they didn't die, they would still be seriously injured. Both sides are injured. This is a good opportunity. Quickly snatch the good fortune snow lotus. Young Master Yunyang and Ji-chen's eyes lit up. The two of them instantly rushed towards the good fortune snow lotus. The snow lotus of good fortune had disappeared from the spring. The snow lotus of good fortune was still swaying in the spring, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even Yunyang and Ji-chen didn't know how it disappeared. Who is it? Who stole the snow lotus of good fortune? Young Master Yunyang's and Ji-chen's eyes turned blood red in an instant as they growled, their voices filled with monstrous rage. The two of them were not stupid. They had already guessed that there were other people hiding in the surroundings. Taking advantage of the time when the white tiger and the green-scaled eagle were both injured, they quietly stole the good fortune snow lotus, even hiding from everyone's perception. Rumble, a resplendent divine light blossomed, and within that terrifying sound wave, the shadow of the green-scaled eagle appeared. At this moment, the green-scaled eagle was incomparably miserable. Its entire body was covered with cyan feathers, and its body was covered with bloody scars. Its breath had also become extremely weak. Although the white tiger had tricked the green-scaled eagle, it had also paid a huge price. Its body was badly mutilated, and it was severely injured. One of its front claws was even broken. Both sides were injured, the white tiger and the green-scaled eagle were both completely injured. However, they both sensed that the snow lotus of good fortune had disappeared, and they also saw young Master Yunyang and Ji-chen's figures. Despicable humans, hand over the snow lotus of good fortune. This king will tear you into pieces. Roar. The white tiger's eyes became incomparably blood red, and a terrifying aura filled the air. It locked onto young Master Yunyang and Ji-chen's group of 5. In an instant, it roared and directly pounced on them. You all deserve to die. The green-scaled eagle also had a burning killing intent in its eyes. Even though it hated the white tiger, the snow lotus of good fortune was even more important in its heart. Today, it was used by a few despicable humans, and even stole the snow lotus of good fortune. This immediately made it go crazy. The two great demonic beasts rushed over at the same time. Although they were both seriously injured, their ferocious aura caused young Master Yunyang and Ji-chen's faces to change greatly. Your Excellency, please listen to us. The snow lotus of good fortune wasn't stolen by us. Someone had already stolen it before we came. Young Master Yunyang and Ji-chen were so depressed that they were about to vomit blood. They quickly retreated while they hurriedly explained. Despicable human, you still want to deceive me at this time? You are courting death. How could the white tiger believe their words? After all, it hadn't sensed anyone else's aura at all. After the good fortune snow lotus disappeared, young Master Yunyang, Ji-chen, and the other 4 appeared. The white tiger was certain that the good fortune snow lotus had been stolen by them. Leave quickly, young master. I'll stop them. Uncle Black's eyes were filled with seriousness. His whole body was filled with holy aura. A black long sword appeared in his palm, and in an instant, he blocked the white tiger and the green-scaled eagle. I'm so angry. If I find out who stole the snow lotus of good fortune, I'll tear you into pieces and make sure you'll never be reincarnated. Young Master Yunyang was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. How unkind, stealing the good fortune snow lotus was one thing, but the key point was that young Master Yunyang and Ji-chen had to take the blame for him. Young Master Yunyang and Ji-chen both felt that they were extremely unlucky. But why would the white tiger and green-scaled eagle listen to their explanations? A fierce battle broke out in an instant. At this moment, the culprit had already quietly left the mountain peak and was heading towards the top of Mount Musashi. Master, you're too evil. This time, I'm afraid Yunyang and Ji-chen will vomit blood from anger. Thunder Spirit King chuckled. I also didn't think that it would be them. Whether or not these two bastards can escape from the hands of the white tiger and green-scaled eagle will depend on their luck. Ling Xiao touched his nose and said innocently. When the white tiger tricked the green-scaled eagle, Ling Xiao very decisively made his move. His heaven-shrouding secret technique was very mysterious. In addition to the terrifying shockwave caused by the white tiger's sonic bomb explosion, no one noticed how the snow lotus of good fortune disappeared. Ling Xiao took the snow lotus of good fortune and left. Only when young Master Yunyang and Ji-chen appeared did Ling Xiao notice these two old acquaintances. What happened next could be imagined. Not only did Yunyang and Jichen lose everything, they didn't get the snow lotus of good fortune. Instead, they had to take the blame for Ling Xiao. Regarding this, Ling Xiao didn't have any psychological burden at all. In the wordless heavenly book, the snow lotus of good fortune was sparkling and translucent. It was untainted by even a speck of dust. It emitted a majestic aura of life and a mysterious aura. It was incomparably mysterious. After obtaining the snow lotus of good fortune, Ling Xiao's heart was relieved. As long as he could refine it into the regeneration pill, it would definitely be of help to his 3 senior brothers' injuries. If his 3 senior brothers' injuries were healed and they could recover their saint path cultivation, the strength of Battle Hall would greatly increase. At that time, Battle Hall's right to speak in Battle God Temple would also increase by a lot. Along the way, Ling Xiao felt a lot of powerful auras. They were at least half-step saints. They all appeared in the hidden martial mountain. Some people were searching for something, and some people were fighting for all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. Isn't that Long Outyen seriously injured? Where is he hiding? We've searched for so long, but we still haven't found him. Who knows? Maybe he has already been rescued by Ji Feishuan, and Ai Shang, and the others. And Ai Shang Fairy's strength is unparalleled. She's not someone we can deal with. Perhaps only Ji Tian, Lu Yun, and Wang Dao, the 3 holy sons, can deal with her. Sigh, it seems that this secret technique of life is not fated to be with us. That's not necessarily true. Let's hurry to the Jade Wall of Life. As long as we can get a place there, we have hope of comprehending the secret technique of life. As for Long Outyen, it's fine if we can't find him. After all, he's the master of Battle Hall. It's inevitable that Battle God Temple will be angry if we offend him. Everyone's discussion entered Ling Zhao's ears. Master, I didn't expect that Ji Chufeng to be so deranged. He dares to issue a bounty and doesn't hesitate to use the secret technique of life as a reward to get everyone to capture you. Thunder Spirit King said slowly. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed coldly. Ji Chufeng, he's really courting death. After we help Ji Feishuan obtain the complete secret technique of life, we'll think of a way to seize control of the Zhou Tian sword and de Zhou Tian's invisible sword array from Ji Chufeng. Then, we'll kill him. Master is right. That Ji Chufeng is relying on the power of the Zhou Tian sword and de Zhou Tian's invisible sword array. Without these 2, he's like a tiger without its teeth. He'll definitely die. Thunder Spirit King sneered. Let's go. Ignore these people. I have a feeling that Ji Feishuan, and Ai Shang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang will be in danger. There will definitely be a fierce battle at the Jade Wall of Life. At the peak of the martial mountain, primal chaos mist pervaded the surroundings. Tens of thousands of rays of multicolored light and thousands of rays of auspicious light emanated from it. It emitted a majestic aura of vitality. Everyone felt comfortable all over, and even their life essence became a little richer. There was a snow-white jade wall at the peak of the mountain. It was hundreds of feet tall and looked crystal clear. It was enshrouded in a faint primal chaos aura. It was ancient and mysterious, as though it contained a vast world. This was the Jade Wall of Life, the most mysterious existence in the entire Martial Mountain. No one knew the origin of the Jade Wall of Life. It was only vaguely recorded that the Jade Wall of Life was related to the Life Empress and contained the Life Secret Technique. If one could obtain the Life Secret Technique, they would be able to understand the mystery of life and death and obtain a powerful life force. In front of the Jade Wall of Life, there were 36 stone futons in the shape of Zhou Tian. They formed a mysterious connection with the Jade Wall of Life. If one wanted to comprehend the Life Secret Technique in the Jade Wall of Life, they had to sit on the stone futons. At this moment, Ji Feishuan, and Ai Shang, Gao Yang, and Wu Xiong were sitting on the 4 stone futons at the front. The Jade Wall of Life hasn't been fully activated yet. It will only be activated when the 36 stone futons have an owner. I hope Long Outyen can come as soon as possible. Ji Feishuan had a trace of worry in her eyes. Although she was confident in Ling Xiao, she knew how powerful the Zhou Tian sword and de Zhou Tian's formless sword array were in Ji Chufeng's hands. That kind of power wasn't weaker than a saint and could even kill a saint. Junior sister Ji, don't worry. Martial Granduncle Long will definitely be fine. And Aishang comforted, but she was also worried in her heart. That old man Ji Chufeng is simply courting death. He actually dares to go against Martial Granduncle Long? When we report back to the sect, we'll directly destroy the great Zhou divine nation. Gao Yang said indignantly. Cough cough. Junior brother Gao, there's no need to destroy the great Zhou divine nation. Just kill Ji Chufeng. When junior sister Ji inherits the throne, the great Zhou divine nation will become our war god temple's territory. Wu Xiong coughed lightly. Senior brother Wu is right. Haha. Junior sister Ji, don't mind him. Just kill Ji Chufeng. Gao Yang was taken aback. He knew that he had said something wrong and immediately laughed. You want to kill my father with just the likes of you? Ji Feishuan, hand over the life source beast and I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. At this moment, a cold voice resounded in the void. Whoosh! 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 Ji Tian, the blood origin pill saint, Lu Yun, and Wang Dao flew to the top of the Mount Martial treasury. Their eyes were cold as they stared at Ji Feishuan and Aishang, and the other two without concealing the killing intent in their eyes. Ji Tian? You guys came pretty quickly, but with just you. A cold glint flashed across An Aishang's eyes as she said plainly. Saintess An Aishang, my 9 imperial obelisk is on good terms with the war god temple. I don't wish to affect the relationship between our two sections. Ji Feishuan is a member of my Ji clan and this is an internal matter of our great Zhou divine nation. I hope you won't interfere. Ji Tian stared at An Aishang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang as he spoke coldly. Internal affairs? I don't think so, right? Junior sister Ji isn't just a member of your Ji clan. She's also a disciple of the war god temple. Moreover, since you know that the 9 imperial obelisk is on good terms with the war god temple, you still dared to attack Martial Granduncle Long and even collude with Lu Yun and Wang Dao. An Aishang sneered with a trace of mockery in her eyes. Saintess An Aishang, I advise you not to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Only death awaits you if you go against me. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? A cold glint flashed across Ji Tian's eyes. Whoosh! 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 More than a dozen powerful silhouettes rushed up the hidden martial mountain. They stood behind Ji Tian, Lu Yun, and Wang Dao. These silhouettes had powerful auras. All of them had the cultivation of semi-sage realm. Their auras were biting cold, and their gazes were incomparably cold. Moreover, as time passed, more and more people flew to the top of the Mount Martial treasury. They looked at Ji Feishuan and Aishang, and the rest with hostility. Of course you dare. Why wouldn't you dare? You even dared to attack Martial Granduncle Long, let alone us. However, as long as we're here today, no one can touch a hair on junior sister Ji. And Aishang sneered with a sharp gaze as she spoke resolutely. Although Wu Xiong and Gao Yang did not speak, they protected Ji Feishuan in the middle with eyes filled with powerful battle intent. Brother Ji, there's no need to talk nonsense with them. Just attack and kill them all. I'd like to see how they're going to protect Ji Feishuan. Lu Yun and Wang Dao also sneered. The two of them looked at each other and saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. An Aishang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang were the 3 saints and saintesses of the war god temple. They were also the future hope of the war god temple. If they were all killed here, the war god temple would be greatly weakened. At that time, if they could instigate the 9 imperial obelisk, the war god temple would be greatly weakened. Ji Tian, I'll stop An Aishang for you. Let Lu Yun and Wang Dao stop Wu Xiong and Gao Yang. You quickly captured Ji Feishuan and snatched the life source beast. As long as you obtain the life source beast, you'll definitely be able to obtain the complete life secret skill. Moreover, I'm guessing that the treasure left behind by the Divine Illumination Crown Prince is also with Ji Feishuan. The blood origin pill saint's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice to Ji Tian. Alright. Uncle, don't worry. With Ji Feishuan's weak cultivation, she'll definitely die. Ji Tian's eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. Ji Feishuan, if you still admit that you're a disciple of the Ji clan, then hand over the life source beast and plead guilty. Otherwise, don't blame me for cleaning up the clan today. Ji Tian lifted his head and stared at Ji Feishuan as he spoke indifferently. Cleaning up the clan? Both father and son are indeed sanctimonious and equally despicable. Let's see who's the one cleaning up the clan today. Ji Feishuan laughed mockingly, but her gaze became increasingly deep and serene. The life source beast lay on her shoulder and exuded a dense and majestic life aura. It enveloped Ji Feishuan in a faint layer of holy light, making her look mysterious and ethereal. Attack. For some reason, Ji Tian had a bad feeling in his heart. However, he still shouted coldly and took the lead to pounce on Ji Feishuan. Rumble. A powerful Saint Dao aura exploded as the blood origin pill Saint, Lu Yun, and Wang Dao instantly charged toward Anai Shang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang to stop them from continuing to protect Ji Feishuan. Get lost. Anai Shang's eyes were extremely cold. Her white robe fluttered as if she was a fairy from the 9 heavens. She slammed her palm toward the blood origin pill Saint at an extremely fast speed and arrived before him in the blink of an eye. The blood origin pill Saint was shocked and exclaimed, "The art of aging heavens and earth?" He did not expect Anai Shang to have cultivated the art of aging heavens and earth to such a level. Her attacks contained the power of time. Although the blood origin pill Saint was one realm higher than Anai Shang, he was still wary of her at this moment. Blood Spirit Saint Technique. The blood origin pill Saint was on high alert. His saint aura filled the air and rays of blood-red light spread out as if forming a vast sea of blood. He struck out with both of his palms and set off a huge blood-red wave that collided with Anai Shang. Crack, blood-red lightning bloomed. Anai Shang's figure was ethereal. She wanted to go around the blood origin pill Saint and save Ji Feishuan. However, the blood origin pill Saint had already predicted Ji Feishuan's actions. Blood-red chains rushed out from the sea of blood and instantly wrapped around Anai Shang's body. After seeing Anai Shang perform the art of aging heavens and earth, the blood origin pill Saint knew that it would be difficult for him to take her down. Therefore, he only hoped that he could block Anai Shang and prevent her from saving Ji Feishuan. That was enough. On the other side, Wu Xiong and Gao Yang were also blocked by Lu Yun and Wang Dao. After all, Lu Yun and Wang Dao were both 8th Revolution half-saints, which was one realm higher than them. Although the two of them had begun to fight with their lives on the line and the battle was very intense, they were still unable to break through Lu Yun and Wang Dao's defense. For a moment, Anai Shang, Gao Yang, and Wu Xiong were all entangled. Meanwhile, Ji Tian's eyes revealed a trace of malevolence as he grabbed the life source beast on Ji Feishuan's shoulder. Ji Feishuan's expression was very calm as if there was not a trace of worry. When Ji Tian was about to grab the life source beast let out a sharp howl. Roar! In an instant, the void trembled and chaos rolled. The life source beast was like a wave of water as it instantly turned into a ray of light and merged into Ji Feishuan's body. Mother, Whitey's power is for you. Kill this bad guy. The life source beast's crisp voice rang out, and Ji Feishuan's aura began to skyrocket. Rumble. Ji Feishuan originally only had the cultivation of a 1st Revolution half-saint. However, after the life source beast merged with her body, her aura began to soar from 2nd Revolution half-saint to 3rd Revolution half-saint all the way to 7th Revolution half-saint. Only then did it slowly stop. Ji Feishuan stood in the air with an extremely mysterious aura around her. There seemed to be a 7-colored divine radiance flickering in her eyes, causing her to be filled with exuberant vitality as if she had grasped the origin of life. With a smile, 100 flowers bloom. Ji Feishuan's ethereal voice reverberated between heaven and earth as if there was a mysterious resonance with the entire mountain. She lightly slammed her palm towards Ji Tian. Rumble. In an instant, there seemed to be flowers blooming around Ji Feishuan. The dazzling radiance illuminated the surroundings as the petals flew towards Ji Tian. Heaven and earth had become a sea of flowers. Not good. Ji Sky's expression changed greatly, and his figure retreated rapidly. The sea of flowers in front of him contained a power that made his scalp tingle. The power of the blooming flowers gathered together, and like an invisible wave, it pushed towards Ji Sky. Lightning Emperor Technique. Kill. 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 Ji Tian roared as his eyes were filled with ice-cold killing intent. The purple divine radiance around him was dazzling as bolts of lightning converged and formed an incomparably mysterious Lightning Emperor true body behind him. Then, a huge purple palm struck out and collided with the sea of flowers. Rumble. The void shook violently as the primal chaos mist exploded. Dazzling divine radiance enveloped the entire sky above the martial hidden mountain. The mysterious sea of flowers shattered, but the lightning emperor true body behind Ji Tian also shook violently, causing Ji Tian's eyes to be filled with incomparable horror. When Ji Tian unleashed the power of the lightning emperor's true body, he could even fight against a 9th revolution half-saint. However, he was unexpectedly repelled by Ji Feishuan, who was only a 7th revolution half-saint. Even his lightning emperor's true body suffered considerable damage. Fury. Cold Sea. An indistinct voice came out from Ji Feishuan's mouth again. The center of her brows shone brightly as if a mysterious figure was chanting. Her voice contained a sigh of vicissitudes and vicissitudes of life that penetrated through the long river of time. Rumble, the sea of flowers that filled the sky exploded, converged in the void, and actually turned into an incomparably vast sea of enormous waves. Wrapped in a vast vitality, it surged violently and pressed down towards Ji Tian. That vital energy seemed to want to assimilate everything into the most quintessential energy of life, and it contained the vastness and majesty of life. Break for me! Ji Tian roared furiously as he poured all the saint energy in his body into the lightning emperor true body, causing the lightning emperor true body to emit a boundless radiance. Dazzling bolts of lightning that were as thick as mountains rushed towards the sea of waves. Crack, the figure of the thunder emperor's true body was submerged by the sea. Terrifying divine light blossomed. This was a kind of vast power of heaven and earth that wanted to wash everything away and make all living things return to the beginning of life. Even the Thunder Emperor's true body seemed to be unable to withstand this kind of power. In the end, it returned to nothingness at the same time as the vast sea, shattering apart. Puff, Ji Tian could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He also suffered a huge backlash when the Lightning Emperor true body was destroyed, causing his aura to weaken. You're not Ji Feishuan. Who are you? Ji Tian's voice trembled. The Ji Feishuan in front of him looked extremely unfamiliar. Her temperament was extraordinary, and there was a sense of vicissitudes and heaviness that came from countless years of vicissitudes. Moreover, the aura on Ji Feishuan's body was getting stronger and stronger, like the rising sun, emitting a dazzling radiance. Cry. Heaven and earth shake. A third mysterious voice came out of Ji Feishuan's mouth. In an instant, heaven and earth shook, and chaos filled the air. A vast force of heaven and earth pressed down on Ji Tian. A chilly wind howled as if the heavens were angry and wanted to turn Ji Tian into dust. When the third voice came out, Ji Feishuan seemed to be unable to withstand this force. Her body trembled slightly, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Even her body was trembling slightly. So what if you borrowed the power of a life source beast? Ji Feishuan, only I deserve to have a life source beast. You don't deserve it. You should have died 1,000,000 years ago. Go to hell. Ji Tian roared furiously, his eyes filled with monstrous killing intent. Ji Tian could see that the reason Ji Feishuan was able to display such terrifying combat strength was not because of her own strength, but because the life source beast had merged with her body. However, that kind of power was incomparably terrifying. It was as if all living things would be annihilated, heaven and earth would shatter, and all living things would be turned into dust. Ji Tian had no choice but to risk his life and use a forbidden technique. Ji Tian's fist imprint was incomparably vast and contained the lightning Tao origin energy. A terrifying figure faintly appeared behind him as if it wanted to break the shackles of heaven and earth. Kacha, the vast momentum of the world shook violently, and then shattered in an instant. A blazing divine light bloomed, dyeing the entire Mount Musashi in a purple-gold color. Ji Tian and Ji Feishuan's bodies shook at the same time and were sent flying. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Ji Tian was an 8th revolution half-saint. He was extremely talented and powerful, and he could even fight a 9th revolution half-saint. However, Ji Feishuan was only a 1st revolution half-saint, and it was because she had merged with the life source beast that she could display such powerful combat strength. Now, it seemed that both Ji Tian and Ji Feishuan had suffered great losses. I must obtain the life source beast. If I can merge with its power, I can even possess the combat strength of a saint. At that time, I will have a place in the heavenly selection convention. Ji Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were blazing. Ji Feishuan's face was incomparably pale, and the aura around her body became incomparably weak. The life source beast flashed and reappeared on her shoulder. Mother, this big bad guy is too powerful. Whitey is no match for him. Quickly ask father to come and beat him to death. Whitey said dejectedly. Her voice was childish, and she glared with her big clear eyes. She was very angry. Father? Xianxia didn't react for a moment. It's father. Father cut me out of the stone. Father can definitely beat this big bad guy to death. Whitey said, her eyes full of worship. Don't talk nonsense. That's not your father. Xianxia's pretty face was instantly covered with a layer of red as she glared at Whitey. Then who's my father? Whitey asked innocently with her big eyes. Xianxia felt a headache coming on as this was a difficult question to answer. Little guy, I'm your daddy. Come into daddy's arms. Xianxia's eyes suddenly flashed as he looked at Whitey in a fawning manner. At the same time, he took out a pill and swallowed it to suppress the injuries in his body. His powerful aura began to gradually recover and pressed towards Xianxia. It seemed that this life source beast was very easy to trick. It would be best if he could trick it into joining him. Sky even took out a divine spirit grass that contained boundless vitality. It could be considered a powerful divine medicine, and he wanted to use it to lure the life source beast. Bah, you are not my father. My father will beat you to death. Little White said with widened eyes. Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he said coldly, looks like you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Xianxia, let's see if you can still borrow the power of a life source beast. Rumble, lightning bloomed around Xianxia's body as he shot towards Xianxia like a bolt of purple lightning. He reached out his hand to grab the life source beast. He could feel that Xianxia's aura was very weak at the moment, and the life source beast's vitality was also greatly damaged. Although he was also severely injured, he forcefully suppressed his injuries and erupted with powerful combat strength. It was not something that Xianxia could contend against. Junior sister Ji, be careful. Xianxia shouted anxiously. However, she was firmly entangled by the blood origin pill saint and could not go to Xianxia's rescue. She could only remind her loudly. A faint light bloomed between Xianxia's eyebrows. It was mysterious and unfathomable, and one could vaguely see a mysterious figure that seemed to be waking up from a deep sleep. Boom, all of a sudden, a resplendent golden light rose from the distance. It was like a rising sun, radiating a myriad of rays of light. It was an unparalleled fist imprint with a powerful aura that seemed to be able to shatter stars and split heaven and earth. It enveloped Xianxia and contained a great destructive wave. Xianxia, what kind of ability is it to bully a girl with your cultivation? Fight me if you have the ability. A clear and bright voice exploded in the void, rumbling like thunder. Long out Yen? You're courting death. Xianxia's body trembled. He immediately saw a figure coming out of the golden divine light. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao? Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of cold-killing intent. His body trembled as he gave up on attacking Xianxia. Instead, he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. It's Senior Uncle Long? Xiang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang's eyes lit up, revealing a trace of surprise. Long out Yen? Humph. The flipping sky seal can't be used in the martial treasury mountain. With his ant-like cultivation, he wants to save Xianxia? He's overestimating himself. The blood origin pill saint sneered with disdain in his eyes. However, before he could finish his words, his face suddenly changed and his entire body froze. Rumble, boom. A terrifying fist print exploded as Xianxia and Ling Xiao collided. Like a volcanic eruption, dazzling divine light shot out and caused the void to shake violently. Ling Xiao's unparalleled fist imprint contained an invincible aura that could suppress everything. Only a loud cracking sound could be heard. Sky's arm shook violently and actually broke apart all of a sudden. Xianxia flew out in an instant as he spat out blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. You. How can you be so strong? Xianxia's body trembled violently as he smashed into the mountain wall in the distance, creating a human-shaped hole. The earth shook and the void rumbled. Even though he'd suffered a heavy injury during the battle with Xianxia, he'd suppressed his injuries and still retained a combat strength comparable to a high-level half-saint. However, he'd been defeated so miserably by a single punch from Ling Xiao. "Tian, even without the flipping sky seal, what can you do to me?" Ling Xiao stepped out of the dazzling divine light. His eyes were sharp and his aura was monstrous. Moreover, he was filled with chaotic light, giving him an immortal aura. Ling Xiao had been relying on the power of the flipping sky seal, so no one thought that he was strong. Now that Ling Xiao had made a move, everyone was shocked. This kid is growing too fast. How can his body be so strong? Lu Yun and Wang Dao were shocked, and their eyes were filled with horror. They still remembered that Ling Xiao was only in the Divine King realm in the Void Saint world. In their eyes, he was like an ant that they could kill with a flip of their hand. If it were not for the power of the white jade dragon elephant, Ling Xiao would not be their match. But how long had it been? Ling Xiao already had the combat strength to threaten them. Previously, when Ling Xiao used the flipping sky seal, they didn't care because it was only the power of the holy treasure. It was an external force, not Ling Xiao's own combat strength. They didn't pay attention to it. But now, Lu Yun and Wang Dao were really shocked. Indestructible divine technique? He has already condensed the leakless real body? This kid must not be left alive. Blood Origin Elixir Saint's eyes flashed with a trace of burning killing intent. Ling Xiao stood in the air, golden light shining all over his body. Purple chi rose, and there seemed to be a purple sun floating in the chaos behind him. He devoured the energy of the heavens and the earth, but locked all of the energy, not letting a single bit leak out. Ling Xiao was like a black hole, devouring everything. This was the vision of the leakless real body. Fortunately, we did not go to capture Long Out Yin. Otherwise, we would have died in his hands. Everyone felt extremely lucky. Otherwise, with their cultivation, they would be courting death. Long Out Yin, you deserve to die. Ji Tian's eyes were blood red, and his body was filled with monstrous killing intent. He stared at Ling Xiao, as if he had been humiliated. He was the holy son of the imperial obelisk, the crown prince of the great Zhou divine kingdom. He was extremely talented and powerful. He was an 8th revolution half-saint, but he was defeated by Ling Xiao, who was only a 2nd revolution half-saint. This was a great humiliation. He must kill Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ji Tian no longer cared about his identity as the master of Ling Xiao Battle Hall. He also did not care about the consequences of killing Ling Xiao. His hatred for Ling Xiao had reached its peak. "You?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. Everyone could feel the disdain in his words. "If Ji Feishuan and I were not severely injured, I would have killed you like a dog. Everyone, follow me to capture Long Out Yin. I will give you the secret technique of life." Ji Sky's voice was incomparably cold as he cupped his hands and bowed to everyone. Everyone's eyes could not help but lit up. Many of them came to the hidden Martial Mountains to try their luck. They might not necessarily have the opportunity to obtain the life secret technique. If Ji Sky could teach them the life secret technique, then they would have profited greatly. After all, although Ling Xiao's combat strength seemed to be very strong, his real cultivation was only at the 2nd revolution half-saint. With so many people attacking at the same time, even if Ling Xiao's combat strength was very strong, he would not be able to withstand it. A purple divine light bloomed. In an instant, it was as if the Milky Way had separated Ling Xiao from everyone else. It contained an aura of great destruction. Those who dare to cross this line will be killed without mercy. His gaze was very calm, as if it was a deep and resplendent void. He swept his gaze over everyone, causing their hearts to involuntarily tremble. Although the secret technique of life was very attractive to them, what was the use of the secret technique of life if they lost their lives? Long Out Yin, prepare to die. Ji Tian's eyes blazed with murderous intent. A purple saber appeared in his palm. The saber radiated a sharp light that was suffused with purple lightning. It soared through the sky and attacked Ling Xiao. The black-robed experts behind Ji Tian were all from the great Zhou divine nation. They naturally would not disobey Ji Tian's order. They followed Ji Tian and charged towards Ling Xiao. "Everyone, let's capture Long Out Yin together." In the end, some people could not help it. After all, the temptation of the secret technique of life was too strong. Some of them relied on their cultivation to attack. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled. In an instant, hundreds of experts charged towards Ling Xiao. They were all experts at the peak of the half-saint realm. Each of them was extremely powerful. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. "Senior Uncle Long, be careful." And Ai Shang and the other two's faces changed. Although Ling Xiao's combat power was very strong, he was probably in danger with so many people attacking at the same time. Ling Xiao's expression was still as calm as ever. Buzz, there was a flash of light in his palm, and a long sword with golden light flowing around it appeared in his palm. It trembled slightly, and contained an extremely powerful spiritual fluctuation. It seemed that it was eager to have a try, and couldn't wait to fight. "Old friend, let's fight side by side today." Ling Xiao gently stroked the long sword. The dazzling sword radiance was released. It contained a sharp sword intent as though it could pierce through everything. It was extremely terrifying. The sky-devouring sword was born, although Ling Xiao rarely used the sky-devouring sword since he entered the divine world to hide his identity. The sky-devouring sword's evolution had never stopped. After the sky-devouring sword merged with the innate Spirit King as its weapon spirit, it had unlimited growth potential. It had devoured countless powerful weapons and even half-saint treasures over the years. The sky-devouring sword was connected to Ling Xiao's bloodline. It had also become a half-saint treasure along with Ling Xiao's advancement to the half-saint realm. Rumble, the sky in all directions trembled violently. A powerful sword intent rose between heaven and earth. Ling Xiao's aura became incomparably sharp in an instant. He held the sky-devouring sword and his entire person seemed to have turned into a sword saint. He controlled the origin of Sword Dao and possessed supreme killing power. The sky-devouring sword slashed forward like a golden river. It was a misty and mysterious world of Sword Dao. It greeted Ji Tian and the others, clang, the sound of metal clashing resounded. Runes exploded one after another. The purple saber in Ji Tian's hand was also a powerful half-saint treasure. However, the moment it collided with the sky-devouring sword, it exploded with a loud bang. The sky-devouring sword slashed towards Ji Tian's neck. Ji Tian's expression changed greatly. A purple thunderbolt shot out from his palm towards the sky-devouring sword. He couldn't help but quickly retreat. Rumble, the sky-devouring sword shattered the purple thunderbolt. After forcing Ji Tian to retreat, it was like a heavenly river descending from the 9 heavens. An unparalleled sharpness erupted and directly cut 7 to 8 figures at the front in half. Puff, blood bloomed and dyed the void red. It looked demonic and strange. The sky-devouring sword blossomed with blazing rays of light. The flesh and blood of the 7 or 8 figures slain by the sky-devouring sword were instantly devoured by the sky-devouring sword. Boundless vitality poured into the sky-devouring sword, causing it to become even more resplendent. It was even suffused with a strange blood-colored sword light. "Those who block me shall die." Ling Xiao's voice was incomparably cold, as though it came from the depths of hell. The faces of the people in front of him couldn't help but change drastically as they felt their scalps go numb. Boom, the sky-devouring sword erupted with terrifying divine might. It was like a powerful half-step saint. In an instant, millions of rays of light bloomed in the void and slashed down towards those people. With the sky-devouring sword in hand, Ling Xiao was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep as he unleashed a massacre. Everyone who was killed by the sky-devouring sword had their life essence sucked dry in an instant, and turned into a dried corpse. Blood splattered everywhere in the void. More than a dozen formidable semi-sage experts had died at Ling Xiao's hands in the blink of an eye. What? How can he be so strong? Everyone was shocked, and their voices were trembling. If Ling Xiao was said to be frightening just now, then the current Ling Xiao with the sky-devouring sword in hand was terrifying and frightening. As soon as the sky-devouring sword appeared, it blossomed with a sharpness that shocked everyone. Mother, father is so powerful. Ha ha ha. Kill this group of bad guys. Little White's eyes were filled with worship as he clapped his little hands happily. These people really deserve to die. Ji Feishuan nodded with a strange expression in her eyes. Is this Martial Granduncle Long? He is too fierce, isn't he? This kind of killing efficiency really makes me feel inferior. Gao Yang said with his eyes wide open. Although most of the people who died at Ling Xiao's hands were low-level half-step saints, this kind of killing speed still shocked Gao Yang. It's the sword in Martial Granduncle Long's hand. Not only can it devour the vitality of others, but it can also increase Martial Granduncle Long's strength? What kind of treasure is this? Wu Xiong's eyes flashed as he said in shock. Boom, Ling Xiao held the sky-devouring sword, looking like a blood-soaked demon god. His eyes were cold and merciless, reaping the lives of those who dared to attack him. At the same time, the blood qi in the sky-devouring sword surged and merged into Ling Xiao's body, forming a terrifying bloody light around him, making his aura more and more terrifying and powerful. It was as if the more people he killed, the stronger Ling Xiao became. There's actually such a vicious weapon that sucks the life out of people? Long Outyen must be a spy from the demon race. Everyone has the right to punish him. Shui Yuan Pil Saint roared. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. And Aishang sneered and said, Shui Yuanzi, you practice the divine way of blood spirit and can also suck people's essence blood. You also have the 10,000 spirits blood flame and the 10,000 spirits blood cauldron. If Martial Uncle Long is a spy of the demon tribe, then are you also a spy of the demon tribe? Humph. How can Long Outyen be compared to me? My divine way of blood spirit is a righteous path. Long Outyen has embarked on the evil path. He's not a member of the demon tribe, but he's worse than a member of the demon tribe. The War God Temple can't absolve itself from the blame. Shui Yuan Pil Saint said coldly. Boom, the massacre continued. Those who dared to attack Ling Xiao no longer had any fighting spirit. They were all crying and begging for mercy. They fled in all directions, letting out extremely miserable cries. Ji Tian's lungs were about to explode when he saw this scene. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. Even if the other geniuses died, Ji Sky wouldn't feel any heartache. But those dozen subordinates of his were all his trusted aides. Now that Ling Xiao had slaughtered half of them like chopping melons, it made his heart bleed. Long Outyen, you deserve to die. Ji Tian roared and spat out a mouthful of purple blood. The lightning around his body was blazing as he pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ji Tian directly took out the 4 powerful sage-level treasures and attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Clang! 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 A burst of dazzling sparks shot out in all directions. The 4 semi-sage level treasures collided with the heaven-swallowing sword, and released a dazzling divine splendor. Cracks started to appear on the surface of these treasures. Then, they quickly became extremely dim. Ji Tian could feel that the heaven-devouring sword was able to steal the essence of the 4 sage-level treasures with every collision. It wouldn't be long before they were completely destroyed by the heaven-devouring sword. How can Long Outyen have so many treasures? Ji Tian was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Not to mention the powerful flipping sky seal, Ling Xiao still had the 9 heavenly Dao chaotic tablets and the 10 saints steel that he had obtained in the Void Saint world. Now, with the addition of the heaven-devouring sword, Ji Tian was about to go crazy with jealousy. As the holy son of the imperial obelisk, he only had 1 flawless sage-level treasure, and it was obtained with great difficulty. However, compared to Ling Xiao, it was too far away. Boom, the 4 sage-level treasures exploded with a loud bang. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold as he slashed at Ji Tian with the heaven-devouring sword in his hand. Ji Tian's eyes revealed a trace of pain. A purple ancient talisman appeared in his hand, containing an ancient and mysterious aura. In an instant, he slapped it towards Ling Xiao. Gotcha! The purple ancient talisman shone brightly and bloomed in the void in an instant, turning into a lightning chain. It was like a lightning dragon exuding a powerful dragon's aura. It intersected with each other and turned into a huge cage, trapping Ling Xiao within. Long Outyen, you should be proud to die under the 9-dragon heavenly thunder talisman. Ji Tian said coldly. The 9-dragon heavenly thunder talisman was an ancient sage-level talisman that he had obtained from an ancient ruin. It was said to be passed down by the Thunder Emperor, and it had the power to destroy everything. It could even injure a true sage. It was one of his trump cards. Although the 9-dragon heavenly thunder talisman couldn't explode with all the power of sage-level treasures in the Musashi Mountain, it was infinitely close to the power of sage-level treasures. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, it would be worth it. Explode! Following Ji Tian's cold shout, the 9 lightning dragons surrounding Ling Xiao exploded in an instant. The terrifying power of sage-level treasures erupted like the first lightning at the beginning of the world, containing the power of great destruction. Ling Xiao was drowned by the lightning that filled the sky. 9 Dragon Heavenly Thunder Talisman? In order to kill Long Out Yin, Tian actually took out such a supreme sage-level talisman? It seems that Long Out Yin is dead for sure. This is the legendary sage-level talisman that can injure a sage. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, their eyes filled with disbelief. Even a 9th Revolution half-saint would undoubtedly die under the 9 Dragon Heavenly Thunder Talisman, let alone a 2nd Revolution half-saint like Ling Xiao. End of chapter 1753. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.